Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Got Cheated by Girls and Joined Assassin's Creed Part 2. Before we start, please go support marioiale for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 5. Weeks later. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye, so the training was already over. The knowledge they were supposed to learn with the New Orleans assassins was acquired. They learned about herbalism to make poisons, paralyzers, antidotes like some types of bombs that are traditional among the assassins. They learned how to move in swamps and other things, as well as improving their balance, but the most important thing is that the new ones began to learn shuinpa, the use as manipulation of toki, and the foot techniques of Korean martial arts. Being that the swamp was a perfect place to start due to the terrain that was not stable. It was the last day at the Grand Pré Mansion because they had to go with the British assassins. Well, you have passed the tests and have learned what you should know, so you will be given a gift as is tradition when you pass the tests, Desiree said, so that 6 assassins could come with 6 boxes with the symbol of the branch for them to open, revealing. This is, said the chestnut Valkyrie, surprised and happy. That's right, they are a kit of herbs to create poisons, paralyzers, antidotes and bombs that the Turkish assassins used as an almanac, where the instructions are in the whip, which is the characteristic weapon of our sisterhood. Venus said to give them to the 3 girls. Congratulations, you have earned them, assassins. Issei and the others applaud them as they bow, since they felt so happy to win their weapons by their own effort. Well, it's time. I'm not saying goodbye, but see you soon. I hope you can overcome the upcoming tests, said the reddish-brown. Thank you, mentor, the rookie said, bowing. Victor, please save Sonia, even if it means giving her peace according to our precepts, the instructor said. I understand, said the aforementioned, so that Desiree would stick to him sensually. I hope we see each other again. Vic Chan, the mentor, said. I promised to use, but she didn't finish the sentence because she saw how Celestia and Tomo pulled him to be teleported the nude vent inside the chestnut's familiar, while mother and daughter said goodbye to them. Cabana de Ryu Taimaru, the nude vent, were resting after that farewell, and they noticed that the blonde fry was somewhat absent-minded. Where are we going now? Felicia asked. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to the British Assassins branch, Miyabi said. Correct, Lilith said distantly. Rio, do you know the coordinates to London? The brown-haired man said seriously, while the ship takes the route, while the brown-haired man looks at the fry. What's wrong? I see Sama? The blue-eyed blonde said, somewhat worried. I'm sorry to give you this news until now, but said the aforementioned, so that the girl opened her eyes in surprise and horror. London Hospital. We see a certain blonde running through the hospital corridors desperately, with tears running down her cheeks, while her gaze reflected sadness and despair as she remembered the words of her team leader. I was informed during the 2 months we were in New Orleans that your sisters and your parents were mortally wounded. They haven't told me anything else except that they are in intensive care. At that moment he sees a tall, muscular man with short brown hair, blue-green eyes, and a muscular build. He's wearing a blue-black jacket, a white shirt, pants the same color as the jacket, and black shoes. Oniai-sama, Lilith. The 2 boys hugged each other while the girl cried her eyes out while her brother comforted her. They stayed like that for a long time until the blonde calmed down. How are you feeling? Lilith asked. They are stable now and were moved to some rooms a month ago, but they are still recovering, said the brother of the blonde with blue eyes. But what are you doing here? He asked curiously. I heard from our parents that you left with our French sister Lyshard at Tismata. Anyway, this is not the place to talk about it. Looking at the hospital. You're right, said the blonde fry, but I shouldn't have left them if I had known this. I crying with guilt and regret. Don't blame yourself. Our parents were happy that you decided your own path, and I'm glad you weren't there. Lilith's brother said, so she could see behind his sister a boy dressed in a navy blue office suit, white shirt, blue tie, and matching handkerchief in his jacket pocket. Next to him were several girls wearing casual dresses, with matching jackets and sneakers. You must be Victor Quemar, right? That's right, the brown-haired boy with green eyes answered. And you are? I asked casually, waiting for an answer. My name is Robert Andrew Henry Fry, said the blue-eyed man while bowing, son of the current head of the Fry family, Jacob Evans Fry, and older brother of Lilith. Nice to meet you, said the brown-haired man with green eyes and the girls who came with him. Well, let's go to the house we have in London. That's where I'm staying, recommended the one identified as Robert. Okay, said the nude vent. But first, can I see them? Lilith asked, since she was worried about her family. Unfortunately, Misty, John and April are with them. You'll be able to see them when we change shifts, said the brown-haired boy with blue eyes. It's okay, said the blue-eyed blonde. Kenway Mansion. They arrived at where Robert was staying, having passed by the intersection that the Beatles used for the cover of one of their albums. So the brunette took a photo with his cell phone. This is the blonde with cyan eyes, said, surprised at the place. Yes, it is Edward Kenway's mansion that has been owned by my family since 1890 as a base for assassins, said the brown-haired man with blue eyes. Kenway? Like the pirate? Meow, Felicia asked curiously. Master Assassin, and Corsair, Robert replied after finishing his business with the Caribbean Brotherhood, and after a time of sailing through several seas he returned to England and built this mansion with the gold he seized from his looting. But isn't a privateer the same as a pirate? Ellis asked. No, pirates were criminals, while corsairs had permission from the Spanish or English crown to loot ships, but under strict conditions such as not attacking the ships of the respective crown they served and not killing innocent people. Robert explained. Fine, come in. You are in your house to open the door and let them into the living room while he prepares tea for everyone, his sister helping him serve. Thanks for the tea, the boys said as they drank it, while Celestia was teaching Felicia and Khalees how to drink it. I must say it is an honor to meet the legendary Master Assassin, Victor Quemar, Robert said. And I met Lilith's older brother, he said, having mentioned it. Lilith, if you're with the Sentinel of Silence, that means. Yes, I am a French assassin, and a nude vent. Wow, I didn't expect that. Nissan, said the blonde fry seriously, leaving her cup, who attacked Claire, Rinslet, and our parents while looking her brother in the eyes. I can't say it, said the aforementioned, looking away. I'm not a child anymore, Robert Neeson, I'm a murderer. Lilith said, I want you to tell me who was or were the unfortunate people who attacked our family. They were the aforementioned said, only to be interrupted. It was Rubia and Angela Johnson, a voice said, so they could see a brown-haired man with light green eyes and an eye patch on his right eye. Note, it will be like Kenpachi Zaraki's eye patch, but it does not absorb power. Who is in his 30s, dressed in a trench coat, white shirt, bluish-black semi-formal pants and military boots. Uncle Ethan, Robert and Lilith said. Mentor Issei and his girls said, except the new ones. It's a pleasure to see you, Lilith, although I would have liked to see you under other circumstances, said the aforementioned to see the brown-haired man with green eyes. Long time no see, Victor. I say the same, Master. Victor, who is he? Asked the brunette with emerald eyes. He is the mentor of the British assassins, and uncle of Lilith as well as Robert. Ethan Richard Fry, the aforementioned, answered. Nice to meet you, said the brunette and the redhead, bowing. Uncle, are you sure about what you said? Lilith asked with a broken voice. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. She was also helped by my illegitimate daughter and student of your father, Angela, said the aforementioned, clenching his fists. Not an legitimized daughter? Philippi asked curiously. Angela is the daughter of my ex-girlfriend from my youth, Miranda Johnson, said the brown-haired man with the eye patch. I had a relationship with her for many years until at 18 I became a full-fledged assassin, so I left her so she wouldn't be a target for the Templars. But I never found out she was pregnant. She died when Angela was 16 and my brother took her in and introduced her to the world of assassins. But it was 4 months ago. He discovered that his uncle was his father and blamed the assassins for his mother's death. So he swore to make us pay for it. Since he joined the Assassins Hunters, with Rubia, Robert explained, surprising and destroying Lilith even more. I still remember that day, Ethan said. Flashback. I was going to visit Jacob and his family. Ethan knocks on the door while waiting for his twin brother Jacob's sword to open it. He came to talk about something related to one of his daughters, a truth he'd only just learned. When? What was that? No, please, no. That voice, Claire. He didn't think twice and removed the patch, revealing a blood-red eye but with a slanted pupil to release a dark red energy, and he gave a circular kick to the door to see how everything was dark, but with his right eye he could see something that horrified him. Blood. At that moment he enters the room to see a red-eyed brunette stabbing her brother as well as a red-eyed blonde. A younger blonde was dying while a green-eyed blonde finished stabbing a redhead who has small braids. Why? The brown-haired man said in disbelief at what he saw with his eyes. His brother, sister-in-law and nieces on the floor bleeding to death. Oh man, said the brunette. Ethan Fry, the blonde, said coldly. Why did you do this? The green-eyed brown-haired boy asked, annoyed as he slowly raised his aura. Blonde. Angela, he exclaimed, shedding tears. Prove that I am the strongest of the Fry family, said the brunette. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate them, it's just a professional job, said the blonde. Who commissioned such an atrocity? Said the brown-haired man, seeing a medal with a symbol familiar to him. So, assassins hunters. As Rubias-san said, it's nothing personal, it's all merely professional. Master, Geto sent us to kill the only expert on the Nanto Suicho Ken, who would be a danger to the coming war, the English albatross. Jacob Evans Fry, the blonde, said. So that wretch became a Templar. The brown-haired man muttered icily. You brats, you just made the worst mistake of your life, increasing his aura even more as the girls saw how his aura showed the figure of a muscular man dressed in wolf and bear skins, showing a look with red eyes as if he were bathed in blood. So the rumors are true, said the brunette, sweating. Our rumors? The blonde said fearfully. Ethan Richard Fry is known as the British Berserker, Rubia replied. Miserable, not only did they betray the Brotherhood, but they also attacked my brother and his family, Ethan said, invaded by hatred and rage. I don't care if you're my daughter, Angela, or my niece, Blonde. Right now I'm going to destroy them, and then I'll go to kill Geto Tachibana for this, ready to prepare his attack until— Stop, Ani! A voice exclaimed so she could see her brother getting up with barely any strength left. Jacob, please don't do it, Ethan-san asked a woman who looked like an older version of Lilith but with white skin. That woman was Christine, said the older brunette. Please, despite her mistakes, she's my daughter, I can't let you kill her, Rubia's father said, barely holding on with strength, preparing to defend his daughter. Jacob, Ethan said more calmly while looking at Rubia's face as if it were his illegitimate daughter, which made his anger disappear, and he turned his back on them. Go away. The girls obeyed to leave through the door without looking back, but both heard a few words before leaving. Take care a lot, Christine said in a whisper. Blonde, if we meet again as an assassin and an assassin hunter, one of us will die, Ethan said, and Angela. After that, both girls, without anyone stopping them so that Ethan could apply first aid, as he called a hospital. End of flashback. Lilith was head down while the others said nothing. In the atmosphere there was only a stifling and tense silence. You could hear the wind in the room. It was difficult for everyone to say anything until— I'm going to rest, said the blue-eyed blonde as she retired to her room. Nissan, can you let me know when you're going to change shifts? I want to see Claire-chan and Rinslet-chan. Okay, Robert said. The girl then went up the stairs, but the French brunette noticed how the aura of his subordinate was filled with feelings such as anger, sadness, guilt, helplessness, pain, and disappointment. I'm taking it better than I thought, Lyshart said. You're wrong, Victor said seriously. She wants to keep up the facade of a strong girl, but she's broken inside to get up. Where are you going? Robert asked. Let's see, Lilith, the brown-haired man answered so she could go up to the second floor, and using eagle vision, she found who she was looking for on the roof. When she went up she saw how her subordinate and student was hugging her knees. Here you are, said a voice so the blonde could see. I see, Sama, Lilith said coldly. I'm sorry, but could you leave me alone for a moment? The brunette didn't say anything as he sat next to her while he looked at the horizon, seeing how the London sky remained the same as always. What are you doing here? The blonde Fry asked coldly. Well, why do you think I'm here? The white-haired man said calmly. I told you to leave me alone. That's true, but— So, at that moment the brunette lovingly hugged the blonde, who was surprised. Same. You've worked hard as your leader and teacher. I've seen you grow together with Kuroka and Rossweisse as an assassin. The brown-haired boy said, I always send photos as reports to your parents about your progress, and I talk to them like I do with your sisters. Do you know what they told me when I told them that you got your first foot searcher and your blowgun? What? I asked with a slightly broken voice. That's my daughter. I'm so proud of her. That's my Wani-chan. Fufufu, I'll soon be on the same team as Wani-chan. Your father, your mother, Claire and Rinslet said respectively when I showed them the photos I took of you with your blowgun and your foot finder. The brunette said, I promised your parents that I would take care of you, as I would watch over your well-being. I didn't tell you anything about this until now because you're not ready to face Rubia. I'm more than sure that if I told you, you would have gone to look for your sister to make her pay, and that would be your end. She is as strong as me. She was going to be promoted to Master Assassin before this incident. With that, you realize her strength, and Angela must have a good level. I preferred 1,000 times that you didn't know anything and tell you until now, even if it meant earning your hatred than risking your life. She, as Assassin's hunter, will not have mercy on you. I don't want to lose you. You are an important person to me. The blonde was just surprised while she had small tears appearing in the corner of her eyes. So you don't have to act strong. At that moment Lilith's mask broke, allowing the blonde to hug the brunette, holding him tightly until she began to cry a sea of tears. Learning that truth as well as knowing that her parents did not hate her for leaving but were happy for her and her younger sisters boasted about her made her burst into tears. Issei just let her cry while he caressed her hair. They were like that for a long time. When she calmed down a bit Lilith looked at Issei while he gave her a calm and serene smile. For the blonde to blush and join her lips with the brunette's in a tender kiss. Issei was surprised at first, but it didn't take long for him to respond, so they separated while looking into each other's eyes, and Lilith gave a small smile. I'm better now, thanks Issei-sama, said the blonde. It's nothing, that's what I'm here for, the brown-haired boy answered. Thank you so much, the blonde repeated with a beautiful smile, hugging him again as they looked at the sky. After the tender moment, they went downstairs so everyone could see how Lilith was stable and smiling again. They ate something while Issei chatted with Ethan about a subject he should know about, London Hospital. Lilith, Robert, Celestia, Mira Jane and Issei went to the hospital to visit the family of the blonde rookie of the nude vent. Since they switched shifts with the aunt and cousins of the Fry brothers, we see the albino and the brunette standing in front of a room with the number 10 on the door. Robert opens the door and passes through so Mira and Issei can see its occupant, a beautiful young woman with snow-white skin and emerald-green eyes. She has extravagantly long platinum blonde hair that reaches her hips with fringes at the ends. With a plump body and a not-so-big but noticeable chest, 86-57-88 centimeters. She had a sling on her right arm, a cast on her left foot, and a gauze patch on her right cheek. Rinslet-chan, Robert said. Oniai-sama, said the aforementioned, who is Lilith's first younger sister, Rinslet Fry. How are you feeling? Asked the brown-haired boy. Better, but I'm bored here, said the blonde with green eyes simply. You must be patient, in a few days you will be able to leave the hospital, the brown-haired boy lightly scolded his little sister. I know, Rinslet sighed heavily, I know. Anyway, I'm accompanied by two special people who are coming to visit you. So Oniai-sama has two new girlfriends. You know I have a girlfriend. You call that sanctimonious girl your girlfriend? What's with that comment? Robert asked, confused. What do you have against Joanna? If you knew why I say that, Oniai-sama, Rinslet said, sighing. Anyway, I didn't bring Joanna because she's out of the country, said the brunette. Come in, so that the green-eyed blonde could see a blue-eyed albino next to a green-eyed brunette. So the blonde was surprised to begin with. Mira Jane-sama. Victor-sama. The green-eyed blonde said, very surprised to the point of stuttering. Oh no, my heroine and the man I admire the most are here. If they see me like this, they won't recruit me as a nude vent. Damn, trying to fix herself while the brunette and the albino had a huge drop of sweat behind her head. Anyway, I'll leave you with Mira so you can talk, and later Lilith will come to pour. Wani-chan is here? If he is with Claire, who is more delicate? Robert, what you will see next is a secret that only my parents, sisters and my team know, said the brown-haired man so he could hold the girl's leg to press the muscle with a finger, while with his right hand a very intense blue energy appeared while the girl clenched her teeth, as with her free hand so she could repeat with her thumbs. She squeezed the girl's arm, healing her, and then she pressed a point under her right breast so she would recover, surprising the brown-haired Fry. Rinslet looked at herself and felt how her foot and arm were better. Amazing, said the blonde, I feel better now. What was that? You'll know when we see your parents. For now I'll go with Seals and Lilith, said the brunette to leave the room, leaving Mira Jane talking with Rinslet, while Robert went to see his parents. In the next door he finds his fiancée and his new subordinate. Let's go in. I see inside, Celestia said, but was interrupted by her fiancé. I know, Robert told me before leaving the room where Rinslet is, that's why I came, replied the brunette. Will you use that? Asked the third officer of the nude vent. Yes, I have to correct my Kohai's mistakes, replied the Dorian's son. That? The blonde Fry asked curiously. At that moment they opened the door to see a girl with bandages on her head and connected to tubes. Such a scene was too much for Lilith, who collapsed, being held by Celestia, who brought her closer to her younger sister while shedding tears to caress her cheek, while she felt a terrible oppression in her heart. Why are you always so reckless? Claire-chan, Lilith said, crying. My dear, said the chestnut tree, hold her. Yes, my Amy, said the blonde with cyan eyes to subdue her protégé with a judo lock. What are you going to do to him? Lilith screamed. Shut up or I'll put you to sleep, Celestia replied seriously. At that moment the brown-haired man begins to squeeze several points of the girl's body, and after a few seconds the girl opened her eyes so that the brown-haired man could help her get up by removing the tubes and bandages. Are you? Said the girl with red hair. What happened? Why am I in the hospital, Claire-chan? Wani-chan? The aforementioned exclaimed, surprised to see her sister. What are you doing here? You were supposed to be in New Orleans, huh? Lilith expressed confused seeing how her sister was as good as new. How are you feeling? A voice said. Well, although said the one identified as Claire to see VVV Victor Sama. Hello? The aforementioned man said casually, seeing how the redhead had white skin that contrasted with the color of her hair. Her eyes and lips were like a sakura in full bloom, although she didn't have much chest, but her measurements were well proportioned, 77, 57, 87 centimeters. And no, the redhead said tenderly, how can I expect Victor Quemar to recruit me as a nude vent? With this appearance, she whispered, fixing her hair as best she could, while the brunette and the two blondes had a drop of water behind their heads, since it was not a reaction they expected. Identical to Rinslet, thought the chestnut Dorian. Claire-chan, do you know what happened? I don't remember much, Winnie-chan. I only remember that we were having dinner, and then nothing. Victor, said the blonde with cyan eyes, looking at her fiancé. Well, I'm leaving, said the aforementioned as he left the room, while the redhead was excited because she saw Seals Onisima. Exclaimed the redhead Fry, excited to see her idol, so that before leaving the brunette threw a special vitamin to the cyan-eyed blonde so that she could give it to the redhead so that she could chew and swallow it, recovering completely. The green-eyed brown-haired man saw a blue-eyed brown-haired man standing next to a door waiting for him. Is this where it is? Asked the chestnut Dorian. Yes, my parents are in this double room, replied the chestnut Fry. What is your condition? Critical. The doctors told me that my parents went into a coma. I see. Why are you asking me? Robert asked. You'll know soon, Victor replied, so he could enter the room with Robert closed the door so Lilith's older brother could lock it, since he felt someone press his chest so he would fall to the floor. What did you do to me? Exclaimed the British assassin. I pressed your shintanchu point so you won't be able to move your body unless I release you, said the brown-haired boy with green eyes, to go to where his parents are, Master Christine-san. At that moment the chestnut inspects the body of the aforementioned so that he begins to squeeze various points of his body at a blinding speed. Hokudo Ikikura-ken, North Star Revitalizing Fist, the brown-haired boy said, so that at that moment Robert's parents woke up as if nothing had happened at the same time that Victor freed the brown-haired Fry. What happened? Said the blonde, who looked at herself and touched herself. This is the brown-haired boy said, surprised. Long time no see, Master Christine-san. Issei. The aforementioned exclaimed in surprise. I'm glad you're better, said the aforementioned. You used the Karaka Hiko, didn't you? Robert's father asked. It was the only option, he said, Sentinel of Silence. I understand, said the older brown-haired man, so you accepted the destiny of being the successor of the Hokuto Shinken. Not exactly. Remember that the real successor may be somewhere in the world, and I only use it in case of extreme emergency like this. Hokuto Shinken? Pregunto Robert, confundido. As you know, I am the current successor of the Nanto Sochouken, as the only user of Nanto Seiken that exists in this era. But apart from the Nanto Seiken, there are two schools of deadly martial arts, the Gento Koken and the Hokuto Shinken. The Hokuto Shinken uses the 708 secret points of the body to destroy it from within, unlike the Nanto Seiken, that cuts enemies and destroys their body from the outside, explained Robert's father, Jacob Evans Fry. I understand, Robert said with a serious look. Anyway, I have to tell you something important, and you must keep it secret, said the Sentinel of Silence, seriously. Hours later, Lilith's parents and sisters have already been discharged due to a miraculous recovery, meaning they have no after effects or serious injuries. Robert called his aunt and uncle to inform them of what had happened and to arrange something special. Several minutes later, Kenway Mansion. Issei and the others arrived at where Lilith's brother was staying, and when they opened the door they heard a surprise! Throwing streamers as there was a sign behind them that said, Welcome home. Those who had just left the hospital were happy that their relatives and friends welcomed them, so they proceeded to eat and enjoy the party to rest, since tomorrow would be a long day. Sarah Falls Room's Citri Mansion Underworld. We see a certain Mao who is very happy as she sees a necklace made of obsidian with precious stones. It was not the most elegant thing she wore, but she liked it because her boyfriend made it for her. Since she returned her parents, her sister, and even her servants had seen how radiant the brunette was and that she had made it clear that she was already in a relationship, so all those who sent her marriage proposals like the Council of Elders became quite angry. But when she said that her boyfriend was the Sentinel of Silence, everyone was shocked as they started to sweat because his power was known by the three factions because of the incident that happened in Turkey. With that said, the engagement proposals and the pestering from the elders stopped coming to her. We find the Mao looking at a frame where the photo she took with her beloved assassin master is. Kia the brunette with pigtails expressed to hug the image against her large bust. My dear Alexander Chan, I am the happiest girl of the three factions. I have the best boyfriend in the three worlds, while rolling in her bed. At that moment there is a knock on the door of her room so that the magical girl could hear a voice. Serafal-sama has a meeting with the faction leaders, said the voice that seemed to be that of a maid, so that the aforementioned pouted and sighed heavily. I understand, I'll go in a moment, said the brunette so she could go take a shower, put on her dress and go in a magic circle to Castle of the Mao Lucifer Underworld. Serafal arrived at the redhead's castle where Surzex, Shemzahai, and Michael were, along with Gabriel and Penemu. The blonde wore a bracelet while the purple-haired girl wore earrings, both of which were made of obsidian with precious stones. Why did you summon us? Penemu asked curiously. We want to know where you were during the 2 months you were absent, Shemzahai said. Well, Serafal said somewhat nervously while scratching her cheek with her finger. It's something difficult to explain, completed the Seraph, who made the same gesture as the Mao. Serafal, Gabriel-san, Penemu-san, they can't lie to us, Surzex said seriously. The radar placed Gabriel in France and later in the Bahamas with you. What were you doing there? Asked the overlord of the sky. We were with the brunette said, whispering while playing with her hair. Were you with the redhead asked, gesturing to continue. Well, we went to see the purple-haired girl, said, looking away. Yes? Asked the brown-haired man with silver eyes. What happens is that we were with, said the Mao while playing with her fingers. Yes? The blonde said. We went to see, said the card. Yeses? The leaders said somewhat desperately as they saw how the brunette and the purple-haired girl were just going around in circles on the matter. We were with our, Serafal said again, going around the subject even though she didn't notice what she was saying. Ours? The leaders said, somewhat confused. Gabriel said desperately because she was already tired of so much going around. We were our boyfriend, I see. 3 seconds after that she covered her mouth. Gabriel! The Karda and the Mao exclaimed, blushing, leaving the 3 men present in the room shocked. 3, 2, 1. Surzex, Michael and Shemzahai exclaimed surprised since they did not expect such news, but they saw how the 3 girls had red faces. Could you explain to us what you mean by saying that Issei-kun is your boyfriend? Michael asked, so they could tell him why they were in Great Inagua, how their relationship with the Master Assassin began, what happened on the Caribbean island and the situation in which the Brotherhood of Assassins are at this moment. So Issei-kun is at war with those damn assassins hunters, Surzex said. Yes, and we also have information about Rizavim and Euclid, the blonde with fringes said. Taking out a dossier, Ari-chan has found out that those 2 are investigating how to form a new army. However, Issei-kun took care of them while we were in the Caribbean, said the brunette with pigtails. Issei-kun believes that in less than 5 years Levon will make his move, the card said seriously. So said the current leader of the Fallen. He is currently preparing his new members for the frontal attack of the Nude Vent against the Assassin's Hunters. The Seraph said after the war he plans to exterminate Levon as his ambitions. But how did they get that information? The redhead asked, since he barely knew they were alive through his contacts with the Third Eye. Gabriel answered as if nothing had happened. Third Eye? The redhead, the brunette, and the blonde asked, intrigued by that concept. It's a computer program created by Ari that uses everything connected to the digital network. The function of this program is to track specific people through digital media. That includes traffic light cameras, cell phones, laptops, ATMs, and computers. If it has a camera or a lens, the Third Eye will be able to track you in a matter of minutes. But its range increased when I gave it permission to access the Eye of God, Gabriel explained. So that was the request you made 2 months ago, said the Overlord of the Sky, receiving an affirmation from his younger sister. But haven't you thought that this privilege could be used against us later? Said the leader of the Fallen. You're wrong. We could expect something like that from the Templars, but not from the Assassins. They are warriors who fight for the freedom of man and free will, Penemu said, angry at her companion's comment. They have a creed. Remember it, Shemzahai. So Michael said, only to be interrupted by her younger sister. We will never have the third eye. It is a killer artifact that only I see. Her partners and their descendants will be able to use, Gabriel said. Don't worry. Icon won't do anything to us unless we do something against humanity or against the assassins, Seraphal said. I understand, said the three Khmer leaders. They also have insurance, Gabriel said. Insurance? The curious men said. Being our boyfriend, he will help the three factions, Penemy said, relieving the three men who felt that something bad was going to happen. But? Shemzahai asked somewhat nervously, since but meant there was something else. Issei will put our safety and that of her girls before everything, even if it means leaving the three factions and her allies stranded, the blonde said, surprising the faction leaders since the master assassin had made it clear that he would put the brunette, the purple-haired girl, and the blonde like the others first before their worlds. With this we end the meeting. It's time to go, Michael said, so that he and his sister left in a flash and the fallen ones in a tornado of feathers that vanished, while the Mao came out the door so that both of them saw a certain platinum-haired girl dressed as a maid in shock. Did you hear everything? Sirzex asked, receiving an almost mechanical nod from his wife for the Mao to close the door with magic, while the brunette with pigtails sealed the door with ice and imprisoned the silver-haired Annihilation Queen, hands and feet. I'll call Icon, Seraphal said, invoking a magic circle. Honey. Minutes later, from a magic circle appeared a tall person with a stocky build. Dressed in military pants and boots with a pair of pistols on his back, 2 sabers at his sides, 2 gauntlets that had rings on his knuckles, a navy blue jacket with a hood with dark red edges and white lines. At first the platinum-haired woman was surprised to see the person who arrived, but her impression increased when she saw how the brunette threw herself into his arms while he received her. Alex Chan, Sarah Chan. The hooded man turns her around for a few moments so that she can put the girl down, and they share a brief but passionate kiss. After about 20 seconds they separate while looking at each other with great love. I'm so happy to see you again, my love, said the brunette with a beautiful blush and a cute smile. Me too, man, Sherry, dear, said the newcomer, to see the obsidian necklace. I see you're wearing it. Of course, then you did it for me and it's something I treasure very much. I like to hear that. At that moment they hug and kiss, while the brunette lifted her foot because she enjoyed her lover's kiss and felt blissful to be in her partner's arms, while a certain Mao and a certain maid just watched the scene surprised, since they never thought to see the brunette act like a normal girl. However, they had to talk about something important for which, I'm sorry to interrupt your romance, but we have matters to discuss, said the redhead. It's true, the hooded man said as he separated from his girlfriend, who pouted while puffing out her cheeks. So? Why did you call me? And why is Grafia San stuck to the ground with her feet like she has those shackles on her hands made of ice? He asked curiously, without noticing that I called the maid by her name. You already know, said the redhead, nervous about the hooded man's reaction. Do you know? The mysterious character asked curiously, and after a few seconds he patted his forehead. Tell me it's not true. I'm sorry, she figured it out on her own, the redhead apologized. Sirzex-sama, who is he? The platinum-haired girl asked. From the hood and the way he's dressed, I can deduce that he's an assassin, but as far as I remember we haven't had the pleasure of meeting because I didn't understand why I knew his name. Grafia, he is the Sentinel du Silence, the redhead said. So that 3, 2, 1. What? Exclaimed the maid incredulously. He is the legendary assassin who killed thousands of Templars, fallen, angels and demons in Istanbul completely alone? Since she did not expect to meet such an emblematic warrior feared by the three factions, note, in the FIC of the Dew of Dawn or whatever it was called, Assassin's Dragon Unity, Origins of the Nude Vent, I will explain this situation later. Wow, I didn't think you knew that, said the hooded man, putting a hand behind his head. Are you kidding? That was the second impact of depopulation that the three factions had after the Great War, and in our case since the Civil War it was the third, said the redhead reproachfully. That wouldn't have happened if they weren't so idiotic as to fight on top of a city full of humans and to have attacked some novices of the Turkish Assassins Brotherhood that they were almost about to die. The hooded man responded angrily. Besides, if it weren't for my pretty and beautiful scientist, researcher, alchemist and great magician as for my team, many human lives would have been lost while the aforementioned sneezed, except for the new ones. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? The platinum-haired woman asked. Who is this guy? But the Mao and the hooded man noticed the desperation in the eyes of the redhead's wife. Do it, said the mouse, so that the hooded man could take off his hood, revealing a young man of almost 20 years old, extremely handsome, having delicate features but still having a mature and attractive appearance, and skin was white as snow. His eyes are heterochromatic, the left eye is lilac and the right eye is greenish blue. He has golden blonde hair with red strands and brown tips that reaches the middle of his back tied in a ponytail, and long strands tied in braids that fall on the sides of his face that reach above his pectorals, held with navy blue beads on the right strand and white on the left strand with 2 red beads on both strands. The platinum-haired girl blushed a little because the young man in front of her was very handsome for her opinion, but to her surprise the blonde touched her right ring finger so that the boy shines, causing the maid to close her eyes so that when she opened them she saw blurry, but when she focused her vision she saw a brown-haired man with pale skin, green eyes and brown hair. Being that the hair is a little longer and messy. But even though his appearance was different, Grafia Lucifuge recognized him immediately, so she shed tears while sobbing, while Seraphol was blushing as she had hearts in her eyes. The platinum-haired queen tried to form words but couldn't while her cheeks were still being run down by tears. Free her, Sarah-chan, said the brown-haired boy, so that the brunette melted the ice with a snap and she went to hug the brown-haired boy while crying intensely. I'm glad you're alive, the platinum-haired girl said while caressing his face like an older sister, even though she slapped him with all her might while using a magic blast to knock him away. Seraphol and Surzex were about to intervene, but don't get involved in this, exclaimed the brunette while the platinum-haired girl climbed on top of him to grab his jacket. Damn you! Grafia shouted angrily. Why? 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 So that he could see how the tears of the queen of the mouth fell on his face. Why did you make us believe that you were dead? Why did you cause us so much pain? Did Rias or we not give you enough? Or do you not have the heart to make women and people who love you cry? So that she could start hitting him while crying. Hey Issei, are you the hero of children? Screw you, you damn bastard, Grafia-chan! Seraphol exclaimed as she watched her boyfriend hit her. Stop it. Stop hurting my boyfriend, Issei, say something. Why did you do that? Why did you make Rias and the others suffer so much? Why did you destroy the pillar of the Gremory clan and the alliance of the 3 factions? The platinum-haired girl shouted with all her strength to lift him up. Stand up. Damn proud bastard. To hit him again when blood was coming out of his nose and mouth. Are you done venting? The brunette said seriously so that he released her grip on one hand so that the other could hold her, making a simple but effective throw to the side that violently flipped the platinum-haired girl upside down so that she fell heavily on her back, knocking the wind out of her. Cough, cough, cough. Grafia coughed heavily since the blow left her breathless. Amazing, said the redhead, while Seraphol has stars in her eyes since she had seen another of the secret combat techniques of the Dorian style. Her boyfriend told her that this style was created by his father and contained secret techniques that were enough to fight against supernatural beings like the gods, in addition to knowing 2 deadly martial arts. Well, I think I'll have to introduce myself formally, said the brown-haired boy, sighing heavily. My name isn't really Issei Hyodo. What are you talking about? My real name is Issei Alexander Dorian and said the brown-haired boy, telling her the whole truth, such as his true life, his true fiancé and harem, his occupation, his rank, the reason why he left Rias, the mission that the 3 factions entrusted him with, such as knowing the situation with Rias's boyfriends and the others, etc. Things that left Grafia with her mouth and eyes open. Let me see if I understood. You are of French-Japanese descent. You are the son of a family that earns millions with wine and champagne like the Dorians, descendant of the same assassin who helped Venelana-sama and me when we were in Versailles. You are a French master assassin and the feared Sentinel of Silence, in addition to having faked your death because you have a mission entrusted to you by Surzex, Michael and Shemzahai, and also that you had previously planned to leave Rias when you graduated, and since they abandoned you it was easier for you since you never loved them but rather you had affection for them, a sisterly affection to finish. Kuroka-san and Rossweisse-san are now assassins. How did you start a relationship with Seraphol-sama, Penemu-sama and Gabriel-sama? Grafia exclaimed with a mixture of surprise, sadness, anger, and shock. Yes, that is roughly the situation of my true identity, the brown-haired boy answered as if nothing had happened, returning to his true form. which is blonde with red highlights and brown tips. I can't believe it, said the platinum-haired girl, while the brunette gave her a chair to sit on. The Gremory house had the legendary Sentinel of Silence as a servant, and we never knew it. Not to mention that Rias and the others' deceased boyfriends were Templars, the brown-haired man commented, surprising the three adults in the room. What do you mean the guys we paid to separate you from them were Templars? The redhead shouted on the verge of hysteria. All of them except Ryuzuki Kodawara, who already has a girlfriend and is the son of the Kodawara family since his father is the director of Ko University, as a retail partner of Ko Academy, said the brown-haired man. Didn't you know? He asked curiously, seeing the surprise on the redhead's face. Of course not. The Mao exclaimed angrily. I knew it because my girls opened the eyes of Rias and the others when they discovered their identities, so they gave them the piece that our precepts dictate, said the brown-haired man, giving him 5 folders. Tanimoto's father was the Templar Master of Japan, as his mother was a Templar, the brunette said, surprised, and those boys were Templar novices, while Kaido Okumura was a Templar instructor, the redhead said. They all have something in common, the brown-haired man commented, so the Maos could see that they had a relationship with Abstergo Industries. The redhead and the brunette said, surprised. Which is synonymous with the Templars, he said. Master Assassin, look how idiotic they must be to let mere humans see their faces, passing his hand behind his head and commenting simply, well, sorry for not being a killer, or not having the blessed eagle vision, like you, the Mao mumbled. Well, there you have a point, said the brown-haired boy while playing with his survival knife. Honey, Surzex-chan, we forgot a detail, said the brunette, looking at the platinum-haired girl. Grafia-san, said the brown-haired man, to get the attention of the aforementioned, since around her there were several symbols in Japanese and like magic talismans. Forgive me, sacred protector of lies and secrets, I call on your intercession. I invoke you to seal the lips of Grafia Lucifuge about the secret she just learned from Issei Alexander Dorian. Seal her lips until my judgment dictates that she can be freed from her bonds. Seal of the Guardian of Silence, exclaimed the brown-haired man, since behind him a ninja in white appears, who takes out his katana to stick it first in his head, so that he uses a tanto that he sticks in his tongue to make some positions, since in his head a kanji appears as in his tongue, since both said silence, since after that they shone and disappeared while Grafia was as if nothing had happened. Are you okay? The Mao asked, worried about his wife. Yes, said the platinum-haired girl, moving her mouth like her lips and touching her head. Don't worry despite what you saw. That seal is harmless, but it has a condition, the brown-haired man commented. Condition? The 3 demons asked. Seal your lips regarding the secret you just learned. In short, if you want to tell someone else about me being alive as who I really am, you will have a tic. Your tongue will go numb, so you won't be able to speak, and you will forget what you were going to say. Even if you try to write it, your hand will go numb, and you will forget what you were going to write. Issei explained. In short, she will forcibly keep the secret whether you like it or not. Wow, she thought that, right? The brunette said. Yes, I used the basis of Omayada magic to create it, and make it work even on demons that are beings immune to magic, the brown-haired man said with great admiration for a certain gray-haired girl. In a few years she will be a great archmage. She? asked the platinum-haired girl. I'm not going to tell you why you would look for her to free yourself from the seal, said the brown-haired man. I apologize, Grafia-san, but I do not want to involve the 3 factions or the Gremory clan, and much less Rias, in a war that does not concern them, as that redhead would hinder my work with her stupidity of seeking my forgiveness for what would endanger the assassins and herself due to her stubbornness and obstinate personality. She already has a life that was undone by my girls, but I know that she will continue forward. The world turns even without Issei Hyodo. Issei-sen, the platinum-haired girl said, annoyed, but was interrupted by the brunette. Before you say anything, I trust you completely. I know you're a capable woman, he said, Master Assassin. But I don't trust your emotions regarding Rias. I can almost assure you that you would have gone to tell her that I'm alive, and the stubborn girl would be looking for me like crazy. I understand, Grafia said resignedly, because whether she wants to admit it or not, Rias is very stubborn as well as proud, and sometimes a complete hardhead that does not listen to reasons added to the weakness she has for the redhead. Although it was nothing compared to that of Surzex and his father-in-law, she had to admit that the brown-haired man had made the best decision by sealing her lips. A question. Yes, I had to do that to Surzex and Barakiel. Apart from the unbreakable oath, the brown-haired boy commented to look at his watch. Gosh, I'm late. In a few minutes the training will start. To teleport away, but not before saying goodbye to Sarah Fall with another brief but passionate kiss. Take care, Sarah-chan, see you another time, he said goodbye as he disappeared. Mahu. I wanted him to stay a little longer, the brunette said, pouting, but he must finish off the assassin's hunters. First, take care of yourself. Love, she commented while putting a hand on her chest, showing a look of concern as if helplessness for not being able to help her boyfriend. But suddenly the brunette and the redhead felt a terrible murderous instinct directed towards them to see Grafia releasing her aura while her hair was gently waved by the energy released by the platinum-haired girl. Oh, look at the time, it's time for my beauty nap to be more attractive to my Alexander-chan, said the brunette, disappearing in a magic circle. Coward, the mouse said with a mortified voice. Honey? He asked timidly while sweating profusely. Okay, love, let's have a conversation about why you hid the truth behind Issei-san's death from me, Grafia said with an angelic smile as she gave off an aura darker than Akino's, and a whip with metal tips appeared as she put on a very erotic dominatrix outfit with a magic circle. Mercy, said the Mao like a little girl. Oh my god! The platinum-haired girl exclaimed angrily. Kae! Exclaimed the eldest son of the Gremorys, making a very unmanly sound. Celestia and Issei's room, Kenway Mansion, 3:40 a.m. The white-haired man lay down and closed his eyes, waiting for the alarm clock that was set in the room to go off. Well, I'll have to rest for at least 10 minutes. I see, said a somewhat annoyed voice. My Amy, where have you been? To see his fiancée with a sweet smile but exuding a dark and macabre aura. About that, said the aforementioned, so she could see the time since he put her in the bathroom so they could take a shower together. Note, what are they thinking? XD. They got into the tub where Celestia sat on her fiancé's lap while resting her head on his body, and he told her that he was contacted by Sarah Fall, and the reason. Sigh heavens, that red-haired Mao is useless at keeping secrets, Seals complained, pouting in a way that made her look very cute. But why didn't he die? She asked curiously. It's a theory, but Grafia accidentally overheard the conversation, and the unbreakable oath and seal of the Guardian of Silence conditions were cancelled at that moment, so the system wasn't activated. It could be considered a loophole in the contract. I see, said the blonde seriously. Okay, we should get ready, the brunette commented as he got out of the tub. What was the air like? He asked. Regular. But that's what we have protectors for. Parfiat, perfect. 4 p.m. London rooftops. We see the nude vent with some kind of nose protector while they ran on the roofs and jumped from the lowest parts, since unlike France or New Orleans, the roofs of London were more difficult to access. I feel like an idiot, Naya Kuroka complained. Do we really need these protectors? Lilith asked, blushing from the embarrassment of wearing that thing on her nose. Have you never trained in London? Miyabi asked. No, I always trained in the rural area of Crawley, said the blue-eyed blonde. At that moment they arrive at a park where everyone was being seen by the redhead and the blonde, as they all wore the same protectors, so they had a drop behind their head. Well, so the family's favorite daughter appeared, said a voice, but for Issei and those who had time in the nude vent, they felt how it contained jealousy and envy for him to see a blonde with a bandana on her head and 2 large strands in her bangs that reached her shoulders, with her hair tied in a ponytail, with green eyes, with a very attractive body, 98-61-92 centimeters, dressed in combat pants, black and white tennis shoes, and a navy blue jacket with a hood. Oh, long time no see, Misty, Lilith said as she sees her cousin's cold gaze. Era, what a nice welcome you give me. Excuse me, Lilith Ojusama, did you want a shower of rose petals and a red carpet? It would be nice, but you're missing the wine. At that moment, both of them looked at each other intensely, as if they were shooting out rays, while the atmosphere became tense, causing the apprentices and initiates to get nervous, while the nude vent sighed heavily. So that I'd both blondes said while rubbing their heads. Good heavens, how long are you going to keep setting that bad example for our apprentices and initiates? You pair of idiots. My Onisama, don't be so hard on your cousins. Don't defend them, Queen. At that moment 2 hooded men appear, one a little taller than the other so they could see, a young woman of medium height, white skin, blue eyes and black hair that reaches her waist, with a double circular yellow brooch on the front left side of her head, with a slender body but with sensual hips, 79-58-90 centimeters. Next to her is this beautiful girl with a youthful and fresh face, along with a beauty that rivals Celestia and Alize. She has sandy blonde hair that is tied in a ponytail on the right side of her head, with a large blue ribbon, and purple eyes with a mole under each eye, with a sensual body, 95, 61, 92 centimeters. Minissima, said the blondes. What am I going to do with you? Ah, said the sandy blonde, but she didn't finish the sentence because she saw Victor. How have you been? She greeted the brunette with a warm and kind smile that surprised all the apprentices, initiates, and novices, since she was somewhat violent and imperative with them, and even with her cousins. Long time no see, my, said the aforementioned. Seals-chan, said the one identified as my happily. How have you been? My-chan. I see. Who are they? Meow, asked the redhead. She's a assassin instructor, an old magic of Celestia like mine, my fry, the aforementioned answered, being that she's Lilith's older cousin like the other blonde who's an assassin. And she's also Lilith's cousin. Her name is Misty Fry, but as you can see they're quite competitive, the brunette said with a drop of sweat behind his head. Originally Mai would be part of the harem like the nude vent, but she was at Sundara when Issei declared his love to her that time when we made the camp for the first time, said a voice so Felicia could see. Lisha Chai. As always you are arguing, said a voice to reveal a hooded man but with a female voice so that he would take off the hood, revealing a tall, slender, and attractive woman. Long curly blonde hair that reaches her hips, blue eyes, and she has a small mole on her left eye with a model body, 96, 58, 92 centimeters. You should have a little more education, as our ancestors would say, a pair of idiots giving them 2 slaps on the head to each one. I will reflect on my actions, Julia, Anisama, Lilith, and Misty said tearfully, even though they have 3 bumps on their heads. Wenny-chan, Mai said to hug the aforementioned. Long time no see. Mai-chan, from what I knew you were in China, said the older blonde. I just arrived yesterday afternoon, said the sandy blonde. I see, and tell me, did you get yourself a boyfriend? The woman identified as Julia said mischievously. Don't say that. You know I love only one man, said the sandy blonde, blushing, looking at a certain brown-haired man with green eyes with a melancholic look, and I rejected him because of the nervousness of the moment, she mentioned with great sadness. You have a second chance. If you know what you feel, then go and tell him. The nude vent, will only be here for 2 months. It may be a long time, but remember that time flies. The same goes for you, said a voice to see. Robert-san. Julia said, surprised. Huh? Do you know that? She said, blushing heavily. I've known for a long time. Victor told me that you were his first love, just like Mai-chan was. Both sisters blushed as they looked at the legendary master assassin. But they were jealous of the nude vent. By the way, Mai said curiously, why did your stupid argument start now? About that, Lilith's brother said to tell them something that the Fry sisters didn't know. Yi? Lilith-chan is a French assassin, and nude vent? Mai and Julia exclaimed in surprise. What? I don't know. I just found out yesterday and I was surprised. At that moment the Sentinel of Silence, along with his girls, go to where the blondes, the brunette, and the brown-haired boy with blue eyes are. Well, I formally introduced them, said the brown-haired man with green eyes. Felicia. Khalees, they are the assassin leader, Robert Andrew Henry Fry. We've already met, but it's a pleasure to meet you again, Robert said. Welcome to London. Master Assassin, Julia Fry, who is known as JB in the UK Intelligence Division. Nice to meet you. And the assassin instructor, in charge of the British branch, Mai Fry. Hello everyone, said the one identified as Mai. Although that position is currently held by Misty-chan. I also present Mai, initiate, who comes from Japan and is a novice of the Assassin's Brotherhood, Reina Izumi. And nice to meet you all, said the one identified as Queen, bowing. How did you meet her? Julia asked curiously. During a mission in the city of Ko in Japan, where I was following one of the 8 tigers of the 21st century, the sandy blonde said, while the brunette suddenly tensed because there was a possibility that Reina would identify him as the perverted beast. She was in high school at Ko Academy, and I saved her from some thugs, so that the brunette let out a sigh inside. Seeing her strength, I asked her to be my sister and teach me how to fight, so I returned with her to China, where I finished my training and started as a novice, explained the brunette. Can that be considered kidnapping, you know? The older blonde said. No, because with the help of the Shao family we were able to falsify texts where we informed Reina's parents that she was going to go on an exchange to England, even though she studied the rest of her high school in China, explained the sandy blonde. Okay, attention, we'll start by giving the new ones their basic equipment, Misty said. For 5 assassins to come forward with briefcases, stretch your right arm. Reina, Claire, Lilith, Felicia, and Calista obeyed, so that the hidden blade would be removed from the rookies so that they could put a gauntlet on them, and they would place the hidden blade on them and give the 3, nude vent, a, Desert Eagle 1911. While Claire and Reyna were given a, Jericho 941 FS, with a silencer and holster along. With these weapons they were given a, Brass Knuckles, and a, Crookie. They are ready, said the blonde with the bandana. That you have in your hand is an Assassin's Gauntlet, which is an evolution of the most representative weapon of the Assassins, such as the Hidden Blade. This gauntlet has the Hidden Blade to kill rivals, and the upper part of the instrument has a projectile launcher, which allows you to launch small arrows or bottles with poisonous gas. And a hook rope with a launcher, so thanks to it we can climb buildings in seconds and surprise enemies. A contribution from the great Alexander Graham Bell. His first firearm, the Brass Knuckles, or known as Knuckles, that will help them to be more damage in hand-to-hand combat, and finally the Crookie, that was inherited by Henry Green to the British Assassins. Wow, said the new girls. Claire Chan, you can keep the gun or return it so it can be modified by attaching it to your gauntlet, Misty said. I'll keep it as a souvenir, replied the aforementioned. Are you sure you can start your training? Claire Chan, Rinslet Chan, remember that you just got out of the hospital yesterday, Lilith said, worried about her younger sisters. They'll be fine. Eri checked them and they're in excellent condition, said the Sentinel of Silence. Okay. What we'll do now is climb the rooftops and meet at Henry Green's antique shop that my mom runs part-time, the assassin instructor said. Boss, said a voice revealing a redhead with yellow eyes dressed in a green checkered jacket, black pants, boots and a beret of the same color. Seriously beaten. Jake, Misty said worriedly, seeing the state of one of her men. What's wrong? Catching him and laying him on the ground. The Blighters have attacked the fighting district. Those damn, Rinslet muttered. They know that this is a neutral territory that the Queen gave us to fight and not start guerrillas. But how? The Rooks protect that place. They are being helped by Goran, and he has killed many of ours, replied the boy identified as Jake. You mean that crazy ex-French army soldier who served in French Indochina? The instructor exclaimed, upset. I heard that he joined the Templars, and that's why he left the army, Victor commented seriously. When did they attack? Mai asked. Yesterday, while we were fighting with another gang in a dispute, they attacked us by treachery. And how opportune, Julia said with a slight smile. Intelligence has been looking for him, dead or alive, for years for his murders of civilians. Plus he's one of my targets as assassin. Where is my brother? The boss was captured and is about to fight Goran. What? Misty exclaimed, on the verge of hysteria. Change of plans, Robert said. The apprentices and novices will go with Misty to practice and finish today's training, while the more experienced ones will go help Jonathan and the Rooks. When they finish, Misty, Claire and Rinslet will go help us, understood? Yes, said the subordinates. We fight in the darkness to serve the light because Robert said, we are assassins. They all exclaimed as they stood at attention in a military style and put their fist on their chest, as Victor taught them the new ways to shoot and the functions of the Assassin's Gauntlet, so that everyone could go up to the rooftops. We'll head to an abandoned Starrick and Company factory. That's the neutral center where we fight the gangs, said the blonde with the bandana. Where is that? Felicia asked. About 350 m from here, Julia said. It's been a while since I last fought. I hope I haven't gotten rusty. We're here, Robert said. So soon? Caliste asked, somewhat surprised. No, we arrived at our warehouse. We'll go there on 2 wheels, Mai said, so they could get off, revealing several motorcycles. Caliste got on with Licia and Felicia with Krulsifer. Let's rock! The killers exclaimed, starting off at full speed while Jake stayed behind to be treated. Abandoned factory. Boss, said a man dressed in red. What's wrong? Said a burly man as he pounded on a pillar with his fists. He was a man with dark skin, short curly brown hair, small brown eyes, and prominent golden teeth. He was wearing purple shorts with white stripes and matching boots. One of the Rooks escaped. What? The dark-haired man exclaimed furiously, trying to break down the pillar. Well, it doesn't matter, they don't have the English albatross, and the London bulldog fell. Only his little sister and his cousins remain. But also, the dark-haired man said with a sadistic smile. Boss, what's wrong? Why are you screaming like you're desperate? Our reports indicate that the British Pitbull arrived a few days ago and is in London. Interesting. Streets of London. The British assassins and the nude vent were going at full speed while dodging the cars that were going in the opposite direction to them without being touched, surprising the Nekashu and the Valkyrie. Yahoo! Felicia exclaimed, "This is great, I've never had such an exciting race," she commented excitedly. "What is this I'm feeling?" Caliste asked. "It's the first time I've felt it, my pulse is racing, but I feel excited." "That's adrenaline, get used to it because this is part of your new life," Lyshart said as they went to their destination, streets of Southwark. The killers left their vehicles about 120 meters away so that he could start climbing onto the roofs, reaching the buildings nearby so that everyone could use their eagle vision. "I found John," Victor said. "I'll go for him. And Julia will go with me." "What are you trying to do?" Robert asked. "Get this over with," the Frenchman replied, taking a leap of faith, followed by the sisters. The brunette and the blondes entered stealthily so they could get to where the boy was wearing a half mask that looked like a bulldog, all beaten up and bleeding. "Oh my goodness," Julia said, seeing the state of her cousin while she saw how Victor freed his cousin and took off his things. "What are you doing?" Mai asked curiously as she received the things from the brunette, and he put on the bulldog mask and bandages. "Take John, I'll take his place to finish off Goran," said the brunette, handcuffing himself to the boy. "You must go." Mai dressed her cousin in Master Assassin's things so they would leave when guys from the Blighters arrived to take the bulldog to the stage. "We'll see how long you last with Boss Goran. It will be fun to see the 12th Rook die, and even more so if it is one of their two leaders." "Shut up, you're distracting me," said the masked man. "What? Son of a bitch," said one of the guards to see how he performed an acrobatic trick to stand in front of the muscular guy. "Looks like you haven't had enough yet," asshole Goran said, trying to hit him, but he deflected the attack with just one finger. "What the?" "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the new leader of the Blighters, Goran, will face off against one of the two leaders of the Rooks, the London Bulldog," Jonathan Fry, the presenter, said. The London criminal groups began to throw coins that the masked man caught with speed and precision, crushing them completely and throwing them on the ground. "Hey, how many Rooks have you killed so far?" Jonathan asked. Let's see. 1 2 3 7 8 for this." "How?" the dark-haired man said. "Did you forget to count?" asked the masked man. "You have the brain of a dude, you can't even count beyond 3, you're a complete idiot," mocked the Templar, cracking his knuckles and jumping around. "How?" said the leader of the Blighters, so he could see how he chewed a white gum. "Do you chew gum before dying?" So he could hit the masked man, who took the blow as if it were nothing, bouncing off the metal ropes with barbed wire and 4 chimneys as poles. "You'll soon end up like the other Rooks, burned in the fireplace," said the dark-haired man. "Come on, hit me here, right here," gesturing for me to hit him. "I'll allow you to hit me before I kill you." "Oh no, it's Goran's death ritual," said a Rook. "Boss," said another Rook. Well, what's wrong?" the Templar boxer asked mockingly. "I'll allow you 1 hit before I send you to hell." "Are you sure?" the masked man asked, catching Goran's attention. "If you let him touch your body, you'll die." "Ha!" Goran asked simply. "Ha! This guy is going to die first," said a Blighter. "The boss will tear him to pieces like the other Rooks." "Come on, attack me, don't you understand what mercy is?" said the leader of the Templar gang while the brown-haired man raised his toki. "Right here, 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 here," Goran exclaimed, pointing to his face. "Fine, whatever you say," said the masked man, so that with just 2 fingers he could make him turn around completely. "How could that be?" asked the dark-skinned man with the gold teeth. "I warned you. If you let him touch your body, you're dead." The masked man repeated his threat, causing the Templar to fall to his feet, stunned. "Not over there, I told you, on this side," said the dark-skinned man with gold teeth so that he would back away, all dizzy. "Going to." Hey, that's it," said the brown-haired man, warning his opponent, who was going towards one of the chimneys to hug him but burning his face as a result, seeing the bulldog, and getting into a boxing stance. "You're just beginning to feel the pain of the Rooks you've killed," said the one with the dog mask, making Goran shudder, who began to sweat, changing a position that the masked man recognized, as he elbowed to turn his hands to put his left hand in front and his right hand near his face. Nearby was a tall, attractive woman with blue hair tied in a high ponytail and matching eyes. Her outfit is a white strapless shirt with a black background, dark blue pants, boots, and a black tactical vest, 92-56-94 centimeters. "Tahi Goran, the time has come for you to show the savagery of your martial arts," the woman thought. "Now, masked man, it's time to see what kind of fight you show us and know your true secret identity," she commented seriously. At that moment, Goran launched a flying knee, but with a slight movement of his shoulder, he dodged it. The man with the gold teeth carried out several attacks as combinations, causing Goran to use a blind kick to slightly tear the masked man's mask. At that moment, the Templar fighter smiled. "With that blow you gave me, now I know," said the man with the golden teeth. "The man hiding behind the bandages is not Jonathan Fry, but the Sentinel of Silence." "HM?" the brown-haired boy said, slightly surprised. "Despite the mask, I clearly felt your battle aura." Goran said, "The only reason I joined the Templars was to fight you, and that you are in this filthy country is truly lucky." Goran expressed. "Ha, I guess you're smarter than a quail," said the masked man mockingly. "Shut up. I'm going to send you straight to hell," exclaimed the dark-haired man with gold teeth to give a combination of elbows tearing part of his mask, while the nude vent, like the Fry who were at the highest part watching the fight, worried about it. But the Rooks saw how their boss was cornered, alone defending himself. "This is bad," said a Rook. "Damn, we have to save the boss," said one of the Rooks, opening his jacket revealing several explosives. "What will you do?" the woman asked worriedly. "I'll throw myself at Goran to save the boss. It's my fault he's like this. If it weren't for—" "No, Ian, please don't do it," the woman screamed, hugging him with so much love and desperation. "Silly Gwendy, you must understand that when a man makes a decision he can't go back," said the one identified as Ian. At that moment a killer appears in front of him and headbutts him, throwing him several meters, leaving him unconscious. "So a woman's duty is to stop a man when he makes such a stupid decision like this," said the hooded woman, revealing a red-eyed blonde. "You are strong, brat," said a voice, so that the red-eyed blonde saw a blue-haired woman with eyes of the same color. "Asako," said a hooded woman, so that the blue-haired girl could recognize her when she took off her hood. "JB," said the one identified as Asako, "I had heard the rumor that the Frys were related to the Rooks, but I didn't think it was true. But the hood tells me that you are a murderer." "How do you know?" JB asked. "You are famous in the world for your collaborations, as well as the situations you get out of," said the blue-haired girl. "Who is she?" asked the brunette with emerald eyes. "She is a colleague from the intelligence agency. She is 3/4 Japanese and 1/4 English. Her name is Asako Kyuzukabe. She is in charge of assaults, and she is a great sniper, one of the best in the world." Presented by Julia. "Hello," said the woman identified as Asako. "If you're here, the Queen ordered that if the gangs couldn't solve their problems by beating each other up and killing each other, we should kill them like dogs." "I understand." Asako and her men, along with Julia and the assassins, like the Rooks, watched the fight between the Templar fighter and the masked man. The golden man was insulting and spitting insults like derogatory phrases about the Rooks, so that the masked man stopped a kick that he gave him by holding his foot. "What the buck?" Goran said, trying to free himself from the grip. "Hey, let me go, idiot," so he could see how the masked man twisted his foot. "Okay, come on, what's up?" said the bulldog, twisting Goran's foot further. "I teta-teta-teta-deet," the dark-skinned man with golden teeth complained like. "Didn't you have a problem?" asked the masked man. "About what?" the dark-haired man with gold teeth said in a groan. "Say it. Spill the beans," said the guy with the dog mask, twisting the Templar's foot even more. "Ita-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta about what?" Goran asked, suffering. "Your problem," said the bulldog. "What's your problem with the Rooks?" "Ita-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-itai. Come on, spit it out. Tell me what your problem is with the Rooks," exclaimed the leader of the aforementioned to throw his opponent. "That hurts. That really hurts." Goran groaned in pain as he writhed on the ground to get up, even though he got into a fighting stance only to receive a kick in the side, and then the masked man slapped him with his foot so that the people shuddered, even though when he leaned on the ropes he gave him a kick that knocked him down. "It's better if you stop. Otherwise your friends like the ones here will be eliminated by the police," gesturing for him to see a certain blue-haired girl with a smile to receive several kicks that went from his abdomen to his face, so that she threw him back against the fireplace, burning his back and making him fall in front of him. "Go ahead, it's no problem for me. My friends and the Rooks know how to take care of themselves," said the Sentinel of Silence, and then received him with a right hook, followed by a blow to the nose that drew more blood and knocked out 3 of his teeth, so that he gave him a classic boxing 1-2, so that he gave him another kick that knocked him down. "That boy is good," Asako commented. "It's true, but he hasn't used his full potential," Celestia said. "Her potential?" Everyone asked except Robert and the Newt Vent veterans. You'll see soon, Tomo said as she watched the two fighters look at each other. Goran, it seems it's time for us to decide how to die, said the masked man as he touched the ring, taking on his true appearance, and removing the mask and bandages from his face, revealing a blonde with red highlights and brown tips with heterochromia of the iris, the right eye being greenish-blue and the left eye lilac. He took off his mask. Who is he? What are you going to do? Goran, as you can see, I've revealed my true face, and the uniformed officers haven't moved a single finger, said the blonde. Just as I heard, your martial arts are powerful enough to have pushed me to this point, said the Templar with the golden teeth. Ho, and you haven't even seen my most dangerous Kenpo yet. Huh! He still has more techniques? Goran thought this last bit quite nervously. What kind of terrifying techniques will he use now? Unless he lowered his guard, surprising the blonde, but he didn't lower his guard. Okay, I understand, Sentinel of Silence. HM? The blonde expressed, raising an eyebrow. Now I understand that I am no match for you. Please forgive me, Goran said. Come on, just hit me. If you knock me down, the fight will be over. Okay, please. While he approaches him. Yes, that's it. Don't move. Stay there, stay there, stay there, stay there just a little longer and you'll die. So that he holds his head. Haha. I've got you now. Chief Goran has him in his famous headlock, said a blighter. That guy is finished, said a triumphant blighter, while the aforementioned one need him. Victor, my said, worried, but saw Celestia's serene look, so she got upset and grabbed her jacket. Why don't you do something? Your leader is in danger. At that moment the blonde with cyan eyes gets out of her grip with a quick movement. You worry too much. Victor is not as weak as you think, Celestia said calmly. I've got you, asshole. Who's going to give up now? Goran said triumphantly as he continued with the knee strikes that the brunette blocked as if it were nothing. Listen, the specialty of Muay Thai is hitting someone with a headlock at point-blank range. You'll never be able to escape. He continued to knee him while saying, take this and this and this, repeatedly. Victor! Mai exclaimed on the verge of hysteria so that her sister would hold her. Let me go, Victor, Victor. At that moment Alize slapped her. Calm down now, my little brother will use his most powerful weapon. That Goran is finished. What do you mean? Misty asked. You'll see soon, Mirajane said, so everyone could see how the muscles in the masked man's body grew so he could stand up while he lifted his opponent despite his body, implying that he must weigh a lot, surprising all the spectators and even Asako, who watched everything with her eyes wide open. Yeah, headlocks are pointless, said the masked man. And I think I told you that, didn't I? Commented the brunette coldly, while Goran's face turned blue. Why yes, if I let you touch my body, said the Templar fighter, you will die. Atatatatatata toa atatatatata, the chestnut exclaimed while hitting with her fingers several points on Goran's torso, leaving everyone surprised while the veterans of the Newt Vent look at everything with a smile. Wada wada atata wada 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 atatatatatata ata. To dig her fingers into the Templar's pectorals while everyone was stupefied, and Asako and the girls, the blonde, smiled. Hokuto hai kuretsuken, the 100 destructive blows of the North Star. At that moment Goran falls to his feet without moving, but his muscles moved grotesquely, leaving him as a gelatinous mass without a solid shape with red foam coming out of his mouth. And it can't be. This is the Hokuto Shinken. Goran expressed his last words before falling. Press your points, Taman Ketsa Hashiso. Destroy your bones internally without leaving external wounds, said the brown-haired man to step aside, letting Goran burn his face with the fireplace, dying from the internal damage while his face caught fire so he could look at it. The rooks are waiting for you in the other world. Amazing, Julia said, impressed. That's why, Hokuto Shinken, Tomo Daijo. You mean the killer martial art that has over 2,000 years of history? Mai exclaimed in amazement. Do you know what they're talking about? Asako asked curiously. It is said that Hokuto Shinken is the supreme art because it uses pressure points by making the user's ki flow to destroy the victim's body from the inside, very different from Nanto Saiken, that teaches how to kill from the outside, ranging from hand-to-hand stabbing techniques or cutting enemies into pieces with air pressure, and Kimai explained. Issei could be considered the successor of Hokuto Shinken since his predecessor was a man named Kenshiro Kasumi. But he always denies the title of successor of that art, arguing that the true successor must be somewhere in the world, Celestia explained. Issei said, the blue-haired girl with blue eyes, interested in the blonde who was on the sand. Chief Goran is, said a blighter. He's dead, exclaimed a blighter, scared, for all the Templars present began to attack the blonde, but he kicked or hit them, causing them to explode. Hokuto Honsha Bakuretsu Ken, North Star Reverse Rotation Explosive Strike. This continued for a while until Asako decided it was time to stop being a spectator, so she ordered, "Prepa, Q is Sheo." But he did not finish the sentence because the weapons were cut like some wounded men, but others were cut into many pieces as well as a few rooks. "This is bad. What am I going to tell the maester, now that the idiot is dead?" a voice complained. At that moment, a brunette girl appeared wearing a green military uniform with gold trim, a thigh-length skirt, a black leather belt on her right thigh, and a red mask. Next to her was a person in a black leather suit wearing a motorcycle helmet with two short blades. Rensama, AJ-sama, a blighter, said to get closer to her but only to end up in pieces. "So you've come," said the blonde, so that his body turned completely silvery black like the brunette's. "You better back up," said the brunette, so that the motorcyclist gave a nod to climb to the highest part of the place, while rooks wanted to attack the brunette while the blighters wanted to attack the blonde, but Q is Sheo, Q is Sheo. Upon entering the range of both contenders, the attackers were cut into very fine squares, something that surprised and fascinated but terrified everyone present, so that they stood face to face as if they had done nothing. But the assassins were surprised, since they saw bursts of high speed while many fragments of the ground as members of the gangs were cut into squares. "Nanto Suchauken?" Julia exclaimed, since the only registered user among the assassins was her uncle Jacob, which is why he earned the nickname of the English Albatross. "So she is," Lilith said as she clenched her fists, as she prepared her sword, Crookie, to make her pay for hurting her family. "Blonde fry!" she exclaimed angrily as she felt something catch her, making her fall to the ground, while the blue-haired girl with red eyes took the weapon. "Let me go, Seals Onisima!" she exclaimed furiously. "Calm down, Lilith-chan," said the aforementioned. "You must have many feelings. I understand you, since I had them when I met again after 5 years with Versailles, but at this moment this fight is for experts in Nanto Suchauken." She took a rifle from the police to throw it, being that at 30 meters the rifle became cleanly cut squares. "You would end up like this, and Victor would never forgive them, just as he would not forgive himself if something happened to you. For him, you are someone who is part of what he considers truly valuable." Blushing Fry strongly, while her heart beat strongly, she fell in love with Victor Quemar, no, with Issei Alexander Dorian, in the time she has spent at his side. Hearing that, he sighed heavily to put away his weapon and watch as his captain fought against his sister with mastery, majesty, elegance, and beauty. Those words described the encounter between both users of one of the styles of Nanto Rokusei. "Both are dangerous, so this is the world you live in. This is the world of assassins," Asako said to see her friend JB. "Yes, but Victor did something that I would never have been able to do at that age," said the aforementioned with a sad smile. "What did he do?" the blue-haired girl asked curiously. "He has given up 2 things that are valuable to a person. One is his life, and the other is something he will never get back, something he lost forever," Celestia said, shedding tears. "And that's it?" Asako asked. "He stopped being a child to become the man he is now. He gave up his innocence and his childhood." With a smile, Alize said, crying, surprising those present. "I remember the times when my father trained him until he could barely move a finger, leaving him lying there while he crawled to the house. The times when he cried and my father ignored him, like the times I yelled at my own father that he was a beast when he asked me to stay out of it. He stopped being my cute little brother to become the strongest assassin in the order. I can still hear him crying in an apple tree for father to find him and train him again without mercy." Lisana said as his younger sister, "I have recorded the times I saw him crawl while mother could only watch while he cried, feeling so helpless for not being able to help Vic-chan. Little by little he stopped being the crying boy who stood behind his sisters and smiled radiantly to become a serious, mature, cold person who is able to repress his emotions and shows a stoic face," Mirajane said, wiping the tears from her beautiful face uselessly. "He stopped being that sweet boy who confronted me when I insulted his father to become my superior and the person I love most in the world. You are a child only once, and for the selfish desire of a father, as his determination to be stronger to protect his loved ones, he gave up living that stage of his life to become a soldier, being that he would never recover those moments. Despite that, he did it for me, for Lisana-chan, for Alize-chan, and for our parents, as well as for the important people who came after. He did it," showing the last radiant smile that characterized him. Everyone was surprised as Khalees, Felicia, Lilith, Julia, Mai and Asako looked down while feeling a strong oppression, shedding tears. But the police officers were surprised, as if shocked, for two reasons. The first was seeing their boss, who is always tough, crying like that, and the second was knowing that this blonde man had voluntarily given up being a normal child and not living his childhood. The attacks continued unabated, but they didn't seem hurt, but their skin was sparking with each blow that was given to the skin. Surprising, I can't tell who will win, said Mai, who is a martial arts master. Then it will be a fight of endurance. Whoever gets tired first is dead, said Misty. Q is Sheo. Q is Sheo. They watched as both experts in this deadly martial art were hacking away at the factory, leaving those in their range, be it rooks or blighters, or either of these groups, to be cut into squares or sliced into pieces. This is bad, Misty said. Those idiots. Tell them all to stay away except the blighters, speaking to a rook. Why yes, said the subordinate to use a radio. Attention. Everyone informed the other gangs except the blighters, who must leave the lower area and if possible leave the arena. Those two are using something really dangerous. I repeat, you must get out of there. Everyone obeyed so he could leave while the range of the attacks continued to increase while they continued standing there, as if they were doing nothing. We have to get out of here, a voice said so the others could see. Boss, you woke up, said a more relieved rook. We must get out of here. Nothing will happen to them because everything will be cut off in their range. But us, we are a different story. John Kunmai said. We have to leave now, shouted the real London Bulldog. You heard him. Misty shouted for all the remaining rooks and the killers to get out of there while Robert and a rook took the one identified as John. Forgive me, Victor Aniki, but I must save my family and my men first. Everyone watched as the blonde continued to fight with the masked brunette, while the person with the appearance of a motorcyclist climbed to the top of the factory to continue watching the battle between Nanto Suchauken experts. 30 minutes later, the gangs had left like the last blighters, while those left outside the factory were the rooks, like the nude vent, waiting for the contenders to come out until the building collapsed. Victor! Julia shouted hysterically with intentions of going to help, but some rooks stopped her. Victor! Victor! Let me go, Victor, Victor! So Celestia slapped her. Calm down, Julia. Why? The aforementioned woman said with a broken voice, looking at her angrily while she cried. Why aren't you going to help him? He's your boyfriend! For that very reason, a woman's duty is to trust her man and wait for him to return no matter what happens, said the blonde with cyan eyes so Julia could see how her palms were sacred. She is terrified. Even though she has been his wife for so long, she can't stop worrying about her future husband. She can't stop having her soul in the balance, thinking the worst, but she can only wait like the heroine of a romance novel because she trusts that man who told her that she would never see him die, and who for her, like for many other people, became the sentinel of silence. Alize-san, said the older blonde upon hearing the explanation of the sister of the man she loves. At that moment the roof of the factory collapsed, leaving everyone frozen, causing the hearts of the girls in love and women with the brunette to stop as they watched in slow motion how the roof collapsed, all thinking the worst while the minutes passed and the blonde did not appear. And it can't be, Mai said, falling to her knees on the floor. And no, Victor, Julia said in shock. Big idiot, Asako muttered, clenching her fists. Get out of there, please, Celestia asked with all her heart. Hallelujah. Wada. At that moment they saw how a huge rock broke, revealing the blonde with red highlights and brown tips with several wounds that were bleeding, leaving as if he had nothing to say. What's up? Hearing the blonde's response, everyone except the nude vent turned their backs so Celestia could approach him and slap him to hug him, pressing her face into the master assassin's chest. Idiot, don't do it again, said the blonde with cyan eyes, sobbing so her boyfriend would hug her. Sorry, but I got stuck and I barely got free, said the blonde. We must take you to a doctor, Julia said worriedly. Why? Victor asked curiously. Why? Julia asked, annoyed, having recovered from the shock to go see the blonde. You're bleeding, HM? Said the brunette, touching his body to see his own blood. Ah, don't worry, I'll recover quickly and I won't have any scars. PP, but the older blonde refuted. I'll be fine, said the blonde, taking her by the chin and kissing her on the forehead, making Julia blush deeply. What happened to Rubia? The assassin leader asked. Well, I don't know. When the roof fell on us, she protected that guy with the biker suit, and we separated when a large piece fell between us, separating us. I was buried in so much rubble that I could barely get out. The master assassin answered anyway, We should go while looking at the blue-haired girl who gave him a smile with a strange mix of kindness and arrogance. You can go. I will explain to my superiors that this was the work of the blighters, as payment for saving my subordinates like Miyasako said so they could leave on their motorcycles while they talked through the communicators. And he said goodbye to you? Mary Jane asked. Yes, and what a farewell. The blonde commented sarcastically. What did he say to you? Krulsifer asked. I will be the one who takes your life, Victor Quemar. Encouraging words, Tomo said sarcastically. Anyway, we have to go back to the Rook's warehouse, said the blonde. Yeah. 2 weeks later, Library Hyoto Mansion, Kwa City, Japan. We found Rias and the others with Le Fay, who had brought a draconobiology book. Note, it is an interdisciplinary field of study of draconology, which is the branch of magic that studies dragons, which focuses on studying the physiological and social aspects of dragons. Both are fictional sciences that will appear or be mentioned in this FIC, showing them something that caught her attention as the residents of the Hyoto house. They had returned to the Hyoto residence a month ago despite Venelana's protests. But even though they looked happy, they were very depressed and in no mood to date or start a romantic life. But many boys flirted with them despite Kaneko sending them flying. This situation had fed them up, so they even stopped dressing up like before and started dressing like hipsters to stop attracting attention. But it didn't work since they were already desperate. All they asked was to be allowed to grieve in peace. But luckily the descendant of Morgana Le Fay and King Arthur found something that could solve this situation. Dragon's vow of chastity? Xenovia asked curiously. Yes, according to this book, dragon parents, to protect their female offspring, perform a ritual where they put their aura inside them so that the males do not approach them until one of them has proven to be worthy. So the parents remove the mark and allow them to mate, explained the magician. I understand, said the blue-haired girl. But can it be applied to other beings? Akino asked. Yes, but Le Fay said. But? Kaneko asked. For the seal to be strong, the vow of chastity must be made by a higher-ranking dragon, the blonde replied. We can ask Fafnir-san, Irina said. No, he is in Asgard because he broke the contract with me, and for months I lost my gift as a dragon tamer, and I gained a bad reputation among the dragons for what I did to Issei-san, Asia said sadly. Why didn't you say so? Rias asked, somewhat upset because she was very worried about her bishop, because she was like her little sister. I'm sorry, Rias Onisima, but after Office-san went to rest, the only one who kept my blessing was Issei-san. But when I distanced myself from him, my dragon tamer ability decreased, so Fafnir-san broke our contract, and 2 weeks after Issei-san died I realized that I lost my blessing, said the blonde, sobbing. What do you think of Hakuryuku? Irina suggested. Impossible. Only a real dragon can do it, and Vala-sama is only 25% dragon, said the blonde mage. Vitra or Midgard Sorm are also ruled out. The first only assimilates his body but is not its owner, and the second is always asleep, Rias commented analytically. What child Tiamat? Kaneko said. Impossible. It must be a male dragon who takes the vow of chastity, and Tiamat-sama hates Drag-sama, so if she feels their auras that are composed of 5% of the Sekiryudi's aura, she will kill them immediately. How do we have that aura if not? Rias said, completely red. It's because of the time they slept with him. I can say that Rias-sama, Akino-sama and Asia-sama are the ones who have 5% while the others have 3%, Le Fay said, but these calculations are not precise or definitive. I'm not a dragalist to ensure such figures, she explained seriously. So the only one left is Irina, said. Tannen! Exclaimed all the girls in the room. Then let's go with Tannen-sama, Le Fay said as the Gremorys, Irina and Ravel went to the train station to take one that would take them to the territory of the ex-Dragon King, Tannen Territory Underworld. The girls arrived at the lands of the dragon known as Meteor Blaze. At that time, he was training with the dark dragon Crom Crotch, so that both contenders became serious while the dragons looked at them hostilely as they retreated, something that saddened Asia greatly. Rias Gremory, the purple dragon, said coldly because she was angry with the redhead and the others, but she couldn't blame them for the death of her student, not entirely. What can I do for you? Tannen, said the redhead, hurt and sad by the reception given to them by the chief of the area. If it weren't for the fact that you're the sister of the Mao Lucifer, I'd kick you out of the territory. Now say what you want or get out of my sight, the evil dragon muttered. Calm down, Crotch, said the purple dragon. If these brats came to my territory even knowing how they would be received, it's because of something. You're right, said the aforementioned with a sigh of annoyance. I'm sorry if you didn't receive them as you should have, but you did a lot to Issei Hyodo, and because of him a great dragon had to die. Hearing that, the girls began to shed tears since it hurt them so much to remember how the brunette died in front of their eyes without being able to do anything, while Rias bit her lower lip and clenched her fists tightly, digging her nails into her flesh, crying like Mary Magdalene, since every night she dreamed how her beloved died in front of her eyes and the guilt ate her up inside. She took a breath to give a deep sigh, repressing the sadness and pain. We have come so that you can take the dragon's vow of chastity on us, the redhead responded, surprising both dragons. Do you know what you are asking me? The purple dragon asked seriously, since it was something that was used on female offspring, and for the demons it was the greatest tragedy that could happen to them. Yes, we owe it to Issei, and it's our punishment, Rias said to look at the former Dragon King, with determination in her eyes, so the dragon sighed while breathing out fire. I think that with that determination I will do what you ask, but first I must check if they have dragon aura, said the purple dragon, checking the girls. It seems that they have the minimum amount to do dragon chastity. Minimal? Asked the self-proclaimed angel. To make the vow to a female of another species she must have at least 2% dragon aura, Tannen explained. Okay, said the redhead to look at the others. This is the last chance. You have to retract once done. There is no turning back, so that everyone looks at the blue-haired girl. Why are you looking at me like that? Xenovia asked nervously. Xenovia said, King Gremory, I know that your dream is to have a baby, which seems peculiar to me, but if you do this no man of any race will approach you. Do you understand what this means? I understand, Bucho. I'm an empty-headed idiot like many people say, but since Issei died I realized the damage I caused, and I was a victim as well as the culprit of his death. That dream I have, I don't deserve it, so this will be my punishment and my redemption, said the knight, with great sadness in her eyes but with a firm decision. If everyone is ready we will do this, but first, the purple dragon said, take off the top of your clothes. Oh? The girls exclaimed in disbelief. I will put your seal on your back, so you must try to take off your clothes or I will not be able to make the vow, Tannen said, so that the girls took off their shirts and bras to cover their breasts with their hands while they turned their backs to the dragon. He concentrated his aura on his claws to stick them in Rias's back, repeating the same process with the others so that the girls fell face down against the ground unconscious while the wounds shone like hot metal to close, creating a dragon-shaped tattoo. Note: I will upload the image on my Facebook page. Minutes later, the girls find themselves waking up in what appeared to be a cave, but with beds so they could see how they were topless, so they put on their clothes so they could see how the Gremory family's train was going down the hill. The vote is made, but they must wear clothes that cover their backs, said the purple dragon. Why? Aquino asked. Because when the vote is activated the tattoo will shine, releasing the aura that I put on them, explained the reincarnated devil of ultimate class. Now go, I can't say that you come soon or that you come back whenever you want, because my children don't want you here and I haven't forgiven you for what you did to Issei Hyodo. At the explanation, the Gremory girls, the Phoenix and the Angel became very sad, so they bowed thanking the dragon and went home. 3 days later, Issei and Celestia's room, Kenway Mansion night. Issei had returned to his brown-haired appearance, so Julia, Mai and Asako, to the brown-haired boys' surprise, asked him for an explanation to tell them only that the ring he had gave him that blonde appearance with different colored eyes. He had finished another day of training with the British assassins, as well as training with his girls in the secret arts of the Dorian family and their combat styles. The master assassin came out of his shower so he could read a note that was on your clothes. Have fun tonight. Tomorrow you'll have to please me relentlessly until dawn to make up for this. Kind regards. You, my beloved, Celestia Ralgris. The brown-haired boy was quite confused, so he left the bathroom, finding some lava lamps near at specific points in his room so he could see Asako in a navy blue lingerie set with stockings, Julia in a black lingerie set with lace and red brocade with matching garters along with black stockings. Finally there was Mai dressed in white lingerie, stockings and matching garters, wearing her hair loose. Asako-san, Julia, Mai, what are you doing? The brunette asked, devouring the aforementioned with his gaze. Just help you relax, said the older blonde seductively to kiss him passionately, even though she was somewhat clumsy with her tongue, so the brunette guided her, enjoying the sensation of the lips and tongue of the legendary assassin. so they lasted 30 seconds to separate, leaving a thread of saliva that connects their tongues to kiss my, which lasted for 25 seconds, and finally Asako, who lasted 40 seconds kissing the boy. That was my first kiss, Julia said with a warm smile. And mine, Mai said as her sister. If that's so, why did they give it to me? The brunette asked seriously. Because I love you, both sisters said at the same time. I have loved you since that time you saved us from the blighters. Save them? Asako asked curiously. When we were girls, we were kidnapped by a cell of the blighters to work as street children. Every so often I left strands of my hair so that one of the assassins would follow us and rescue us, but when we were arriving at the main base I lost hope, so I was preparing to sacrifice myself and give her some space for my Chan to escape. But at that moment we felt how the car accelerated for no reason, so that after a punch the tent of the vehicle where we were going fell apart, letting us see that we were in a park, so that a hooded man asked us, "Are you okay?" Letting us see a brown-haired man with green eyes. With a smile he took the children to the headquarters, while he took us both home to our parents, while we both slept leaning on his shoulders while we hugged him, explained the older blonde. And that hooded child was the blue-haired girl, said to look at Issei. Yes, it was me. It was when I was training about 12 years ago. Wait, how old are you? The blue-haired girl said, confused. 20 years. And since when are you an assassin? The blue-haired girl asked. Since I was 7 years old, the brown-haired boy answered. You mean since that age? The blue-haired girl said in total shock. Yes, some Templars kidnapped me, so I killed them when I was 5 and I became a murderer when I was 7. Such information surprised the three girls because they did not think that so young he had already taken a life. But how he saw something so strong like being kidnapped and also becoming a murderer when he was just a child. So they hugged him to kiss him in turns, while the brunette let Asako and Julia do everything to him so they could caress his crotch, and then they undressed him, leaving him only in his boxers while they admired the brunette's well-worked body. We offer you this special service because we love you, I see, so give it your best, said the older blonde. It can't be, Asako said excitedly. She's so splendid and manly. You come too, Mai. We decided to do it together, Julia said while the aforementioned one was read. Why yes, said the girls, so that the three women could join their breasts on the brown-haired man's head. Her breasts as big and soft as my girls. The brown-haired boy thought to massage Asako's breast since he put his hand in her bra. Ooh. You're a naughty one, you're interested in what's inside, the blue-haired girl said to her surprise. He was massaging her breast like a master. When did he do it? While he sucked Julia's breast, who wasn't wearing a bra, while he massaged Mai's breast with his other hand. Lemon skipped. Several rounds of hex later, we found the brunette with a younger blonde on top of him, while on his right was the older blonde and on his left was the blue-haired girl, while they used his chest as a pillow. That was fantastic, Asako said while the essence of brown continued to come out of her crotch. I've never come like that, and I've never been so full either. Maybe I'll get pregnant, but it's not like it bothers me. After all, you'll be the father, I see. I doubt that. It's almost impossible for a demon's sperm to fertilize a human egg, said the brown-haired man without realizing what he said. What do you mean by demon? Julia asked curiously. Well, how to explain it, said the brown-haired boy looking at the ceiling. We are your partners. We cannot start a relationship with secrets, Mai said, so that the brown-haired man sighed, telling them everything that happened to him during his stay in Japan, but not before Asako did the seal of the Guardian of Silence. The three girls were surprised because the brown-haired man revealed the existence of the supernatural world as well as how he died once but was revived by Great Red and Ophis, surprising the blondes and the blue-haired woman. At first they thought it was a joke, but when they saw how the brown-haired man stood up and revealed 4 pairs of wings, a pair of dragon, a pair of demon, a pair of angel, and a pair of fallen angel, they believed him. The 3 girls in the room were surprised since they didn't expect the fantasy story their boyfriend told them to be true, but now they knew it was true. Let's see if I understood. Mai said, are you a dragon/demon/angel/fallen god? Did you fight against the god Loki and the spear of the biblical god? Asako said. Were you killed by the poison of Samuel's blood, shot at you by the descendant of the original Mao Beelzebub, and revived by the dragon gods who gave you a body from the flesh of Great Red and the power of Ouroboros Ophis? Julia said. Besides that, you are the 3rd dragon god, Diaboros astral dragon? Yes, that is roughly the most important part of my life, Issei said. Why did you tell us this? Mai said you could only answer Wani-chan's question. It's because of this, said the brunette, taking out of his suitcase 2 watches that the blondes recognized, in addition to taking out 3 pieces in the shape of Winver with the number 14, 15, and 16 on their wings. That's it, said the younger blonde. Yes, a nude vent, watch, and a beta gamma piece. So, I want them to be my servants like Julia and my nude vent. H? The 3 girls exclaimed in surprise, since if they accepted, they would belong to the brunette, in every sense of the word, so they didn't have to think twice about giving their answer. But, if that's the case, I also want to be a nude vent, exclaimed a girl that everyone except Asako recognized, but out of modesty the 3 girls covered themselves. Queen/Chan. The Fry sisters exclaimed so that the youngest would remember something Victor. But to both of their surprise, the brunette was wearing a sleeveless white shirt and navy blue pants. What's going on? Asked the aforementioned. How come? The older blonde asked. Let's just say I'm fast, the brown-haired boy replied, changing the subject. Since when are you there? Asked the younger blonde. Eto Reina said nervously while playing with her fingers while she was red. Since we started, the brunette answered, making the 3 women blush, his face shining brighter than hot metal fresh from the quarry. That means that my said, about to faint. He saw us having hex until the end, the brown-haired man said casually. The blondes and the blue-haired girl exclaimed, completely embarrassed, while they looked angrily at their boyfriend. Did you know? I felt a presence behind the door until 20 minutes ago. When I have hex, I focus 90% on pleasing my women, while the other 10% I am on guard so I can feel a presence, but every certain interval of time so I can't determine its intentions or its actions, explained the brown-haired man. If I had attacked, I would have left them and killed them to continue. Pervert! Reina exclaimed, blushing. We are dragons. It's something that comes in our genome, replied the brown-haired man. What a shameless way to blame our race for your fever, a voice said while the left hand glowed green. Tell that to Fafnir. Why, what's that voice? Julia asked curiously. Do you remember about the sacred gear? The brunette asked, receiving the affirmation of 3 of the 4 girls present in the room. Sacred gear? Queen asked curiously. Well, he is the Welsh dragon, the red celestial emperor dragon, Draig. A pleasure. The pleasure is ours, said the 4 girls as they bowed. Back to the topic, Victor said to look at Reina. Are you sure about what you're asking for? He asked seriously. Why, yes, the novice replied. Tell me the reason, said the brown-haired boy. Huh? The brunette said, confused. If you want to be a nude vent, you must have a reason. Mai and Julia are my partners, so I will make them nude vent, while Asako I will not make into a killer, because she is not from this world and has a life that I suppose she likes enough to have more problems. True, said the blue-haired girl. After all, he's my partner, so I gave him the beta-gamma piece. But I don't know what your motive is for joining my team. I don't want to be separated from my Onissima. She reminds me of my older sister who left home because of how strict my parents are. When she rescued me, I had that feeling of being protected by an Onii-san. It was warm. That's why I decided to become an assassin, to follow in the footsteps of the person I admire the most and not be separated from her. I want her to see me grow as an assassin, to congratulate me on my first solo mission, and to celebrate together when I become a master assassin, the brunette said, sobbing while my softened so that the brunette sighed. First, she's my fry and not your sister, said the brunette, while the girls looked at him with a look that said, damn insensitive. But I've noticed that despite that problem, you have a true attachment to a younger sister. You see Mai as a real sister, so I accept your request. I'll tell Eri to make you your watch later. So the brunette said with a radiant smile. Yes, I accept you as a nude vent, and my servant, the brown-haired man said with a smile. Servant? The novice asked curiously. I'll explain everything to you later, said the brown-haired boy as he took out another winver-shaped piece with the number 17. So that he could give the girls their corresponding numbers. Mai the 19, Julia the 15, and Asako the 16. Put the pieces on your chest so that the girls would obey. By order of Issei Alexander Dorian, bearer of the power of the beginning and the end, you Mai Fry, Julia Fry, Asako Kuzuke and Reina Izumi will walk on this world again. Seal this contract, and become my servants. At that moment the pieces entered the girls' chests with a carmine glow, and then a magic circle appeared with the face of a dragon. On the left side was the A with the bow, and on the right side was the Omega that was the shield of Issei's nobility. Well, you are officially my maids now, said the brunette, making the aforementioned happy so they would hug him to sleep with him. But when they were deeply asleep, Issei got up and dressed to disappear in a magic circle going to a certain place. 1 week later, night London. We see on the streets of London a beautiful girl who has long wavy hair of luminous blonde, dark red eyes, a beautiful face similar to a Western doll, and has the pale skin tone of a corpse. She wears a red dress worn by princesses back in the Middle Ages. This girl was Elmenhild Karnstein, the leader of the Carmilla faction, which is made up of only female vampires. She was leaving a theater where she had a meeting with the English vampires, but she looked discouraged and depressed despite the fact that the negotiations went in favor of her faction. That was because she was very affected by Issei's death. When she was informed of the news, she locked herself in her room in Dubai and did not leave for almost 3 weeks, being that she screamed in pain while crying. She did not eat or drink blood. Her subordinates were worried, but they heard how she heard a melody that encouraged even the bloodsuckers. Note: it is the same song that the Gremory heard in Chapter 3. Wind in Favor by Enrique Bunbury. Being that 3 days later she went out and continued with her pilgrimage, she was being guided by a British vampire who showed her the city. Issei, said the blonde while shedding small tears, remembering the aforementioned, but her thoughts were interrupted when, I'm a ghost, a demon. The terror of the night. At that moment he saw a demonic-looking being jumping on a building, followed by a hooded guy dressed in combat pants. What is that? Asked the blonde. What do you see? Elmenhild-sama asked the London vampire to see 2 people he recognized. Well, so it's been 50 years already, time sure flies, he commented simply. 50 years old? The curious blonde asked, do you know who those guys are? Yes, one of them is Jumping Jack. Jumping Jack? He's an Oni Yukai who immigrated to London, and he loves to terrorize humans and steal their money or kill them. He's his grandson, the original having died over a century ago at the hands of Jacob Fry. And the other one? Asked the leader of the Carmilla faction. If I'm not mistaken, he's an assassin, the vampire said. Assassin? The blonde said somewhat nervously. Are you referring to the hooded men who kill silently, the group to which the Sentinel of Silence belongs? Yes, he must be a British assassin, the man said. But how do you know the Sentinel of Silence? He asked curiously, since he barely knew anything about that mysterious subject. When the Carmilla faction made the alliance with the 3 factions, they showed us a video about him, and we saw how he wiped out 4 armies of thousands by himself in 1 day without rest. It was terrifying. I see. Then we will escort her to her hotel and make sure that no one, not even the assassin, disturbs her. Thank you. Weeks later. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed since their training ended. The knowledge they were supposed to learn with the British assassins had been acquired. They learned how to break through defenses, navigate the streets, and know what to do in the slums, such as following leads. They improved their use of their pistols. They gained combat experience. They had their first cases as investigators, etc. Victor had gone to talk to Mai and Julia's parents to ask for their permission to start a relationship with both of them. The blonde's father, Mark Dickens, didn't agree with him too, but he changed his mind when Issei expressed his opinion to him in an unorthodox way. Yes, he's still alive. On the other hand, their mother, Julius Dickens, née Fry, Ethan and Jacob's older sister, was extremely happy for her daughters. And about Julia's work, Issei used a magic he created to alter the memory of the entire intelligence agency, except for Asako, so that they would forget JB and that Julia Fry worked for intelligence, erase her history as a record, and pay her off handsomely. It was the last day on the island of the British assassins, because they had to leave for the next point of the training camp. Well, you have passed the tests and have learned what you should know, so you will be given a gift as is tradition when you pass the tests, Ethan said, so that 20 assassins could pass with 4 boxes with the symbol of the branch for them to open, revealing. This is the newbies said, shedding tears of joy. These are their real weapons: a Desert Eagle, customized by Lilith under Victor's instructions with a silencer and its sheath, a Eagle Splendor Cookery, a Goddess Sword Staff, and the brass knuckles, lion claws, Misty said as she gave them to the 4 girls. Congratulations, you've earned them, assassins. Issei and the others applaud them as they bow, since they felt so happy to win their first weapons with their own effort. Well, it's time. I'm not saying goodbye, but see you soon. I hope you can overcome the upcoming tests, said the Londoner. Mentor. Thank you, Mentor, the rookie said, bowing. Lilith. What's going on? Oni-sama said the aforementioned to see her family. What are you doing here? We came to say goodbye and wish you a good trip, Jacob said so that she could give him a roll while his mother gave him a package. I hope you like it, said the older blonde with a smile. Come see us when Ichan, said the redhead. We will strive to be, Newt Vent, someday, said the younger blonde, but she and the redhead began to argue about who would be the one to enter the group first, while Lilith laughed nervously. Well, I hope we meet again, the chestnut tree said so that Lilith's family and the British assassins could see how the Newt Vent were teleported inside the chestnut tree's family so that they could be seen off. Cabina de Rayu Taimaru. What's our next destination? Reina asked curiously. Tiber Island. In Rome it is the base of the Italian assassins, directed by Gino Giovanni Auditore Crulcifer said, surprising the fry. Are we really going? Julia said excitedly. Great, I've never been there, I said with stars in her eyes. What will it be like? Lilith asked like her cousins. Why are you all so excited? Rossweisse said that she didn't use her Caliste appearance to get them to confront her. Are you serious? Mai asked. What's wrong? The Valkyrie said nervously. The Italian assassins branch was founded by Niccolò Polo, who was a student of the great Altair ibn Lahad. It is a branch of lineage, Lilith said. They were the creators of the Caribbean, colonial and British assassins, branch, Julia said. While the Valkyrie and the Fry were having a heated conversation, a certain gray-haired girl looked down so Issei could take her hand and give her a warm smile while hugging her, making the Newt Vent smile. We'll be there soon. I'll give the coordinates to Rias so he can set the course, said the brown-haired boy. If you want, sleep or eat something. Yes, the girls said to go to their room except Eri, who stayed with Issei while she was lying on her lap. It's been 6 years, huh? The gray-haired girl said quietly. Nervous? The brunette asked, stroking her hair gently. Since I left home, I've only been in contact with Julie-chan, said the auditore girl. I haven't had contact with my parents and my siblings since when Isama was sent to the Florence assassin's prison. I see. You have a few hours. I'll ask Ryu to go slowly, the brown-haired man said, to kiss her tenderly on the lips, leaving his girl with a blush on her beautiful face. You have that time to prepare your mind and your heart for the reunion. He will accompany her to her room since he was going to the special training room that Ryu prepared, just as he asked, and gave him a minimal part of his power to do it. Hours later, Tiber Island, Tiber River, Rome, Italy. The invisible ship of the Newt Vent arrived at a kind of island with some buildings from the Renaissance period in perfect condition. This is, Mai said excitedly. Yes, it's Tiber Island, the base of the Italian assassins in Rome, said the brunette, to suddenly stop an arrow with 2 fingers, surprising all the girls while he sighed. Why is it always the same? Issei said worriedly as she watched him breathe deeply to catch with his middle and index fingers all the arrows shot at the aforementioned to split them in half. Don't you think you're old enough to play this? He said, annoyed. TSK, a voice said, to reveal a girl dressed in the outfit that the Newt Vent had, except her jacket was ivory white with a red background and frills on the edge of the white cap. Long time no see, Victor, said the hooded woman, revealing a girl with long, straight, dark brown hair with straight-cut bangs falling over her forehead, with a maiden's headband in her hair, with gray eyes. 78-57-83 centimeters. I say the same, said the brown-haired boy. Chris-chan. Christina, said the gray-haired girl. Wani-sama, said the brunette, surprised to remember what the brunette called her. CC Chris-chan. Who gave you permission to call me that? Idiot, to kick him in the groin while the brunette had a stoic face. What are you waiting for? Follow me. While she left blushing. As kind as always, said the brown-haired boy with a hint of annoyance. Did it hurt? Crulcifer asked worriedly. Like never before. The groin is something macabre, especially when a woman hits you with a boot with a cap, the brunette commented while he rubbed himself to take his things and enter so they could see how the front part of the city is not populated. But as they advanced, they see several hooded men climbing, as well as training a style that the girls did not know, the new ones. Those are the oldest combat styles of the assassins, the brown-haired man said. Evasion and counterattack. Issei, said the Valkyrie. What's up? The aforementioned commented. I've always wondered how the assassins have money if Abstergo controls everything? Caliste asked curiously. Have you heard of the Nike Foundation? Asked the brunette. Yes, it's a foundation that has a great influence in air, sea, and land transportation. They also have hospitals, hotels, convenience stores, businesses, and universities, as well as a research center. They were the ones who built Co Academy, as they have dealings with the Gremory, Citri, and Phoenix. The brunette explained. We assassins created that foundation with the help of our contacts. He Master Assassin said it is Abstergo's competition, since we have our own encrypted network that was created by BG and other programmers, as well as a satellite made by. Actually, many countries and international institutions owe us, assassins, too many favors, so they help us without question, Alizé said. The best ballistics experts in the world provide us with weapons in exchange for protection that we give them free of charge, Lisana explained. If you're interested, all assassins get paid for each mission, Tomo said. Huh? Really? Mia, the red-headed Nicomedes said in surprise. And how much do they pay us? For example, for the mission in Japan, said the blue-haired girl, checking an electronic terminal. It was this to show the new ones while the redhead was curious. The brunette froze so that 3, 2, 1. Yee? Caliste exclaimed, shocked. They get paid that much? And even more so! They get paid in euros? Of course we get paid in euros. The Foundation makes billions of euros every month from its business. Most of us assassins have part-time jobs to keep a low profile, but we actually do this as our main job. Celestia explained. I see, said the brunette with emerald eyes. You three already have your own accounts, the brown-haired man commented. Christina. What's going on? Burns said the aforementioned coldly. Is he mentor here? No, father is in Villa Auditore. Villa Auditore? Asked the redhead. It is the family villa and fortress of the Auditore family located within Monteriggioni in Tuscany, Italy. Built by Domenico Auditore around 1321, the villa remained the Auditore family's home until 1500, when it was severely damaged following the siege of Monteriggioni led by Caesar Borgia. When it was ruled by the condottiere Mario Auditore in the 15th century, the villa fell into disrepair and needed renovation. The arrival of Ezio Auditore da Firenze in 1476 brought prosperity to the villa and to all of Monteriggioni. But in 1960, we, assassins, bought Monteriggioni from Rome and helped our brothers rebuild it. In Monteriggioni, they mainly produce cured meats, spices, and jarred products, as well as simple but durable objects. The chestnut explained. We are the #1 producer in Italy and in almost all of Europe and America. Ari commented. Well, we'll go to Villa Auditore. I thought the mentor would be here, but if not, it would be better to train at the original base of the Italian assassins. The brown-haired man said to look at the brunette. Should we give you a ride? Humph, I don't need your pity, the girl said, but for this time I will take your proposal into account, she whispered, blushing. I've been wondering, Aries said, why aren't you training the new ones? About that, my season ends here, Christina said politely. Season? Reina asked. She's referring to her time as an instructor at this base, Celestia said. I see, said the initiate of my. If that's true, then Nissan, the gray-haired girl said. Yes, he was already promoted to Master Assassin, so the position of Tiber Island instructor is held by one of Fabian Machiavelli's initiates while I replace Nissan in Villa Auditore. Christina explained, and my replacement is there to point to a tall, curvy girl with long reddish hair and blue eyes along with 2 ribbons that make. She wears her jacket but tight, highlighting her figure, but especially her large chest, while she has long boots and leather pants that stick to her legs. 91, 59, 88 centimeters. This is Amain Su. She is a girl who moved half a year ago. She, along with her parents, are the only survivors of the Su family. They were living in Kwe in low profile until she moved here half a year ago. If I remember correctly, they were part of 10 Master Assassin clans, Julia said. The 10 Master Assassin clans? Caliste and Felicia asked. The 10 Master Assassin clans, or the White Lotus Council, was the title given to the 10 families of Japanese assassins, who were the leaders and pillars of the assassin branch in Japan. The power of these houses was so great that they had impunity as free will given by the Japanese government, and they were exorted from any accusation or crime. Tomo explained they were called that because all the heads of these clans were assassin leaders. The clans were ordered by the scale of power that their leaders displayed as families. The Mochizuki clan, who was the leader, the Tachibana clan, the Sigusa clan, the Su clan, the Fuitsuji clan, the Mitsuya clan, the Itsuwa clan, the Matsuzuka clan, the Ichijo clan and the Jumanji clan, explained the chestnut. This was until more than 10 years ago, when my father's younger brother, Geto Tachibana, carried out the purge together with the Japanese Templars, said the brunette with orange eyes, surprising the new. Currently there is only one master assassin clan left, the Mochizuki. The brown-haired man said to look at the girl. Who would have thought that I would meet a member of the Sulla family here in Italy? While the girl looked at the brown-haired man because he seemed familiar to her. The nude vent and the instructor arrived at the second-mentioned room where she had everything ready. Well, Rias, said the brown-haired boy, so that a carmine-colored sphere appeared on his shoulder. You know what to do. They are then teleported away by means of a magic circle, leaving the place empty even though it was quiet and peaceful. Villa Auditore, Monteriggioni, Tuscany. At that moment, they appeared at the entrance of the villa with their belongings. All the new members noticed that the place was identical to Villa Elise. They were about to ask the reason, but the question was answered by the oldest Dorian. The Villa Elise was made from the architectural design of Villa Auditore. The news said so they would see a symbol like the one the murderers used, but it was a bit different. That is the coat of arms of the Italian assassins, Ari said as a group of servants from the village brought their things inside the Auditore house, where they were greeted by a beautiful woman with silver hair and red eyes. Her hair reaches above her lower back and has a small braid on top of her hair that goes behind her head, allowing her hair to flow without braiding it. She is wearing a sleeveless purple dress, gauntlets, and matching slippers along with discreet jewelry, but it highlights her beauty. She has a tempting body, having more breasts than Celestia. 1005990 cm. Oka-sama, Christina said, hugging her mother, who responded to the gesture. Welcome guys, let me introduce myself. I'm Elena Auditore, said the woman. She is the wife of the Italian assassin mentor, said the cyan-eyed blonde, introducing the woman to the brunette. The redhead and the blondes. Nice to see you, Elena-sama. You are still as pretty and polite as ever, Seals-chan, said the one identified as Elena so that she could see a beautiful girl with a modest bust but with sensual hips who was looking at her, and upon seeing her the woman began to shed tears while covering her lips with her hands. The girl stood still until she saw her leader, and the man she loves, take her shoulder, while with a slight smile he said, "Come in, mother," said the girl with a smile. Ari-chan, said the platinum-haired woman, sobbing. At that moment 2 brunettes appear, a silver-haired woman, a purple-haired woman, and finally a man in his 30s dressed in a white jacket with red details, although he was of a stocky build. Ari/Ari-chan/Nei-chan, said the oldest brown-haired girl, the medium-haired girl, the platinum-haired girl, the purple-haired girl, and the little brown-haired girl. Father, Ezio Nizan, Julie-chan, Fianna-chan, Mario-kun, it's been a while. Ari, said the aforementioned Elena and Christina so they could hug the aforementioned, while the older platinum-haired girl, the brunette, the younger platinum-haired girl, the purple-haired girl, and the little brunette were crying, while the other 2 brunettes had small tears in the corners of their eyes. I'm back, said the girl, shedding tears while her team saw the scene move so that they separated from her, while her brothers and her parents bowed before her, confusing the gray-haired girl. I apologize in advance, my daughter, Ari's parents said. We too, Sister Ezio and Christina said. I thought that by not having the ability to kill I couldn't have expectations, Ari's father said, saddening the aforementioned, but when I learned what you have done in your position as informant for the nude vent, as well as for the assassins, I realized your value, that potential that Victor saw in you, and that I couldn't. During this time that you were away from home, we reflected on our actions and realized that we were terrible parents, and that we will never be able to compensate you for the years of psychological abuse, but we are truly sorry for the harm we did to you, said Ari's mother. We are the same, Ari's older brother said. I couldn't see the talent that Victor saw in you, and that's why he chose you as a nude vent. You have raised the name of the Auditore family with your contributions, Christina said. I'm sure Ezio-sama would be proud of you, said the younger platinum-haired girl. More than you can imagine, said the aforementioned inside the chestnut's head, so the gray-haired girl began to shed tears while remembering the happy time she lived in Villa Auditore before failing in her first mission that condemned her with the stamp of coward and a failure, so that she would hug her family. It's nice to see a family reunite after several years, Lilith said. That's thanks to you, Celestia said, giving her fiancé a kiss on the cheek. After the beautiful family reunion, the Auditore family stood in front of the nude vent. Long time no see, Issei, said the older brunette to shake the aforementioned's hand to give him a hug. I say the same to you, teacher, said the aforementioned. Wait a minute, the purple-haired girl said. Isn't your name Victor Quemar? No, that's your killer's name. My real name is Issei Alexander Dorian. Are you a Dorian? the purple-haired girl exclaimed in surprise. Specifically, he is the only son of the Dorian family. Elena said he has 3 sisters. And where are they? The purple-haired girl asked curiously. It's us, said a brunette, and 2 albino women. Well, since I see new faces, I introduce myself. I am the mentor of the Italian assassins, Gino Giovanni Auditore de Firenze, said the older brown-haired man who had his hair tied in a ponytail, semi-white skin, gray eyes with developed muscles. I am the firstborn of the Auditore and master assassin, Ezio Auditore de Firenze too, said the medium brown hair with somewhat long hair and gray eyes. He has an athletic physiognomy, dressed in a white jacket with red jeans and tennis shoes. I am the 3rd daughter of the Auditores and murderer, Giulietta Auditore de Firenze, said the younger platinum-haired girl with her long silver hair that goes down to her hips, with 2 pigtails on the sides of her head with black ribbons that have bells. Her skin was white as snow and ruby-red eyes. Despite not having a great figure, she was very beautiful. She looked like a porcelain doll, 78-56-79 centimeters. She dressed like her brother. You can call me Julie. I am the youngest son of the family and apprentice of assassin Mario Auditore de Firenze too, said the younger brown-haired boy who has short hair and big red eyes, being short for his age but has a developed physique for a child. My name is Fianna ibn Lahad, novice of the Italian assassins branch, said a purple-haired woman with long hair and purple-orange eyes. Average height and slender figure with a fair complexion with a tempting body, 97-88-89 centimeters. She wears a white jacket with red, a skirt that reaches her thighs, a yellow ribbon in her hair on the left side. On her left leg she wears a ribbon with white edges with a black and yellow center, as well as long brown boots with black ribbons. Wait a minute, what's your last name? I asked. Ibn Lahad responded, the one identified as Fianna. So, Julia said, surprised. She is the direct descendant of the legendary Altair Ibn Lahad, the last remaining direct descendant, Gino said. Why do you say that? Mentor, Felicia asked. The Ibn Lahad family has been disappearing over the years, even though they only had single children. The penultimate direct descendant of Altair, Ismail ibn Lahad, had 2 sons, but one died and the other, he said. Mentor, Italian. He's my father, said the purple-haired girl. But said Ibn Lahad and Karima were ambushed, Elena said. Saddening Fianna, that was 8 years ago. She arrived with one of our assassins, with her things and a letter where her parents asked us to take care of her, so we decided to adopt her, but we let her keep her last name on a personal level. Why did they ambush them? Caliste asked. Said San. Karima San wanted to revive the legendary Levantine assassins and take Masyaf, which is besieged by the Templars. They already had students as weapons, but they were betrayed and ambushed, so they used TNT to avoid leaving traces of their bodies so that they would not be used by Abstergo, explained the brown-haired Dorian. I know, because when I became a master assassin, I was informed of that situation. I think we shouldn't have asked, Felicia said, guilty for making Fianna remember sad things. Don't worry. With the Auditores I felt at home, said the purple-haired girl with a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Caliste Gall, novice of the French Assassins Brotherhood, said the brunette with emerald eyes. My name is Felicia Belleck, novice of the French Assassins Brotherhood, said the redhead with amethyst eyes. My name is Lilith Fry, novice of the French Assassins Sisterhood, said the younger blonde. I'm my Fry, former assassin instructor of the British Assassins branch. I am Julia Fry, master assassin of the British Assassins branch. And I am Reina Izumi, novice of the Chinese Assassins Guild. Nice to meet you, said the auditors. At that moment, the brunette saw a girl with light skin, brown hair that reaches her middle back, and beautiful jade green eyes with a striking but discreet body, 86-57-87 centimeters. Dressed in a blue jacket, navy blue jeans and sneakers. Michelle? Said the brunette. Victor Sama? Asked the aforementioned, so that the brunette would go to where she was. What are you doing in Villa Auditore? Asked the aforementioned curious person. Shizuka Sama sent me, the girl replied, but the brown-haired boy noticed something strange in her voice. Who is she? Victor asked Caliste. She is Michelle Adele Cormac, the aforementioned said. She is an informant for the French assassins. So she is, Felicia said. Yes, I'm Derek Cormac's sister, said the one identified as Michelle with a fake smile, while the atmosphere became tense, so that, okay, the The employees will take their things to the designated rooms, Elena said as the aforementioned took their things as they guided the boys to their rooms so that once they were settled they went down to the training area to start with the basics. Well, the first thing you're going to learn is the counterattack. Christina said it's one of the techniques that we, Italian assassins, inherited from the Levantine assassins that were passed down to us by our founder, Niccolo Polo. At that moment Eri came forward at Victor's request, but she got a little nervous because everyone was looking at her. Isn't this the failure of the Auditore family? What is she doing here? I heard that he couldn't complete his first mission. What? An auditor couldn't complete her mission? What a coward. Julie, Mario, Fianna, Ezio and Christina didn't like the derogatory comments made about their sister, while the gray-haired girl became discouraged until, "Go ahead, Eri, you can do it," a voice said so she could see her leader and her friends as comrades in arms, so she smiled while in front of her was a guy who looked like a thug so she could take out her gladius, surprising everyone. "Ha, short leaves?" said one of the observers. "They're going to cut off his fingers," he predicted mockingly. "You better shut up and watch," said a voice bothering the observer. "Who?" the guy said, making his face turn blue. Master Ezio. "Maybe, as they say, she is not capable of killing a target," but the aforementioned said so that those who spoke ill of the gray-haired woman could see how he stopped his opponent's attack to kick him in the stomach, making him skid a few meters, hitting the wall of the training arena so that he fell to the ground unconscious. "That does not mean that she is weak. After all, she is a nude vent." "Surprising," said another observer. "Didn't you say I was a coward?" said one of those watching the training. "That's what my brother told me." "By any chance, isn't your brother Galliarno?" Ezio asked. "Why, yes, why? That guy lost to Eri 50 times during training, and my little sister saved his ass on a mission. He's so hurt about it that he's always slandering my sister. So tell him that if he does it again I won't send him to Florence, but I'll cut his tongue out myself," the brunette said with a grimace. "Do you understand? SC." After that, the new ones began their training while the veterans refreshed their memories, as well as the Sentinel of Silence, while they were observed by Michel, who had an enigmatic smile which of course reminded him of Rias, but he shook his head to focus on his training. But that day he was restless. His sixth sense told him that something was about to happen, something that would mark a turning point. But someone pulled him out of his thoughts. Victor, so that the chestnut tree could see Gino, so he understood that they would talk about something important. Later that day, everyone was already asleep while the brunette saw the ceiling of his roof, being that next to him was his beloved Celestia sleeping peacefully with a smile on her face. This was because they had just finished having a pleasant hex session where the cyan-eyed blonde reached orgasm several times. While the cyan-eyed blonde slept peacefully on her boyfriend's chest, the brunette tried to understand why this bad feeling resonated in his mind. But in his thoughts his watch rang so he could take it before he got up. "Are you getting back to me so soon? Who do I send my regards to?" the brunette replied mockingly. "I'm not here for your stupid jokes, Victor." "I know. What's wrong?" "There is a traitor in the order." "A traitor?" "Yes," said the voice. "In the span of this week he will be preparing an attack on Villa Auditore, as the Assassins Hunters will attack Tiber Island on the last day of this week." "Do you know who it is?" "No, I don't know." "I understand. And it seems that Tachibana-sama got hold of a dangerous project from your intelligence girl." "What is Eri?" "They look like bombs, but I don't know what exactly it is." "Okay, thanks for letting me know." "You don't have to thank me, just keep your end of the deal and we'll be even." "Okay," the brunette said with a smile, breaking the connection. He went to Eri's room through a circle, but before that, he put on some clothes. After getting dressed, he went to the gray-haired girl to ask her about it when the girl's watch rang, urging her to answer. "Eri-sama." "What's wrong?" asked the aforementioned when she heard how worried the person calling her was. "The prohibited weapons warehouse has been robbed." "What?" exclaimed the nude vent scientist. "Are you sure?" asked the gray-haired girl, upset. "Yes, we found the entrance open and the place in a mess." "I understand," said the gray-haired girl to appear a holographic panel checking what looked like an inventory, but noticed something that made her sweat. "What's wrong?" asked the brown-haired boy. "They have stolen 5 Ragnarok bombs," said the gray-haired girl, sweating while her eyes were open. "Ragnarok bombs? It's a weapon I was creating for the Black Bird, but I discovered it was really dangerous so I cancelled the project, but after you left I took it back. However what? I also developed a method to eliminate bombs before they detonate the Valhalla device." "But why are those damn bombs dangerous?" Because they're nuclear mass implosion bombs. They expand a specific radius field and then create an implosion that obliterates everything within their range, reducing it to atoms. The gray-haired woman said, "That's why I left the project. A weapon like that is dangerous in every way. But we're lucky. I made 50 bombs, but only 5 are active, so I mixed them up so no one could have them. And you can't know which one is active and which one isn't unless you have this while activating a holographic radar on the watch." "What's that?" "An electromagnetic wave radar, the Ragnarok. Bombs are composed of elements that release electromagnetic waves to a lesser extent. If they are deactivated and activated, they affect household appliances such as electric lights," said the gray-haired woman. "I understand," said the brown-haired boy. "What will we do?" Eri asked curiously. "We will search all of Monteregione for the bombs and deactivate them without the traitor noticing," explained their leader Ryu. A carmine-colored energy sphere appeared. "I want you to activate the radar on radio frequencies and inform me if the bombs have already been placed." The sphere just nodded and disappeared, as the brunette decided to sleep with Eri and then apologized to Celestia for leaving her alone. He hoped she would come up with something to avoid angering his beautiful fiancée. The week passed as if nothing had happened. The nude vent trained in Rome, Venice, Forlì, Monteregione, and Florence, their parkour as well as the skills they had to learn from the Italian assassins. Secretly, Ryutimaru informed the master assassin and the informant about the bombs, while the gray-haired girl created devices to cancel the bombs, but all in secret because the less people knew about this the better. Domingo, 12 p.m. The assassins were training as if nothing had happened until an informant arrived with Ezio and whispered something in his ear that surprised the brunette. "The apprentices, initiates, and novices, return to your dormitories. The others, prepare yourselves. We will go to Rome," Ezio said. "Yes, master," said the aforementioned. "Get the helicopter ready. And it will take us 2 hours to arrive, so I want you to be ready. Only the 20 best assassins will go." "Yes, master," said the auditores subordinates. "It's not necessary. Prepare the men who will go," said a voice. "Victor," Ezio said, surprised. "They will be in Rome in 5 minutes," said the aforementioned. Minutes later. "I'd start with the speech, but we don't have time," said the eldest son of the auditores, "so that the French chestnut can see them while he was with his basic team. Why aren't you ready?" "For now I have an important mission. I will go later. The most important thing is that you must go help your assassin brothers, Ezio." "My nude vent will support them," replied the son of the Dorians. "I understand. I'll see you on the battlefield," said the aforementioned, to be teleported, while the aforementioned takes a motorcycle to go all over Monteregione looking for the bombs along with the device that Eri created to eliminate them. Tiber Island, Tiber River, Rome. It is seen how several assassins fell, as well as assassins hunters, who came with a black jacket with the symbol of the warriors created by Shea Cormac on his chest, with black pants and combat boots with the same color. "Defend the main entrance, block the other access points, and I want snipers aiming at those who fall from the sky," Fabian said. At that moment the nude vent arrived along with Italian assassins, in a magic circle, being received by the new assassin instructor. "So, report?" asked the brown-haired man with gray eyes. "Yes," said the aforementioned, "it seems that they have a gas mask. That's why we can't use our smoke bombs, and they have snipers like mortars." "What a problem. It's better if you stay back," Celestia said, putting on some dark glass goggles like the others. "Nude vent, it's better if you cover your eyes for a while." Ezio, like the others, obeyed, so that the girls of the Sentinel of Silence threw several bombs, but no one expected that they would create a blinding light. "Flash bombs?" An assassin's hunter said, causing death to fall, so that several people who had heavy weapons like sniper rifles were on the ground in a pool of their own blood. "What are you waiting for?" said the cyanide blonde, while she had her saber unsheathed as well as her hidden blade, so that the assassin's hunter used electric shock batons while the assassins used their blades to carry out the counterattack. But at that moment several soldiers were cut, as Ezio recognized the cuts. "You've come," said the brown-haired man with gray eyes, seeing a girl with a black jacket. Underneath it she wears a lady's dress with bunny ears. She has long, straight brown hair that reaches her hips and blue-violet eyes. "Sophia." "Long time no see, Nissan," said the aforementioned, with a sword with 2/3 of her body connected with a metal steel line separated into several blades that rests on her shoulder. "I didn't think you would fall so low as to follow the traitor Ghetto Tachibana and become an assassin's hunter," said the aforementioned, taking out his sword while they looked at each other face to face. When a soldier from the enemy's side was going to shoot at that moment, the guy was cut in half by a whip. So everyone saw how the bunny-eared girl moved the handle of her sword that returned to normal. "Your blaze is still amazing," Sister Ezio said. "Listen, you bastards. Whoever tries to interfere in my fight, the same thing will happen to him as to that little shit," said the one identified as Sophia aggressively. "Listen to him, Derek," said Dorian and Celestia. "Mero-chan, Lisa-chan, Ali-chan, Seals-chan, it's been a while," said the aforementioned. "Don't tell us like that!" The aforementioned annoyed women exclaimed as they watched Ezio stop his sister's sword as if it were nothing, even though she was counterattacking. But the girl stopped her attacks so the brunette could go on the offensive, while Lilith, "Blaze!" exclaimed the blonde. A magic circle appeared on her chest from which flames emerged that took the shape of a black rifle with the detail of neon blue flames to start shooting at the assassin's hunters. "It seems the little one wants to play," said a pink-haired girl with a spectacular body trying to keep up with her, trying to shoot her but she couldn't. This girl was Sherry Blendy. "You won't achieve anything. Lilith is the best shooter in the Fry family," said a brunette with a mask while the blue-eyed blonde continued shooting. The cyan-eyed blonde understood the message, so she smiled slightly. "Ezio-san will be fine. We will take care of the assassin hunters," Celestia said. "Let's go." At that moment all the assassins launched themselves against their enemy while Celestia went against Versalia that was already waiting for her, so she drew her sword and the attacks began at a speed that was difficult to follow. Toma launched herself against Sherry while Miyabi launched herself against Yorika. "As always, you are that woman's bootlicker," Miyabi-san said, the brunette with heterochromia. "You may be right, but Tomo-chan has been suffering a lot since what happened in Great Inagwa. She hasn't told Victor because she doesn't want to worry him, but you should at least listen to her," Yori-chan said, the brunette with yellow eyes. "I have nothing to talk to her about," said the aforementioned coldly while attacking her cousin, who responds with a spinning kick that she blocks with her arms crossed but makes the younger Tachibana skid several meters. Meanwhile, Lyshart is fighting against Jaina and Ellis against Sanya. The blue-haired girl was putting the Grand Prix girl against the ropes while the red-eyed blonde was being cornered by the ex-Russian assassin. "Do you think you can beat me?" the gray-haired woman with heterochromia said before deserting. "I was a master assassin candidate until you started killing and creating chaos for pleasure," Lisha said while stopping her enemy's attack. "Correct. I discovered that my vocation is destruction, like so in chaos. And what better than to destroy those who created me, the assassins? And with the assassin's hunters, I can destroy their strongest soldier," Jaina said, so that the blonde started to laugh. "You wouldn't be able to kill Victor, you're not at his level," Lyshart said amusedly. "What are you saying?" Jaina exclaimed furiously. "I have seen its true power, and it is something I will never forget, so I am sure that your ambition will be destroyed along with you." "Be quiet." As Lisha defended herself, she saw an opening to perform a crescent kick, lifting Jaina off the ground and causing her to fall heavily on the ground. "Damn, that miserable Victor Quemar trained you well," the assassin's hunter muttered, wiping the trickle of blood that came out of the corner of her lips. "It's true, but what I did is the result of my hard training," said the red-eyed blonde as she launched herself with everything, even though Sonia saw Lisha's movement and got in the way only to receive a kick to the jaw that drew blood and made her spin 2.5 times, leaving her unconscious. At that moment, "Never let your guard down, Lisha, remember that," Ellis said seriously as she used her sword to stop an attack from "You wretch!" the gray-haired heterochromia girl exclaimed angrily. "Hayes," said the Farangard, while both ex-best friends fought at a speed that was impossible for beginners to follow. "You have improved, Celestia Ralgris." "Same here, Versalia Eva Farangard." The blondes clashed their swords, but what Versalia didn't expect was for Celestia to go on the defensive, so that at one point the blonde with the cold blue eyes received a kick in the side that made her skid a few meters while she felt a sharp pain. "Did he just kick my ribs?" the assassin's hunter thought. "He's really improved." "Get up. This isn't over yet," said Master Assassin Ralgris as she points her saber at Ellis's sister. While Tomo fights against Bantuda, Alizi against Kendall, Mira Jane against Angela, Lisana against Rubia, and Krulsifer against Derek, while Philippi, Caliste, Felicia, Giulietta, Fianna, and Christina along with Lilith and the other Italian assassins repelled the enemies. Meanwhile, Ari attended to the wounded, surprising everyone with her healing skills as medical knowledge that surpassed military doctors. "Hold on, "You're a man," said the gray-haired woman while attending to a wounded man in the leg to give him a rubber gag bite this hard so that he could take out one of his gladius that he placed in a magic circle of fire, taking out the bullet ready. "Now I'll give you an antiseptic." "Thank you, Eri-sensei, you are incredible," said the assassin. "All the rumors that you are a coward are a total lie. That Galliarno, then I will deal with him for you." "It's not necessary. For now rest and don't use your arm. You can only use your gun for support." "Yes, understood, doctor." At that moment a redhead with brown eyes appears, missing the lower half of his left leg and with purple skin while coughing blood, carried by two people. "Please help," said one of the people. "What happened to him?" The gray-haired girl said. "He lost a leg when they launched mortar bombs and he was poisoned by one of the enemies," the other person said. "Let me go, I don't need anything from a coward like her," said the wounded man with barely any strength left. "Galliarno Aniki, if you can insult me it means you're still alive," said the gray-haired woman to see him give her a serum by force while looking at the wound on his leg. "You're stupid and useless, you shouldn't have forced that leg, you've infected the wound, can you die, you know?" To take her gladius to cut the rest of his leg down to the thigh, and then she took a bullet from the jerk's gun to create a path, being that with a small flame on her finger she lit the gunpowder, causing a terrible agony that knocked him out. "Aniki? He'll be fine. Let him rest," said the gray-haired woman. "If he survives, tomorrow take him to Villa Auditore to take measurements and make him a prosthesis." "Why yes," said one of the thugs, "thanks for saving Aniki-sensei." "It's nothing," Eri said distantly, "it's my job as an informant." "Aniki was wrong, sensei. You are brave, I would not have been able to do something like that," said the other man so they could take Galliarno to the bedrooms. "I have to admit that I expected nothing less from the Auditore family, but," said the captain of the Assassin's Hunters, to take out a detonator at the same time that the black bird appears, revealing the house of Ezio and his family, horrifying the Auditore, say goodbye to Villa Auditore and Tiber Island. To activate the bombs, but nothing happened. He pressed several times with the same result. "What's wrong?" asked the brown-haired boy with blue eyes. "How would I know?" Candela replied. "It seems you made it in time, love," Eri thought, but at that moment she had a bad feeling that she would see how they attacked Giulietta from behind, but she noticed how everyone was in their fights, so Shunpa, he whispered to disappear as they were going to attack the platinum-haired girl. At that moment the youngest daughter of the Auditore watched in horror as her older sister got in the way of the attack while blood stained her beautiful face. "Airi! Ezio and the nude vent!" exclaimed while Sophia gritted her teeth but discreetly. "Nei-san!" Christina and Fianna shouted. "No, Wani-chan." "Oh yes, Mentora, no? Wani-chan? Wani-chan!" Grito Giulietta. Damn, Tomo growled as she got rid of Bantuta to separate Eri's attacker from the aforementioned with a kick to the face, but everyone opened their eyes in surprise due to the force exerted in the attack under the coward's hood, who protected himself with an arm from the attack, revealing his face as the gray-haired woman was caught by the older Tachibana. "It can't be," Alice said, not believing what she saw. Why? Celestia said haltingly, her voice cracking as Caliste and Felicia treated the gray-haired girl Michelle. "I'm sorry," said the aforementioned. "Excuse me to Victor-sama. After everything Victor and I have taken care of you," the blonde with cyan eyes said angrily. "Is this how you repay us? Why don't you betray us? Why should I be loyal to those who have treated me like an outcast and trash?" Michelle shouted. "I thought everything would change, but it didn't. If I had gone with my Nissan from the beginning, I wouldn't have suffered so much. I'll never forgive you, I swear I'll never forgive you," the platinum-haired girl exclaimed, as a purple aura appeared in her hands while her eyes shone to go out at speed against the younger Cormac to cut it, but luckily for her, "Nissan, damn! It's too strong." He thought this last thing before being thrown along with his sister against a wall, while he put his body to mitigate the impact of his younger sister. "We're going to finish her off," said an assassin hunter. "Idiots, don't do it!" Versalia said, watching her subordinates beheaded as if cut in half. "I expected nothing less from you," said a killer, who along with others approached her only to be torn to pieces by the platinum-haired woman. "Nobody go near her!" Krosifer exclaimed while the Valkyrie and the Nekashu checked the gray-haired girl. "No, come on, hold on," Felicia said with tears in her eyes. "Her pulse is slowing down," Khalees said. "Please hold on." Eri-san, if only at that moment they saw how the medallion around her neck opened, revealing a seed that they both recognized to give to her. When they crushed it and made her swallow it, they both noticed how she miraculously recovered, but she barely had any strength left. Just in time, Felicia and Khalees said. What happened? Eri asked weakly. Save your energies, the Valkyria said. At that moment, Celestia stepped forward as she stood in front of an uncontrolled Julieta. I'm going to stop you even if it costs me my life, said the blonde with cyan eyes. Versalia, our duel will have to wait. I understand, said the aforementioned. You better not die or I'll go to hell for you, you wretch. I know. At that moment, Julieta uses several magic circles to move at a speed that Celestia could barely respond to as she stopped the attacks but made a mistake when she was about to be cut. I hope I'm not late. Saimataki, you should have come a long time ago, the blonde complained with an amused smile. I'm sorry, honey, but I had to wait for that to cancel the bombs. That? Yorika asked curiously. I understand. I'm glad you came just in time, Tomo commented with a loving smile. Victor. So he is the legendary master assassin, Victor Byrne. Amain-so pondered as she looked at his back. I must admit he is attractive. So that instantly the other, Nude Vent, looked at her ugly, so she was surprised. We must help Victor, I said, by the power of the 5 elements, to touch under her breasts where her heart is, the fire that melts the metal. I invoke the phase of fire from my heart, so that red pentagrams appear in her hands while she channels the energy. Wait, my Sanlai said. Why are you stopping me? Asked the aforementioned annoyed woman. Yes, you really want to help him catch those assassin hunters who are prisoners of Florence, Ezio said. I understand, the sandy blonde said with resignation, to fight against the indicated objectives. Said the chestnut tree, so that his spirit would appear. You know what to do. Yes, said the aforementioned, to jump, being that Issei holds her with one hand while she intertwines so that she holds herself, while a tornado of energy covers her, so that a straight sword appears with a silver blade that has details in turquoise and gold along with a gold hilt and a cross on the guard. The hilt has a turquoise jewel. At the same time, she presses a mechanism that removes the knuckle guard and the bowl of her saber. Background theme. Battle cry Nujabes FT Shing 02. It's time to end this, the brown-haired man said with a monotonous and cold voice, his left eye turning lilac to see how Julie stares at him. Shunpa, in a whisper, to attack her while she does the same. It seems that they stand still, but many sparks can be seen around them. While the platinum-haired woman has a glassy look, the brown-haired man has a serene and emotionless look. What happened to Victor San? Reina said curiously, seeing the change in his attitude. He's using K, Krulsifer replied. K? Asked the new ones and those who didn't know this. Normally, IC holds back, Tomo said. What do you mean, it's contained? Julia asked. He only uses between 1% to 9% of his strength and skills as weapons to fight, Marajane said. But when he is pressured and has to exceed this limit, he takes on a different personality. From calm, kind and serious, he becomes monotonous and cold. That alter ego is K. This happens when he uses between 10% and 99% of his power. Celestia explained this alter ego was created when his body could not handle his power, but it is no longer necessary. However, it seems he still uses it as a crutch. My said, it really is surprising, with a loving smile. Checkmate, said the brunette, so that in a scything movement he disarmed the girl, surprising her so that she put away her swords and hugged her. Listen to me. Inside all that darkness is Giulietta Auditora de Firenze. The girl continued, screaming and bellowing with fury. What are you doing? Mai's brunette apprentice asked. Try calling Julie-chan to stop that energy at will, Alizi replied. Your sister is alive, everything is fine. I know you have a great sadness and anguish in your heart, he said, Master Assassin. But I promise you that I will protect Eri from everything. She protected you because she loves you, so if you love Eri so much, stop making her suffer. Wake up, Julie! Exclaimed the brown-haired man, so that his swords disappeared while she saw the brown-haired man, who gave her a warm smile so that he would take her to her sister, so that the brown-haired man would press a point on her body that revitalized her. Wani-chan, Julietta said, shedding tears. I'm so happy you're okay, Eri said, caressing her face so that the platinum-haired girl could cry in her sister's modest chest. While they watched how the assassin hunters had escaped. This won't end until Derek said as he stood on the ramp of the Blackbird. No, interrupted the brunette, while clenching his fists tightly. 6 months. Huh! The brown-haired boy with blue eyes said. In 6 months it will be the end of the assassin's hunters, Victor said, while everyone saw how he had green eyes with slanted pupils while they shone brightly, as if hell itself burned in them. It is better that you enjoy that time of life. He's really angry, Miyabi said. Michelle! Exclaimed Victor, looking at the mentioned while pointing at her. Michelle, you have sentenced your destiny, and no one touches my girls and see a new tomorrow. That is why I will not leave even a miserable hair of yours in this world. While raising his aura, being that behind him appeared the image of an imposing red dragon. With that image the Assassins Hunters entered the ship. Michelle Adele Cormac's fate is sealed, as her consecration with the Assassin Hunters and her betrayal of the Assassins is complete. The Sentinel of Silence has decreed that in half a year Victor Quema promises that after that time he will destroy Shea Patrick Cormac's group. What will happen now? Who was Issei's informant? What was that power Julie unleashed? How strong is Issei really? What will happen to Giulietta Auditore? These are the questions in the air. The only thing that is known is that the countdown begins for the relive of the most emblematic battle in the history of the Assassins versus the Templars, the Eternal Dusk. Chapter 6. Ares' Room, Villa Auditore, Tuscany, Italy. We find the brunette sitting on a bench next to the gray-haired girl's bed while holding her hand in his own, looking at her with distress and helplessness, as if angry at himself for not being able to protect Ares from Michelle's treacherous attack. Despite being cured, the girl was weak, so she was put to rest, while the brunette watched over her sleep. She would pay dearly for what she did. Her death was at least the least of the punishments that awaited Michel Adele Cormac. He was going to destroy the Assassin Hunters with his own hands, but there were still pieces missing to his puzzle to launch the attack. I had to wait for Rossweisse, Kuroka, Lilith, Mai, Julia and Reina to learn what was necessary. Reina, Mai and Julia would have to repeat the camp, but that would be at the end of this war. But this action was not going to be forgiven. He had sealed his fate, and the chestnut tree would be the executioner. Issei said a voice to bring him out of his thoughts and see his older sister Mary-Jane, who was at the entrance looking at him with concern because it had been 4 days since the attack on Tiberina Island. During that time she had stayed by Ares' side. Since she didn't sleep or eat, Mirene said the aforementioned. I brought you some water. I know you can go days without eating or drinking water, but it would be good if you hydrated yourself. Thank you. You should rest. I don't deserve it. I see. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that Michelle would do something like that? Besides, you stopped the Ragnarok bombs and saved Julie-chan, the albino said as she hugged him from behind. Please, darling, don't torment yourself anymore. We're all worried about you, and even Reina-chan and Lilith-chan are distressed. So that the brunette gritted his teeth because he didn't think he was distressing his girls. Okay, tell Christina it's her turn, said the brunette, placing his hands on the albino's arms. Okay, by the way, sweetheart, the albino said. What's wrong? Asked the brown-haired boy. Gino-sama wants to talk to you. Fine, I'll go see him, said the brunette to say goodbye with a kiss to his beautiful albino to go to Gino's studio. In that place were Gino, Elena, Ezio and Fianna, being that Gino was at his desk while Elena, Ezio and Fianna were sitting in the armchairs, so that the brunette sat in the armchair that was a few meters from them, bringing it closer to where the Auditora were, leaving some distance. Master, Elena-san, said the brown-haired boy with green eyes, if you have something to say or complain about, do it. As if we could tell you anything after the fame that Ares has given to the Auditora family with the Newt Vent, Gino said. In any case, said the brown-haired man, to stand up and rest his forehead on the ground. I am very sorry for not having kept my word to protect Ares. The Auditora noticed how his voice conveyed sadness and guilt as well as anger and helplessness. Get up, Issei Alexander Dorian, said the platinum-haired girl. But you have loved my daughter, and she is happy, Elena said, surprising her husband and children when she arrived. The first day we started talking, and she told me everything you have done for her, like the love you have given her that makes up for all your faults. So that the brown-haired boy could get up so he could see how the woman smiled at him. For that I am eternally grateful. Our daughter has proven to be a true auditor, as she protected her sister Giulietta, risking her life. As a father I couldn't feel more proud of her, Gino said, to give Ezio a signal to take a box that was on a shelf. Get up, Master Assassin. The boy obeyed so that Ezio could give him the box, since he found something that surprised him. This is… Yes, they are 2 marker pens and the hidden blade that belonged to Giovanni I himself, said the Auditore Patriarch. In the name of Gino Giovanni Auditore, Patriarch of the Auditore House and mentor of the Italian assassins, I entrust you with the following request. In those markers bring me the blood of Derek Adam Cormac and Ghetto Tachibana, while the killer blade of my family be bathed in the blood of Michelle Adele Cormac. That brat dared to hurt Giulietta and was almost about to kill Ares. That is why I will not forgive her, but I also cannot leave my position as mentor. So I make this request as a father: bring me these instruments bathed in the blood of those 3 unfortunates, he muttered with great resentment. I accept the commission, mentor. the brown-haired man said seriously. I see. I told my parents what happened with Julie-chan, said the brown-haired boy with gray eyes. Do you know what it was? Asked the platinum-haired girl. Yes, Issei said seriously, I read that a while ago in the Altair's Almanac. Julie woke up in Awake. Awake? The ignorant auditor asked upon hearing the term. As you know, the Exceed, or commonly known as Blazers, are those who can manifest their soul as a knife that attacks the soul of the enemy without killing them. There are some cases where Blazers manifest defensive weapons that are called irregular, or in the case of Lilith, who manifested a firearm like her rifle, it is called exception, explained the brown-haired man. However, unlike the Blazers, who are born with this ability, the awaken their power through negative emotions such as hatred. They are far superior in speed and strength than the Blazers. But they cannot be controlled, nor do they recognize allies or enemies, so they attack indiscriminately. When they activate their power, they go crazy, as happened with Julie. The only awake recorded until today was Darim ibn Lahad, who reacted after the murder of his mother and almost killed his father if it weren't for a certain person saving him. Well, I think you would know what would happen. So what do we do? Elena asked worriedly. I already did it, replied the brown-haired boy. What do you mean? The auditors asked. I already sealed Julietta's awake, so when you kissed her, Fianna said that after the assassin's hunters' attack, the boy kissed his adoptive sister, turning her red like hot metal so that she fainted. If I sealed your power before that, I wanted to talk to you about a topic actually too, the brown-haired man said seriously. 2 days later, Tiber Island. We see how a person dressed in the trench coat of the assassins in the Renaissance era walked in front, while Ezio and his father as Fabian and Amain the Four were next to a campfire. In the place were several Italian assassins, as well as the nude Vent, dressed in their gala outfits, being that Reina had a replica of the Fry sisters' outfit made but in her size. Felicia, Caliste, Lilith, Mai, Julia, Reina. Now you will see one of the most traditional initiations of the Order of Assassins that currently exists, the brown-haired man said in a low voice. La she wakian mutlak bala kolan mumkin. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, Gino said while holding his hands as if praying the Lord's Prayer in front of a campfire. The wisdom of our creed is revealed in these words. To put his hand on his chest. We act in the shadows to serve the light because we are murderers, Fabian said, so that everyone present could say the last part at the same time. Everyone present in the room did the same as the mentor, put their fist on their chest while he, initiate, went up to the stage, so he, leader, gave the floor to Amain. Emile Crossford said, the red-haired girl with blue eyes. Those you see here dedicate their lives to protecting the freedom of man. Your teachers and your senpai stood before this flame fighting against the darkness. I, your teacher and the killer instructor, Amain Su, offer you this life. Embrace it. So that he extended his hand, and that he responded to the gesture so that he could take her to the bonfire, where Gino took out a kind of metal tweezers, the tips being burning, so that he could press the ring finger of his right hand with the instrument, while the boy made a gesture of pain, leaving a mark on his finger due to the metal. Why do they do that? Caliste asked curiously. It's because in the time of the Levantine assassins, when an initiate became a novice, his ring finger was cut off for 2 reasons, Issei explained. Which ones? Meow, Felicia asked. To prove that the novice was committing to the cause and to the system of the hidden leaf. Until the rebirth, this sacrifice was needed so that the leaf could come out through that opening, but this is the closest to that initiation. This is one of the most traditionalist rituals of the order, and shows why the Italian branches of ancestry, Marijane said, surprising the Valkyrie as well as the Nekashu. I wish Eri was here, said the brown-haired boy, so Gino could come forward. Even if other men blindly follow the truth, remember, he said, mentor. Nothing is true, said all the assassins. Even if other men allow themselves to be circumscribed by law or morality, remember, the mentor said again. Everything is permitted, the assassins said, so that later other initiates would become novices, and so on. Tiber Island Watchtower. We met at the top of the Italian assassins' base for Emile Crossford to make his first leap of faith, while Mai's student was a bit nervous, which the brunette noticed. Mai called the French master assassin. Yes, dear, said the aforementioned, surprising those present, while the nude Vent were jealous and Celestia sighed heavily. Has Reina-chan taken her leap of faith? The brown-haired boy asked. Eto, said the sandy blonde, looking away while lightly scratching her cheek. I haven't done it, Reina said, blushing. I assumed so, Victor said, Mentor. Go ahead, it's no problem for me. I've always wanted to see how you make your first leap of faith. Newt vent, said the aforementioned, so that the brunette and the blue-eyed brunette stood on the ledge. The girl was nervous because the brunette would stick to her, blushing heavily. Calm down. Take a deep breath, Victor said with a calm and relaxing voice as he stretched out his arms. Feel the air on your body. Breathe in the breeze and listen to it, the cry of the eagle, our eternal guide. Remember, you are an assassin, and this is the proof of your faith. What should I do? Reina asked more calmly. Let your killer instincts guide you. The eagle will reveal the knowledge to you, said the green-eyed brown-haired boy, so that the blue-eyed brown-haired girl could hear the sound of the eagle and successfully make the leap of faith, falling into the bale of straw unharmed. Wow, my, said Victor, knows what he's doing, she commented with admiration. It's true, not even I could make some novices take their leap of faith the first time in my time as instructor, Julia admitted. Dominique, your son is someone promising, Gino thought. Maybe in the future he will be the grand mentor of the order. Aries room Villa Auditore. Christina is taking care of her older sister as she begins to wake up, and when she sits on the bed, the brunette with gray eyes throws herself into her arms crying. Nay-san, silly, why did you do something so stupid? Christina cried. Forgive me, but I would have done the same for you. After all, the Auditore will always protect the family, Aries said. Now tell me what happened, the girl asked, so that her sister could tell her what happened after the stab that was intended for Giulietta. I just couldn't believe it. Michelle, the one I considered my friend and who I once saw as Issei's wife, and Newt Vent, did she betray the sisterhood? How will Celestia be? How is Issei doing? Why would I do something like that? At that moment he remembered how he had been treated in the French branch. That was a strong reason. Now the reputation that was being built little by little went to hell. Michelle, why did you do it? Eri thought. I'm sorry, but I will never forgive you for attacking my sister. The only redeeming thing is that she didn't have to resort to him while clenching her fists, but someone pulled her out of her thoughts. Nay-san, nay-san, exclaimed the brunette, trying to make her sister react, who seemed lost. What's wrong? Asked the aforementioned. I'm talking to you and you're not paying attention, Christina replied while puffing out her cheeks. Sorry, I was thinking about some things, Eri replied with a smile while stroking her hair. Eri Nisima, I've been wanting to ask you a question for a while, said the fourth daughter of the Auditores. And that's it? Said her sister. Why do you I love Issei-san? Christina asked timidly, surprising her sister, who put her hands on her chest. Yes, I love him. He's the man I love most in the world. I would give everything for him, said the gray-haired woman. Even if I'm not his wife, my feelings are on par with Ciel's or any of the girls, while giving a warm and beautiful smile. Hearing that, Christina looked down while clenching her fists, shedding tears. You love him, don't you? Eri said, blushing at her sister. How? The brunette said. How do I know that? Don't forget that I'm very perceptive, Christina-chan, but that tsundere attitude doesn't help you at all. Issei has enough with Ellis and Lyschart, said the gray-haired girl, while the aforementioned sneezed. Nay-san, I know you resent Victor like you do me, but you have to let it go. That only hurts you. Express your feelings to him, Eri said. What if he rejects me? Tell me, why are you worrying about something that probably won't happen? Said the gray-haired girl, but the brunette hesitated for her sister to hug her. If he rejects you, you can close that chapter in your life to continue, and if he accepts you, you can write in that chapter, said the gray-haired girl. I understand, the brunette said with doubt in her voice but with a determined look. At that moment the brunette appeared to see the gray-haired girl, who smiled at him only to go to where she was to hug her, while she sobbed slightly, since she understood the feelings that hug contained. Rage, sadness, impotence, frustration, and anger with himself. Eri reciprocated the gesture as she stroked his head while telling him she was fine. Forgive me, said the brown-haired boy, shedding a few small tears. My love, it's not your fault, said the gray-haired girl. But, replied the brown-haired boy, you had to deactivate those bombs and remember the main rule of my family, said the second daughter of the Auditores, caressing his face with much love. An auditor will always protect the family, Issei recited. So don't blame yourself anymore. On the contrary, I should thank you because you can save the life of my dear sister, Eri said, hugging him as they looked into each other's eyes and gave each other a kiss full of love and understanding as well as forgiveness, lasting a minute. Thanks, Eri, said the brown-haired boy. I love you, and I you. The girls watched the scene with a smile except for one, and that was Celestia, who left there with great sadness, something that did not go unnoticed by the master assassin. So he decided that they would talk at night, which was the only time he had alone. Later that day, Issei and Celestia's room. Both were naked in bed because on special occasions they sleep without clothes to feel each other's warmth. "My love, darling," said the brunette in Italian, blushing the blonde with cyan eyes. "What's wrong? You've been like this for a few days now. I didn't insist because I wanted you to tell me. But seeing your look, I know you're not well and I'm very worried that you're so upset." He caressed her hair while he held her to his chest, also caressing her skin. "It's because of Michelle, honey," Celestia said, sobbing. "I still can't believe he betrayed us like he tried to kill Julieta-san and hurt Eri. I'm sorry I failed at something for him to do this to us. Was I not enough?" But she was silenced by a kiss from her fiancé. "Celestia, you did everything you could." "No, I could have." Seals, her fiancé, called her attention. Michelle knew what she did, and now she must face the results of her betrayal of the sisterhood. "Remember our creed. Nothing is true, everything is permitted." Saying that nothing is true means realizing that the foundations of society are fragile, and that we must be the shepherds of our own civilization. Saying that everything is permitted is understanding that we are the architects of our actions, and that we must live with the consequences, whether glorious or tragic. Issei said she did everything with or without knowing the scope of her actions, and she must bear the results of these while looking into her eyes and caressing her cheek. "I see," said the blonde with cyan eyes. "Michelle's betrayal hurts me just like you, but she took her own path. But if it's any consolation, maybe one day we'll hear from her why she did it, and how she feels about it," said the brunette, giving her a kiss on the forehead. "So don't think it's your fault anymore, because it isn't. Always keep that in mind." "You're right." The blonde with cyan eyes laughed lightly. "You always know how to cheer me up." "I know, because we have been by your side for a long time and I would never change that time for anything," said the brown-haired man to kiss her head. "I see you know when you left we," the blonde said timidly. "What's wrong?" asked the brown-haired boy. "We stopped." It's just so embarrassing," Celestia said with a red face. "If you don't tell me, I won't know what you're talking about." "We stopped breastfeeding." "What?" the brown-haired boy said, upset. "Yes, one day after you left, we started to console each other with toys, but suddenly we didn't produce milk, and we were worried. But lately, since we resumed our sexual life, I have started producing milk again." "What a relief," said the boy as he breathed a sigh of relief. The brown-haired man proceeded to suck his beloved's breasts to taste the milk that he liked so much, since it was as if he were returning home and bonding with his beloved fiancée. "Jayon. Not so strong, love. Remember, that it has been a while since you sucked my breasts." The blonde said haltingly. "By the way, Rossweisse, Kuroka, Mai and Julia also breastfeed." "Really?" the brown-haired boy said, surprised. "Yes, Eri had to make them the special bra and I had to explain the reason to them," Celestia replied. "I understand," said the brown-haired boy as he continued drinking his milk until he suddenly received a message from his communicator that they both watched together. So they were surprised that the brown-haired boy took his things and told him that he wouldn't be long, going in a magic circle to Tiber Island. Issei was on the watchtower of the Italian assassins' base, and there was a person waiting for him, legs crossed sensually while looking at him mischievously and challengingly. "A main Suis," said the brunette who came with his assassin's suit, while she wore a black dress that stuck to her figure. "1. Victor Kremer," said the aforementioned with a seductive smile, or should I say, Hyodo Issei, the perverted beast of Ko Academy, with a triumphant smile so she could see how the aforementioned was impassive. "You made me come here just for this?" the brunette said, sighing heavily, which made her pout while she was tearful and puffed out her cheeks to walk in a circular motion surrounding the brunette, who acted as if nothing had happened. "I must say that at first I didn't recognize you because of your changed look, but after hearing one of the nude vent call you Icy, and seeing some graduation photos, I was able to recognize you," the redhead said. "I was surprised to learn that you were a killer teacher, something that no one in the academy would expect, especially when you are considered the embodiment of perversion." She looked seriously at the boy. "So, tell me, who are you really? Why do you want to know?" asked the brown-haired boy. "It's obvious. He is considered the biggest pervert where I studied. He is the most powerful assassin of the order. It's something I simply can't understand," the redhead responded, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I understand your argument, but I still don't have to say it," replied the brunette, not caring about the redhead's curiosity. "If you don't tell me, I'll tell everyone about your past," the man threatened to. "Do it. I don't care, I have a reputation that a girl like you is not going to dirty just because of a mere rumor, the brunette responded with a slight smile. Hearing how the master assassin didn't care if he aired his secrets, he decided to play his last card. She wrapped her arms around the brown-haired boy's neck while he looked at her with his green eyes. I could forget that matter if you kissed me, said the seductive redhead playfully. This woman, how serious is she? Or rather, does she take men so lightly? The brunette thought as he took her by the shoulders, surprising the girl. Fine, close your eyes, Amain, but God, how aggressive, said the redhead charmingly. But what? Issei thought, annoyed, to firm his grip and kiss the girl, who closed her eyes, clinging to the boy's blue sweatshirt, while she shuddered in his arms to separate for a second and kiss her again when they separate, but Amain takes a few steps back. You kissed me, it was my first time, said the redhead while touching her lips with a blush on her cheeks. What a coincidence. It was my first time too, said the brunette so that the girl would look down. Liar, said the girl, it seems that you have a lot of experience, and it is known that you are the fiancé of Master Ralgris, clenching her fists. Yes, it's true, but the boy said, drawing the redhead's attention, it's the first time I kiss a girl who isn't my partner. Huh? The redhead said. I practice polygamy, actually I'm the only murderer who does that, said the brunette so that he would kiss her again while he shakes her in his arms with his caresses. He laid her down on the mat that was there while he continued to serve her lips as he began to undress her, and he took off his clothes. He went to her breasts where he began to suck them while he moved to the other, making a path of kisses, until reaching its entrance and stimulating it with his tongue. I aligned my manhood at the entrance of the Su, breaking her hymen with a thrust. The Su's daughter, Amain Su, clumsily rode the Dorian's son while he sucked her breasts and groped and squeezed her, but the girl was sweaty, panting with her face flushed to show how her tongue was hanging out, and she was staring into space while the brunette increased the pace. She just enjoyed the pleasure of being connected to the person she. Later, after that session, both were covered with a blanket while in front of a portable heater, with Amain leaning on the boy's chest. I've actually liked you for a long time, but I was devastated when I found out you were Rias Onisima's boyfriend. But I felt like I broke inside when I found out about your death from that woman's lips, said the redhead. You mean our generation knows about my death? The brunette asked, surprised. Yeah, the occult club members didn't inform them so all the kids could celebrate. It was disgusting while we mourn your death. That's why I moved here. I thought if I got away from everything I could start over. Amain said. Why did you make me feel so much pain? Idiot, sobbing while lightly hitting her chest. Forgive me, if I had known about your feelings I would. No, forgive me for not being more assertive and telling you what I felt when you had distanced yourself from Gremory senpai, but I can tell you now later than ever I love you, Issei Hyodo. Issei Alexander Dorian? Huh, that's my real name, said the brown-haired boy so that. 3, 2, 1. Are you a Dorian? Amain exclaimed, surprised to ask something that was important for her to know. Wait, if that's so. Do you know Dominique Dorian? He is my father, the boy answered. Your father? The girl exclaimed. So the boy I kissed on the cheek when he found me that time I got lost, she said, remembering what happened to her in Puerto Rico. Looks like we've met again in Chan. I couldn't, said the girl, remembering when she was found by the man in front of her, and he carried her on his back to where her family was staying on the island of enchantment, so she could shed tears. I couldn't. To hug him I couldn't. I couldn't. I miss you so much. I couldn't. It's been a while, and Chan, said the brown-haired boy, responding to the gesture. At that point, they talked until almost dawn, waiting for Issei to prepare to leave. However, Amain wouldn't let him go, so even though he knew how things would go, he took her with him. The result, as I expected, was to know what Celestia and the others thought about Su being turned into a servant of Issei, as well as being accepted into the nude vent without consulting them. 3 days later, the brunette was doing parkour on the roofs of Monteriojoni while carrying weights on his body, while his girls were in Venice learning the art of thieves and how to blend in with the people. Amain already knew this, so he was training with Christina in Villa Auditore to improve his deficiencies, because the redhead wanted to be at the level of the strongest group of assassins of the order. Later that day, Issei had just finished taking a bath since he had sweated a lot and wanted to cool off. It was a beautiful sunset, so he was on the terrace because he liked to watch the sun set. It was a custom that he had established during his stay in Ko. At that moment he closed his eyes and a certain brunette with violet eyes appeared next to him. Rainier, said the chestnut Dorian. I see you're doing well, and you also have another new buster girl, said the aforementioned, clearly annoyed. What the girls did yesterday, you deserve it. Damn womanizer, to puff out her cheeks while closing her eyes and turning her head in another direction, acting like a tsundere. Sorry, said the brown-haired boy, amused. What are you thinking about? The brunette asked, curious as she saw the master assassin's stoic face but lost gaze. Valerie, the bearer of the Sephiroth Graal? Yes, Issei answered seriously. I'm worried that Rias might do something crazy that could hurt her, and Gasper wouldn't just stand idly by, so I'm afraid there'll be a big fuss. Do you still care about Rias, Gremory, and the others? Asked the fallen, incredulous since they pushed him aside, and despite that he continues trying. Of course not. You know I never had feelings for them, the brown-haired man answered as if nothing had happened. Don't lie to me. You started falling in love with them after the confession you made to the busted Gremory, Rainier emphasized. It's true, the brunette admitted, but I started to suppress that love as I almost never kissed her, and I always kept my distance from them. I will confess to you that her betrayal did affect me, but over time I stopped caring since she freed me from a great burden, the brunette responded. I understand, but why do you care about the damper girl? The brunette asked. I do it because they hurt Valerie unconsciously, and she has already suffered a lot from betrayals, the brown-haired man answered so that the fall would understand his reasons. I see, said a voice so that the aforementioned opened his eyes to see. Christina, said the aforementioned with a calm voice. Are you busy? I was just thinking. Reina will continue talking later, said the brunette, thinking this last thing for someone else. I understand, said the fall in the boy's mind, to return to the dimension where he is staying. The sunset is beautiful, said the chestnut. You're right, it's one of the things I like the most, said the brown-haired boy, looking at the sky. Issei, there's something I want to tell you. That you have feelings for me, being that you are such a tsundere behavior towards me, is because I chose Eri before you, and that you are upset because Amain is now a nude vent, said the brunette, surprising the brunette. Is that what you wanted to tell me? Why, yes, said the auditor with a red face. Christina, it makes me happy that you have those feelings for me, but? Asked the aforementioned nervous woman. You have a duty in Villa Auditore. I can reciprocate your feelings, but I can't take you with me. Issei said Amain's case is different because in Tiber Island it is the only assassin base that has an assistant instructor like Erica Candle, but here it is different. They all need you, and you are the one who gives the go-ahead to the new generation of Italian assassins. The eternal dusk is approaching. This war will end once again. Note, in the final part of Assassin's Express 2, I explained this concept, so you must prepare assassins who are capable of fighting and who will not die so easily due to their recklessness or by a mistake. That is your friend on the battlefield. You carry a great responsibility. Bastion, Jacqueline, Venus, Misty, Chown, Nephthys, Nadia, and you are necessary for our brotherhood as well as for its branches. I can trust them, the future of the assassins, and fight on my own front without any concern that if I die I know that you will prepare a next sentinel of silence, or a new generation of nude vent, to look at the girl who sighed while looking at him with a smile of resignation. You are the only man I know who makes rejection feel like it isn't true, Christina said as she approached him and gave him a soft kiss on the lips. Okay, I'll stay, but in exchange you have to protect them. Otherwise I'll stick a flaming arrow in your balls to leave. Protect them? The brunette wondered, reacting, does he already know? After that, the boy went to the area where he trained his girls, since he had to start training in the Dorian style, where little by little the new ones learned the most basic techniques, and the others refreshed or improved their skills in these arts. Night fell as everyone was in their rooms except for a certain Dorian who had just arrived from his training and finished talking with Rainier about a certain subject where he decided to do something that could be dangerous, and even shake the three factions. When he entered he saw something that surprised him. It was Lilith, but with a black transparent robe that only covered her breasts, revealing her abdomen, as well as some black dental floss panties lying on the bed. Welcome, my sweetheart, the blonde with blue eyes said sensually. And is this due to? Asked the brown-haired boy. I've realized how much I love you. At first I thought it was fanaticism, but after you helped me with my family issue, and how you were able to calm Julie-chan down, I knew you were the man of my dreams, a man who values his loved ones and always trains to have the necessary strength in order to protect them, said the younger Fry as she takes him by the shirt and starts kissing him while she puts her tongue in her leader's mouth while she runs her tongue over the chestnut's cavity so he takes her by the hip, sticking her to him to start controlling the action. After a few seconds they will separate, leaving a thin thread of saliva connecting their tongues. Calm down, you shouldn't rush, this is for both of us to enjoy, said the brunette, caressing her face and kissing her forehead so that she would hug him. I was very nervous, I don't want to be left behind by girls like my Onissima and Julia Anisama, Lilith said with a tone of insecurity and shyness so that Issei gave her a soft kiss on the lips. Silly little girl, I don't have a preference for anyone, I love you all equally and I couldn't live without any of you. Each one of you came into my life and made me happy even though I left and had to pretend to be something I wasn't. Like falling in love with someone who wasn't worth it, I realized that all the love I needed was with my nude vent. I was going to ask you this a while ago, said the blonde. Why are we nude vent only women? That's because of the boosted gear. I'm part dragon and dragons don't get along with those of our own kind, and that got worse when they gave me a body with Great Red's flesh. On one occasion he almost ripped off a stalker's hands when he was about to grope Phi while we were at the movies, said a voice from the bathroom that the brunette recognized. Eri? The brown-haired boy said, confused. Get out now or I'll start the fun without you, Lilith complained. I'm not going out. This is too embarrassing. Remember I borrowed that outfit from Krolsifer-san just for you to wear tonight. Yes, but I had to borrow that outfit you wear from Celestia. I knew I had seen that outfit before. The brown-haired boy thought. Man, Sherry, my dear, please come out, I want to see you. If they tried so hard, at least make it worthwhile. Oh okay, but please don't make fun of me. At that moment the gray-haired girl came out wearing a transparent white robe with Hexie's semi-transparent matching pantyhose. Eri felt like the brown-haired boy was eating her up with his eyes, so she blushed. Don't look at me like that, it's embarrassing, said the auditoress so that the brunette approaches her and gives her a passionate kiss. He leans closer to her ear to tell her, tonight I want to eat you like I should have done a long time ago. I hope you haven't forgotten about me, said the blonde so that the white-haired man would turn around and kiss her. Of course not tonight, I'll eat you both, and you'll both be mine, said the brunette, caressing the blonde's face, who smiled beautifully so he would lay them down on the bed. So he got between them and began to caress them and kiss them alternately to undress them while making a path of kisses so he would place himself at the entrance of the dangerous woman and lubricate his fingers with his saliva. Issei began to lick Eri's intimacy while stimulating Lilith with his fingers in a slow and tortuous back and forth motion. I see, Jiang, you can do it harder if you want, the gray-haired girl said, pushing the brown-haired man's head further so that her tongue could reach deeper inside. I see your fingers, Han, they feel good, I'll do it faster, exclaimed the blonde fry, enjoying the boy's stimulation. The brunette alternated between the girls, doing everything patiently and calmly, trying to make sure Eri and Lilith enjoyed it to the fullest. As a result, both girls kept moaning his name, enjoying the brunette's caresses, who gradually increased the pace until, I'm going to come, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming, the two girls exclaimed as Lilith came on Issei's face while Eri came on his hand. At that moment they both started kissing at the same time, playing with their tongues to the white-haired boy while he masturbated them skillfully, and they did the same with the nah. How both girls moaned. Gemia Lilith. Issei's hand is naughty on, Eri said. That's because both of them are rubbing me, exclaimed the brunette, while feeling the stimulation that both girls were giving him with their hands. You have it big and hard, said the auditor. How hot, Fry said, so that both girls licked the boy's nipples so that he made a grunt of pleasure so that he came in both girls. Wah! Exclaimed the dangerous girl. Ah! Exclaimed the blonde. At that moment they took with their hands the white liquid that was on his face as a body to lick it. Who, thought Lilith and Eri. It seems that it is not enough, huh? Said the brunette to get between both of them so that she could do a Russian to him. Even though he had little chest, the brunette could feel her nipples running through his psy. Even though her hands are good, I've always wanted to do this with her breasts, said the brunette. You surprised me, Eri complained, although it makes me happy that you like my breasts even though they are not as big as Lilith Sands. Wah! It's throbbing, the blonde said. While on Tiber Island, we see a certain platinum-haired man with water-green eyes with his hair tied to a blue ribbon that leaves two long ends while he has a rhomboid ornament behind his head, dressed in his assassin jacket, who is walking through the citadel. It's boring to do the night rounds. It's true, especially for a little princess like you. Who's there? Said the platinum-haired man as he takes out a short sheet of paper to see a blonde in her 20s with blue eyes dressed only in a white shirt. Over at her, assassin, jacket, pants and combat boots. JB? He exclaimed in surprise. Long time no see, Amelia de Galesheim-sama, said the aforementioned making the boy shudder. What are you doing here? Shouted the woman identified as Amelia. Don't worry, I'm no longer serving your family, said the girl as if nothing had happened. So what are you doing here? I asked desperately. I'm at training camp with the team I'm part of, said the blonde, raising her hands. So lower your weapon. Oju-sama, remember that you are a novice, and I am a master assassin. While Amelia puts away her short blade, to then remember what she said. You mean the nude vent? The platinum-haired girl said, since she was the only team of assassins that was in Italy for that reason. Yes, said the blonde. How did you recognize me? The girl asked, since no one had done so. Remember that since I was 13 I was your bodyguard until you disappeared and I took a job in the intelligence department, said the blonde. To get serious, it is better that you get out of there. To see in a corner where two people with hoods appear to reveal a girl with platinum brown hair with curls at the tip and light brown eyes, 76, 57, 89 centimeters. Next to her was a violet-haired girl with matching eyes, 85, 57, 87 centimeters. Both were dressed in tight black clothes. Yumiko? Claudia? The blonde said. JB, said the aforementioned. What are you doing here? Said the woman identified as Claudia. I was going to ask you that very thing, said the blonde. I heard from Asako-sensei that you retired and went on a trip with your boyfriend, Yamilo said. That's right, JB said. I'm with my boyfriend and this is one of our destinations. Why are you here? Amelia asked defensively. Amelia-sama, let's go back to England together, said the platinum brunette happily. I knew you were going to say that, said the platinum-haired girl, but my answer is no. Exclaimed the one identified as Claudia. Don't you know how lonely I've been since you left? Rubbing her cheek against his. It's just that I love you so much. It's already started. Yumiko sighed heavily to separate the girls. Amelia-sama must return to England. Her parents and her grandmother, the Queen, have been looking for her all this time. At least go talk to them, the girl asked. I understand your point, Yumiko-san, but I can't leave because I'm Victor Quemar's partner, Amelia said, making up a last-minute excuse. But the reactions? The violet-haired girl exclaimed. What? Exclaimed the platinum-haired brunette. Excuse me? Exclaimed the blonde, annoyed. I see, you're a damn womanizer. She thought furiously to remember something. That's completely impossible. Issei doesn't know who she is and I guess he doesn't care and he treats her like a boy. Coming to a conclusion. So she's using my future husband as a scapegoat. I'll make up with her later. She was upset since she didn't like a spoiled girl using her boyfriend as if he were an object. Who is this Victor Quemar? Claudia exclaimed furiously. He's the strongest assassin in the order, Amelia said. You're stupid. The blonde sighed heavily. Yes, that's the case. I'll face that Victor Quemar, the platinum-haired woman said determinedly while her eyes burned with flames. She doesn't know what she got herself into, Amelia thought. I've always thought Loetti was an idiot, but now I confirm it. She's the biggest idiot I ever thought I'd meet, Fry thought. Unfortunately, they can't do whatever they want, said a voice so he could see a Bishonen with tan skin, brown blonde hair and gray eyes, dressed semi-formally, coming out of the shadows. Fabian/Fabian-sama, Julia and Amelia said. Emile, no. Amelia, we will talk about this situation later. You have violated the third precept of our order, and before starting the process I want to hear your reasons. Why yes, said the aforementioned nervous woman. Who are you? Yumiko asked. My name is Fabian Machiavelli, leader of this place. Machiavelli? The girl said. Are you something of the famous writer Niccolò Machiavelli? Asked the violet-haired girl. I am a descendant of his, Fabian replied, and our guests are to see the girls in black. These are Yumiko Sakaki and Claudia Loetti. They are part of the English Intelligence Department, JB said. I understand, Loetti Dano and Sakaki Dano. I'll have to ask you to leave this place. I'm not leaving without Amelia-sama, said the platinum brunette to throw her mace at Julia, who in an instant disappeared and appeared in front of her to kick her in the abdomen, an elbow in the face, a high kick, and with a kick to the face at blinding speed to return her to her place. Claudia saw how nothing happened. The blonde waves her hair. Being that in the blink of an eye, Fabian, Yumiko and Amelia watched as the girl has a leg planted in the abdomen, an elbow planted in her jaw. Then she flew up to fall on the ground with the mark of a foot on her face, falling unconscious. Everyone present froze except the tan blonde, who recognized that technique. The Tachibanas, Yuri Ken, Phantom Strike? The tan blonde said in surprise. Yuri Ken? Preguntarin Amelia and Yumiko. It is a martial art that is performed at blinding speed that is almost impossible to follow, to cut or hit in vital points using keys, since it takes 3 seconds to take effect, creating the illusion of being attacked by a ghost. The user is able to pass through a war tank as well as a concrete wall as if it were nothing, explained the assassin leader. To think that Julia Frysan knew it. I had to restrain myself from killing her, said the blonde, and if she wants to confront Victor so much, let her do it. Issei in Celestia's room, Villa Auditora. Lemon skipped. The next day, training arena, Tiber Island. Victor Quemar was in the area where the initiates and apprentices were trained in combat, with Claudia Loetti standing in front of him with her mace while he held some nunchucks, since the objective was not to kill her but to incapacitate her. Meanwhile, the platinum brown woman had only one thing on her mind: destroy that man. The chestnut tree had only one thing on its mind: how the hell did I get into this ridiculousness? Thought the master assassin, who looked at Julia, who gave him a forced smile, while Amelia of Wales looked away, avoiding the furtive eyes of the brunette, since this whole situation was her fault. He would fix things with her later. Now he had to deal with the idiot in front of him. This fight will be 1 round. The first to hit the other wins, said the platinum brunette, but was interrupted by the master assassin. Can you skip the speech and start fighting? The brunette complained. Because of you and the other idiot. I didn't even have time to eat breakfast. Do I really have to do this? I asked, bored to death, looking at the others. You must defend your title of the strongest assassin, and teach that stupid girl that she should not underestimate us, Ezio said. What can I do? Said the brown-haired man. Then don't blame me if she ends up half dead, he warned, looking at Julia. Don't worry, Yumiko and that idiot with the mace will take responsibility for what happens, said the older blonde. Will you fight with such a weak weapon? The platinum-haired woman mocked, angering the assassins. Don't come complaining later. It's my favorite non-lethal weapon, said the brunette, starting to turn him Bruce Lee style to put him on his side, surprising everyone. Ready? Christina said as the 2 contestants looked at each other. Let's get started. At that moment, the chestnut is attacked by the English girl's mace so that he dodges the attack with a movement of his shoulders, repeating the same procedure with the same result. That was just a test, Claudia said, but now I'm serious. Look, Amelia-sama. I'm going to be 1,000 pieces. But the aforementioned Victor, great! Exclaimed the platinum-haired girl, leaving the platinum-haired girl stunned. Amelia-sama, Claudia said, swinging her mace furiously. You will pay for seducing Amelia-sama. So that her enemy could dodge her attacks. So the angry girl began to struggle with the brunette, who didn't flinch and stopped the girl's attack. Don Juan. Unfaithful. Womanizer. How original, the brown-haired man responded to push her, even though she was using a spinning kick to throw her a few meters. It's better if you give up if you want to get out on your feet. I knew I shouldn't leave Amelia-sama with you, said the platinum brunette to spin her mace faster. I will win this battle at all costs. Creating 3 tornadoes so that the brunette would just wait, and in an instant they advanced, the mace coming out between them so that the brunette could receive it, surprising everyone. But when Claudia felt victorious, she saw how her weapon shattered while the brunette was Kenshiro style, as if nothing had happened. Your time is up. You lost your chance to get out on your feet. Now you will test the power of the assassins, said the brown-haired man, breathing 3 times as he took a step in front of the girl and moving his nunchucks at such a speed that it seemed like he was doing it in slow motion. Maha Ken Oji, Fujin Toranaiti, secret technique of the Mach Fist, Trinity of the Wind God, ATH. ATH. What a... He left 3 marks with the nunchucks on his chest in a triangular pattern. Maha-ken. It is the killer martial art created by the Futetsuji that specializes in creating air pressure waves with the speed of their fists. It expands the air from the surface without increasing the weight, and with the acceleration of the fist creating an air shock wave that is capable of destroying opponents from within. At that moment, Claudia Loetti began to spit blood and fell unconscious face first onto the ground. All of the assassins, except the highest-ranking ones, like the veterans, were in shock, having never seen anything like that before. The fight is over. The winner is Victor Quemar, the killer instructor, confirmed. That's it, Fabian said, surprised. Yes, it was the Maha-ken of the Futetsuji. It is one of the 10 martial arts of the White Lotus, Tomo confirmed, or known as the 10 killer martial arts. Her ribs are broken and she's suffering from hypoxia, said one of the Tiber Island doctors who were examining the girl so that the dangerous woman who had received a silent order could examine her by touch. This girl has perforated lungs, she must be treated immediately, said the auditor. Yes, Arisama. Meanwhile, the chestnut tree approached the Princess of Wales and hit her so hard that she fell to her knees breathless. That's for getting me into this stupidity, idiot, said the brunette to leave while Yumiko helped her get me up. So why did you accept the duel? The platinum-haired girl said, barely breathing. For the pride of the assassins, I couldn't let a brat like Claudia Lloyd think that we were just a game, said the master assassin. I hope that serves as a lesson for her to remember who we are, and why we are so feared leaving with his girls. After that, Emile Crossford, or rather Amelia of Wales, was tried by the Italian assassins' court for the crime of violating the third precept of brotherhood by lying about her true identity and her relationship with the royal family of the United Kingdom. The verdict was that she lost her rank of novice, so she was demoted to apprentice, and was sentenced to house arrest along with Yumiko Sakaki in a building owned by the auditores in Florence for 6 months. Claudia Loetti was deported to England, where she was received by Osako, who imprisoned her in the intelligence prison for dereliction of duty, leaving her post without authorization, assigning herself a mission that was no longer hers but Yumiko Sakaki's, and hindering the work of this. He was sentenced to 3 months in prison. His British Special Intelligence license was revoked for 10 years, and he will be under house arrest after his release, in addition to undergoing psychological therapy for his obsession with the platinum film. Later, Gino spoke with Ethan to talk to Queen Elizabeth and explain what was happening in Amelia's situation. So 3 days later she received the news that Amelia of Wales was erased from the family records, as they had disinherited the girl and barred her from all rights as a member of the royal family. In short, Amelia of Wales was no longer recognized as part of the London royal family. A week later, Yumiko would return to England with a letter written by Gino Auditore for Queen Elizabeth. The next day saw House Rome. The brunette was next to Amain on an armchair while the boy held the redhead's hand since they were in front of her parents. A bald man with a light blonde mustache and green eyes next to her is a woman with radical red eyes and hair and a noticeable body, 95, 59, 93 centimeters. They were Amain's parents, Gales and Sosie Su. I must say it is an honor to meet the Sentinel of Silence, said the older redhead little Dorian with a smile. My dear, do you know this womanizer? The man said, since he knew from his daughter that he practiced polygamy shamelessly, and even had amnesty in all the countries in the world that practiced monogamy, and that bothered him. Yes, darling, he is Dom's son, Amain's mother replied. What? Gales said, surprised. So you are remembering the hooded boy who brought back his eldest daughter when she was lost in Puerto Rico to look at his daughter, who was really happy after learning of Issei Hyoto's death. She didn't smile again until now. So, Victor Quemar. No, Issei Alexander Dorian, said Gales. I ask you to take care of, love and be faithful to my daughter. I ask you the same, Sosie said. Thank you, Ota-san. Oka-san, Amain said happily. I'm here, a voice said to see a young version of Sosie, 83, 59, 85 centimeters, dressed in a school uniform with an X-shaped clasp on a lock of hair while having a ponytail on one side of her head. When she entered she saw her mother, father and sister, but there was one person she didn't know, a handsome brown-haired man with green eyes and wavy hair, tall and with a bodybuilder's build, but he was thin, so she blushed. Who is the handsome boy? The girl asked. He's your sister's fiancé, Issei. Amain's mother said. Issei, this is little Mizora. Nice to meet you, said the brunette, while the mentioned one was in shock. So that 3, 2, 1. Exclaimed the younger Su. When Issei has a fiancé? Yes, he came to ask for her hand, Gales said. So that Mizora goes with her sister, and mischievously tells her. You really had it in for you, Wani-chan, said the younger redhead. And tell me, when will you give me a nephew? She asked jokingly. Exclaimed the brunette, the man with the blonde mustache and the redheads. Days later, 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye, so the training was already over. The knowledge that they were supposed to learn with the Italian assassins was acquired. They learned how to move through narrow streets and rooftops like with buildings with protrusions, secret passages, catacombs, theft, stealth techniques, public assassination, the arts of thieves, blending into the crowd, disappearing in an instant, and other things besides advancing and learning the techniques of the Dorian combat style. It was the last day in Villa Auditore, because they had to go with the Chinese assassins. Well, you have passed the tests and have learned what you should know, so you will be given a gift as is tradition when you pass the tests, Gino said, so that 12 assassins could pass with 12 boxes with the symbol of the branch so that they could open them, revealing. This is, Reina said, surprised and happy. That's right, they are the pair of hidden blades that the poison blade has a mechanism to launch it. The traditional hidden blade, the hidden cannon, creation of the great Altair as his first smoke bombs. Christina said to give them to the three girls. Congratulations, you have earned them, assassins. Issei and the others applaud them as they bow since they felt so happy to win their weapons by their own effort. Well, it's time. I'm not saying goodbye, but see you soon. I hope you can overcome the upcoming tests, Gino said. Thank you, mentor, the rookie said, bowing. Victor, I am giving you that assignment, he said seriously, as the Newt Vent were teleported inside the Chestnuts family while the Auditora family, the Su family, and the Italian assassins said goodbye to them. Commodore de Ryutimaru. The Newt Vent were celebrating the entry of Amain Su, Giulietta Auditora, and Fianna ibn Lahad. Cheers! The boys said while toasting with wines, except for some who drank wine with water while eating lasagna like pasta prepared by Eri, Amain, and Tomo. Where are we going now? The Nekasha asked while eating. Kuroka, don't talk with your mouth full, Marijane said. Let's go to the Chinese assassins branch, Miyabi said. Correct, Celestia said. Rio, do you know the coordinates to China? The brown-haired boy said. I see, Mai said as she left her plate on the table while Miyabi and Lisha tried to take the bottle away from Rossweisse, as Julia saw things as funny. What's wrong? The brown-haired boy asked curiously. I have a message from Xiao Sifu, the sandy blonde replied to give her a scroll. Fortunately, Issei knew the languages of the assassin branches. 5 Peaks, Wulafeng, China. At that moment they arrive at a mountainous region where the vegetation is thick, and in a clearing of a mountain there is a large Shaolin-style monastery that had the symbol of the Chinese assassins in the entrance arch to see something that caught the Chestnut's attention. I think we arrived at the right time. What's wrong? Mai said. It seems like a group of hooded warriors, said the white-haired man, showing him how a group of 30 hooded men were about to reach the murderous base. The Xiao, said Queen. Xiao? Julia asked curiously. Known as the Bloody Beasts, they are the warriors in service of the 8 Tigers of the 21st century, who are a group of eunuch administrators who control the Chinese Templars. Mai replied. In Japan I killed young Tanpa and Han Long Fong, who were about to associate with the Japanese Templars, but the others escaped. I understand, said the brown-haired man. Ryu, open the lower hatch while they watch, as Eri handed him some boots that had spheres on the soles for him to put on. Be careful, said the gray-haired woman, giving her a kiss on the cheek, while her future husband kissed her on the forehead and launched himself into the void and began to spin in the air. He began to push off with his legs, making an allusion to skating, so he began to float, descending at maximum speed. Using Shunpa, in an instant, the 30 enemies were stabbed as they were shot in the head, so they fell dead, surprising the new ones. Wani-chan, what was that? Julietta asked. They are Air Trek assassins, the aforementioned responded. Air Trek assassins? Reina asked. They are a prototype means of transport that only we, Newt Vent, used to fly. Eri explained. Each sphere on the soul has the function of levitation as well as the speed and rapidity function with the work that a skater does, which allows us to fly without any problem, and the best of all is that it works with a royalty that produces 2,000 units of energy for 10 that the user gives it. An original creation of Eri-chan, said Alizi. They all saw how the chestnut tree was as if nothing had happened, waiting for something to happen so that suddenly thousands of arrows would attack him, so that Victor would breathe 3 times deeply, creating a medium to large size circle that reflects the arrows as if nothing had happened. Get to Mirror Ryu, Dragon Gate Mirror. A friendly voice said. 1 ally is enough. Open the door. Understood. Chown-sama. Several voices said to open the door, while the girls appeared with their things from a magic circle courtesy of the good Ryutimaru. At that moment a hooded man appeared wearing a striking black trench coat with red and gold trim so he could remove the hood, revealing platinum hair with long hair reaching down his back and bangs covering his forehead. His hair also seems to go to the sides of his face, covering his ears. His eyes are closed so he can open them, revealing light aquamarine eyes with slanted pupils that looked at him with a loving smile, along with attractive measurements, 89, 59, 87 centimeters. Long time no see, Chown, said the brunette with a warm smile. Welcome, darling, said the aforementioned to throw herself into Issei's hugs to kiss him, surprising and making the new ones jealous. Who is she? Julia said jealously. She is the eldest daughter of Xiaoyin, chief assassin instructor, and Nude Vent, Xiao Chown Tomo explained, surprising the rookies so that 3, 2, 1. Eee! Exclaimed the new entrants, but one fact caught the girl's attention. If it's a Nude Vent, why isn't she with Issei? The brunette with emerald eyes asked. That's because it's a rule imposed by the Xiao clan, Mary Jane replied. Rule? Felicia asked without the meow. The couple will marry when they come of age. Alizi explained, because of that rule, Cho-san didn't come with us and stayed training as if waiting for Issei to come for her. So, officially, Issei is 20 years old, while Chown is about 19, so they can already be together without restrictions because they are of legal age in Europe. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Arian, husband in Chinese, said the platinum-haired woman with much love. It's a pleasure to see you, Victor said, a voice to see a woman identical to Chown but with short black hair. Even though she has the same eyes as the platinum-haired woman, she was a mature version of the platinum-haired woman but with slightly lighter skin and a spectacular body. 95-59-90 centimeters. Sifu, master in Chinese, Mai Reina. Issei and the veterans greeted each other with a Chinese Kenpo greeting that consists of holding the right fist with the left hand. Welcome to Rosen. I introduce myself to the new ones, the woman said to perform the Kenpo greeting. My name is Xiaoyin, descendant of the great Xiao Jun and mentor of the Chinese Assassins Order. Nice to meet you, said the new ones greeting in the same way. Come in, said the brunette, so they could see how several hooded men with bows greeted them in the same way so they could go into a large room. So what the message says is true. Kaku-san deserted, said the brown-haired boy. Kaku-san? Felicia asked curiously. Xiao Kaku, my youngest daughter, said seriously. This happened almost a year ago. Flashback. It was the duel between Chown and Kaku to decide who would be my successor. Chown continued using her wooden saber while Kaku used a bicento also made of wood as their weapons clashed. But at one point in the fight Chown seemed different, so in one move Kaku knocked down the silver-haired woman while pointing his weapon at his opponent's neck. It's over, the winner is Xiao Kaku. One moment, Yin said, stopping the referee to see how her youngest daughter's foot leaf was shining to touch it while the leaders went to where the mentor was to pass the substance to the others. It's a hallucinogenic mushroom extract, said a leader. This is a clear breach of the succession ceremony's code of honor. Added to that, he raised the killing blade against his sister, said another leader. Take Xiao Chown to the infirmary and administer the treatment, said the mentor. Yes, Fu said two assassins to take the girl while the 5 hooded men go up to the balcony looking at the winner. Xiao Kaku, the council of leaders of the Chinese assassins, have decreed that through your actions another assassin leader said, you will never be your mother's successor and you will be demoted to novice. What? Exclaimed the younger Xiao, you can't do that to me. You have proven that you have no honor and that you would do anything to get what you want as you respect our precepts. Xiao Chown will be the heir of mentor, Xiaoyin, said another assassin leader. Now hand over your equipment, said the mentor, as about 3 assassins approach her, but she attacks them to escape, but not before. They will pay dearly for this, I swear. Vindel flashback. After this, they send us the head of one of the leaders of the order with this on the side, Chown said, to show them a scroll that when the brown-haired man opened it they saw a note that said, I warned you. Along with this note was a symbol that the Nude Vent recognized, so they put on a serious look. That's Kaku's handwriting, Ian said. I would recognize my daughter's stylized and perfectionist calligraphy. What's wrong? Chown asked nervously, seeing the look on her beloved's face. Do you know what that symbol is? Since she was worried seeing how the brunette was totally serious. He's from the Assassin's Hunters, the brown-haired man said firmly with a somewhat icy tone. What? Mother and daughter exclaimed the Assassin's Hunters? I'm afraid Kaku-san has become an assassin hunter, the blonde said. I can't believe it, said the devastated woman. Honey, I was wrong to see the photo of a platinum-haired man with short hair and reddish eyes. His skin is almost white, and he is of considerable height. Who is he? Amain asked curiously. He's my husband, Ryan Red Foxine said. He was killed by one of the 8 tigers, but in her voice there was great sadness. I'm sorry, said the redhead, embarrassed to ask. Don't worry, it's been 3 years since he died, Chown said with a melancholic smile. Well, we'll show you your room, said the platinum-haired girl while taking Issei's left arm because Celestia took his right arm since servants from the assassin's base were carrying things to what looked like a 3-story castle. I haven't seen this building in a while, said the brown-haired man with nostalgia. This is our bedroom. Issei made it in a week for us, Celestia said, bringing her hands to her cheeks while she had a cute blush. We always maintain it, like we clean it every 2 weeks. They enter the bedroom so they can see how finely made it is and how there were also several pictures of them, mainly of Celestia and Issei, who looked like a newlywed couple. Well, take the room you like. This house has about 35 shared rooms. At that moment the girls organized themselves and chose their roommate. Tomo y Miyabi, Mary Jane and Lisana, Alizi and Julia, Philippi is there, Lisha and Ellis, Amain and Chown, Lilith y Krulsifer, Kuroka y Rossweisse, Mai and Reina, Fianna and Julieta, finally Issei and Celestia. But the last couple was in for a surprise when their double bed was replaced by a king size? Asked the brunette and the blonde. Yes, after all, there wouldn't be enough room for those of us who would like to sleep with you in a bed for two, a voice said so they could see Chown with a light blue chipao. True, I have to change, said the brown-haired boy, to put on a red and black hanfu since it has a dark silhouette dragon with wushu pants and shoes, while Celestia puts on a blue and white chipao so she could see how the others wore kipaos of different colors. They are comfortable, meow, Felicia said. It's true, Khalees said. Well, we'll start tomorrow first thing in the morning. For now enjoy the party, Chown said. Later that day, the nude vent wore traditional Chinese clothes while enjoying the banquet and the show prepared for them by their brothers from the country of the East. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening Miss Chown will delight us with the pheasant fan dance. At that moment, the aforementioned woman appears wearing a golden hanfu, while she is not wearing makeup and has her eyes closed. The girls are surprised by the girl's graces such as agility and reflexes while she cannot see anything. I see you've improved a lot, said the brown-haired boy. That's right, since she saw you in the Dragon Rise test she has improved in this Shao clan tradition. Tradition? Mai asked. Shao Jun created this form as a Tai Chi style that helped her relax, but she discovered that it was also relaxing for others and brought her students closer together as it improved their footwork, explained the Shao matriarch. So this dance, like others, is a form of respect that we, the women of the Shao clan, give to our disciples and brothers, assassins. All the women of the Shao clan learn this since we start walking. Wow, said the Valkyrie and the Nekashu. I mentioned it, mentor, but what is the Dragon Ascension? Asked the Nikomata. It's like the Chinese assassins' induction ceremony for the initiates, Lisha replied. They must perform the dragon dance while entering a circuit of training machines. If they manage to cleanly pass the circuit or with the fewest injuries, they are accepted. Those who don't have to wait another 3 years to try again. Mentor explained. I understand, Felicia said. Issei is the only foreign assassin who has managed to pass the test without a scratch, Alizi commented. If I'm not mistaken, we're on the eve, aren't we? Mentor, Celestia mentioned. Yes, it will be done in a week, Ian said. While the brown-haired boy saw how beautiful Chown looked, he remembered the time they met and how he saw her practice tirelessly. And now he saw the results. Chown's dressing room. The platinum-haired girl was drinking tea while resting because she knew that her Aryan had seen her and made an effort just for him. You were wonderful, said a voice as she felt a clasp on her neck as he gave her a kiss on her cheek. Thank you, I was nervous, but when I felt your presence in the room I can do it, said the platinum-haired girl so they could give each other a warm kiss full of love that lasted 1 minute. I think it's time, the brown-haired boy said to give him something and made him place it on his chest. By order of Issei Alexander Dorian, bearer of the power of the beginning and the end, you, Shao Chu, will walk again in this world, seal this contract, and become my servant. At that moment the piece enters the girl's chest with a carmine glow so that later a magic circle with the face of a dragon appeared. On the left side was the A with the bow, and on the right side was the Omega that was the shield of Issei's nobility. Done, with this you are officially my servant as you enter the nude vent, said the brown-haired man with a smile. Servant? Chown asked, somewhat confused, so the brown-haired man could tell her everything about his experience in Japan. The next day, Rosen Mountains. We found the brunette, the blonde with cyan eyes, and the others, nude vent, climbing a mountain in a free run, even though it was like in the United States. But fortunately on that occasion they received 2 aid accessories, the Gamma, a sharp sickle with a short handle, but this one is special since it can cut through rocks, and the Shuku, which are plates with hooks on the palms. This is difficult, Naya, said the redhead, using the usual suffix while she was holding the gamma with one hand. That's why we told you to use the Shukutomo, scolded. We're already used to this exercise. I know, the Nikomata complained. I just thought it would be easy. All the girls saw how the brown-haired boy used the gamma to reach a rocky part. He saved it, and used his hands to jump free as if it were the easiest thing in the world. I guess Issei is already used to that, Amain said. That's not all. This exercise is extremely difficult, Mai said, but not compared to that. Why do you say that? Caliste asked curiously, causing the sandy blonde to point out the brunette's legs with her eyes. Are your legs tied and weights on them? Exclaimed the brunette, surprised, since without the support point climbing that type of mountain was extremely difficult, but the Dorian's son made it seem like child's play. Issei was trained by my mother, being that this gave him an incredible cardiovascular system as well as a shocking amount of stamina, Chown commented. I understand, said the new ones. We must continue, said the instructor, so that she could continue with the free run, jumping and running between trees, rocks like rivers. After that they had a combat practice with martial arts and techniques of the assassins. Later they trained other techniques such as more. Evening. The nude vent were asleep except for Issei, who was meditating on the roof in the lotus position while raising his toki. But it showed calm and a perfect flow. It was like a river. At that moment she feels someone coming out of the bedroom to finish her meditation and go follow her. Notice how the novice, Reina Izumi, was walking towards the clearing near the assassin's base, where she was on a mountain ledge, so she started to sing. Yasashi kaze mabuka tsubomi, maki sumteka hanatachi. I want to meet you. Yum no you and I nakushurmao. Your life is short. So I decided to go to the island. Shape of my love. Even if you lose, you will lose. Eternal song. Katachi wa iranai dakishamit kenjite hashiai. The children's garden, the children's garden, the children's garden, and I will never see you again. Her voice was melodious like velvet, like the song of a siren, but I noticed something strange in the song. It was a tune full of sadness, like lament and regret. However, the singing of the blue-eyed brunette was hypnotic, so the brunette knew what it was about, so he waited for her to finish singing. Nice song, a voice said so the girl could see. Victor-sama? Yo, the aforementioned greeted to stand by her side. You, did you hear me? Mais, initiate, asked nervously, receiving an affirmation. Who composed that song? Asked the curious brown-haired boy. My Wani-sama sang it to me when I couldn't sleep, Reina replied. And you were trying to suppress your dragon's roar gate with the song? Issei asked seriously. Yes, in part the women in my family are born with this curse, said the brunette with blue eyes shedding tears. Why do you call it a curse? When I was in elementary school, some girls started bothering me and I yelled at them that I hoped they would fall out the window right in front of me. They threw themselves out of the classroom windows, the girl recounted. After that, my parents sent me to a boarding school in Germany until high school, where I returned to Japan and entered a school in Hokkaido where I had some friends with whom I got along well, but one day I discovered them talking badly about me, that they were only with me because the boys approached me and because they got good grades with me. At that moment I yelled at them, I hope they die. So they killed each other. After I transferred to Ko, they tried to grate me, so I screamed, blue flames coming out of my mouth until I evaporated and broke like a dry branch. It was horrible. That night, in a conversation with my parents, where I learned about this power and understood why my mother called it a curse. According to what you said, your sister left. I know I'm being too involved, but maybe that's part of the reason why you're trying to suppress your powers, the brunette deduced, making the brunette laugh bitterly. It's like she said, after all that happened, and then the person who supported me the most, my sister, left home because of me. Reina sobbed so Issei could hug her warmly while stroking her hair. Why do you say that? The brunette asked seriously but kindly. When my mother found out that I inherited the power of the dragon's roar, she started to take care of me like my father, and she started to pay more attention to me. When she wanted to take me to the movies with some friends, they took me, and when we returned, my parents started to scold her, like yelling at her loudly until she lost patience, so she took her things and her motorcycle, leaving, but not before telling me. All this is your fault. If it weren't for your special power, Reina said, but when I met my Onisima and she protected me, I found out that I had an older sister again, so I haven't mentioned my power to her. I'm afraid that she will separate from me, she sobbed bitterly. Sometimes we don't understand those who love us, and we hurt them. Humans are really stupid, the brown-haired boy thought. It's not that they are stupid, It's just that they don't have the same knowledge as supernatural beings. They still believe that they are the only thinking beings that exist in the world. They fear what they don't know, so they reject it, the dragon said in his mind while the son of the Dorians agreed with him. Reina-san, look at me, said the brown-haired boy while taking her chin to give her a kiss on the forehead. Maya is not like that. We are not like that. Unlike what you think, the assassins have an open mind, especially the nude vent, who have faced several things that normal human beings would not believe. Do not be afraid. Even if the world itself turns against you, I will always be by your side, caressing her face. Do you promise me? The blue-eyed brunette asked tenderly. Of course, the brunette replied with a smile so they could see the moon while he hugged her from behind. The next day, Great Wall of China. Chown took the nude vent to the wall in order for them to apply everything they learned, but fortunately for them, where they trained was closed, because it was the part where the assassins trained without disturbance. But access to it wasn't so easy, so parkour had to be used to climb up and begin the assassin's exercise. At that moment, a assassin was lying on the ground. Xingfeng Chown said as he approached the aforementioned Chown Ojusama. What's wrong? Asked the platinum-haired girl. They attacked us. Who? Asked the platinum-haired girl. A boy with silver hair, a brunette with brown hair, a blonde with glasses, a blonde dressed as a high school girl with a cape like a witch's hat, a giant gargoyle flying over us, a green-haired girl with antennas, a boy with pig ears and another with a pig head, said the killer, fainting from the wounds on his body. At that moment they saw how the brown-haired man released his toki, while his eyes turned bright blue and his muscles grew. Come with me, said the brown-haired man using his alter ego, K, while the aforementioned stood next to the brown-haired man who appeared from a magic circle in Ascalon. Use that. Yes, said the spirit with her usual monotonous tone to fuse the sword into her right arm, forming a reddish-purple dragon arm with edges like golden claws. Note: it's like Rokuro's arm from Susei no Amayaji. To take its form as a spiritual weapon, but the edge of the sword's blade was reddish-purple with gold. The chestnut-haired man guards her in an energy sheath that he places on his back while he has her tied with a luminous key rope to drag. Do it, said the brown-haired boy. Twins critical scale male, Maya armor. At that moment the brown body was covered with black armor with a red background and a hood of the same color, but everything was made of scales, while he also has a mask that covers half of his face like his ears and shin guards of the same color to disappear. Where are you going? Chown asked curiously. He's going to see an old acquaintance, said the redhead playing with her hair. At that moment he sees how the Chinese assassins surround 8 boys while the hooded men looked for a way to attack him, but it was useless until a hooded man with black and red armor with a hood and mask with the same color pattern, combat pants and black military boots with protectors of the same color with a neon blue energy thread while he had a sword on his back appeared and faced them. Stop your attacks right now, said the hooded man. Kaka-kaka-vala. Someone interesting has arrived, said the brown-haired boy. That idiot Biko, it seems like this year he hasn't wasted his time like the others. This will be entertaining. Kukuku. The hooded man in blue thought to smile slightly, but it couldn't be seen because of the hood, since he felt like Vala's team had become stronger during this time. At that moment the platinum-haired boy appeared. He looked almost the same except that he had slightly longer hair with a small braid on his shoulder like a somewhat developed musculature. Biko had messy hair. Le Fay had become a very beautiful girl with slightly larger breasts than Ravel had a year ago and heart attack measurements, while her brother had let his beard grow a little, which he only had on his chin like short layered hair, and as for the other 3 he didn't care since he almost never interacted with them. The murmurs were not long in coming. The Sentinel of Silence. He'll be able to handle these guys. Step back, said the hooded man so that the assassins would move away, and at the same time a barrier was raised. I see someone strong has arrived, said the platinum-haired man. Why did they attack those people? The hooded man asked. Simple, they bothered us, the boy responded as if nothing had happened. I understand, said the hooded man to unsheath his sword and point at the enemies, but that doesn't change what they did to disappear in an instant, and see how Nhiza, Chu Beiji, and Sha Wujing fell full of cuts with several hemorrhages while he was behind the aforementioned Dorian style, Waltz of the Bloody Shadow, Dorian style, Waltz of the Bloody Shadow. We must be careful, said the blonde. What's wrong? Oniai-sama? The curious blonde asked. His sword is not normal, and his style is something I have never seen before, said the descendant of King Arthur. P.S. how weak the monkey, complained Faye, take care of those 3. Yes, Biko-sama said the aforementioned. Is that all? The hooded man asked, bored, so the monkey would attack him. But he didn't even bother to dodge it, since when the chestnut man's staff hit him, the attacks bounced off him as if it were nothing, so he took his sword to stop his enemy's staff and hit the handle of the sword with Toki, causing it to resonate through the blade and create a high-frequency vibration that destroys Biko's staff, disorienting him. Absolute Sword Art 6th Form, Crushing Fang, being that he begins to spin his sword at an amazing speed so that using the force of inertia and both hands he makes 6 downward diagonal cuts on his enemy's body as if they were scratches. Dorian's Way, the adventurous impact of the Pilgrim Hawk, Dorian style, Impacto Distribuidor of the Peregrine Falcon, Biko-sama. Faye exclaimed worriedly to face the hooded man, but he noticed something strange in the girl but preferred to leave that aside to point his sword, and it began to create a high-frequency wave that made the blonde cover her ears, undoing her magic so that the hooded man appeared in front of her to put his hand on the girl's abdomen to create a pressure wave that sounded like a buzz to leave the girl unconscious that he took in his arms to disappear, leaving her in a safe place to appear again. It's rare to see an enemy so kind to his adversary, said the blonde. Maybe. But I'm not rude or a barbarian, replied the hooded man as he began to fight the blonde. The weapon the blonde uses is a 2-handed sword with a round pommel at the end, a large cross-shaped guard, and a long cyan blade with a gold-colored blade edge, while the hooded man's sword is a straight sword with a silver blade that has turquoise and gold trim along with a gold hilt, a cross-shaped guard, and the hilt has a turquoise jewel. That sword is incredibly hard, it's on the level of Caliban, Arthur thought as he saw how his enemy used a position to take a great leap and then perform a free fall while he began to spin while covering himself with crimson energy as he was plummeting against the blonde, who tried to stop his attack by covering his sword with sacred power so that both weapons collided, creating a powerful red-gold light ending in the victory of the hooded man. Dorian style, Crimson Fawn Drillers, Dorian style, Comillo Perforator Carmessi. Now the hooded man said there's only one left, looking at the platinum-haired man who was using his balance breaker, floating in the sky so that Issei could activate his thrusters and they would face each other. You are very strong. You remind me of my rival and friend Issei Hyoto, the platinum-haired man said with some nostalgia as the exchange of blows began at a blinding speed, while the white man was amazed that a human could match him. In addition to the fact that the hooded man's fists were quite strong and hard, as he had great strength almost at the level of Serorg or Rugal. But instead of being surprised or intimidated, he was smiling and seemed excited. I forgot, this idiot like a monkey loves fights, the hooded man thought. I think it's time to try that. Are you sure? The white-haired girl asked worriedly. We've only practiced it once. I have a desire to fight, but I will not use Hokuto Shinken but rather Dorian-style techniques. I understand. At that moment the sword becomes a beam of light that separates in 2, creating gloves. The right glove is blue and turquoise with gold edges, while the left glove is purple and gold, to instantly appear in front of the platinum, performing a hand strike at blinding speed to leave a silhouette of the palm on the armor and throw him a few meters away. He keeps it in the air to perform a flurry of devastating blows from multiple angles that leave him badly, to finish it off with a devastating flying kick to the head of the vanishing dragon that sends him flying very far until he falls against a lookout post to get up, but with his mouth and nose bleeding while breathing heavily. Ascending Blue Dragon Strike plus Double Dragon Dance Chain plus Wind Swallowing Kick. Who are you? The diminished Hakuryuku asked. They call me Le Sentinel du Silence, the Sentinel of Silence, the hooded man replied. What? The platinum-haired man exclaimed incredulously to stand in front of him and circulate the power of Ascalon, as of the Demon's Slayer, of his arms, and released it through his fists, launching a shock wave that comes out the other side with a powerful burst of compressed air. Soul-crushing double fist. At that moment, using runes as calculations, he transports the Vala team to an area so they can treat their wounds while he undoes their armor. It seems that the balance breaker of the Twins Critical works well, said the brown-haired boy. It was hard to find that form since the issue with the fallen angel Rainier, where it had awakened the Twins Critical, was forgotten, and molding it into the form you wanted was the easy part, commented the red dragon, while its bearer undid the barrier and asked for explanations, where he learned why the fight started only to get a palmed face because some novices bothered LeFay, and this caused an unnecessary fight. As punishment, the master assassin mercilessly slaughtered those boys, so they were sent to the confinement chamber of the Chinese assassins, monastery for 5 months as punishment in addition to forced and heavy labor. After this, the training on the Great Wall of China continued as if nothing had happened, continuing with the practice of combat as well as Tai Chi. Later that day, thank you for the food, the assassins said, to begin tasting the dishes of the traditional dinner of the Land of the Dragon while thanking the elders as they toasted for a good job and ending the dinner with fruit so that everyone goes to their bedrooms except the chestnut who saw the sky. "What's up, buddy?" the dragon asked curiously. "I think I'm getting a little nostalgic," replied the brown-haired boy. "To see the Pendragon girl? She has really become very beautiful," the brunette admitted. "Seeing her made me remember my days in Japan, but it also reminded me of my mistakes and my weaknesses. You must remember that it was all an illusion and an act. That life you had in Japan was never true, and one day it had to end. The only mistake you made was forgetting that. It's true, I forgot who I am to live a lie. It was painful, but I remembered who I am and the desire to see my girls. Something I will always be grateful for," said a voice so I could see beautiful cyan eyes like a warm smile. "Celestia," said the brunette, kissing the cyan blonde on the lips so she would sit next to him. "What are you thinking about?" "My Amy?" asked the aforementioned curious woman. "In the past, nothing important," said the brown-haired boy. "I understand," the blonde said with doubt, but she wouldn't insist on the subject. They both stared at the moon so that the brunette could hug her waist, pressing her close to her while she leaned on the shoulder of the man she loved with all her being while the sky filled with fireflies. "I also had a doubt when I saw Le Fay. I felt something different about her." "So you noticed it too," the dragon said analytically. "She gave off Tannen's aura." "You don't believe that?" the brown-haired boy asked, surprised. "Not at all. The aura doesn't cover her. It only releases it from her back and creates a cloak on her body. But it doesn't flow constantly through her," the Security explained. "So, I think he did the dragon vow of chastity ritual with Tannen." "The what?" Issei asked so Drake could explain to him about this rite. 2 days later, Coast City, Japan. We see a pair of blonde men, one carrying incense and flowers, while the other carries a wooden bucket with a spoon and cleaning utensils. These boys were Yudo Kiba and Gasper Vladi, who were paying tribute to the 3 graves of their friends and comrades. They were asked to clean the graves, refresh them, and leave flowers and incense for prayer. "It seems they haven't come to see you, Issei-kun," the older blonde thought. "It's been a year since he left us, Issei-senpai," said the damper, who now dressed not like a girl but like a boy and even had his hair cut John Cena style. "It's true," he said. "Knight Gremory." Kiba's POV. "Many things have happened since you left. The alliance has strengthened despite your absence thanks to the words of Seraph Leviathan, Seraph Gabriel and Cardin Penimir. But on the other hand, the Gremory family is falling apart. Bucho's parents are getting worse every day and I have a feeling they will separate. Milikas-sama was the most affected. Now he is almost as perverted as you. If you saw him you wouldn't recognize him. Surzek-sama looks lost while Grafia-san tries to keep the Gremory clan afloat. But the one that worries me is Bucho. Since the year of mourning she has become colder and indifferent with men as she has a more sober aura. Not only that, but many husband candidates run away from her. This has caused the relationship between Lord Gremory and Bucho to be very rough, almost to the point that she puts on a bad face when she is summoned by her father, and their arguments turn into shouts while she arrives at the club very upset. He takes it out on me and Gasper by yelling at us, slapping us for no reason, insulting us and humiliating us even when we don't say anything. It seems that our mere presence bothers and displeases him. Venelana-sama asks us to understand her, and try to understand how we forgive her, but it's difficult. Every day she becomes darker, and that worries me. Currently Le Fay is with her brother due to the vacation, but she still lives in the Hyoto residence, as she is becoming like them. Also since that day, Bucho has not chosen new servants, claiming that Issei and Rossweisse will never be replaced. He has abandoned all his dreams and even said that for her Milikas-sama can take the position of heir to the Gremory clan since he is no longer interested in her. I feel like Bucho will eventually break off her relationship with the Gremory clan. You left a lot of sadness and chaos behind in your departure, but at least you can get the rest you deserve for the arduous and tough battles you fought. I hope we meet again soon in the other world where I will introduce you to my friends, and we will laugh together like we did before. Forgive me if I bother you in your final resting place with these problems, Rest in peace, my friend. Gasper, said the Prince of Ko Academy, it's time to go. Yes, Yudo-senpai, said the aforementioned, taking the cleaning utensils while the blonde takes the bucket, while a person watched everything hidden from a tree. Days later, Dragon Rising Festival Day. It was the big day for the initiates of the Chinese assassins. Since it was their test to enter the order, it was a unique day. They should not fail. They trained for 3 long years, and it was their moment. The first novice began with some difficulty and passed the test, while the instructors, the leaders, the mentor, and the nude vent watched as the boys completed the course. This year's initiates are promising, Tomo said. It's true, Mai said. At that moment, the guards at the gate and in the watchtowers fell dead, so that several black hooded figures could enter the temple with great ease, while the nude vent watched as the 41st initiate carried out the test, the hooded figures, so that the unexpected guests could be positioned at the roof window so that a voice could be heard that said, "Fire!" A burst of assault rifle fire began, and in an instant the brown-haired man gets into position to use Toki, making circular movements that create several arms that form a barrier that protects and reflects the bullets as if nothing had happened, wounding the attackers. Hokuto Senju, 1,000 Hands of the North Star. Both Eri and the others, nude vent, put up barriers that stopped the bursts of bullets. Is everyone okay? Seals asked. Yes, there were only a few injuries, but to a lesser extent. Flap, 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 flap. At that moment they saw 12 hooded men in black with red, a sash with the Templar symbol. Note, it is the outfit of Shay Cormac from Assassin's Creed Rogue, and on the chest a symbol known by the brown-haired man and his girls. Assane's hunters, Krulsifer said dryly. I expected nothing less from you, Victor Quemmer, said a voice, so that one of the black hooded figures revealed a brunette with red eyes who has her hair tied in 2 ponytails with 2 purple bows and wears glasses. Long time no see, Kaku, said the brown-haired boy. It's a shame you've become a puppet of Geto Tachibana. You may be right, but she said I have found that in this group you share the same goal as me. Let me guess, they want to kill me, said the brown-haired boy with annoyance. Yes, said the assassin's hunters. Wow, I feel like those trips companies take so their workers can learn to cooperate, the master assassin commented simply. To a certain extent it is like that, a hooded man commented. Kendall, I haven't seen you since Tiber Island, the brunette commented. I thought you had been eaten by piranhas or something, while scratching his head. Wretch! Exclaimed the aforementioned furiously, that's why I hate you. Since he always made jokes in bad taste. By the way, Jackie, she sends her regards and says to take you alive since she has a nice gift for you, the brunette commented with a mocking smile, while the brunette shuddered since he imagined how his dear cousin felt knowing what he did. Ha! I didn't think that a descendant of old Connor would tremble like a sissy over a little girl, said another hooded man. The beautiful Sophie has already appeared, the brunette commented. You're annoying, really annoying, said the aforementioned, but because of the hood it wasn't obvious that she was blushing. Chown Nasen, said the brunette with red eyes. Stop, Kaku-chan, stop before I have to kill you, said the aforementioned. Brave words for someone who will not live another day, said the younger Xiao. At that moment the nude vent disappear, while areas protected by an energy dome made by Est, while the new ones are given some, at assassins, to jump in so the fight can begin. Issei was fighting against Yorika and Versalia. Celestia fought alongside Krulsifer against Direk. Tomo was fighting Kendall. Alize was fighting Batunda. Mary Jane was fighting Sherry. Lisana was fighting against Sonia. Philippi was fighting Angela. Miyabi and Ellis fought against Hayes. Caliste was fighting Michelle. Lilith and Mai were fighting against Rubia. Chown fought against Kaku, while the others fought against the Xiao, along with the Chinese assassins, and finally Ian fought against Geto. I expected nothing less from the Sentinel of Silence, said the brunette with heterochromia. You've been improving for a long time, despite having taken that break when you went to Japan, said the blonde with cold blue eyes. How do you know that? The brown-haired boy asked curiously. I am all yours, I see, Versalia said with a somewhat gloomy tone, so that the aforementioned had a drop behind his head. We'll see how strong you are, said the brunette to breathe, accumulating her ki. Yurei Kenoji, Yurei Hoko Ki, secret technique of the Ghost Fist, Ghost Walker. At that moment the brunette disappears so the brown-haired man can close his eyes to breathe deeply to clear his mind and be able to feel things around him. So he begins to move his hands in various directions, thus creating a type of Toki sphere that is capable of detecting and repelling everything around your body, being aware of what happens in your radius of action. Depending on the speed and strength of the user, this technique can become an impenetrable shield. Yorika tried to attack but without results to attack from the rear, but at that moment, rebuild. Rebuild rotation. At that moment, when he released the blow, he flew until he crashed against the wall, but he saw that he was only unconscious. You're a beast, Versalia complained. I think I'm too far gone, said the brown-haired boy as he went to where the girl was, placing his hand on her body while a green energy passed to her so that the boy checked her in an instant. Ready, she'll recover. You are very kind, said the blonde assassin's hunter. She's just a victim and technically she's my sister-in-law. Like my younger sister-in-law, the brown-haired man explained. I see, Versalia said. Do you want to continue? Said the brown-haired man, taking out his saber. No, you know I would never fight with you, said the blonde. So why did you join the Assassin Hunters? The brunette asked curiously as he reholstered his weapon. To make Celestia pay for taking you away from me, said the eldest Farengart with a Yandere tone while the son of the Dorians was stunned to exhale heavily. Do you know I'm polygamous? Asked the brunette, leaving the blonde perplexed. While watching Chown fight against her sister, both of them using a Dao saber while the others fought but were surrounded as they were about to be killed. Is this the end? The brunette with light blue eyes asked, mentally closing her eyes so that the brown-haired man appeared behind the attackers to narrow her voice channel and release it in the form of shock waves that go towards the girl with a message. I know you are afraid of your power, but you must face it. Don't fight for others, fight for your own desires, that which you long for with all your heart. My wish is, he said, thinking about the nude vent, and at that moment the brunette opened her eyes to take a step forward, take a breath, and she gave a shout, creating a sonic wave of blue flames that burned enemies to the point of dehydration, causing them to snap like dry branches when stepped on. Seeing everyone looking at her, some in fear and others in surprise, That was amazing, Lyshart said. Why didn't you tell us you were a Dragon Gate user? Julia asked with some complaint so Mike could stand in front of her. Anything you have to tell me? Asked the sandy blonde seriously. My Onissima, I said Reina so that she would be hugged by her Synodal. Silly Victor told me you would give me a surprise like this, but to think you are a user of the Dragon's Roar Gate, the sandy blonde said warmly. Aren't you angry? The brunette with blue eyes asked timidly. Of course not, said so Reina would cry in her chest. I think I can't stay behind, Julia said to accumulate ki in her body while her hands create a breeze and her eyes turn blue. Cholo. At that moment a dozen of Shao had their carotid artery cut off and fell to the ground with their skin turning blue as one said, How cold! While Amain took a deep breath to move his hands at high speed, creating a current of air that cut several more into pieces. Fury. Is it the Emperor of Japan? Is it the Emperor of China? Taizen Tenriken. It is the martial art of the lone wolf star of the snow, Sirius. This style allows the user to scratch the flesh of the victim's body, severing the nerves so quickly that it inflicts a sensation of cold before death. Furetsuken. It's a martial art that allows you to manipulate the wind, creating a vacuum that cuts the enemy into pieces. It's impossible. Only British berserker Ethan Richard Fry is the only user of that art, said another Chinese assassin. While the other technique is one of the 10 arts of the White Lotus, a veteran Chinese assassin said, Hey, that's not fair. Ethan Ojisama taught you the Taizen Tenriken. Mike complained and smiled amusedly. Well, it's time to show what I'm made of by the power of the 5 elements. To touch her arms, the earth that symbolizes strength, I invoke the phase of the earth from my arms, so that brown pentagrams appeared in her hands while she channels the energy. I think someone is ready, said Tomo, who was fighting with the Kenway to make it disappear, and Mai appears to fight against the Assassin's Hunter. So I face the Tautist Fist, the brunette said, to avoid a punch only to receive a blow with the shoulder of the sandy blonde that sent him flying against a wall. You have a big mouth. Now I understand why Jackie doesn't even bother paying attention to you, Mai said as she went to help her friends. While Celestia and Krulsifer fought with everything without leaving ground, but Direct's level was almost as high as Issei's, so they could barely fight him even though they are master assassins. These years have not been wasted, said the brown-haired boy with blue eyes. You're almost at Issei's level, said the cold blue-haired girl. Don't compare me to that monster that Dominique Dorian created, the brown-haired boy said dryly. But that maid. Never in your disgusting and repulsive life don't you dare call him a monster, the girls said icily, releasing their Toki with fury. Yarr, I think I touched a sore spot, Direct commented, receiving the attacks of both girls. Meanwhile, the younger Cormac had a duel with the emerald-eyed brown-haired girl who used saber and short blade. I didn't expect you to have the same style as Mary Jane Strauss, said the brunette with green eyes. I don't know why you betrayed us, but I won't forgive you, said the Valkyrie coldly. Little by little the nude vent, like the Chinese assassins, began to suppress their enemies so that at that moment both sisters collided there, standing hidden blade, breaking. You've changed, Kaku-chan said. I see you still haven't learned anything. You broke your mother's heart and stained your father's memory by joining the assassin hunters, the platinum-haired girl said, opening her eyes. It seems that we will not be able to return to the times when we laughed together. Ha! It's too late for that, said the brunette. Then I think I'll finish this with my own hands, said the older Xiao while making the reverse Chinese Kenpo greeting, taking the left fist with the right hand. Don't be so vain, Nei-san, Kaku said, imitating. Chown, Kaku said the mentor, dismayed to see the position of her daughter's hands. The handshake? My thought. It can't be, Reina said, covering her mouth when she saw the gesture of both sisters. What's wrong? Felicia asked curiously. That's the greeting position, but it's upside down. Why? Caliste asked. By tradition the right fist is held with the left hand, but when the left fist is held with the right hand that means one thing, Mai responded. What thing? Asked the redhead and the brunette with emerald eyes. The fight will be to the death, said the older albino, surprising the new ones. Chown-san, no. Brothers shouldn't fight like that, Fianna said. The next move was several super fast combo-like hits. The number increased on both sides and still no one was right, until the end. Kaku threw a punch that Chown deflected to jump towards a pillar and push himself by putting his hand forward with his fingers extended, but the younger Xiao used the same technique, creating a key wave. What great technique you both have, Mai said. Felicia, Caliste, Julia, Amain, Fianna, Julie, said the brunette, calling the attention of the aforementioned. Don't miss a single detail of this battle. You have to see it until the end. Only one of them will be standing. The platinum-haired girl does a somersault when the brunette elbows Chown behind her sister. She throws a punch, but the elder Xiao steps back to stop her blows with her crossed hands. At that moment, she receives Kaku's attack, causing her to do a somersault, landing in the corner of the upper part of the room while she breathes and reflects the impact off her body. You have stopped Mai, Tennu to Kutu, as skillful as ever, a splendid transfer, taking the full power of my attack and reflecting it outside your body, praised Kaku. Your Goken still hasn't weakened neither. It seems that we've both trained a lot, even though we haven't seen each other for a while now, Chown said analytically. The others watched the fight between sisters, some hurt by seeing something so sad and others saw the fight of warriors who had grown up together but followed a different path. Boom! The entire temple shook, and the hall and several corridors exploded, destroying the entire floor and annihilating everything. The power of the explosion and the shaking of each floor caused most of the place to burn down. It seems the explosives along with the gasoline must have had some malfunction in the timer. Kaku grunted to herself. But I'll still fight. Then the wall where Chown was leaning shattered, revealing the fire behind it, so he barely dodged the debris but didn't notice that he was falling in the direction of his sister. Martial arts are power and destruction, Nei-san. One weapon! Kaku exclaimed, spinning around to connect a devastating elbow to his sister's chest. She couldn't stop it, and took the full brunt of it, sending her flying backward in a burst of energy, causing her to cough up a lot of blood. Chown! Ian exclaimed worriedly to cut near the eyebrow with her standing hidden blade, to Geto to take a step forward and then impact the opponent with a powerful shoulder blow, pushing him several meters until he slammed against a wall as a result. It can't be Shifu, the initiates and apprentices said. Has Chown-san lost? Julie said in a whisper. Chinese Kenpo is a weapon with which you destroy your opponent. It's pure strength. Kaku exclaimed. Have you seen it, mother? Your beloved heiress has fallen before me, but he didn't finish the sentence because the air seemed to deform in a delayed effect, as if several simultaneous blows like cannons hit every soft spot of Kaku, sinking shapes of fist prints in his muscles, making him cough blood and destroying his breathing. Ag-ga-kuf! Exclaimed the younger Xiao, taking a few steps back. It's not the weapons that kill, but those who use them, little sister, Chown said, recovered despite her wound and still standing. You have been overwhelmed by your own power. You wouldn't have been able to do that before. How did you get so strong? I have students, comrades, friends and a fiancé like very strong sisters with whom I train diligently, he announced solemnly. You have trained alone. That is the difference. Friends, Kaku thought despite being our mother's daughters and having the same strength they were afraid of me and stayed away from me while they liked you and you were surrounded by kind people. I didn't leave here because I was furious that they didn't name me mother's successor but because I didn't feel good being in the same place as you, she confessed with great sadness. Kaku-chan, the platinum-haired girl said melancholically. Just then the flames were all over the building, which was collapsing. Chan, we have to go! Celestia exclaimed. Xiao-san, let's go. The fire will consume us. Amain said. Sure, Fu, quick. His disciples said. Come on, sister, finish me off, Kaku asked. For a martial artist, defeat is death. They stared at each other intensely, and then Chow turned around. Guys, we're leaving, said the platinum-haired girl. Are we leaving her here? Vienna asked incredulously. If I go near her, she'll most likely commit suicide. Let's let her die with the honor of a martial artist. That's the law of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yin's eldest daughter said with tears in her eyes. Goodbye, Kaku-chan. Hee, that's right, this is the end for a traitor like me, she said, taking out a thermos of tea while sitting on his legs as the flames approached. Everyone went to the emergency exit, but Vienna crossed the flames and approached a surprised Kaku. What do you think you're doing? Asked the brunette who was wearing glasses. I'm sorry, but I can't let someone die like that. Your family is waiting for you, said the purple-haired girl. Now, Victor found an interesting girl, Kaku said, giving a genuine smile so that she moved her lips, saying, Thank you. And then he put his hand on the side of the purple-haired girl to push like a bullet, crossing the entire floor, throwing her into Victor's arms so they could leave. That was crazy, Vienna-chan, Celestia expressed, while the brown-haired girl created a magic circle of water over the temple to put out the flames outside, while Kuroka with her mist drowned the flames that were inside the place. You could have died. She leaned back so that everyone could look at her. It's true, but it was my choice. I saw that I could help and I did it, the aforementioned answered frankly. I see you're right about that, Celestia smiled. POV Vienna. Apparently they never found Kaku-san's body or the assassin's hunters inside the rubble. Issei believes they escaped at the last moment, or used a passage that exists in the temple that Xiao Jun created. After that, Chow-san was quiet for the rest of the night as we set up the tents for the temple students, and arranged the guest room for the mentor in the Newt Vent dormitory. But before we left for our respective rooms, I heard her say, "Thank you" to me. She doesn't seem like the same girl I met when I arrived, but she's recovering like Xiaoyin Shifu. Midnight. Ian and Issei were drinking tea while watching the moon in the lotus position. Dark days await us until you destroy the assassin's hunters, Victor Xiaoyin said seriously while drinking his tea. What will you do? I'm going to wipe them off the face of this world like Arno did more than 2 centuries ago. I have no choice but that it's my duty as Dorian and the strongest assassin of the order, the brown-haired man said while looking at the moon. I'll finish off the assassin's hunters, even if I find myself in the painful need to kill them, even though I consider them my brothers, he sentenced gloomily. The countdown continues. Without stopping, there are only less than 4 months left until the greatest war recorded in the history of the Assassin Order breaks out. What will happen now? What will happen to Versailles and Yorica? What will happen next for the Newt Vent? What will happen in the lives of the Gremorys? These are the questions in the air. The only thing that is known is that the countdown to relive the most emblematic battle in the history of the Assassins versus the Templars, the eternal dusk, continues, and there is no one or nothing that can stop it. Extra. After the talk with the Chinese mentor, the brown-haired man used a communicator so that a beautiful girl with jet black hair and ruby-colored eyes could be seen on the screen. Mayumi-san, how is the situation? Issei asked. Those girls are scary. Shiga Kosaka will give you all the information. I will send you Ryo Zampaka's address soon, the one identified as Mayumi responded. Don't worry, I know the address of the place. For now I should go to Japan immediately. She is in danger, said the brown-haired man seriously. Then see you there, the girl said as she hung up, while the brunette, I won't let anything happen to him, while looking at the full moon. Valerie, are you going to save her? Rainier asked. Yes, even if I have to go to the last consequences, Issei replied with a look full of determination. OVA 1, Revelation. Main Hall, Gremory Mansion, Underworld. Days ago, we found father and daughter having, as always, since Issei Hyoto died, a heated conversation while Venelana just looked on, annoyed and with a migraine. For the last time, I'm not marrying anyone and it's final, Rias shouted. The year of mourning has passed and you must fulfill your obligations as a daughter of the Gremorys, said the current patriarch of the Gremory clan, Xenovia Gremory, and I'm fulfilling my obligations, but I'm not going to marry anyone. I thought I had already made that clear. Father Issei is the only man I love and will love for the rest of my immortal life. I know perfectly well, but we can't let the clan die out. If you care so much about that shit, I already told you, make Milikas your heir and leave me alone," exclaimed the redhead as she left and slammed the door to the living room. "This is incredible. Rias wasn't like this before," Xenovia said angrily. She was foolish but not a rebel while looking at his wife. "What?" asked the brunette, annoyed. "Why didn't you say anything?" The redhead mumbled in the same way. "You know what? If you're going to start whining and complaining, I'm going to retire to my room, since I'm not in the mood to start an argument with you, and if you touch me I'll melt your hand like last time." In the room, the leader of the Gremory clan was upset because his daughter was having this rebellious attitude, and the relationship with his wife was getting worse every day, so he thought of one thing. "Why did you have to die?" "Issei-kun," the redhead thought with anger and sadness. Lushan Weeping Waterfall 5 Peaks China Current Time. The training of the nude vent continued, but there was someone who did not train, and that was Issei Alexander Dorian, better known as Victor Quemar, the Sentinel of Silence, who did Tai Chi while he was in the flow of the aforementioned, being that he was performing this traditional purification ritual of the Shao clan for the first solo mission he would do in a long time, while being observed by Celestia, Mai, Julia, Lisana, Alize, Marijane, Ian and Chown. "What are you doing that for?" Julia asked. Xiao Jun performed this exercise every time he went on a mission or when he finished with the 8 tigers. "It is so that doubts, fears or worries are purified with the tears of the Dragon Prince Lushan. It is said that this waterfall was born from them," explained the mentor. "With this ritual he will be able to have temperance, calm and coldness for this mission, where a mistake could break out into a war between the 3 factions and the assassins." "We must continue with the training," Celestia said. "You want to go with him, don't you?" Lisana said. "Of course I want to go, but," said the blonde with cyan eyes. "You know you can't, and that it's a mission that only he can do," Marijane said, receiving an affirmation from her future sister-in-law. While they saw how the brown-haired man came out so that Mai, Julia, Chown and Ian could cover their eyes, since he was wearing a loincloth, but it didn't cover much, while Celestia and the Dorian sisters were as if nothing had happened. "Everything is ready, I'm leaving soon," said the brown-haired boy, putting on his clothes, but this time he wasn't wearing his usual jacket but a sweatshirt that had the shape of a black and blue tunic. Note: it's the one he wore in Chapter 1, and I will upload the photo of the tunic later. "What is that?" Mai asked. "I haven't seen your master assassin robes in a while," Marijane said. "Is that your robe?" the Fry sisters exclaimed as mother and daughter Xiao. "So you're serious?" Alize said. "Yes, I'm sure that redhead will do something crazy and an innocent girl will be hurt," replied the brunette, finishing changing. "But what are you going to do with the transvestite damper?" Lisana commented. "I'll talk to him not as Issei Hyodo, but as Master Assassin Victor Quemar," said the brown-haired man as he finished closing the zipper of his jacket. Issei was already prepared for his mission, so he was in front of his girls. "Well, I'll be back in a few days," said the brown-haired boy. "Take care of yourself," Issei Celestia said, giving her a kiss as they put their foreheads together. "That's my good luck charm." "Thank you, I won't be long," said the brunette so the others could say goodbye. "Issei, I have a call from Asako," Julia said. "Asako?" asked the aforementioned. "Yes, I gave him the key to my communicator," the blonde replied, handing him the multifunctional communicator watch. "Hello, how are you, honey?" said the blue-haired girl sensually. "Well, I think you know what I'm going to do." "Yes, JB told me everything," Asako said. "To get serious, be very careful and don't do anything reckless." "I know. Good luck, I love you." "And I you." The brunette hung up to give his communicator to Julia, while he takes his things to see his girls and teacher before Rio teleported him away. "How long will you be in Japan?" Lisha asked. 2 weeks at least. I must keep an eye on the Gremory and plan everything," the brown-haired boy replied. "I will ask for asylum in Ryozanpaku." "How did you contact them?" Miyabi asked, worried about her leader and the man she loves. "Teacher," said the brown-haired boy, "I contacted Hakubi-sama and informed Kensei-san that you will be going there as you will be staying," the mentor replied. "That's all. I have to go. Take care of yourselves and train a lot," said the brunette with a smile and disappeared in a magic circle while the girls said goodbye to him. Cabana de Ryu Taimaru. The brunette programmed the coordinates where he wanted to be dropped off, as well as taking out the motorcycle he used on these types of missions, since his things were in 2 compartments added by Eri that didn't reduce their weight. The brunette sat in the captain's chair as the boosted gear, appeared. Are you sure, mate? The dragon asked. Completely, if I'm honest. I didn't expect anything like that from them, said the brunette with a bitter smile. I thought they would get over my death, but apparently they didn't, with a tone of disappointment. So, I will try to avoid any fight against them because I can unleash a war that would cause the extinction of the assassins and the three factions. At that moment he closed his eyes as he entered his inner world where the previous Issei assassins were. Issei's inner world Masyaf. The boy was at the table where Altair, Ezio, Edward, Connor, Arno and Evie were looking at him seriously while they had their hoods on. Are you ready for the mission? Asked the Levantine mentor. Yes, the brown-haired boy replied. Will you accept the consequences of your actions and the mistakes you make? The Italian mentor asked. And, are you aware of the possible consequences at stake? Asked the Master Assassin and Welsh Corsair. And, you know the meaning of our creed? Asked the Master Assassin, French. To say that nothing is true is to realize that the foundations of society are fragile, and that we must be the shepherds of our own civilization. To say that everything is permitted is to understand that we are the architects of our actions and that we must live with the consequences, whether glorious or tragic. Remember our precepts and their interpretation, he, Master Assassin, said, Native American. 1. Remove your blade from the flesh of the innocent. A murderer is totally forbidden to kill innocent people for simple fun. He can only kill those who are guilty, but always as a last resort. 2. Camouflage yourself among the people and blend in with the crowd. You should never face the enemy face to face. You must be stealthy and not be seen by anyone. 3. Never compromise the Brotherhood. None of your actions should have direct or indirect consequences for the Brotherhood. Even if other men blindly follow the truth, remember, the English Master Assassin said, nothing is true, said the son of the Dorians. Even if other men allow themselves to be circumscribed by law or morality, remember, everything is permitted. Actuates in the clutches to serve the law, deceased the secret assassins, because we are murderers, exclaimed the brown-haired man, putting his fist on his chest. Are you ready? Remember what we taught you and your experience, Arno said. Don't be nervous, try to stay calm and focused as much as you can, Connor said. Fulfill your mission in the shadows, Evie said. Forward, assassin! Altair said. Yes, masters, mentors, said the brown-haired boy as he bowed and left the castle where Rainier was waiting for him at the entrance. And how did it go? Asked the curious Fall as they walked through the town. It was just protocol for a mission, the Master Assassin replied. I see, said the brunette to hug him. Be very careful, while she put firmness in the grip. I'll have it, don't worry, said the boy, reciprocating the gesture. Koryo Highway, Japan. The chestnut arrives at that place to head towards his destination on his Honda CBR 1100XX Super Blackbird, ebony black, while wearing a motorcycle jacket as gloves and helmet so that he could go with peace of mind while enjoying the view. Although he did not think of returning to the country of the rising sun, he felt some nostalgia, but he did not let that cloud his mind to head towards his destination. Ryozampiku. The brown-haired boy arrives at his destination, coming across a large door, but at the entrance was a boy who has long hair for a man in green, elongated eyes and a strange nose that looks like an alien, as well as antennas on top of his head and ears that give him the appearance of a demon, along with a young woman of medium height, light orange eyes, with long black hair that she has in 2 braids in the back with some bangs in the front, with glasses and a simple dress. With them was a girl at her side, a girl with brown hair and eyes of the same color, with a pink headband, dressed in a white shirt and jeans with a case on her back. Yuka, are you sure about this? The brunette asked, doubtful of her friend's decision. Yes, I'm not going to let Myo beat Shirahama, said the one identified as Yuka. That's how you talk, said the guy who looked like an alien. So the 3 of them tried to open the door, but without results, so the newcomer seized them, curious to stop his motorcycle, and put his little paw on it, leaving it stop to go to where the boys are. Looks like they need help, a voice said, to see a guy with a motorcycle helmet covering his head, leather jacket, jeans, fingerless leather gloves and boots, only for the 3 boys to nod. So the man raised the screen of his helmet to breathe deeply 3 times, just putting his finger millimeters from the door to open it, suddenly surprising the boys. So he took off his helmet, revealing a young man of almost 20 years old, extremely handsome, being that he had delicate features but still had a mature and attractive appearance, and skin was white as snow. His eyes are heterochromatic, being that the left eye is lilac and the right eye is greenish-blue. He has golden blonde hair with red strands and brown tips that reaches the middle of his back, tied with a ponytail, and long strands tied in braids that fall to the sides of his face that reach above his pectorals, held with navy blue beads on the right strand and white on the left strand with 2 red beads on both strands. The girls blushed heavily because the young man in front of them was very handsome for their opinion, and his clothing fits him very well. While the alien was amazed, but his danger detector was crazy. How did he do it? Asked the girl with braids. Everything has a connection point, a main axis, a breaking point, explained the blonde with red highlights and brown tips. If you know it or can detect it, you will be able to do things like these. At that moment, a rather tall and beautiful young woman with a remarkably curvaceous figure and well-endowed breasts, 101, 58, 92 centimeters, appeared. She has waist-length, raven black hair usually tied back in a high ponytail, peach skin, and luminous purple eyes. She wears a purple collar around her neck containing numerous small pins. She normally dresses in a small pink kimono and long purple stockings. Beneath this, she wears chain mail and wears a black sash under her chest to hold it up like a fundoshi, loincloth. Her most striking feature is her eyebrows, which resemble lightning bolts. She carries a nodachi without tsuba, guard, tied to her back with a purple ribbon. It has a wooden scabbard and bandages wrapped around the hilt. Next to her appears a tall, burly man. He has very dark skin and is usually seen wearing a sleeveless shirt and shorts with bandages wrapped around his hands and feet like a Muay Thai ceremonial headband, who caught the alien demon-looking guy. Then, your hero voice said so he could see a beautiful girl with a small body but a curvy figure, 97, 57, 89 centimeters, ebony black hair, white skin and cherry ruby eyes, dressed in a white shirt, an open black jacket with blue jeans and long boots, while wearing blue mica glasses and a moderate helmet. But the girl didn't speak, since she kept looking at the boy while her cheeks turned red. Is that you?" she asked, surprised. "Long time no see, Mayumi," the blonde with red highlights and brown tips said to the eldest daughter of the Master Assassin clan, Sigusa. "Mayumi Sigusa, your nose is bleeding," while she had a nasal discharge. "Do you know each other?" said the brunette with purple eyes. "Yes, he is the one who entrusted them with that," answered the one identified as Mayumi, so that Apachai could send the green-haired boy flying, while the brunette tells the girls that they cannot have visitors, while Mayumi and Issei brought their vehicles into the place and closed the door, leaving Yuka and her friend with a drop behind their heads. Ryozampakidojo. At that moment the inhabitants of the place were in front of Issei and Mayumi, while they were sitting in the Japanese style. "Well, let me introduce you," Mayumi said. "This is Issei Alexander Dorian," said the brunette with red eyes. Bowing slightly, "He will be staying here for a few days." "Sorry for the inconvenience," said the blonde as he bowed. "Issei, I present to you the Ryozampaka," said the member of the Sigusa clan. "They are the invincible Superman, Hayato Furinji," while pointing with her hand to a man of enormous size, of great physical vigor despite his advanced age. He has green eyes, hair is blonde but bleached a little by age, with an ahogue on his head. He wears a traditional dark green kimono. "So you are his student," said a man smaller than the others and wearing a hat, so Mayumi could begin the introductions. "Master Jiu-Jitsu philosopher, Akisane Koetsuji," featuring a man of above average height and shaggy black hair. He wears a gi and hakama. Despite his relatively small physique, he is seen to have developed muscles beneath his attire. The only minor feature on him is his small, well-groomed mustache. But what draws attention to his appearance are his almost colorless pupils. "There's also the master of all Chinese martial arts, Ma Kensei," said the brunette, introducing a short man with a long mustache. "He's wearing the typical Chinese clothing used in martial arts, with a hat." The 100th Dan, Shio Sasaki, presenting a very muscular and strong man. He has dark brown hair and brown eyes of the same color, with a long lock of hair in the middle of his forehead, thick black eyebrows, a few days beard like a characteristic scar that covers half of his face. He has dark skin and is tall. He normally wears a brown leather helmet, along with blue jeans, black shoes and bandages on his arms because of his status as a karateka. The Muay Thai god of death, Apachai Hapachai, introducing the black guy, and the prodigy of all weapons and swords, Shigeru Kosaka, introducing the kunoichi. But both look at each other, becoming hypnotized as they see each other's eyes blushing. This action surprised everyone as it made Kensei and Mayumi jealous until Mio. Right, I also introduce you to the disciples Mui Furinji so that the blonde sees a young woman, with a very white complexion, with blue eyes and hair of a somewhat darkened blonde tone with an ahogue on her head. Although she is not very tall, she has a very defined figure, with quite striking measurements, 1006092 cm. Being that her clothes stick to her body with a blue bodysuit with a green stripe, and he who is called the strongest disciple in history, Kenichi Shirahama, who is a brown-haired man with matching eyes who has hair that is a little spiky at the nape of his neck and straight. He also has 2 strands that fall over his forehead on the sides. His eyebrows are thin, with a pointed end. His skin color is light with a band-aid on his cheek. He is dressed in a GI pants and kung fu shoes as he has ropes tied to his hands, while the young people saw how the boy in front of them was very handsome, and his eyes of different colors like his look made him look like a Casanova, so much so that Mio blushed slightly. Nice to meet you, Issei said, performing a Chinese Kenpo greeting. It is an honor to meet the great master Furinji as well as you. Likewise, said the inhabitants of the dojo, bowing except Ma, who performs the same action as the boy in front of him. If I heard correctly, your last name is Dorian, isn't it? Asked the old man, receiving an affirmation from the master assassin. Are you related to Dominique Dorian? Surprising the inhabitants of the dojo. Are you referring to the Falcon Francais, French falcon? Said the one identified as Akasane Koetsuji, receiving an affirmation from the venerable. Dominique Dorian is my father, the blonde answered, to surprise some of the teachers. I see. Something about you reminded me of Dom, said the blonde old man with a smile. How have you been? Asked the person identified as Shio Sakaki. Do you know my father? Said the heterochromatic blonde. Yes, I did a mission with him a while ago, said the 100th Dan with a smile. I have heard about his skills in martial arts since his name was given to him for his battle against Yami's 3 fists, said the philosopher master. Appa, I heard you fought against Ogred, said the Muay Thai god of death. By the way, Ma Dano, I have this message from one of my teachers, said the blonde with red highlights and brown tips, giving the man with the hat a roll to smile. It seems that In-chan wants me to train you in Chinese Kenpo. No problem for me, said Master Ma. In-chan? Pregunto Kenichi. Xiaoyin, an old student of Uncle Hakubi, my classmate, and her family as the Ma clan have been friends for many dynasties, explained the man with the big mustache. Well, before that I came for the information I asked for, said the blonde. So you are the one who asked me to watch those girls? Said the girl with purple eyes. Yes, said the boy Dorian, so that she would give him her report, while the boy looked carefully to leave the notebook on the floor while keeping his stoic face to look at the brunette with purple eyes. It was an excellent job. Whoever recommended you to me was right to give me your whereabouts, while he remembered how this event arose. Flashback. Sona had called her sister to talk to her, at first, and as always she looked for a hug from her cute little sister so that she would calm her down, and also tell her about the mistreatment and aggressiveness of Rias against her, knight, and her bishop, males, as each day was stranger. For that reason, one day he sent Benia, his knight, to go to the occult club to investigate what he was doing, finding a book of necromancy, theories of human transmutation, Egyptian resurrection rituals, biotechnology such as Azazel's research on the Sephiroth Graal. This worried Sona, since what her best friend and rival was doing was taboo even in the underworld. The creation of a homunculus, if she succeeded, it would be something that in the underworld as the allied factions would not overlook. After her sister's explanation, the Mao returned to her castle to contact her boyfriend and future husband. That's how things are, Alexander-chan, said the brunette through a magic circle. I understand. Do Surzex, Venelana, and Xiaticus Gremory know anything about the subject? The brown-haired boy asked. No, I haven't told them. Things in the Gremory clan have been somewhat shady since your departure. Sarah Fall explained to the master assassin about everything that had happened in this last year. I just can't believe it, the brown-haired boy said, since he never thought that his death would trigger a Millicast as perverted as his alter ego, the distancing of Venelana and Xiaticus, as well as the fall of Rias and the others into madness and dementia. But if that's the case, Valerie is in danger. You're right. But our hands are tied and Grigory won't do anything unless he's shown proof, said the brunette. I thought it wouldn't come to this, but I'll have to intervene. But love, if you do it, you could unleash a conflict between the assassins and the 3 factions, Sarah Fall said worriedly. There is no option. I will do it. Assassin, style and tried to be as stealthy as possible, said the blonde. I understand, take care of yourself, my love, said the eldest Citri with concern, but after that she contacted Gabriel and Penemu. What you're telling us is serious, Sarah-chan, said the seraph. The only thing we can do is help you as much as we can, said the cardinal. But how? The brunette said so the three of them could think. I have an idea, said the seraphim. Remember the church that the fallen angel Rainier used? Yes, it is currently a neutral territory that neither Heaven nor Grigory have claimed. You can use that place as a temporary base. It's true, that's a great idea, Gabriel, said the brunette with some jealousy, but she knew how to hide it well so that the blonde would send her the map of the place, and she would send it to Issei, and she remembered the Ryo Zanpaku, so she recommended that he hire them for the espionage and surveillance work. Being that he contacted Mayumi Sigusa since the location of the Ryo Zanpaku was in the territory under the jurisdiction of the Sigusa clan. End of flashback. What will you do? The weapon master asked. For now I'll go to Ko to test the waters, said the blonde. Are you going like that? Mayumi asked since her appearance would attract attention. No, it would be risky, but I have the solution, said the brown-haired man, showing a silver bracelet on his right hand. And what's that for? Said the one identified as Kenichi. This bracelet allows me to do this, said the brown-haired man, to activate it, showing how he changes into a tall and thin redhead with hazel eyes. How are you? Surprising, said the brunette, so that the blonde returned to normal. Okay, this is for you, said the brunette, opening the suitcase, showing everyone something that surprised the younger blonde. It is the payment for Ryo Zanpaku's services and my time staying. How much is it? Sakaki asked. It's 5,500,000 yen for work and 500,000 yen for my stay here. That's the total, the blonde said. 666 million yen? Myo said, to the point of almost fainting. Finally, the financial problems are over, she exclaimed, crying while the assassins had a drop behind her head. My father also sends this to you, Furinji Shidoshi, said the brown-haired man, revealing from the suitcase a roll like French sweets, as well as a letter for him that was written in the finest Japanese that was at the level of Akisame. Ho, 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 it seems that Dom is fine and will visit us soon, but he doesn't say when, said the old man. Issei-kun, thank your father for me for the gifts. So it will be, said the blonde, to see his friend and killer sister, Mayumi. Yes, everything is ready. The motorcycle I brought is for you, said the brunette with blonde eyes. A novice will pick me up here. I understand, said the blonde, looking at the blonde. I'll guide you to his room, Myo said, interpreting the guest's gaze so that the blonde would take the suitcase of money before certain teachers thought of touching the money, while Hayato takes his roll and his sweets before Apachai eats them. Issei Alexander Dorian, I can feel a great power in him, Kenichi thought. I think you all noticed, didn't you? Said the venerable. Even though I tried to hide it, it was obvious, said the jujitsu master. Yes, Sakaki said, I think it was to be expected from Dominique Dorian's son, he commented, as if nothing had happened. She's strong, said the kunoichi. Note, kunoichi is the name given to female ninja. Appa must be an expert or higher rank. Expert? Kenichi said, surprised since he didn't think the young man was that strong despite his appearance delicate. If Kenichi Shiarahama was still quite naive despite being one step away from the expert level. Bedrooms. Myo guided the guest to his room during his stay, but he was surprised to see that they had a rope so the blonde could explain what happened a while ago with them, so the boy had a drop behind his head. So, said the brunette, jumping and making another jump in the void, which allowed him to float in the air to make another jump in the void to go forward as if nothing, surprising the girl who was guiding him to see how he went down skillfully. He looked like a graceful bird flying so that he landed as if nothing. What's wrong? Since the blonde identified as Mio did not take her eyes off him. Hi, it's just that you're the first one I've seen doing something like that, the girl said. How do you do it? I asked curiously since I had never seen anything like that before. Even if I tell you, it's a difficult technique to handle, the blonde said so that he would take her by the waist, surprising her. But she didn't react as she always did, which was by knocking the person down. Takeda was the only exception because she recognized him as a friend and didn't have a level that alerted the girl. So she began to distrust the boy. Where are we going? To the 3rd floor, said the blonde, to first take her up and then her luggage so Mio could show her a simple but cozy room. It's here. I suppose you're used to larger places, looking at the guest. Partly. But I've had to sleep in bell towers and watchtowers. Like sleeping in places with little space, Issei commented as if it were nothing, arranging his suitcases while taking out a sleeping bag and extending it to accommodate his things so they can go down the rope that was there to replace the stairs. They go to the exit where Mayumi is with a boy who he assumed is the novice, that she mentioned. Well, my part of the work is done, it's time to go, Master, said the girl, bowing like the novice. Thanks for everything, and say hello to Chloe for me, said the aforementioned. So it will be, said the brunette as she got into a limousine, but not before giving him a kiss near the lips as a farewell while she waves goodbye, while the boy sighs heavily to enter the dojo and check out the motorcycle that Mayumi left him. So a Kawasaki Ninja H2R, the blonde said with a smile. Some part of the Ko Mountains. It is seen how Rias Gremory cried at the grave of her beloved since her father stubbornly wanted to marry her to raise her again, although Lord Phoenix accepted despite what happened a year ago. I see, I don't want to marry him, I only want you, the redhead sobbed to show a Gasai style face. Soon, my love, soon we will be together again, proceeding to refresh the grave and put the incense to pray. Meanwhile, in Ryozanpaku, the brown-haired boy was checking his weapons as well as the data that Shigeru and his mouse Takamura had obtained, but at that moment he took a throwing knife that stopped a gray rodent with a pink bow on its tail. I'm not against taking some of the bread and fars that Seal's made for me if you had asked for it, said the brown-haired man, taking the rat's skin while putting away his knife, since it was you who obtained the data I asked for, Takamura Dano. The rodent made sounds that implied he was sorry for his actions, so the brown-haired boy took out a cotton napkin as a knife and a box containing the aforementioned edible to give a large piece to the little friend so he could cut another piece. You can eat it, Apachai, said the blonde, so that the aforementioned appeared and took the French dessert. Appa, did you know I was here? Said the blue-haired brunette. Since you followed me from the dojo, the boy replied as he changed his outfit, wearing a black hooded jacket instead of his biker jacket, and changing his boots for comfortable tennis shoes like a sports backpack while putting on a long black leggings. I'm not a big fan of the current ones, but they'll do. What is that? Asked the Muay Thai master. Huh? I thought you left, said the blonde. No, do you have any more candy? Of course, but first, said the blonde. He began to eat a little of everything to leave the rest to the dark-haired man. They made an effort to make those dishes for me. It would be a dishonor and a lack of respect towards them if I didn't eat at least a little, so that Apachai would eat everything and then leave, while the blonde did the same, but closing his room and going to Patio del Ryozanpaku. I checked the motorcycle, but Mio and the others were surprised to see those motorcycles since they looked luxurious. Well, I think everything is in order, said the brown-haired boy. Hey, where did you get those beauties? Sakaki asked. They're mine, the blonde replied. The Honda CBR 1100XX Super Blackbird was a gift from my father, and the Kawasaki Ninja H2R. I asked Mayumi-san to buy it. What's up, Sakaki? This guy has two of the fastest motorcycles in the world, said the karateka. Besides, the Honda has already been discontinued. Surprised, since the first one had already stopped being produced. It's worth millions. Then you must be rich, Mio exclaimed in amazement. Issei-kun's family is the owner of Vin's Dorian, Hayato explained. That came out of nowhere. The 100th Dan exclaimed in surprise. Are you serious? Bottles of the simplest wine from that brand can cost up to 150,000 yen, adding to the fact that we are an internationally recognized brand. As we have won the Golden OVA for more than 5 consecutive years, we try to maintain the standard that keeps us at the top as we try to innovate every day, the blonde commented. Master Ma, I know it will sound disrespectful, but I will ask you to start training the day after tomorrow. I have to fix an issue that I didn't think would come up, the master assassin apologized. Don't worry, a man's duty is to finish his pending matters, said the Chinese Kenpo master, understanding the situation to see how the boy had a serious look to transform into the redhead. At that moment he turns on the motorcycle, and with just a burst of compressed air he opened the door to go at maximum speed, almost to the point of running over the alien boy, since he did not stop while the aforementioned was surprised. What was that? The green-haired man asked as he entered the dojo while the door was open. Amazing, Kenichi said. With just a gust of wind, Nyo said. No, it was more than that. He used his ki to create that gust of wind that opened the doors, Kensei said with a smile. That boy is really interesting. Road. The blonde man was driving at top speed as he slowly reached his old home, but he decided to take the road going to rear abandoned Church Coast City. The boy looked with some nostalgia and disgust at the place to look for the secret entrance that Penemu told him was in the building to enter with everything and motorcycle in the lower part of the building, where he saw how Rainier took her sacred gear from Asia Argento. In a way, I feel a lot of disgust and contempt for being here, said the mentioned fall. Tell me about it, the redhead commented to clean up a bit and settle down temporarily. Why did you choose here? The dragon asked. More than choosing Sarah Fall, Penemu and Gabriel thought it would be a strategic area because Rias and Sona would never think of looking here due to their warning instincts, and it doesn't affect me since I'm outside the system. According to Ajuka, it's because I was artificially created and I have 3 other spells that causes the system to not be able to register me. It would be the same as opening a file that you download, and you don't have the format on your computer, or simpler trying to fit a square-shaped body into a rectangular hole, explained the redhead. I understand, said the dragon. Wow, to think you made us all believe you were a complete idiot when you're a complete brainiac, said the fall mockingly in the boy's mind. Look who's saying it, the idiot who sealed herself in my soul without realizing it, the redhead answered sarcastically. Why? Anyway, said the brown-haired boy as he used a neon wand to activate his watch and revealed the holographic map of the Hyoto residence. According to the report, they meet in a secret room in my old room, but the house itself has a security system and barriers when the residents are not around. However, there is a 20-second time interval where the barriers are destroyed and regenerated. The most vulnerable area is the back of the 3rd floor of the house. 20 seconds, isn't that a short time for you to climb that distance? Said the fall that had materialized from the boy's imagination. It is. But in my training I had to do it in less time and on higher structures, said the redhead. However, it is not advisable, since if I do not finish finding the room before they arrive or come to the house, they will discover me. So what are you going to do? Rainier asked. Right now the girls should be in their classes. Rias and Aquino attend Kwa University, as well as the others, while Kaneko, Ravel and Lefay are at the academy, so I'll use that to my advantage, said the redhead as he went out for a walk around the city. While he saw the places he went with Aquino and the others, it was like watching a movie that you hate, but you can't stop watching. He walked through the city because of what they said. To remember is to live. And he only remembered that false life that was fun, but in the end it was disappointing and disillusioning in many ways. His life as an assassin was thousands of times better than his life as Issei Hyoto. The costume worked because it didn't attract much attention, and that was a good thing. He first saw that pair of Motohama and Matsuda leaving a movie store. They must have bought Eki content, they were so predictable. He also met Kaio Mabe, but she didn't recognize him, and finally Ika Kiryu, who had become beautiful but was still the same perverted girl as always. While walking she met Keitase and Murayama. At that moment both girls were crossing the street, but the pink-haired girl dropped something at the same time. Some criminals were running the stop sign so that Keitase, watch out! Murayama exclaimed, seeing how his friend was going to be run over, making the redhead mumble, so he took a step, disappearing and reappearing in front of the brunette, while carrying the pink-haired girl in his arms. The guy in the car saw this, so he got distracted and crashed into a pole and was later arrested. Are you okay? The redhead asked curiously. Why yes, the pink-haired girl said shyly while blushing. Thanks for saving me. You don't have to be thankful, just be careful next time, said the redhead. What's your name? Murayama said. Just call me Zero, the redhead answered as he left while waving goodbye with his fingers, leaving both girls with a good impression and wanting to get to know him better. The now identified as Zero continued his walk until he reached his destination, the Ko Academy. But he only looked at it from the bridge to leave. At one point he disappeared and appeared on the roof of the old restaurant, Little Wing, that his contemporaries frequented. He only frequented it once, and it was with Irina, who wanted to eat a cake with him. He watched as all the students passed by until he finally saw who they were looking for, and those were the Gremory along with Lefay, Irina and Ravel. He had to admit that despite the fact that they dressed so disheveled, they had become very beautiful, so he decided to follow them. But on the rooftops and using senjutsu, he had thought about using his air rifle, but it was not the best because they would suspect. So at one point before they crossed it he would use the shuinpa. Meanwhile, the girls from the club were chatting as usual, at least trying not to think too much about the deceased brunette, because even though they loved him, his death hurt them as if they were reliving that moment. The worst of all was Rias, who used Issei's room while every night she cried for him, asking for forgiveness, and that she loved him. She sobbed for him to come back to her side until she fell asleep. The guilt ate at her every day. She couldn't sleep without remembering how she yelled at him, how she treated him, and how she herself, because of her arrogance and pride, killed the man she loves. She was dead and empty inside. She would never let another man touch her. Her weakness and selfishness accused her of the man she loves, and now she is alone even though she had her servants and her brother. her sister-in-law as her mother. She felt alone. She only wanted to hug her beloved brown-haired boy and asked him for forgiveness for everything. The redhead felt that something about them was different from what he expected, but he didn't regret anything he did even when he caused Rias great pain. It may sound cruel or insensitive, but they were asking for it. He was going to be honest with them at graduation, even if it meant that they hated him and would have wanted to kill him, but they themselves pushed him away, so they have nothing to complain about. She could only do one thing: ask the spirit of infinity to bring them happiness, and put them before the pain so they could be free from this vicious circle that hurt them like it hurt Gasper and Kiba. At that moment he sees that they are passing by the clock in the central park of the academy, so that it appears 30 in front of them to walk to meet them. At that moment, when he was in sight of the girls, he disappeared and appeared behind them 20 meters away, but not before leaving a small present in the hair of Rias, Aquino, Asia, Irina and Ravel. This skill was one of the most basic that the assassins learned, leaving things in the belongings or on the targets without them noticing, but with him, Shuinpa, and this step without a trace, it was like child's play. Partial mission completed. The redhead thought to disappear again, arriving at the church where he was to take out of his backpack a radio interceptor of frequencies to go out in an instant to the back of the 7-story house, and use the wise art to not be detected. So he carefully reached the terrace before the girls went up to Issei's room and activated the infra-frequency device that could only be perceived with the radio he had in his hand, so he could hear conversations even when there were barriers or thick walls. This device was so small that it was very difficult to notice it, but it could be held with the fingers as well as put on the body, clothes or belongings of the target. Registered trademark Airy Auditore. And you might wonder, how come Rias and the others didn't detect him when he arrived in Ko? That's simple. The silver bracelet not only gave him the appearance, note, it is that of Tigre from the Vanitas anime, that he used, but also contained a jewel made with Issei's flesh that crystallized so that he would hide his supernatural essences, such as the power of Ophis Infinity and the power of Great Red's flesh. The master assassin sat on one of the benches on the balconies to begin tuning the device's infra-frequency. How's Lo Fei's body? The redhead asked. It's almost there. It just needs to mature. With the human transmutation theorems, I was able to accelerate the growth rate of the body made of biomass to finish the body for Issei-sama, the aforementioned replied. Excellent, said the redhead in Mr. Burns style. But when will the body be back? The brunette asked. In a week. With the knowledge they gave me, I have recreated Issei-sama's body, but he will not have Ophis-sama's power. That doesn't matter, we'll just ask that she and Red make a new body for him, or better yet, he won't have to suffer because he won't use the power of the Diaboros dragon again. DXD, said the Gremory heiress. Note, yes, he hasn't lost his title yet. These idiots, the redhead muttered. But what will happen to Issei-senpai's soul? Kaneko asked. We'll use Valerie to bring Issei's soul and insert it into the body, Rias replied. What if he doesn't want to use his power? Xenovia asked. We'll have to use drastic methods to convince her, the redhead said gloomily. Era, I hope we don't go too far. Afufu said Queen Gremory, activating her sadistic mode. What if someone tries to stop us? Irina asked. We will exterminate him so there are no witnesses. No one will prevent Issei from returning to our side. The redhead was amazed. His fear was well founded, so he wouldn't let an innocent get hurt. He would save Valerie no matter what the cost. I turn off the radio to activate the sequence of disintegration of the devices and go down as it went up and get out of there in a blink using the Shuinpa basement abandoned church. The redhead returned to his current blonde appearance to undress and take a bath peacefully. The place had the rudimentary bathroom, bed and roof, as well as a place where he could use it as a table. Rias tries to revive me, although in a bizarre sense I feel flattered. I can't allow it. Besides, if Valerie uses her power, she could be harmed. I don't want to imagine what would happen if I don't stop them, the blonde thought while he was refreshing himself to feel two very large and soft things to use his nose to remember that sweet and soft jasmine scent. So he smiled to ask. Gabriel? Said the blonde, looking at one of his girlfriends. Long time no see. Love, said the blonde to kiss him, putting her tongue in his mouth, surprising him, but he reciprocated, taking her gently by the shoulders to separate after about 20 seconds, being that both have a slight blush on their cheeks. Gabriel, said the blonde. Gabby, replied the blonde, puffing out her cheeks. Gabby-chan said the blonde to look at her. If you do that you can fall. No problem, said the aforementioned to show the same bracelet that he had, but for the size of her hand. With this I am disconnected from the system and I cannot fall to kiss them again. So that he took her by the waist, but this time with the domain, since with his tongue he ran through her cavity with patience and calm to squeeze her, but surprising her, so that after almost a minute they separated, so that the blonde showed him her wings, seeing how these, according white and neat if one looked at them they were really beautiful. The title of the most beautiful woman in heaven was appropriate for the blonde, and he felt lucky to have her as a partner. They resumed the kiss until the blonde slightly sat him down to face the blonde's member. It's bigger than Seal's-san told me, the blonde thought as she began her work, but something about the girl's way of acting seemed familiar to him. Meanwhile, Gabriel began to stimulate his boyfriend's manhood with his hands in a slow and somewhat tortuous manner. It feels amazing. How can she be so good if she's never had this kind of contact with a man? But the brunette thought, I feel like I'm experiencing déjà vu. At that moment she licks what she had in her hands to use her tongue to run over her boyfriend's member. Do you like it? Gabriel said seductively, taking it into his mouth without rushing and starting to perform fellatio on him. Has she been practicing? The boy wondered. Where do they learn? He asked haltingly, due to the pleasure the girl gave him. Krosifer-san taught me, the seraph replied, and I was practicing during my stay in Great Inugwa. It had to be. I knew I had seen the method she used somewhere, the brunette thought. If Michael saw her like that he would surely kill me, but we are a couple, so there can't be anything wrong with it. At that moment she did a deep throat, as if she was already used to it, so that the blonde could feel how she touched her partner's throat, while she rolled her tongue around the member. Gabby, the boy said. You can't, said the aforementioned, stopping the fellatio so that she could put her boyfriend's member between her breasts and lubricate them with her saliva, beginning to massage what was between her cleavage, starting at a slow pace and increasing as the girl advanced to lick the tip as if sucking it. I'm about to, the brown-haired man said, grabbing his girlfriend's head to increase the pace of his fellatio to unload his essence, leaving her face and breasts covered in white liquid, a good amount in her mouth for her to swallow. Delicious, said the blonde, licking a bit of the white liquid that was on the corner of her lips. Gabby, the blonde said. You don't have to worry, you can, Gabriel said, but was interrupted by, not that. Two female voices exclaimed, but they were upset to let Sarah fall, and Penemius see that they were not happy at all. What do you think you're doing, jumping ahead, Dove? Sarah Fall exclaimed, only to be confronted by the seraph. He's my boyfriend too, Sarah-chan, said the blonde. It's Sarah Fall Leviathan for you, the brunette replied. As both girls butted heads and struggled to make the other back off, the cardinal approached the blonde to climb onto his lap and begin kissing him. I see, the purple-haired girl said playfully. You're bad. You only pay attention to Gabriel. That's not true. I remember how I spoiled you in the Bahamas. I love being pampered by you. When the Fall was about to kiss her partner, she was stopped by two hands so that they could see the master assassin and the fallen leader as the Mao, and the seraph stopped her so that the three of them could start arguing, while the brown-haired boy proceeded to take a bath. He was used to showering with cold water, so it was not a problem for him. When he was able to calm them down, the three of them took a bath with him, and then slept with him. He had to use a mattress he brought with some sheets so the three leaders could sleep with their future husband. The next day, the brown-haired boy decided to return to Ryozanpaku since it was not worth staying. Since the same day they took out the body, he was going to destroy it, and there was a week left for that. So after making an improvised breakfast where the three girls praised him for his culinary art, they said goodbye, but with a smile, so that the boy could take the motorcycle and return to where he was staying, so that Mio, who brought several bags, would receive him. Do you need help? A voice said, so she could see how the blonde was still next to her, so she could open the door to put her motorcycle in, and then help the blonde. Thank you, Dorian-san, Mio said kindly. It's nothing, but isn't it a bit rude that they leave you alone to do the shopping? The blonde commented. Kenichi-san is very busy with Akasame-san's training. Ma-san is busy with his clinic. Shigeru-san is out, and if he took Sakaki-san he would end up buying alcohol, as if he took Apachai-san he would end up buying sweets, so he didn't have many options, said the girl. I see. If you need to go get something and everyone is busy, let me know. While I'm here I wouldn't mind helping you, Issei said with a smile, slightly blushing at Mio to help her with the bags even though she only used one hand. Mio-san, said the Ryozanpaku disciple, surprised by the reaction of the aforementioned. It seems Issei made Mio take a liking to him. He's a formidable rival, Ken-chan. NEA voice said so the aforementioned could see. Ma Sifu. Kenichi exclaimed in surprise. You must be more assertive, Ken-chan, because if not, Issei Dorian will beat you, Annie said the Chinese master. Ryozampaka dining hall. The residents ate peacefully while the teachers tried to steal food from the guest's plate. But to their surprise, he stopped them by lightly tapping his chopsticks, surprising them, and never letting his guard down despite eating. The only one who didn't give up was Apachai, but he received several counters, while Kenichi only kept 40% of his food. His reflexes are sharp and his sixth sense is acute. This boy has great talent, thought the master philosopher of jiu-jitsu. He answered in a split second, thought the greatest master of Chinese martial arts. Even eating, he doesn't let his guard down, it's like he's ready to fight, Sakaki thought. No less was to be expected from Dominique's son, thought the venerable. Seeing that everything was silent and the atmosphere could be felt quite tense until Mio broke the silence. And how did your tour go? The blonde asked. Well, I was able to find out what I needed. For now I will dedicate myself to training. But didn't you say you'd start tomorrow? I thought it would take me longer, but that wasn't the case. I hope you don't mind, the blonde apologized humbly. Don't worry, I've wanted a training partner for a long time to see how Ken-chan has progressed. He can't beat Mio. And we know that Ken-chan holds back because she is Mu, the master with the big mustache said, so that Sakaki covers his mouth so they can see how he raises his ki. Kenichi-san, said the girl, while the intensity of her ki. Is it true? To look at the boy, who looked away while sweating so that the girl came out very sad, leaving everyone surprised, but Shigeru and Issei noticed the frost tears. Insensitive, said the brunette, while looking accusingly at her disciple and her comrade. Well done, cowardly idiot, said the blonde to go see Furinji, while Shirahama clenched his fists, since the Chinese master felt ashamed of his comment, so the boy left the dining room distressed. It was necessary, but I see that Ken-chan still cannot be worthy of Mio, said the venerable. The blonde man was looking for the blonde, and with his sharp senses he found her crying on the roof so that she could see him, and he sat next to her, hugging her while stroking her hair. Come on, little one, everything will be okay, don't cry for him anymore, said the blonde. But it's not fair that Kenichi-san holds back because I'm a woman, the girl said, sobbing. Am I not good enough for him to consider me a martial artist? It's not that. He may just have reasons or be a simple coward. He's no coward, the blonde exclaimed angrily, looking at the blonde with a sour face. You love him, don't you? The blonde said, surprising Mio. I don't know, Furinji said. Okay, I'll ask you some questions, said the blonde. Would you mind? Yes, no problem, replied the blonde. Do you want to be with him? And do you care about him? And does it bother you that I'm with other girls? And do you feel good when you're with him? And do you want to always be by his side? Yes, the blonde answered with a beautiful blush. That's love, Mio-kun, that's love, said the blonde. Why do you say that? Asked the aforementioned. For this, said the brunette, showing his cell phone several photos with several girls, but it was clear how much the girls loved the boy and vice versa. For some reason he felt jealous of the blonde and his partners. I wish my relationship with Kenichi-san was like this, said the blonde. You may be, but since Shirahama is an idiot we should give him a push. And how will we do that? The blonde whispered, a plan A as a backup in case the first plan didn't work. But at that moment, the brunette was climbing the roof to apologize to Mio, but at that moment, he saw how the blondes were so affectionate, as if they were about to kiss, so he preferred to leave them alone while he felt his heart break. Seeing him like this, the blonde wanted to go and comfort him, but he stopped her, telling her with his eyes, Don't do it. The plan was painful, but if it worked they would soon be a couple, even if the clumsy Shirahama wasn't the one who initiated it. The next day, the blonde began training in Chinese Kenpo, but since he had the proper foundations and knowledge, he started with the techniques, which made Kenichi jealous because in less than a day he learned each basic technique like nothing in almost half a day. His outfit consisted of a blue and black wushu outfit. Well, Issei-kun, you have a great learning capacity, said the Chinese Kenpo master. Thanks for the compliment, the blonde said humbly so that he could go see Kenichi, who was continuing with his training with a kind of giant will that he had to run faster, said the jujutsu master. Interesting device, a voice said so the instructor could see. Dorian Akasame said, I've noticed that you're the one in charge of the boy's muscular constitution, commented the son of the French falcon. Unlike you, he has no talent whatsoever. That's why since he arrived we dedicated ourselves to strengthening the lower part of his body and then moving on to the other parts of his body, explained the master philosopher. That statement is totally wrong, the blonde commented. What do you mean? The man with the short mustache asked curiously. Those who say they don't have a talent of the body have it in the mind, explained the blonde. So Akasame said, surprised. It may be a theory, but if he realizes it himself he will see that he has a keen sixth sense. I have seen it in several cases, said the blonde to see how the brunette in the wheel was exhausted. Would you like to try it? It looks interesting, but the blonde said, do you have plate-type weights? Yes, we hardly ever use them with Kenichi, Akasame said as he went back and forth with the aforementioned objects, watching how he put them on his limbs and abdomen. Good, said the blonde, so he could lay the brown-haired boy down on the tatama and start running, surprising the master chiropractor since he made the exercise look very easy. His muscles are beyond the pink level. I've never seen anything like that, the chestnut master thought. Ryo Zanpaku Dojo. Kenichi had a duel again with Mio, but the boy as always never connected a blow to be defeated by a kick, which made Sakaki sigh heavily. Issei, said the karate master. What's up? Sakaki-san, said the aforementioned. Would you be Kenichi's training partner? The dark-haired man asked. Yes, I have finished my Kenpo training, answered the master assassin, so that he began to dodge the attacks of the disciple of Ryo Zanpaku, only moving slowly, being that when he tried to attack he gave him a punch entering his defense, so that he tried to connect but receiving several hits. He chooses to use the Ryujui Saikuken, so that he sees how his adversary did the same. The surprise caused him to break the concentration of the technique, so that the blonde performed a half-moon kick that sent him through the air, so that he appeared in front of him to give him a descending axe kick that slammed him against the ground. Dorian style, white tiger claw, Dorian style, white tiger claw. As a result, Kenichi crashed heavily into the tatama while Issei descended as if nothing had happened. He's too predictable, it seems that he's at the high-level disciple level, but he still has a long way to go to reach the expert level, the blonde commented. His movements are imprecise, and he doesn't try to find the enemy's weak point. He's very kind. Mio, throw water on him, said the karateka to see the boy. I see you have trained your son better than we trained Kenichi. He thought jealously, so that the blonde wets him, waking him up by putting a towel on his face while she dries the sweat of the blonde, leaving the boy hurt. And he came out of there with a broken heart. I think you are going too far, he reproached, since the other teachers except the venerable one knew about the plan that the blonde put together. That's true, but if you can have the courage to conquer her, then I really will stay with her, said the master assassin. Kenichi continued with his Muay Thai training, where he seemed distracted so the blonde could see him. But seeing him bored, Mio told him that if he would like to practice with her so he wouldn't get bored. But he didn't realize that Apachai was going to hit him, so he flew and fell to the ground. Kenichi, don't get distracted, said the Muay Thai master, worried about his disciple. Damn, they are getting closer and closer, the brown-haired man thought, but meanwhile, oh it hurts, he exclaimed, falling unconscious. Kenichi, don't die, exclaimed the blue-haired brunette. Later Kenichi trained Shigeru but saw that they were only wooden weapons, which confused him, but after Mio told him that she was afraid of weapons he began to laugh like never before while Mio looked at him with a bad face. The blonde took a deep breath to see the boy. You brought him into this world, didn't you? Asked the blonde. Yes, the blonde answered. You're more stupid than him, Dorian's son commented coldly. What? Furinji exclaimed, offended. He has no talent for martial arts because he is too kind for this world, the blonde said in short. He is a coward and naive. If you saved him from some thugs you should have let them beat him to death. Issei Sanmyo said distressfully. It's the only way for him to lose that innocence and naivety that he hardened himself as a warrior. I hope he never died. If he did and came back it was because they protected him. This boy will die one day to never return, the blonde said coldly. He may have all the determination in the world, but if he doesn't mature as a warrior, death will always be his companion to get up because Shigeru had called him. What's wrong? Issei asked curiously. I need Kenichi to see a technique, said the ninja master. I understand, but why don't you use a gun? Asked the blonde. I'm afraid of weapons, said the strongest disciple while he, master assassin, looks at him with a face of, Are you kidding? What? The brown-haired boy said, somewhat nervous and annoyed. Nothing, said the blonde looking at Kenichi with pity. How can I help you? Kosaka-san, I want you to have a duel with me for the training of my disciple. I will. Just because you asked me to. Don't you want a gun? The curious brunette asked. Don't worry, said the blonde, taking off his jacket that Mio held up so he could see how he had forearm sleeves on both arms that were adjusted with Velcro to see how he had a white object on the front of his hand from which a pair of blades came out. And those? The curious blonde asked. They are hidden leaves, Shigeru answered with a mixture of surprise and seriousness. So you are an assassin, Murderer? Mio and Kenichi asked, ignorant of the subject, and got into a fighting stance. Don't worry, I'm not a hitman or Yami's boss. Why should we believe you? The brunette said with a defiant look brimming with confidence. If it were Yami's, I would have killed them all a long time ago, the blonde replied, although I don't deny that I have a past with them. So, the Assassins is an order that has fought a continuous secret war against the Templar Order for over 2,000 years. While the Templars crave power to save humanity from itself by controlling its will, the Assassins' Order fights to ensure that free thought survives by allowing the advancement of new ideas and the growth of individuality. Old man! Kenichi exclaimed. Grandpa! Myo exclaimed. I thought you were a myth, Sakaki said. But Venerable, how do you know them? Asked the brown-haired man. In my youth I knew Ezio Auditore, and I also knew that Dominique was an assassin, the older blonde explained. If so, why did you ask for our help? Akasame asked curiously. Right now, my team and I, like the other assassins, are in a war against an ancient and dangerous rival that brought us to the brink of extinction many decades ago, the blonde explained. This occasion is extraordinary since someone I care about very much is in latent danger while he is in that place. We understand, Akasame said. It's also a precept of the Dorian family, said the blonde. Precept? Everyone asked. Being in debt to someone is not shameful. What is shameful is not paying that debt. The chestnut recited, since this was a precept that every Dorian should know. All the teachers and Yo smiled because they thought it was a good precept, while Kenichi saw the blonde with different eyes, since despite being someone mysterious and intimidating, he was an admirable and honorable warrior. Can we begin? The blonde said while doing calisthenics. Okay, the brunette replied so he could unsheath. Shiger-san, that's it! The brown-haired boy exclaimed. Calm down, Shirahama, unlike you, I'm not afraid of weapons, the brown-haired boy commented casually as he took out his hidden blades to start fighting against the teacher. But to everyone's surprise, he stopped her attacks to carry out his own and waited for her to make the first blow to carry out his own, as he blocked her attacks and broke her defense. Amazing, Kenichi said. It's the first time I've seen Shiger-san, Myo said. Against the ropes, both of Ryo Zanpaku's disciples said. Ho ho ho, the venerable man laughed. It's been a while since I've seen those techniques. Techniques? Both boys asked. Counterattack, perfect block, and break the defense. The old man explained. These are 3 combat techniques of the assassins, techniques that allow them to be as fearsome as their reputation. You are strong, Shiger said with several cuts on her kimono. You too, you're the first one who makes me use that, Issei said as she saw how her left eye turned ice blue and with the white pupil as if torn, while her other eye was covered with her hair even if it's only one eye. At that moment the blonde saw a hologram of the girl's next movements as possible routes that the teacher would use. So he had to wait and managed to dodge it, making several cuts that in the end undid the kimono, a chain mail like her loincloth revealing her nakedness so that the brunette could take off the blue shirt he was wearing with some cuts to Myo, SC, the aforementioned through the sweatshirt so that it instantly appeared in the air, and then appeared in front of Shiger and covered her. Thanks, said the blushing brunette. It's nothing, said the blonde so that everyone could see the well-worked muscles of the brunette that surpassed Tanimoto by far. Even Akasame was surprised while Shiger and Nyo burst from a strong nosebleed, being that they were caught by Akasame and Hayato respectively. So Kenichi and Ma became jealous when they saw how he was not only a pretty face, but also a great martial arts warrior. Dominique Dorian has trained you well. Your muscles are at the upper level of pink muscle, a type of muscle I didn't know about, Akasame commented, somewhat jealous. Well, I'm going to take a shower, said the blonde, returning his eye to normal and fixing his hair when suddenly a kind of crossbow appeared from his arm and shot an arrow to make the alien boy he saw before come out from between some bushes, but he was like petrified. Use a very light paralyzer, he'll be fine in a few minutes. To go take a shower. Ryo Zanpaku's bath. I missed bathing in a traditional onsen. The onsen I have in Ria or the one at the Shao temple or even the one at home is not bad at all, but one of these natural baths is always good, the brown-haired boy thought while drying himself with soap when he felt 2 soft things placed on his back while something went up and down his back. But what? The blonde said to see a beautiful brunette with purple eyes and loose hair but familiar to the boy. SS Shiger-san? Hello, said the aforementioned while the boy covered his chest and crotch with his hands. What are you doing here? Asked the killer. Does my presence bother you? The ninja asked timidly so the blonde could breathe. No, I was just surprised that you walked in out of nowhere, the blonde responded more calmly with a slight smile that made the aforementioned woman blush. But what are you doing here? I wanted to thank you for lending me your shirt and sweatshirt. How to put Kensei in his place, said the brunette, remembering how she had calmed the Chinese Kenpo master. It's nothing. A gentleman must respect women, said the blonde solemnly. At that moment, they both looked into each other's eyes once more, bringing their faces together and sealing their lips with each other's. It was a simple kiss, like that of an elementary school child, but for the prodigy of weapons and swords, it was her first kiss. She didn't regret giving it to the man in front of her. Issei, said the brunette. Shigure, said the blonde. But what they didn't notice is how Mio saw everything she was doing with a mischievous smile, because it made her happy that her best friend finally found love, as she had one less rival. Interrogation room, Grigory's prison's underworld. We found the heiress Citri in a room with a table, 2 chairs, a window and a lamp. The girl was waiting seated while reading a book. At that moment she saw a beautiful girl with blue eyes and blonde hair dressed in a prisoner's outfit, 97 by 58 by 93 centimeters, handcuffed and cuffed. Ara, what a wonderful visit, said the blonde. Jean Dark, Sona said coldly. So the little sister of the Mao Leviathan knows me. What an honor, said the mentioned sarcastically. I see you're doing well, the heiress commented with pride. Did Rias, Gremory or Issei Hyodo send you to make fun of me? I asked angrily. For your information, I have a damn seal that restricts my sacred gear, and now the friend of the miserable who locked me up, she exclaimed, annoyed to be interrupted. Hyodo-kun has been dead for over a year, said the brunette seriously. What? The blonde said incredulously. I thought Chow Chow had come to see you and had told you at some point, the brunette commented, surprised by the inmate's reaction. No, that bastard has never come to see me like he did the other 2 after we were in prison, the blonde said with disgust. If I had known this would happen to me, I wouldn't have joined that bastard. Complaining won't do any good, said the brunette. I know, the blonde commented, making this gesture. So? What did you come for? I asked irritably. Jean Dark, I want you to be my servant. Huh, what you heard. Why do you want me as your servant? At first I refused my sister's idea, but after reading your report, and the data they have about you, Grigory, you caught my attention. Your sacred gear is not like Rias's, knight, but you make up for quality with quantity. That's what I'm looking for to compensate for my group's low power with versatility, explained the brunette, adjusting her glasses. Ho? A demon praising a human? The blonde asked mockingly. But I'll answer you gently. Go straight to hell, causing Sona to sigh. Can you at least check this benefits sheet? The brunette said, so the girl could see the sheet and look at the girl who was asking her. Are you serious? So she would nod. The problem wasn't the benefits. In fact, it was many times better than what I earned in the hero faction, and an excellent benefit to add to it was the amnesty. That was something anyone would accept even without threat. But it wasn't what upset her, but a note that was attached with a clip in the dossier that said, "Become my servant or else tonight you will die, as someone will come from the shadows and take your lives to cleanse the remnants of the past." If it was true, then he already had everything clear in his mind, and if he gave the correct answer he would have forgiveness for his crimes, and he would be able to live decently, and without fear of anything. So, okay, I agree to be your servant, the blonde said reluctantly, making Sona Citri smile slightly. Later that day, at that moment we see how Heracles was stabbed in the back like the other 2 who were in Grigory's prisons, but after committing the murder he said to them while closing their eyes, "May you find forgiveness for your sins in death. Requiescat in pace," he said, hooded, disappearing to go for the other 2 who were in the kingdom of Hades. The next day, Ryozanpaku, Japan. The blonde continued his Chinese Kenpo training but also added his training with Shigure, so they spent time together, something that Shigure liked a lot. By the way, Issei-kun, Ma said. What's up? Ma Sifu, said the aforementioned. Master Hakubi wants to meet you. I understand. It will be a great honor. The Hat Master gave him an address so he could ask Kenichi and Mio to accompany him, but as Mio had things to do, the brown-haired and the blonde would go later. Later that day, Issei's room. The blonde man was calmly cleaning, tuning, and preparing his weapons, but at that moment he heard a voice that said, "What is that weapon?" "It's the hidden cannon," the blonde said. "It's not the most stealthy weapon that we, assassins, have, but it's effective and easy to carry, Shigure-san." "And the weapon that you used on the alien?" asked the aforementioned curious woman. "It's the Phantom Blade," said the brown-haired boy, showing him the aforementioned weapon like his other weapons and explaining their functions, while the boy saw the kunoichi's smile, a smile of a girl his age who sees something that the blonde liked. Subway and Yokohama. The brown-haired man was wearing his casual clothes, which were a white and blue shirt, light blue jeans and blue tennis shoes, while the blonde man was wearing leather pants with combat boots, a black jacket, and a tight navy blue shirt with fingerless gloves, and hidden in his sleeves a pair of hidden blades, like a kodachi that Shigeru gave him, hidden in his lower back. Dorian-san, said the brown-haired boy. What's up? Said the aforementioned. What do you think of Mio-san? As a woman, she is a goddess with a sensual body like an exotic flower. As a person, she is the perfect wife. Homely, manages the finances of her home, kind, courteous, good person, tender, the blonde said, while the brunette clenched his fists, something that the master assassin noticed and decided to make this move forward faster. That's why whoever becomes her boyfriend or husband will be a really lucky man, and you love her. Don't you? Huh? How do you know? The brunette exclaimed, surprised, to the point of shouting for the blonde to hit him on the head since the passengers were staring at them. Calm down, people see us, Issei said, leaning against one of the walls of the subway where they were with their hands crossed, and let's say I'm very perceptive. Listen, Shirahama, if you love Mio so much, then come and take her away from me, because if not, she will be called Mio Dorian instead of Mio Shirahama. The blonde boy sentenced them to get off the station because they had reached their destination, Barrio Chino, Yokohama. Both boys were walking around as if nothing was wrong until they saw a girl surrounded by several guys with guns. This is bad, said the blonde. Renka-san, the brown-haired boy, said to go help him, but the blonde pulled him back. Why did you do that? He exclaimed angrily so that she could see how a guy fell from a roof. There are shooters up above. They are waiting for the moment when Renka-san lowers her guard. I will take care of them. Shirahama tries to enter and use a way to protect her. The blonde indicated use the Saikuken. Yes, the brunette answered to try to enter, while the blonde put on his hood and disappeared. At that moment, he uses karate and kung fu movements to make his way through the group. When the shooters wanted to attack, they fell from the roofs like cornices, surprising Kenichi. Will it be like that time with Naijima? The boy wondered, but suddenly he felt a gust of air. Shirahama, take Renka-san and get away from there. Can he do that too? The brown-haired boy asked, taking the girl and getting away from there. What do you think you're doing, Kenichi? Renka exclaimed, annoyed since she didn't like being interrupted in a fight, and there were also some children. But in an instant they appeared, levitating a few centimeters from the ground to land on their feet as if nothing had happened. Are you okay? The girl with the bells asked the little girl. Yes, that Oniai-san helped us. Damn, that's none of your business, said one of the thugs when he saw a hooded person who fell in the center of where they were. How cowardly they are, taking away some poor children and attacking a girl. What men they are, said the hooded man. Son of a bitch. The guys attacked him only to have him stop the flow of power from his opponent's attacks and redirect them back to his opponent or to other opponents. Hyodo-style Tai Chi, reflection technique, the brown-haired man thought. Kenichi and Renka watched as the hooded man made his attackers hurt each other, while the children were amazed by the style and how he didn't hurt their savior. While Kenichi said since he had never seen that combat style where he didn't have to move any fingers, it was like a counting version of Saikuken. It can't be, Renka said incredulously. What's going on? Asked the brown-haired boy. That technique is Tai Chi, but it is the special style of the Yamato Nadashiko of Tai Chi, Shizuka Hyodo, the reflection technique, exclaimed the girl with the bells, surprised beyond belief. Yamato Nadashiko? Asked Ryo Zanpaku's disciple. She is the first Japanese woman who studied with Uncle Hakubi and who achieved the maximum knowledge of Tai Chi to the point that she created her own style, which is called the flow of the river. The reflection technique. What does it consist of? It redirects the flow of the attack and deflects it against the user or the enemies around. I had only heard rumors, but it is more surprising than I thought, explained the Chinese woman. I'm miserable, said one of the thugs with barely any strength. It's time to finish you off, said the hooded man, turning horizontally while extending his legs so that the thugs enter his field of action, so that using both hands he throws a kick upwards, gaining some elevation, but at that moment a tornado is created that takes the shape of a dragon and even roars, leaving everyone stunned while the children were excited. Dorian style, secret technique. Sho Ryoha Dorian style, secret technique, ascending dragon. The blonde twisted his body to fall to the ground, the thugs hitting the ground with slight cuts that did not put their lives in danger. but added to how they fell to the ground they ended up unconscious. "It's a great demonstration of martial arts," said a voice. At that moment, someone appeared wearing a helmet resembling a motorcycle helmet. He wore green eye protection. His clothing was red with black protectors placed on his joints. Next to him was an older man with graying hair. The facial lines and expressions were already visible. His skin tone was slightly darker. He wears clothing typical of China. The top of his garment is dark red, his trousers are blue, and he wears Chinese shoes. "Masterly, Spark-sama," said one of the thugs, barely able to stand up. "Useless trash," said the old man, kicking him away. "Don't get in my way." "Wow, he sure has tact when dealing with his students," said the hooded man sarcastically. "They are not my students, just our contractor's men," said the gray-haired man. "Whatever you say, but I must make you pay for this," said the hooded man, putting his left fist forward while putting his right leg back, his right fist on his side and his left leg in front. "I've never seen that position before," Rinka said. "That means he's going to fight seriously," Kenichi said. "Do you know that position?" asked the Chinese girl. "The venerable one told me," the chestnut-haired man replied. "That is the iron wall stance, in the Dorian style." "Dorian style? I don't know much, but you saw his power just now." "So that the guy with the helmet would attack him." The hooded man moved to one side to give him a stride and knock him down. "When did he do it?" the guy with the helmet asked himself. "To receive a blow with his open hand that throws him to the other side, to receive it with a kick that sends him flying, and finally gives a blow with his palm and a kick simultaneously to throw him on the ground so that he is stamped on the pavement. Dorian style, bloody triangle, deep impact." "You are strong, but that will not save you," said the gray-haired man. "We must help him," Renka said, but was stopped by Kenichi. "Let me go." "What do you think you're doing?" she asked angrily. "This is a one-on-one fight, we can't interfere," the brunette said, but there were ulterior motives behind his words, since if he lost, he could save him and score points with Mio. The gray-haired man throws himself to the ground and rolls while launching continuous palm, fist, and leg attacks while moving at blinding speed. First visit to Kyoto. Seeing this, the boy firmly places his legs on the ground while placing his hands on his sides to breathe fluidly 3 times. Kenichi was confused, but for some reason the hooded man's position seemed familiar to him, while Renka stood with her eyes open, beads of sweat pouring from her face. "What's up?" Renka-san, Kenichi said upon seeing his friend. "He's condensing his ki at an amazing speed. He must be a great ki user." "Condense?" the brunette said, trying to remember where he had heard that. "Do you know Satomi-san's technique?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Ha!" the boy exclaimed so that the girl with the bells could see how the hooded man's body was no longer surrounded by ki, while the Chinese Kenpo master's attack seemed not to move him. "Rental." At that moment he stops with a blow with the palm of his hand, but the man stopped his hand. "Silly. My Chisho clan uses techniques where we have to throw ourselves on the ground, so we are trained both internally and externally." The hooded man only made a gesture, freeing himself from the man's grip, surprising him. "Do you think I was just trying to stop you?" the hooded man said. "Is he talking like Shigeru-san now?" Kenichi thought exasperatedly. At that moment the guy in the hood starts hitting with his fingers various points of the man's trunk at a blinding speed to move both hands in a circle to get into position of Hakkyukyuken, putting the 2 less between his sternum and his abdomen to release a powerful wave of ki. "Dorian way, secret technique, iris and silver flowers, Dorian style, secret technique, blooming of silver iris." How the man mocked when he saw that she was not hurt at all. "Is that all?" "Yes, this meeting is over," said the hooded man. At that moment, several points of the man's body began to shine, forming a flowering iris seen from above, creating a dense sphere of ki that exploded, hitting his body several times, causing him to vomit blood and leaving him with several punch marks. "Plafkuf kwa," exclaimed the gray-haired Chinese man, falling to his knees with his body severely injured. What kind of technique is that?" He could barely stand up. "It's one of the secret techniques of the Dorian style," Issei explained, keeping his hood on. "The Dorian style?" the man exclaimed in surprise. "The same combat style used by the legendary French falcon, Dominique Dorian?" Since he didn't think he would see that style he had heard so much about. "Now I find out that my father is famous in the world of martial arts," the hooded man commented, surprised. "Your father?" the man exclaimed. "Anyway, can I know your name?" I am lieutenant of the Chisho clan, said the gray-haired man. I understand, said the hooded man to put his hand on the man's head while a green aura covers him, healing his body to go with the guy with the helmet, removing said object, seeing that she is a beautiful girl, so he felt a little uncomfortable to perform the same movement with the girl healing her. What was that? Asked the man identified as Lieutenant Mon. It was the door of the Dragon Palm, said the hooded man. The famous key healing technique that is capable of treating almost any wound? Asked the Chishokan master, receiving an affirmation. At that moment the pink-haired girl with pigtails wakes up to see the hooded man preparing to fight, but when a certain person crossed her line of vision. Kenichi! Said the girl to hug him while Renka was jealous. It's a pleasure to see you, Raichi-san, said the aforementioned to see the man, same as you, Tenmon-san. Said the aforementioned to see the hooded man. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen your face nor do I know your name. It's true. At that moment the boy took off his hood, revealing a Bishonen as beautiful as an angel, blonde with 2 braided strands on the sides of his face adorning his face, greenish blue/violet eyes. Nice to meet you. I'm Issei Alexander Dorian, said the blonde, performing the Chinese Kenpo greeting. Tenmon was surprised because the warrior who used such a technique looked so delicate. The children had no idea that a boy who seemed fragile could be so strong and incredible. The girls, on the other hand, had hearts in their eyes, but Renka and Raichi burst into nosebleeds because the boy in front of them was too handsome for them. This is starting to get embarrassing and a real pain, the blonde thought, covering his face. Why do women always do that every time I show my face? It's because of the dragon genes you inherited from me, Red, and Ophis, as well as the angel genes you inherited from Gabriel and Michael, the dragon explained. I hope you don't forget that Gabriel is the most beautiful woman in heaven. In short, no female can resist you now. Translation: Celestia and the others, when they see a girl do something like that, they will kill her and then beat me to death. Should I wear a mask? I would say no, because if you do, true mysticism and the revelation of mystery, bad combination. While the blonde was in his thoughts, he didn't notice how Renka and the one identified as Raichi poked his face with their fingers, since they didn't dare to even pull his cheeks. Can you stop doing that? Asked the one identified as Issei, clearly uncomfortable. Sorry, both girls said. We must go with Master Hakubi, said the blonde. Why do you want to see my uncle? Asked the girl with the bells. To greet my mother's teacher, Issei answered as if it was obvious. Wait! The girl exclaimed. What do you mean Uncle Hakubi is your mother's teacher? It's like you heard, Renka-san, the blonde replied. But what's your mother's name? Issei-san, Kenichi asked. Shizuka Hyodo. Hearing the Dorian son's response, the martial artists were shocked. 321. Hakubi Restaurant. Issei and Kenichi along with Renka separated a few meters from their destination because they had to settle pending matters before going home. To Reichi's disappointment, something that did not go unnoticed by Dorian. At that moment, they are greeted by a man who is bald on top of his head but has abundant hair on the sides, and also has a mustache very similar to Makensei's, except that he has a beard. His eyebrows are quite bushy and gray, unlike his hair, and he wears glasses. He appears to be in good shape despite his age. He is wearing a wushu outfit. Welcome, young Shirahama, the man said, and I see that you are accompanied. It's a pleasure to see you, Hakubi Ozan, said the brown-haired boy. It is an honor to meet you, Mario Sifu, said the blonde, greeting in the style of Chinese Kenpo. Do we know each other? Asked the one identified as Rio. Uncle Hakubi, he is the son of the Yamato Nadeshiko of Tai Chi, Shizuka Hyodo, and the French Falcon, Dominique Dorian. Issei Alexander Dorian, said the girl with the bells. Ho, so the son of Shizu-chan and Dominique Kuin, said the one called Hakubi. Welcome, young man. Thank you, said the blonde, taking out of his backpack a briefcase containing a couple of bottles like a letter. It's a gift from my mother. That's very kind of you, said the man with the beard and mustache as he read the letter. You told me you'd visit me someday, but you didn't say when. And those bottles? Asked the girl. They are point d'argent, silver tip bottles, the blonde replied. It is one of the oldest converses in my family's vineyard, being its aging period of 50 years. It's one of the most expensive in the world, Hakubi commented. Its price is 56,000 yen in Japan, and 78,000 yuan in mainland China. What? Habuki's niece exclaimed in surprise. Just for a bottle of wine? What did you expect? It's a bottle of point d'argent, of Vins Dorian, the blonde said. It's one of the most expensive after Point d'Or, due to its century-long aging time. I think I forgot to introduce you to my niece and Kensei's daughter, Renka-ma, said the Kenpo master, making the master assassin see a beautiful young woman with fair skin of average size, bright blue eyes with purple hair of top length constantly tied back in an intricate braid, which features 2 separate strands on each side of her head and 1 at the back, similar to cat ears and a tail, and chin-length bangs that rest over her eyes with curled sideburns down to her jaw. Similar to Mio, she has a curvaceous figure and large bust, 89-58-88 centimeters, wearing a rather striking Chinese outfit that reveals her chest and legs. Nice to meet you, said the newly introduced Renka shyly. The pleasure is mine, replied the blonde, performing the Chinese Kenpo greeting. I also noticed that In-chan is fine except for what happened a few weeks ago, Hakubi said. Seriously, do you think Kaku-chan is alive? I'm absolutely sure he survived, Issei said. I understand. For now, eat and rest a little. The meeting you had with Li Tenman must have been difficult, said the Kenpo master, so that his assistants could serve a banquet that the brunette and the blonde enjoyed calmly. Issei Renka Pregantaba. Yes? Said the aforementioned. What did you learn to fight? Asked the curious girl, since her skills were very high level. My father trained me and my mother taught me the reflection technique, the blonde explained, so that she could take a mooncake, even though the girl accidentally took the young man's hand, making him blush. To avoid any unnecessary annoyances or fights, he gave her the dessert. Actually, the mooncake is one of my favorite desserts, but since it's the last one, and I see that you like it, eat it, Issei said with a smile that made the girl blush more than she did with Kenichi. Are you sure? Renka asked. Yes, after all, a gentleman should always treat a woman like a lady, said the blonde, making Renka blush even more, so that he threw the cake into the air and with a quick cut using a knife, cleanly split the dessert so that she could catch it, giving 1/2 to the boy. Here, said the girl. Thanks, said the blushing blonde. For some reason the boy's gesture made her heart race to eat the cake while leaning on the assassin's shoulder while purring. Aya, it seems that Issei-kun has conquered Renka's heart, thought the best master of Chinese Kenpo. Ryo Zanpaku Noche. Myo and Issei were on the roof watching the moon while eating some tom yum accompanied by a green tea that the blonde made, which made the stay pleasant. Issei Nizan, is this going to be okay? The blonde said. I hope so, Myo-san. But he must learn a well-known saying in the West. Which is it? A shrimp that falls asleep is carried away by the current. I understand, the girl said, so that at that moment the brunette could hear their conversation, seeing how both were about to kiss again, but this time their lips were millimeters away from touching until... Stop! Kenichi exclaimed, bringing the boys to a sudden stop, but inside they were saying, Alfin! Kenichi-san learned from the Furinji. What do you want? Dorian said angrily. Stay away from Myo-san! Exclaimed the aforementioned. And why should I? The blonde asked defiantly. Why, I said Ryo Zanpaku's disciple. What about me? The blonde asked. I. Just say it once and for all. The assassin exclaimed angrily. I love Myo-san! Exclaimed the Shirahama boy, which everyone heard while the blonde's face was red and steaming from her ears. And what can I say about the brown-haired boy? His face rivaled Issei's crimson locks. Meanwhile, the teachers who were there tried to keep Hayato from intervening until Issei used a little trick. But he noticed the presence sobbing so Ma could see him, giving him a nod, so he disappeared while he watched as Kenichi and Myo gave each other a soft kiss on the lips, confirming their feelings. On the rooftops you could see someone running. That girl was Renka-ma, who had tears running down her cheeks that were flying away. She had gone to Ryo Zanpaku because Issei forgot something, so she went alone. Unfortunately, she arrived at the moment when Kenichi confessed his love for Myo on air, so she felt like her heart broke into 1,000 pieces. She just wanted to get away from their run to evade the reality of having lost the man she loves with all her being. Suddenly I bump into someone to see the blonde. I try to pass by what he hugs her. I try to fight to give in little by little, but finally he gave in to start sobbing. I'm so sorry, said the blonde. I only recently realized the feelings you had for Kenichi-kun. If I had known, I'm sorry. While his regret was noticeable. I see. Idiot, I loved Kenichi, but I always knew that in his heart was Myo. Even when I knew I was fighting a losing battle, I tried hard so that they wouldn't be a couple and Kenichi would choose me, but now him and that tasteless war, the girl with the bells said, sobbing. I ask for your forgiveness. I know it doesn't compare to what you lost, but cry in my chest. Take out that pain that invades your soul. I will be with you, said the blonde. You, the purple-haired girl said, stuttering through the tears she was trying to hold back. A warrior doesn't cry. Issei said, but in my arms I don't have a warrior but a girl who wants to cry for losing her great love, surprising the young woman with his arms to press her to his chest and put firmness in the arm. Even though you are strong, you are still a woman, and unlike men you have more right than us to cry, so I ask you not to deprive yourself of that right. Hearing those words, for the first time in her life Renka burst into tears to release all that pain, such as disappointment and anger of not being Kenichi's partner, while he, sentinel of silence, watched over her, crying while hugging her, caressing her hair. But without the girl noticing, her father saw everything from afar, being surprised since Renka was very closed off to show her true self. The only ones who knew what the girl was really like were her mother, Hakubi, and him. Even with her brothers she wasn't that open. This guy really knows how to treat women and get them to open their hearts, the Hat Master thought. If Ken-chan hadn't had the courage to confess his love right now, Mio would be with Issei-kun. Later that day, Issei, after taking Renka to Chinatown in a Ferrari that the Sigusa lent him, returned to Ryozanpaku to sleep, but for some strange reason sleep evaded him, so he looked out his window at the night sky being bathed in moonlight. At that moment he received a call from his multifunction pocket watch, so the boy could see that it was Celestia. Girls, said the blonde, to look at her with nostalgia and longing as he did when he saw her for the first time. Hello love, said the aforementioned with a beautiful smile, for seeing her beloved fiancé, since like the others, Nude Vent, she missed him a lot. Yes, on both sides a slight codependency began, but it was not so serious since they are assassins, and they know what they can pretend they can't do during a mission. Besides that, in this last year they have not separated at all. Like the group that was Issei's second family had increased in members. It seems that you cannot sleep. Yes, I comment with resignation and a somewhat melancholic smile. Honey, it's been a while since Tomo and I sang this song, but we'll do our best, said the blonde while the aforementioned appeared on the screen. Theme: Apple Tea no Aji Nozomi Yamamoto and Haruka Yamazaki. TV version: Celestia, Hirari, Tomo. Couriers: Celestia, Hirari, Tomo. Fawari, Celestia, Oari, Tomo. Shiroi, Celestia and Tomo. Future: Tomo. Uraru, Celestia. Hazuma, Tomo. Okabu, Celestia. Shizuma, Tomo. Hanabis, Celestia. Narabu, Tomo and Celestia. Kokoro no Rizumu, Celestia. The opportunity was lost. I'm not sure what to do, Tomo. The opportunity is to Chadadake Tomowari Kamo Ni, Celestia and Tomo. Nakayoku no Naratai no Nanti. Fighting Shirtera Wakari Hajime. Mina cut this. Celestia and Tomo. This is an amazing experience. I also learned a lot from my classmates. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Celestia. Ashida, you are happy. Tomo. Ashida, you are happy. Celestia and Tomo. Itsuno, you are happy. Itsuno, how you happy. The song that both girls sang made the blonde smile as he slowly closed his eyes to rest. Good night, Mon Amy, both girls said to end the communication, but not before seeing the calm look of the blonde while he slept. The next morning, the blonde started training early, and fortunately Akasame was able to reproduce the objects he used to perform his routine, in addition to some improvements that the boy requested. Fu, the son of the French falcon, inhaled and exhaled as he changed the 500-kilogram stone balls from one hand to another while he was on some tatami mats that had a log on the floor underneath that was 1.20 meters above ground level. Renka and Shigure watched in surprise as the philosopher master hit his abdomen with a thick stone bar, but it didn't seem to do anything to him. That training is difficult, Shigure commented. The constancy of movement when using those balls, the weight of each one on the arms, the change of feet at intervals, the temperance, the indifference to pain, the condensation of ki in specific points as in the whole body, and the concentration. This training takes the limits of the whole body to its climax and surpasses them, Renka said. I see, is surprising. After that, Ma Kensei along with Ayato used burning logs so the blonde could move at maximum speed. After that, Sakaki and Apache began to stretch their legs, but at the same time they performed exercises to open them, but that was too strong for Kenichi, who was about to faint. Yo turned to the other side, since for her it was not a training, it was torture, while Shigure and Renka did not believe it, but to the surprise of the spectators the boy did not emit any moan, while he struggled with his arms to break the machine with only brute force. He proceeds to do Tai Chi in a container filled with water, while Akasame plays a long piece on his guitar, combining his martial arts with this style of Kenpo, but he didn't seem bothered, but on the contrary it was as if the water was part of his being. He does Kenichi's training as well as training he learned from his father. Then he hits at an astonishing speed some stone blocks only covered with blankets that crack the rocks. Finally, they drop a stone block from the highest part of the dojo on the boy's abdomen so that it breaks. Added to Akasame's training method, it was like remembering old times of his training. Good, Issei-kun, you are already mastering the Kenpo techniques, said the master of the hat. Thank you, Sifa, said the aforementioned greeting. By the way, I wanted to thank you for comforting Renka. Thanked the Chinese Kenpo master of the dojo, but I wonder how you are so good with women. About that, said the blonde, so that she could show him 3 photos. One where there are several girls in swimsuits, another where they are in evening dress, and the last one where they are in chipao. Who are these beauties? Ma asked lustfully, teasing the brunette. They are my fiancés and my harem, the blonde replied, and I will ask him not to do that again. Harem? The hat master exclaimed in disbelief to the point of stuttering. Do you know what that is? If you're going to say it's illegal, I have a harem and incest amnesty as a special permit for that as part of the payment for saving the world power's asses, the blonde commented, showing a copy of the aforementioned document. Lucky you, said the man in the hat. Well, I have to go to Narima, said the blonde. Why? Asked the Chinese master. I need to consult something with an acquaintance, the blonde replied as he took his motorcycle and went to San Herbarique Girls' School, Narima District. We see how the blonde arrived at an elegant entrance, but at that moment he saw how several girls were chasing a short old man dressed as a ninja with a large green bundle where he noticed he had. He, what a nice treasure, said the old man, so that the blonde took off his helmet, putting himself in his iron wall stance to hit with his left foot to create an opening so that in a quick movement he could attack with a right hit to the point that the air from the impact sent the bundle flying towards the girls. Sui Han Guan. Soul-crushing fist, exclaimed the blonde so he could catch the old man and throw him against the girls who beat him up. But among them was a beautiful girl known to the boy. I see. The Sigusa daughter exclaimed in surprise. Why, oh, Mayumi, said the aforementioned. What are you doing here? The brunette asked curiously. I came to ask you out, the boy replied. The ruby-eyed brunette exclaimed, blushing. Are you free? Asked the blonde with blue-green/violet eyes. Why, yes, the brunette answered timidly, while the other girls began to murmur things like, what a handsome boy! How lucky Sigusa is! I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Can you wait for me here? Sure. The Sigusa returned to her living room, but not before sending the lecherous old man flying with a Mizuken kick, while Dorian saw a panda chased by a redhead, a kendoka, a boy with a bandana, a Chinese man, a Chinese girl, and other peculiar characters. Wow, this neighborhood is busy, commented the master assassin, as he leaned against the entrance with his eyes closed and his arms crossed. At that moment her date came out so he could give her the helmet and go to a place known to the girl, while he secured his vehicle. And why did you invite me? Asked the girl, eating strawberry ice cream. To thank you for your help, remember old times and ask for strategic help, replied the boy, taking a floating ice cream. I understand, said the brunette, so the blonde could take out a map since there was no problem because it was a private place. Issei proceeds to explain the situation to Mayumi and his strategy, but I would have to sneak into the academy to put them on, but the blonde said. It would be difficult since Sona Citri and her servants are watching him, said the brunette, receiving an affirmation, but the son of the Dorians reacted, looking at her seriously. Wait, said the blonde, how do you know that? He asked, surprised. The Japanese assassins have been watching Rias, Gremory, and Sona Citri since you returned to France, the brunette replied. I understand, but how can I do it? The blonde wondered. I think there is a solution. Oh, really? Ask for help from them. Who are at the academy? They, Riko and Frian Matsuzuka, Chloe Ne-san and Lekti-chan, said the eldest daughter of the Sigusa clan. Frian-san is the principal, Chloe Ne-san is the civics teacher. Riko-chan and Lekti-chan are in 3rd year, while Riko-chan is part of the disciplinary committee and Lekti-chan goes every Thursday and Friday for the syllabus while she continues her idol career. I understand, said the blonde, then I'll go to Ko later. Mayumi and Issei were enjoying their date until the blonde had to take the girl home, but not before saying goodbye with a tender kiss on the lips, so that the Sigusa entered with a red face. Later she went to Ko, but not before calling Ryozanpaku, where Apachai answered. We have your child. So that Myo could then call apologizing and not worry if her luck was hers. Streets of Ko City. The Dorian's son was riding his motorcycle quietly towards the academy when suddenly he saw a person with glasses and a beret coming running to show him how many people were behind her, shouting, I elect Kawai to get her to park on the corner. Get in! exclaimed the motorcyclist to give her a helmet. But the girl took it, and with an acrobatic maneuver, she got on the two-wheeled vehicle to leave in a hurry, while the pursuers started to throw tantrums. "Thanks for saving me," said the person who was obviously a girl. "It's nothing, but why were they chasing you?" the boy asked curiously. "It's just that," the girl said timidly. "Well, if you don't want to tell me, no problem, I'm not going to force you," said the motorcyclist. Thanks. They both arrived near a park so the girl could get out, and she took off her glasses and beret, revealing a beautiful blonde with short hair and bangs covering her forehead like two strands that look like ears, big emerald eyes, and a developed body despite being petite, 93, 56, 88 centimeters. "Let me introduce myself. I am the blonde," said. "Long time no see, Issei-chan," the motorcyclist said, letting her see how the person who saved her took off his helmet, revealing a blonde Bishonen with red highlights and ebony black tips. The blonde blushed, but when she saw the boy's smile, she knew who he was despite his appearance, since he was the person she loved most and her greatest teacher. "Alex-kun!" Issei-chan exclaimed very happily. "It's been a while, Issei-chan," Alexander said while stroking her head. "What are you doing in Ko?" the blonde asked. "Last time I heard from you, you were in China. It's a long story. For now, would you accept my invitation to a cafe nearby where we can have some privacy?" SC. Both blondes went to the restaurant he once went to with Rias when they were dating, but he never thought he would come back here. Restaurant. Alexander and Lekti are in a 5-story building, having reserved the top floor for the two of them, while Issei drinks a cup of tea along with some snacks. Lekti eats an iced green tea cake. They both enjoyed the privacy that the place gave them to explain to him about Valerie, and why he must save her. "I understand," said the girl, surprised since she didn't think something like this happened in her academy. "To write some numbers on a sheet of paper in a notebook. I'll give you Riko-san and Chloe-sensei's numbers so you can contact them. I would help you, but I hardly go to school except on Thursdays and Fridays like exam days." "I understand you, and I thank you for the contacts," the blonde said so they could finish eating their desserts so he could take her to where he was going to have an autograph signing to call both girls and meet them at a busy cafe that was part of the Nike Foundation, but had secret rooms for meetings with and from assassins. The blonde waited at his table in the premium room for his guests so he could see only a beautiful girl with dark blue hair, white skin and purple eyes dressed as a teacher, with a blue office jacket, matching skirt and black heels. "I see, is that you?" the blue-haired girl exclaimed in surprise. "Long time no see," Chloe said. "The aforementioned Mayumi-san told me about your new look, but this is beyond what I imagined," said the one identified as Chloe so that Issei could order some green tea ice cream while she ordered a peach ice cream. "If you called me, it was because you need my help. If it were up to me, I wouldn't want to bother you since you're still not recovering from the ghetto Tachibana purge." "Yes, who would have thought that a member of the Tachibana clan could do something so cruel?" Chloe said melancholically. "Don't worry, after the eternal sunset, I promise to revive the Japanese assassins," the French assassin master said determinedly, blushing to Sigusa. "I see," said the blue-haired girl, blushing. "Okay, so you want me to help you so that both of you can plan the distraction for that day." Ryo-zanpaku. After dropping Chloe off at her house, he went to where he was staying to see how Mio and Kenichi were getting closer, despite Hayato's protests. Meanwhile, Shigeru and Renko were like mueganos. To him they tried to be by his side as much as possible, and even a rivalry arose which until now Shigeru was winning because she had already had her first kiss with Issei. "I'm home," said the blonde, parking the motorcycle. "Welcome," Mio said so that he smiled at her while giving him some souvenirs that she bought at the restaurant where she went. "Wow, that place is one of the finest in Japan." "I want," said the Muay Thai master. "No, it will be dessert for dinner," exclaimed the blonde. "Issei-kun, can I talk to you alone?" said the Jiu-Jitsu master. "Sure." Meanwhile, Kenichi continued his Chinese Kenpo training with Master Ma, who continued his comrade's work, but the brown-haired man was curious about what they would talk about. The next day, Kenichi and Mio were at the Shinpaku Alliance headquarters along with their allies from the Yomi. "By the way," Kenichi said, "the alien? What do you want, Naijima?" the aforementioned said with some annoyance. "I know there is a new disciple in Ryo-zanpaku, and I was thinking maybe you could invite him to join the Shinpaku Alliance. I'm sorry to give you this news, but he didn't finish the sentence because everyone in the place felt a brutal killing intent that was crushing them, even Chikage, who was in her Yomi mode. Berserker just smiled, but it was clear he was sweating. "Commander Naijima," said the standard bearer. "What's up?" Matsui, someone is not attacking. At that moment they all saw several of the Alliance soldiers attacking him, even though he was surrounded by the Shinpaku soldiers and several girls with weapons. They are annoying, said the subject with a very deep voice. Note, like the voice of a 25-year-old limbo, to make him breathe, raising his arms extended back to cross them, hitting the ground to create a powerful gale that sends his enemies flying with several cuts and even broke their weapons. Dorian style. Ripper of the sky, Dorian style. Tearer of the heavens. Interesting, said a muscular blonde to attack the hooded man, who dodged his blows, and in the blink of an eye he landed a blow with his right hand, hitting the boy's chest with his fingers. In 2 seconds, the body of the former second fist of Ragnarok appeared with deep finger marks, and after 3 seconds he was sent flying by a supersonic stampede. Dorian style. Hand throw 4,000 pounds, estilo Dorian. Hand throw of 4,000 libras. Yar, I think I went too far, said the attacker to see the others. What are you waiting for, chicks? This guy drives me crazy, said the masked woman to attack him with a kick that the hooded man stopped to perform a key jolt, gently bringing the girl down. Maha Ken Oji, Saninjin Saban Taishite Mahi Mach Fist, Secret Technique, Paralyzing 1000 Silver Samban. W, what did you do to me? Nothing, I just can't hurt a young woman as beautiful as you, said the hooded man, blushing the girl. He beautiful? Said the girl with the blushing mask that for some reason bothered Renka. The next to attack was a blonde dressed as a maid, only to be stopped with a blow with her open hand, being that the arms turned, increasing the impact, leaving her out of combat. Dorian style. Ram elephant, estilo Dorian, Arit de Elefante. Later, a white-haired boy tried to attack him, only for me to deflect his blow with 2 fingers, rendering him unconscious. Then a boy dressed in military clothing followed, performing a roundhouse kick that sent him crashing into a wall. Dorian style. Tornado kick rhinoceros beetle stampede. Dorian style. Tornado kick rhinoceros beetle stampede. This guy is strong, being able to send Boris with such ease, said the small brunette, getting on top of him, taking him by the arm and a four to change it to perform Kushinada Ryu, Gishiki no Aikyo, impact of the ceremonial bell. So this is Kushinada style jujitsu, the hooded man said, but unfortunately for you I am a user of the technique that counteracts your style to perform several muscular and corporal movements without any sense, to remain in the dominant position, to knock her out with a blow to the neck with an open hand, to leave her on the ground gently. Musu and Satsu, shadow that kills without thinking. How pretty you are. It's sad that you already have that killer instinct at such a young age, said the hooded man. Hey, can I beat her like it's nothing? Said a muscular guy dressed in a white jacket and glasses. Who's next? Brats, the hooded figure said, taking a somewhat peculiar fighting stance. His hands were spread wide, his fingers pointing down at the ground, one hand in front, the other slightly retracted, his right foot a step back and his left foot a step forward. At that moment, the sack-wearing guy launched himself, without lifting a finger, at his companions, landing inches from the ground. Kaze no Soko Kenoji, Ashuka Kuki Bazooka, Wind-Armored Fist, Secret Technique, Compressed Air Bazooka, Yukita-san! Exclaimed the brown-haired boy. How the hell did he do it? He thought in dismay. If no one is going to come, then I will, said the hooded man to disappear and appear on the other side. Yuri I Ken, Kaze no Kuchibyu, Ghost Fist, Whistling Wind. 3 seconds later, several Alliance soldiers fell, including the blonde man who turned out to be a girl. Is this the best the Shinpaku Alliance has to offer? The hooded figure asked mockingly. They're just scum. Let's see your ironing board. He looked at an annoyed redhead wearing a green beret. I'm going to kill you, the girl said, performing a series of powerful kicks at point-blank range towards the opponent's body. Maikyo Puchiji! But to everyone's surprise, he stopped Kazara's kicks with one kick? Yukita exclaimed in surprise. Is that your best attack? Said the hooded man. You showed me what a leg attack is. At that moment he attacked her with a series of fast kicks, faster than the girl's, so that he threw her against a blue-haired boy with bandages on his hands. Dorian style, Wasp Swarm, Dorian style, Wasp Swarm. I see you're strong, said the boy with the bandages as he started to perform boxing punches that the hooded man dodged like nothing else, so the boxer performed a clinch, grabbing his enemy to perform a double blow to the liver, pressing liver blow. But at that moment they see how the hooded man was as if nothing had happened, to see how his hands were free while they were extended to return the impact of the attack. Taichi Hyodo Ria, the Mirror Hengiki, Tai Chi Hyodo Estilo, counterattack of the mirror, causing the boy to spit blood and fall unconscious so that a blonde attacked him, but the guy in the hood recognized him so they started to fight. The guy in the hood dodged the attacks with relative ease, took a step back and performed a powerful kick at high speed, sending a sharp blade of compressed air that sends the boy a considerable distance, slamming him against a wall without much damage, only that his shirt was left with a cut from the left shoulder to the right side with a very visible scuff mark with the same pattern as the cut of the shirt. Dorian style, storm leg, estilo Dorian, pierna tormenta. Your opponent will be me, said a boy with a hat with a feather so he can see how he counters him to perform light blows that he returns. What are you doing? The redhead asked, annoyed. He's studying his enemy, Mio said. Studying it? Kenichi said. To study your enemy you only use those jabs, it's something basic in boxing, Naijima said. So he uses Go-no-sen, huh? The hooded man thought to raise his ki strongly, pointing it at his fingers to position himself in a way that everyone recognized. Impossible, that's it, Renka said. Hokuto Shinken Oji, Suyashin Myubioshi. Divine Fist of the North Star, secret technique, reflecting water spirit, no rhythm. The impact was so brutal that it knocked down the enemy. But the Alliance members could not believe that someone other than Kenichi was capable of performing that technique. Does anyone besides Takeda-san know my technique? Kenichi exclaimed. But there was something else, Mio said. Did you notice that too? Renka commented. What's happening? He just eradicated the main problem, which is that you have to touch the enemy with your fingers for a few seconds, Kenichi-san explained the blonde. How is that possible? Asked the aforementioned. I use your ki and your fingers to compensate for the weakness of your technique that requires you to touch your enemy with your fingertips for a few seconds. I made that ki touch Siegfried-san. It's as if I were touching him all the time but without putting a finger on him, Renka explained. However, that level of use of ki is something that is not so easy to do, she openly acknowledged, so that at that moment she jumps into the air to launch herself against them several times at point-blank range that leaves them seriously injured, so that the others try to do something only for her enemy to perform a kick that creates a whirlwind that sends the boys flying so that he sends them against the ground, embedding them in it. Tensho Hai Kuretsuken, 100 flying punches that tear the sky, plus Yonghyun Gak, Sage's rising leg. Now said the hooded man to take off the hood from his head to reveal a certain blonde known by 3 of the captains of the Shinpaku Alliance. The test is over, with a smile. Huh? What? Mio, Renka and Kenichi exclaimed. Hello, said the blonde. What do you mean, hello? Kenichi exclaimed angrily. Why did you attack us? About that the blonde with heterochromatic eyes said it was Akisame-san's request so he could start healing everything with his dragon palm, and then apologize and start explaining the reason for the attack. So Akisame-san asked you to attack us to see what level we were at, and how he could help us, Mio said. Receiving an affirmation from the blonde, it sounds like something he would do, she sighed, defeated. Help? Naijima asked. In terms of martial arts, I am at the rank of Grand Master, the blonde replied, leaving everyone in shock, so that 3, 2, 1. The boys exclaimed at the base, since despite being so young he was at the level of the Ryozanpaku masters, like those of one Shadow 9 Fists. After everyone was healed, the introductions began. Let me introduce myself. My name is Issei Alexander Dorian, said the blonde, greeting, taking his right fist with his left hand. I introduce myself. I am the Supreme Commander of the Shinpaku Alliance. Haruo Naijima, said the boy with green hair with an alien appearance. By my side is my great commander Kenichi Shirahama, said the one identified as Haruo Naijima, introducing the brown-haired man. Stupid alien, he already knows me like he knows Mio-san and Renka-san, said the aforementioned. If that's the case, I'll introduce you to the second commander, Ikki Takeda, known as Takeda the Boxer, Naijima said, introducing an attractive boy with tan skin, long light blue hair tied in a ponytail and with several strands sticking out on his forehead and a large one right in the middle. His eyebrows are a little thick and dark blue. His eyes are pale blue. He is of normal height for his age and his skin is brown. Takeda wears a reddish-brown suit with gold lines, black pants and sneakers. His hands are bandaged, leaving his fingers exposed. Nice to meet you, said the presenter. Our second commander, Natsu Tanimoto, known as Hermit, said the alien, introducing a boy with a muscular and athletic appearance. He is tall, his hair is blonde a little long to the shoulders, gray eyes, and he is white skin. He wears a long-sleeved shirt with a white collar, over it a blue short-sleeved shirt, white pants and blue and white tennis shoes. But the introduced one stared at the blonde in front of him. "Long time no see," Issei Hermit said with a forced smile. "Yar, you still have the same annoying character as always," Hermit said the aforementioned. "Do you know each other?" asked the blue-eyed blonde who had taken off her mask. "Yes, this bastard was recruited a long time ago as a yomi, while his father was recruited as part of One Shadow Nine Fists," explained the gray-eyed blonde. "What?" exclaimed everyone in the room. "I see an Aimyo said, looking at the blonde. "Is that true?" "Yes, that was almost 5 years ago. On that occasion I fought against Narasimha, Sparna and him, while my father fought with Agar Jumsai, Akira Hongo and Mahasujutsu," said the blonde with heterochromatic eyes, surprising those present. "Now that I remember, Kensei-sama had told us something," said the blonde Lolita. "How are Koken and Sho?" Issei asked with a smile. "Koken is with his master in Thailand, while Sho," said the blonde with gray eyes. "He died protecting Mio-san, who was protecting me from snipers," said the brunette, surprising the blonde to smile slightly. "Did he die with a smile and in peace?" the boy asked sadly. "Yes," said the brown-haired boy, so he could see how the blonde maintained that slight smile while shedding tears. "I see." That action made all the girls of the Shinpaku Alliance blush, as did Yomi, since that expression made him look very tender and handsome, in addition to seeing that he was someone sensitive. "I continue with the introduction," said the alien Captain Kizara Nanjo, better known as Valkyrie, presented to a young slender redhead with green eyes who has a certain rebellious air. She doesn't have much chest, but her hips and legs are toned, 75, 60, 93 centimeters, being that she is very pretty. "A pleasure, and sorry about the ironing board, but I wanted you to fight with everything," Dorian said apologetically. "Don't worry, but I would like to learn how to kick as hard and fast as you," the redhead commented with a smile, while blushing slightly. "We'll see what we can do about that matter," said the boy. "The next is my most loyal Captain Hibiki Kyujinin, better known as Siegfried. I present the Supreme Commander, Shinpaku, to a tall and thin young man, with long silver hair, of great stature, with blue eyes, wearing a hat and suit that seemed to be from the last century, with gold, brown, red and green ornaments, with boots of the same color. Next is the captain of the armored division and the leader of the Valkyries, Kenim Kugitachi, known as Freya. The green-haired man introduced to a fairly tall and very attractive dark-skinned woman with blue eyes and short, messy brown hair. She also has curved eyebrows and a thin scar running down her left cheek. She is noticeably slimmer but curvy and athletic, with broad shoulders and striking hips. She also has a well-endowed chest with quite a lot of muscle and well-toned, 87, 61, 88 centimeters. She wears a tight light blue sleeveless shirt and dark blue spandex pants with an orange leather jacket and a gold eye-shaped pendant around her neck. The girls with uniforms resembling those of high school students are the Alliance's armed group and Freya's subordinates, the Valkyries, presenting the alien demon boy. If Rossweisse knew about this, the blonde thought about how his beloved and authentic Valkyrie would react. "Next is Yuma Chiaki, better known as Thor," Naijima said, introducing a very tall and muscular man. He has slightly tanned skin with short black hair and long sideburns. He has a stocky build with a large belly. He wears a sleeveless kimono to show off his muscular arms and sandals. "Does this alien or whatever he is already think he's a presenter or what?" the blonde man wondered. "Next up is the vice captain, Kozo Yukita, known as Yukita, the one who knocks down," said the alien, introducing a boy with light brown hair, quite short on the sides. He has a large and stocky body, and is always seen wearing sunglasses with a white jacket and brown pants with black shoes. On his face you can see a small scar. Next up is Vice Captain Shiratori. The alien boy introduces a tall young woman with a slim build and long, wavy, layered blonde hair. She wears a white shirt with a scarf, dark pants, and a long blue cape that reaches just above her ankles, 76, 56, 86 centimeters. "Hey stupid alien," Yukita said. "What do you mean Shiratori is a girl?" he asked, surprised. "Didn't you know?" asked the blonde, so the big guy would faint. "Oh, I didn't see that coming," he commented simply, so the girl would get depressed, even though Dorian cheered her up a bit by telling her she was beautiful by blushing her, and to try to dress more femininely. "Now I present the Yomi who joined the Shin Alliance," Naijima said, but he didn't finish the sentence because he ended up sunk 2 meters into the ground by those mentioned. "We are not your subordinates, you stupid circus freak," the Yomi exclaimed angrily. At least I agree with them on that, Issei thought. Since the idiot is knocked out, I introduced them, said Kenichi. The first is an old childhood friend, Ryuto Asamiya, known as Odin, introducing a boy with straight purple hair. The sclera of his right eye is black with a red pupil, while he has the sclera of his left eye normal, and the pupil blue. He wears a sweatshirt and sweatpants. Negative effects of Seidogui, right? Said the blonde, receiving an affirmation to think that something like that exists. Sho used it against me, but in the end he became unconscious. Next up is a Russian soldier and student of the Fist of Destruction, Alexander Gaidar, Boris Ivanov. The brunette said, introducing a young man with white hair, which he wears in slightly slanted points, along with small eyes, which only increase the seriousness he inspires. He has a rather serious face, with a gaze that carries a frown most of the time. He has camouflage markings, 2 on the right side of his face, and 1 on the left side. He wears a red band on his forehead. He wears an armed forces uniform. Next up is the eye-catching Rachel Stanley, known as Castor, said the guy, introducing a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She wears lipstick and has an enviable figure, 90-63-89 centimeters. She was wearing a blue off-the-shoulder shirt, mini skirt and matching booties with a pink scarf tied around her neck. But he saw how he handed the mask to the murderer, so he rejected it, surprising her. Why? Asked the blonde. Because I see that this is important to you, and said the blonde. So? Rachel asked. I wouldn't like to see your beautiful face dulled by tears unless they are tears of joy, Issei commented, but I can do this. He takes her by the chin to kiss her forehead, making it red as a tomato, since Renka got jealous while Mio and Kenichi, like the others, were surprised. Well, continue. Little one is Chikage Kushinada, said Kenichi, introducing a cute and small young girl. She has long, silky black hair that is tied to the right side, falling over her chest, while a smaller lock falls on her left side. Beautiful blue eyes. Dressed in a red shirt and a cream skirt along with matching sneakers, 64-53-65 centimeters, the blonde man gets down to her level to look into her eyes while putting his hand on her head. Chikage-chan, remember these words, he said, Master Assassin. Before becoming a martial artist, you are a young girl, so live your life intensely. Do what you have not been able to do and fight for your dreams. It is the magic of the age you are at. To caress her head. Is it my imagination, or did he sound like an old man? Everyone thought. Why, yes, Issei Nizan, said the aforementioned with a slight blush on her cheeks. Next is the girl dressed as a Lolita. Rimi Kokoron, said the strongest disciple, introducing a girl who stands out for her lowly Gothic style. She has short blonde hair to her shoulders and a well-endowed figure for her age, 85-56-83 centimeters. She wears a dark dress that reveals her chest with straps in the center part, a type of headband, and sleeves halfway down her arms. On her legs are black stockings with high heels made of gold. And finally there is Shugo Katsukawa, or better known as Berserker, said Kenichi, introducing a tall boy, with great muscles and tan skin. He wears a red sleeveless vest, a black muscle shirt, gray pants and blue, white and black shoes with gray stripes. He has blue eyes and blonde hair. Sorry about before, I got a little carried away, Issei said. You don't have to apologize. That technique was excellent. No one had ever knocked me out like that. Much less with just one hit, said the blonde with blue eyes, to give him a chili that the blonde with blue, green, and violet eyes caught to chew it, surprising those who knew him, since he was not one to share his gum. Now that you know our fighters, I propose you join the Shinpaku Alliance, as the third commander, said Naijima, who had recovered from the blow. I understand, but I will have to decline your offer, Naijima-kun, since I already belong to a group. But there is something you would like. I offer you Mio, Kizara, Freya, the Valkyries, Rachel, Rimi, or whoever, said the alien, earning a beating from Kenichi, Yukita, Takeda, Freya's subordinates, Rachel and Ryuto, while the others had a huge drop of sweat behind their heads. Stupid alien, don't offer other people's women/young ladies as merchandise, exclaimed the attackers, leaving Naijima with several marks of punches and stomps. After the punishment, Issei begins the training of the alliance, as the Yomi, helping everyone since he was a great master but quite demanding since he had no mercy with them except with Kenichi, but he taught him to fight against women, and Takeda gave him foot exercises like muscle exercises to increase the impact and balance his muscles so that he doesn't get injured, while Shogo only gave him difficult but simple exercises to do because he was a fighting genius. Later that day, Kuramisego clan lands. We found the blonde boy with blue-green/violet eyes in front of a tombstone that was engraved in stone and said, Kanasho. The boy said a prayer, left some white flowers on the grave, and refreshed it with wine. Here is the wine I promise you, my friend the master assassin, said as he placed his hand on the tombstone. I know you protected Myo-san, whom you loved, and that you left with a smile that was something I would expect from you, showed that in death you find the peace you have sought and the forgiveness of your sins, requiescat in pace. So you've come even though you've changed your appearance. Your key is the same, a voice said, to reveal a very tall, thin man who still sports a well-defined and muscular build, fair-skinned with long, straight black hair that frames both sides of his face with some strands hanging over his face. He also has a small, scruffy mustache. His most notable feature is his long, pointy ears. After his last battle against Sakaki in his teenage years, he received a large scar running down the left side of his face near his eye. Dressed in a tight-fitting black suit with a colon-printed trench coat on the back and gloves with light blue pastel middle and index fingers, he constantly wears sunglasses with triangular lenses. Issei. Long time no see, Hongo Dano, said the aforementioned while looking at the one known as the Hand of God. Akira Hongo, Yami's ex-master and former member of One Shadow, Nine Fists. The days continued as the blonde met James Shiba, who recognized him as an assassin, so he told his disciple to be careful with him since he was dangerous. In addition to meeting Danki Kugatachi, who is Freya's teacher and grandfather, who saw his talent for the sword as well as for weapons. So he spent his days, but what he didn't notice is how Rachel fell in love with him because, according to her, he is very handsome and is like Kenichi Shirahama but an improved version, which increased her rivalry with Renka, who was also falling in love with the blonde, but both noticed how Shigeru was attached to him. 2 days later, Ko City. We see a young woman with blue hair tied in 2 pigtails and 2 long strands that reach her breasts on the sides of her face, with blue-green eyes, dressed in a shirt that reveals her abdomen, and jeans with short heels, being that the clothes detonate her slim and stylized figure. 89 centimeters. She was the daughter of the Yatsushiro clan, Yuri Yatsushiro, who was heading to the Hyoto residence because she had to leave a communication from the university to the church trio as well as the Wani-sama. As she walked towards her destination, she met a beautiful girl who has long blue-black hair and a stripe that falls between her eyes that are blue, dressed in the Ko Academy uniform for young ladies that fit her developed figure. 86 centimeters. This girl was the youngest daughter of the Matsuzuka clan, Riko Matsuzuka. Riko-chan, said the blue-haired girl. That voice said the blue brunette, to see the daughter of the Yatsushiro. Yuri-san, long time no see, she greeted politely. What are you doing here? Asked the aforementioned curious woman. Sigusa-sensei sent me to give Phoenix-san and Tuja-san this week's notes, the girl answered naturally, since the blonde with the drill braids was a great friend of hers. Chloe-senpai? And both girls arrived at the indicated place, finding a fairly large 6-story house, so they entered to ring the doorbell. Ding dong. Who is it? A voice asked, so they could see a blonde with green eyes, but they were somewhat glassy. Good afternoon, I'm Riko Matsuzuka. I came to leave the notes for Phoenix-san and Tuja-san, said the brunette. Gee, good afternoon, Argento-san, I'm Yuri Yatsushiro. I came to deliver a document that Ko University is sending to the residents of this house, said the blue-haired girl, for the door to open, and a brunette with pigtails and purple eyes appeared. But since the blonde's eyes were glassy, the university has accepted the permission you requested for the suspension of your studies for 2 years, Yatsushiro said, handing 5 envelopes to the blonde. Everything comes inside. I came to leave Phoenix-san and Tuja-san's notes, said the brunette, handing some notebooks to the brunette. Yes, that's all, now go, said the blonde, coldly closing the door, suddenly leaving both girls surprised to leave, but on the way she talked. Is it my imagination, or Matsuzuka said, those girls are a danger. I complete the Yatsushiro. You used seeing how his eyes were ice blue in the iris while the pupil was white as snow to return it to normal. Yes, I used my eagle vision, They appeared marked in red and copper, said the girl with braids. So they are half human and half demons, the brunette deduced. They really are a danger to a goddess like me, she mentioned worriedly while Yuri looks at her with a drop behind her head. Anyway, let's go to the academy, they must be waiting for us, the blue-haired girl commented. 2 days later, Koa Academy afternoon. No one was in the academy anymore, just a beautiful, deep blue-haired girl with purple eyes. That girl was Chloe Sigusa, who placed the smoke decoy bombs, the impact bombs, and large firecrackers, but without the student council led by Ruruko Nimura or the disciplinary committee noticing. She had been discovered by the academy's director Frion Matsuzuka, but upon learning that Issei asked her for the favor, she turned a blind eye and even helped him a little. I hope it doesn't damage the furniture, said the director of the academy. I can't guarantee anything, only that there will be minor damage, said the civics teacher. Well, since then, Matsuzuka said resignedly. Later that day, Ryozanpaku, the blonde, was preparing to leave since his things were ready as he had everything he needed. So is this goodbye? Myo asked. Tomorrow I will come to say goodbye, but this is my last day in Ryozanpaku, said the boy with a large travel backpack carrying his things while he is on his Honda CBR 1100XX Super Blackbird. I thank you for your hospitality, holding his right fist with his left hand. It's nothing, said the venerable. It was a pleasure having you here, said Ma Kensei. Give this letter to In-chan when you return to China. Yes, said Issei. And what will happen to the other bike? Sakaki asked. I'll come for her tomorrow, said the blonde, starting his motorcycle and driving straight to abandoned Church Close City. The blonde was taking a bath and then putting on his clothes to prepare his hidden blades, being one that had the shock blade and the phantom blade on his left arm. On his right arm he used his custom assassin gauntlet and the hidden barrel. He keeps his throwing knives on his belt in the holes it had, his kodachi, given to him by Shigeru, his saber, his military knife, on the back of his combat pants, a Desert Eagle, like a magic shooting revolver. That was a prototype that Eri made, similar to a Smith & Wesson Model 625 revolver, with the handle and the navy blue barrel that he kept in holsters that were on his sides. Finally his air rifle, held on his back. I'm ready, said the blonde, so that he mentally calls his familiar Ria, take the motorcycle and leave me at the Little Wing. At that moment he disappeared to get to the agreed place, since today was the day he had to rescue Valerie, but he saw that he had time, so he went to put more decoy smoke bombs around the city in places where they are notorious as compressed gas bombs. 9 p.m. Academia Co. We see how Rias Gremory, Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tuju, Asia Argento, Xenovia Corda, Irina Shidu, Ravel Phoenix and Lefay Pendragon were at the entrance of the academy, while Kiba and Gasper carried what looked like a capsule. What they didn't notice was how a hooded man watched them from one of the turrets at the entrance of the building. So you arrived, said the hooded man to appear at the entrance of the occult club building. Being there, he felt a little nostalgic for the times he lived here, like the adventures and battles in which he was involved. It's strange, I thought I would cry or shed tears, but I only feel disgust and repulsion for this place. I guess I really hated being Rias's servant, he said to himself, since he had to go through too many humiliations such as insults, degrading moments and embarrassments just to live a normal life. Of course, he had claimed to his mother to the point of yelling at each other how to apologize and forgive each other. He went to the entrance to see how it had a protective magic circle. They thought of everything. He took out his revolver and with an attack he performed the counter-attack of all magic. Gram Demolition is a magic that destroys the magic record, Gram. It uses the compression of high-power energy particles, dragon power. Compressed energy travels through the physical realm, as opposed to the information dimension, where runes are manipulated to create magic. Although it's called magic, it's simply a cannonball of pure energy that has neither the structure nor the magical sequence to modify an event. By using this magic, the hooded man destroyed the protective circle that the entrance had, so that using some instruments he could open the door, and using his eagle vision, he located Valerie in what appeared to be a room on the top floor. Meanwhile, in the aforementioned room was a beautiful young woman with white skin, blonde hair and red eyes, dressed in jeans and a white shirt with black suspenders, who looked out the window of the room she had given Rias to stay in during her stay in Ko. The moon is beautiful. This place is cold and dark, like gloomy. It's very cozy, said the blonde, until at that moment someone was behind her to cover her mouth and give her an electric shock. Forgive me, said the individual who attacked the blonde, revealing the master assassin, who came out of the shadows to take out a paper that he put on the girl's body to teleport her, but he felt how the Gremory and his friends were approaching the club room, so he used his eagle vision. At the same time, he takes out his multifunction pocket watch, appearing the detonator of the bombs, waiting for the right moment. "Everything is ready," said the redhead. "Hurry up, you two useless people," she exclaimed, annoyed. Heavy the damper complained. "I'm a man now, damn transvestite." Aquino exclaimed angrily. "I see Sam was more of a man than you." Asia exclaimed. "Calm down, Knight," Gremory asked. "Now you little prince of the Fourth Order is getting involved," exclaimed the annoyed Phoenix, angering the blonde, who only clenched his fists to encourage her to leave the capsule and leave. "Where are you going?" Rias asked angrily. "You are no longer the same Bucho. If Issei saw you, he would be disappointed, as he would think that your sacrifice was in vain," said the Prince of the Ko Academy. "At least I want to remember you as a great hero who died with honor than to see you as a homunculus or living dead." "And me too. At least I know that Issei Senpai is fine wherever he is." Gasper said. "He fought for us. And more for you who left him because of the garbage that were your boyfriends." He was sad, and at least he could talk to us, even though he would never forgive us for not respecting his eternal rest. The girls gritted their teeth like fists, since it had all been their fault, and now they shamelessly wanted to remedy their mistake by reviving their great love. But would that be enough? Before they realized it, the blondes were no longer there, so the girls decided to ignore them and continue with their plan. Rias approached the door but noticed something strange. The seal that prevented Valerie from escaping was destroyed. It was impossible. Le Fay had made it quite encrypted. Even she and Aquino found it inviolable. Rias Sama, the only option that exists is that someone used Gram Demolition, said the blonde Pendragon. "You mean the counter magic to all magic?" the redhead exclaimed. "That can't be. None of the members of the three factions have registered as users. It's even considered only theoretical magic." "There is no other explanation," said the magician. Rias was going to open the door when boom and boom. At that moment, they heard some explosions like popping noises, and they saw smoke and flames coming out of the school, so they were quickly contacted by Rias. "I'm Sona." "What's up?" said the aforementioned. "Someone prepared an attack in the city like the academy. There are many columns of smoke and flames coming out of the buildings," the younger Citri said. "My boys and I are checking the academy, but I need you to go to the city." "But it's our territory, keep that in mind." "Okay, I'll go right away," said the Gremory heiress. "Annoyed girls, you heard. Le Fay, stay here and take care of the body. Irina, Ravel are coming with us." "Yes," said the aforementioned, so that they disappeared in an ordinary magic circle, being that the magician invoked 2 magic circles as a defense. At that moment the blonde begins to hear a squeak that is heard when scratching a blackboard, being that it cancels and destroys the runes of her magic circles and causes dizziness, creating a hallucinogenic effect on the girl, which affects her balance and knocks her out. "You're a genius, Le Fay. Too bad you've become something like that," said the hooded man as he gently placed the girl on the ground to open the capsule to see a version of her body, which surprised her and made her smile slightly. He placed his hand on the organism, forming a large mass of cold air containing a mist of liquid nitrogen, diamond dust, and dry ice particles to cover his hand with power of destruction, and hit the body, causing it to disintegrate. Now for Plan B, Center Coast City. Rias and the others saw how everything was a distraction by someone, since the columns of smoke were made by some jars while the flames were special effects. However, the doubt was why. So they immediately went back to the academy, if it weren't for the fact that they received a shot to land on the clock tower where Issei waited for his first date. "Who dares to shoot me and my pretty servants as my allies?" asked the redhead, so they could see how a man with pale brown skin comes out from behind the tower, with short, blonde and spiky hair, green eyes, a corpulent square jaw and constant stubble. He also has a large wedge-shaped scar on his left cheek. He is thin, with broad shoulders and very tall. He wears round glasses, an oversized gray cassock, gray pants, black boots, a black shirt, a collar, white gloves, and a red cross around his neck. The gloves have inscriptions on the red crosses drawn on the back of his hand. His right hand says, Rito Nippon. His left hand says, Father of Understanding. How rude of me. Let me introduce myself. I am Alexander Anderson, Templar Master of the Japanese Rite, said the man, bowing. A Templar? Irina exclaimed. It's impossible. They disappeared during the Crusades. You're wrong, Miss Shuda, said the blonde with glasses. We simply went underground, but we are active, you know us as Abstergo Industries, explained the man. What does a Templar want from me? Rias said authoritatively. Kukuki, you're a brat with a very big mouth and a sharp tongue, said the blonde, angering the redhead. I just came to see the ex of Templar instructor, Kaido Okumura, like the novices, Takashi Tanimoto, who is from the Templar family, Akira Koju, Kenta Mishima, and Hibika Nakamura. What beauties those useless people got. They were Templars? The Gremorys, like Irina, exclaimed. Of course, did you think they loved you? Anderson mocked. Ha 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 ha, how stupid are they if they believed it. They received the orders to separate them from Issei Hyoto, whom we were going to recruit after they discarded him like cheap trash because of his boosted gear. He would have been a great soldier of our order. With a good brainwashing. That comment left Rias, Aquino, Asia, Kaneko, Xenovia, and Irina hurt as they shed tears. Everything was going well until that damn useless pervert died like the vermin he was. At that moment, an attack of power of destruction, sacred lightning, fire spear, senjutsu, sacred energy and fire was against the guy who did a somersault and dodged it. Never dare call him that! The girls exclaimed angrily. How scary! How scary! Anderson said to get a file out of his trench coat that he threw at Rias's feet. What is that? Queen, Gremory asked. Veil, said the guy with glasses. The girls saw the document to see how everything the Templar Master said was true, as well as their true identities and what their opinion of each of them was, how he was going to recruit Issei, brainwash him, turn him into the Master Assassin's hunters, to hunt the Sentinel of Silence, and subsequently subdue the three factions before them like the entire natural and supernatural world in the name of the Templars. Knowing this, they felt like complete idiots and naive, since they fell into the plans of those guys and ended up moving away from a practically unique boy. He was kind, he fought for those who mattered to him, he always protected them, perverted but loyal to them. He was the hero of the three factions by sealing Trihexa and preventing his brother like others from being sealed with the beast of the apocalypse for 10,000 years. At such a revelation, they fell to the ground crying tears like Mary Magdalene while they hit the ground where their fists were bleeding, while they screamed in pain, rage, anger, helplessness, and frustration, but above all sadness, while he, Templar, rejoiced in the twisted pleasure of seeing them like that. No, no, and no. My Issei died, and all because of you, you damn miserable guys! Rias exclaimed, bellowing in pain as they cried. My beloved pawn was gone because of me. I killed him. If it wasn't for the fact that I was so stupid now, he wah. She writhed in pain. Why were we so naive? Wah, Aquino screamed, crying because of her gullibility, she lost the love of her life. I see, say. Asia exclaimed, crying until she fainted. Senpai. Sniff ba I see senpai. Kaneko said, then paused and exclaimed, 3i. I see no, Xenovia said, hitting the ground with her fist while crying an oh. Why did you have to do something so cruel? Irina exclaimed, if it wasn't for you, they are miserable because of them we lost Issei-sama. Ravel exclaimed, crying, now are you going to blame us for something that was caused by your weakness and lack of commitment from the beginning? Exclaimed the tall blonde, offended. Is it our fault that your feelings weren't authentic? To start dramatizing, is it our fault that you are bitches? Is it our fault that you are loose-ass boors? Is it our fault that you died because of fifth-rate boors? Exclaimed the Templar. As a playwright, offer your bodies like the loose-ass boors that you are. Get paid well and you won't have to worry about. But he had to dodge another attack, seeing how the girls looked at him with rage and fury, so they could see how the guy looks at them again with a disgusting and unpleasant smile. Why are you telling us this? Rias asked brokenly from crying. Just to see the pathetic face they would make, Anderson said, and it was worth it. Ha 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 ha. He laughed like a maniac while he opened his hands to take several leaves out of his sleeves, creating a tornado in which he disappeared, leaving a great hatred towards the Templars marked in those girls. I swear I'll make them pay. The Templars will pay for this, Rias thought, crying while she broke a stone with her power of destruction, by squeezing it, starting to harbor hatred towards the Templars. Phase 1 and 2 completed. Anderson thought that for him to take his true form, it was that of the Master Assassin, Issei Alexander Dorian, blessed power of infinity and dreams that allows me to transform into whatever I want. Occult Club Room Co-Academy. The girls returned to revive Issei even after all this had happened, trying to apologize, spoil him, give him his first time, and marry him. But at that moment, they saw that Le Fay was unconscious, so they went to her aid. Le Fay, wake up, Le Fay, said the white-haired girl so that the blonde Pendragon would wake up. What happened? Irina asked. I don't know. Suddenly I started to feel dizzy, and then I don't remember anything, replied the magician. How is your body? Aquino asked. It's in the capsule, Le Fay said, so everyone could see how this wasn't just a layer of ice and a cloud of nitrogen. Where is the body? Rias shouted. I don't know, said the desperate Pendragon. This was the work of that damn Anderson, Aquino conjectured, so that everyone came to the same conclusion, so they went for the Templar, but in front of them two circles, one from the Gremory clan and another from the Phoenix clan, so that Zeoticus, Venelana, Arender, Lord Phoenix, Lemixa, Lady Phoenix, Sun Wukong, Gabriel Grafia and Surzex appeared, who did not see them precisely with joy. Shao Temple Terminal Baths, China. We found the nude vent, taking a bath after the very difficult training that the mentor gave them, who made them climb buildings in Hong Kong such as the International Finance Center, the Bank of China Tower, and the Central Plaza, using suction cup palms and parkour. I think my mother overdid it with that training, said the platinum-haired woman cleaning her body. Look at making you climb those 3 buildings to the top. Do you think it's tiring? Celestia said. Master Dominique made us climb and descend the Eiffel Tower and the Tour Montparnasse 5 times, using only parkour and a fall arrest system in case we fell, as well as weights on our bodies. Don't even remind me. It was crazy, Khalees said, remembering that training she had with her father-in-law. It's true, Felicia said, the one waiting for Issei, she commented amusedly. Speaking of the King of Rome, said the brunette with emerald eyes, I have noticed that Issei looks older than his age, leaving aside the appearance that the piece, Alpha Omega, gave him. Era? asked Lisana. Don't they know? Tomo commented. Know what? asked the redhead. Issei-chan is actually a year older than she looks, Alizi said. That means, said the Valkyrie. Yes, he entered the academy at 17 years old, Celestia replied. So, said the Nekashu. Yes, he would be from Sona Citri-san's generation if he had entered in time, Eri said. But why don't I go into time? Mai asked curiously. He was sent to Japan at the age of 15, but for 2 years he was helping the Japanese Assassins Brotherhood, so he entered at 17, but with the help of the Nike Foundation, we modified his data as DNA evidence, so in the eyes of the public and the academy he entered at 16 as a normal student, Ellis explained. Probably after this war, the next thing we will do would be the reconstruction of the assassin branch in Japan, Lisha commented. Shall we? Julia asked. It's something that the Grand Mentor of the Order gave us as a mission, Alizi explained. I see, Felicia said. After that we'll marry him, Mary-Jane said with a smile, surprising the new ones so that 3, 2, 1. E? exclaimed the new blushing ones. W, what do you mean we're Issei's wife? Khalees asked incredulously. He promised us that after the resurgence of the Japanese assassins, we would get married, Celestia explained. In fact, the training was for that until the appearance of the assassins hunters. But will he even marry Alizine-san? Mai asked. Issei has permission for polygamy and incest from both the Vatican and world governments, as well as permission from the current leader of heaven, Archangel Michael. Eri explained. Since the piece, Beta Gamma, modified his genetics, so although they are from the same father and mother, they are not generically related, so if they want to have children they would not run the risk of being born with malformations or something like that. How do you know? Nei-san started feeling strange a few days ago, so I could do some tests, and it showed that her DNA was different and that her power was modifying her body. But since they are of the same genetic structure the changes are more intense, so she can feel them, concluded the auditor. While they all said since it was something difficult to imagine, while the third daughter of the Dorians was very happy to be able to marry the man she loves. Main room, Mao Lucifer Castle. In the place where Venelana Gremory, Zeoticus Gremory, Arender Phoenix, Lemixa Phoenix, Grafia Lucifuge, Sun Wukong, Gabriel and Surzex Lucifer reprimanding Rias and her servants like Lefay, Irina and Ravel, since not only were they going to do something that is taboo even among the devils like necromancy, but they were also going to use Valerie for their purpose, since the aforementioned was missing as the first bishop of the Redhead. At that moment Valerie and Gasper woke up in what seemed to be a room so they could see how they were in a place they didn't know. But despite that the place was a penthouse so they saw everything around. I hope you are comfortable, a voice said so they could see how a hooded man was standing at the door so they were on guard. Calm down. I'm a friend, said the hooded man to take off his hood, revealing a blonde with red highlights and ebony tips, being that he had the right eye greenish blue and the other violet, so that he touched his ring finger causing it to be covered with a layer of light, revealing a brown-haired man with somewhat long wavy hair, green eyes, fair skin. He was tall, handsome and attractive. Despite their new appearance, both Dampiers recognized them, so Gasper hugged him as Valerie did. Issei-san, said the blonde. Issei-senpai, said the blonde. It's been a while, Gasper, Valerie said the aforementioned while he felt both boys crying. You've become a beauty, Val, and you're already a man, Gasper. It's the first time I've seen you dressed like one. Why, you're so mean, Issei-senpai. I've missed you, said the blonde. Okay, if I'm real and not a hallucination in your head, said the brown-haired boy. While both blondes cried, but after a while they calmed down. He revealed his true identity and everything else except the mission. But he told them about the war he was currently in, and that the final battle would soon take place. But senpai, if that's the case, Bucho would gladly help you, said the bishop. Gremory. Gasper, I faked my death because I didn't want to involve the three factions again in a secret war that has lasted more than 2 millennia, and that doesn't concern them. After all, the factions and their allies are barely recovering from the last battle we had, the brown-haired man replied. I understand, said the aforementioned. The reason I kidnapped Val was because Rias was going to use her to bring my soul using her sacred gear, explained the master assassin, surprising the vampires. How did you know? Teeps asked. After Serafal informed me of the girl's strange activities, I've been spying on them for the past few days as I destroyed the body they created just a few hours ago and sent the report to the leaders of the three factions, the brown-haired boy replied. If you want to play with the PS4 that's in the living room, I have some games that might interest you. Yes, said the blonde happily. Val, come with me. Yes, said the aforementioned to go with the brown-haired man to another room to talk. Well, I'll get to the point, said the brown-haired man. I want you to join the nude vent. Huh? The blonde exclaimed in surprise. But why? I realize that Rias will not be able to take care of you, and with them you will be in danger. If you are by my side, I will help you master your sacred gear. You will become stronger, and as long as you are by my side you will protect yourself. It is true that as an assassin, you will be in constant battle, but I will give you the tools and knowledge so that you survive, said the brown-haired boy. What are you saying? Asked the boy, but saw how the vampire closed her eyes and then answered. Okay, I accept, said the blonde decidedly. Are you sure? Asked the brunette. It hurts me to have to leave Gasper, but I know he'll be okay. He's a real man. After all, the blonde commented with a smile. Okay, said the brunette, giving her a beta-gamma piece that he told her to put on her chest and to start writing a letter for her to perform the ceremony. The blonde put the piece on her chest. By order of Issei Alexander Dorian, bearer of the power of the beginning and the end, you, Valerie Teeps, will walk on this world again. Seal this contract and become my servant. At that moment the piece entered the damper's chest, and under her feet the symbol of the brunette's entourage appeared. 20 minutes later, the transvestite damper had spent 4 of the games the boy had in that room that was unoccupied by anyone. Gasper, Valerie said. What's up? The aforementioned asked, so he could see how his friend gave him a letter. I've decided to stay with Issei, said the blonde. I understand, said the blonde, surprised since he did not expect such a resolution. Unfortunately, I will have to erase your memory, said the brown-haired boy, surprising the bishop. Gremory. W.Y. The blonde said nervously. And no one should know that I'm alive. Sooner or later it will be known, but for now I will remain anonymous. Don't worry, you have the letter, and I will leave engraved in your mind the feeling that she is safe, said the brown-haired man. Look at a bag of garlic. I exclaimed, scared so that the brown-haired boy stands in front of him. Amnesia impact, exclaimed the master assassin, hitting both sides of the temple with the palm of his hand with precision so that he fainted, returning him to his club room. Now we will be in Rio until tomorrow when we go to Rio Zampica to say goodbye. Yes, said the blonde, so that the brown-haired man takes her by the chin and gives her a kiss on the forehead, making it red like Rias's hair. Main hall castle of the Mao Lucifer. The scolding continued until a certain maid decided to intervene, since this seemed more like a fluke than a reprimand. Surzek-sama, said the platinum-haired girl. Right, Rias. You said you had information to add before we started scolding her, said the half-redhead. Why yes, it's this one, said the redhead, to deliver the dossier. being that everyone upon reading this was surprised as their auras began to rise. Those wretches, Venelana muttered furiously. So they planned all this from the beginning, Xeoticus mumbled like a chestnut. Ritan said the Mao, there is something I didn't tell you. I waited until now on Graphia's recommendation, but I see it was a mistake. And that's it? Rias asked. Before that, Ravel, this is for you, said the Phoenix matriarch, handing her an envelope for the blonde with braids to open and see a letter and a card. Crow City, June 4th, 2015. Miss Ravel Phoenix, for reasons beyond your control, you have had to make the regrettable decision to inform you that as of June 4th, you are fired. Much to our regret, we have made this decision due to the lack of communication and commitment on your part, so your client, that is, me, has started to work on his own agenda, so your services are dispensable. You'll receive all the benefits and positions corresponding to your salary, as well as an extra bonus for your good performance. You'll also receive letters of recommendation that will serve as an incentive to work with other clients who require as much dedicated work as yours. Your worker rights and benefits will remain intact to the extent that I am responsible for fulfilling them. I have left your settlement as well as this letter with your mother on this credit card, and I thank you for your great collaboration during this time. I wish you the best and success in everything you do. Kind regards, Issei Hyodo, ex-representative of yours. Seeing this, she began to shed tears since the same brown-haired man had said goodbye to her, and the saddest thing is that she would never receive the letter from the hands of the Security. After that, Surzex gives Lefay an envelope like Ravels to see a letter that said, Date, June 3rd, 2015, Coast City. With this, I request the cancellation of the Magician Demon contract, which is established between Lefay Pendragon and me, the Security as pawn of Rias Gremory, Issei Hyodo. For personal and professional reasons, the aforementioned is currently embarking on a new activity, so I don't want to be an obstacle or an intrusion in the new stage of her life. Thank you all for your services and success in your life projects. Kind regards, Issei Hyodo. Hired. Issei-sama, did you fire me? The incredulous mage said while Millikas looked with lust at Rias and Aquino's breasts and Xenovia and Irina's butts, something that his mother realized, so she pressed a button on a small control, giving him a powerful shock of 45,000 V that left the poor younger redhead singed. This method was part of his treatment to overcome his Issei syndrome, or Arrow syndrome, being that he began to act like the chestnut, spying on the maids of the house, groping them whenever he could. He spied on Rias like the others from time to time, but because of the vow he tried to avoid them as much as he could. It was something extreme, but there was no other option. They had tried everything: potions, hypnosis, medical treatments, psychological treatments, etc. And they didn't give results, or there were advances in these treatments, so they opted for this. It was drastic, but it had worked until now. I've already told you no indecent thoughts or actions, Millikas-sama, said the platinum-haired girl. Yes, Oka, said the second to the throne of the Gremory clan, to receive another electric shock. Remember that I am on duty, Millikas-sama, said the maid. Understood, Grafia Wani-sama, the boy said with barely any strength while he was with his face on the ground and one hand raised. He's already gone too far, thought everyone present. Getting back to the topic, as I was saying, Issei-kun left something more than the recorder, said the half-redhead. Anything else? The redhead exclaimed with desperation in her voice, so that Surzex would make a sign to his queen, at the same time that Gasper and Kiba entered the room. The platinum-haired girl appeared with a book and several envelopes, so that she could give them to the Gremorys, as well as to Irina and Ravel. Why are you giving us this? Oni-sama, the redhead said, confused. These envelopes were found in Issei-kun's room a year ago, explained the redhead. And why didn't you give them to us before? The redhead exclaimed angrily. Grafia thought it was too early to give it to them, so we agreed that after a year we would give them this, but I see that was a wrong decision, Surzex said. It's true, forgive me, Oju-sama. Ladies, said the aforementioned, bowing. The girls were unsure whether to open it or not, being the first to be Kaneko and Ravel, because a letter was for them. So they asked Grafia to open it and read it to them. What you deny subdues you. What you accept transforms you. The two Lolas were surprised to see that he simply said that, and they didn't understand what it meant. Next was Asia, and the one who read her letter was also Grafia. No place in life is sadder than an empty bed. The blonde became so sad that she lowered her head and shed tears because she didn't think that the deceased brunette felt so alone. Next was Xenovia, and the one who read her letter was Surzex. There are things that can never be recovered: a stone after having thrown it, a word after having thrown it, an opportunity after having lost it, and time once it has passed. Being that she is an airhead, Xenovia, like Kaneko and Ravel, did not understand what the message left by the man she loves meant. Next up was Irina, but she was afraid of what the letter might contain, so she gave it to Grafia to open and read. The worst way to miss someone is to sit next to them and know you'll never have them. Irina shed tears while covering her mouth, feeling a sure stab to the heart since she hurts the person she loves a lot, and he was now dead, and he could never apologize. Aquino gave Grafia her letter while she was uncertain of what words her beloved chestnut left her before leaving for eternity. Love emerged from the brambles with his empty eye sockets bathed in blood. Madness didn't know what to do. Everyone was staring at him. Feeling guilty for what he had done, he promised love that from that moment on, he would be its guide. And that's why they say love is blind and is always accompanied by madness. Aquino had heard that legend from her mother, but she didn't understand why she left her with those last words. Oni-sama, what's happening? What will happen to those two cards? Rias asked curiously. Two of them are, one for Rossweisse-san and the other was for both Kuroka-san and Lefay Pendragon-san. Can you read Rossweisse? The Gremory heiress asked so that her brother would agree. It goes like this. The first symptom that we are killing our dreams is the lack of time. They all understood that she meant that as a teacher she didn't spend much time with him, but at least she had gone with the brunette, and her sins would be forgotten. Lefay proceeded to open the letter that was for her and Kuroka. The hardest thing is to forget someone with whom you forgot everything. Upon reading that, the magician burst into tears since she never thought that she would be so important to the brunette, since at least the brunette went with him. Kiba opened his letter to find, life setbacks happen for a reason, don't forget that. I'm sure every obstacle you encounter will only be a springboard to something better. Don't change, and you'll achieve everything you set out to do. Good luck, my friend. Night. Gremory smiled while shedding tears since his great friend had left, but left him a message for life. The damper followed, who was nervous but bravely opened his envelope. Even if it's hard to say goodbye, friendship never ends. This is just a see you soon. Good luck on this new adventure. The damper was like Kiba. His senpai left him a message that he would always carry in his heart. Now it was Rias's turn, but the redhead was so nervous that she had a hard time opening the envelope that her mother and sister-in-law could help her, even though Venelana was the one who read it. I look back and can hardly believe all the time we spent in each other's company. I find it hard to believe. When did you change so much, and at what point did you decide to cut the ties that bound us? I don't understand. I never saw what would happen coming because I naively believed your words. I thought what we shared would last forever. But you showed me that sadly, you can't trust others, not even those you consider a pillar in your life. Hearing that, Rias started to cry, feeling very bad because she didn't think the brunette had such feelings for her. She was selfish and fate paid her dearly. Her beloved Issei had died, and she killed him. That devastated her every day that passed. We also found this diary, Surzex said, showing the book. It was in French, but it has already been translated into Japanese. However, what it contains is somewhat strong for your state of mind from a year ago. That's why I didn't give it to you. We want to read it, Rias said, so that Grafia would see a notebook appear even though it was in Japanese. It says here, February 14, 2012. My mother gave me the news that I would have to go with my uncles Sayaka and Keiji, even though they will pretend to be my parents. But they had to pay them to convince them with a reference like that. What awaits me with that shit? The redhead read so Aquino could continue. February 15, 2013. I have arrived in Kwa, my uncles, the Hyotos. Curiously, they use the same last name as my mother, but if I remember correctly, Mrs. Hyoto is my mother's older sister. Well, they have welcomed me well, and it seems that they are trustworthy. But I have never been one of those who trust anyone easily. After the brunette, Asia followed to read the next page. January 15, 2014. I've been in Japan for a year, and I miss C. I can't communicate with her for specific reasons. I'm going to Kwa Academy, where the majority are women. That's a good thing. I'll be able to use the character Ma Sherry created, which is a degenerate and breast-loving. I think I have a certain fascination with large breasts. I suppose, after all, my sisters and my mother have large breasts. The next one to read was Xenovia since February 22, 2015. I'm in second grade. My role as a pervert has given me a bad reputation these past 2 years, and that's good because that way I can be faithful to see I'm using those two Motohama and Matsuda. They're a couple of idiots, but a couple of idiots who help me even if they don't know it. I even feel sorry for them. They're going to die virgins. Next was Irina. March 15th, 2015. I arranged a date with that girl named Yuma. Something tells me I shouldn't let my guard down, but the one who watches me does it day and night, knowing that I could catch her, but it would expose me to a compromising situation. I'll let everything take its course. Kaneko followed. March 20th, 2014. I just had to meet Rias Gremory, one of Kwazwani-sama. I saw her through the window, an extremely beautiful woman. White and smooth skin, beautiful features, striking eye color, a sensual body for her age, and beautiful, enigmatic crimson hair. Her beauty has captivated me. She is a muse, but for me the only Aphrodite is my beloved C. The girls discovered more about who the deceased brunette really was on each page, but they were bothered by the fact that he repeatedly mentioned a certain C. March 24th, 2014. It seems my girlfriend turned out to be a fallen man and mortally wounded me, yet I'm alive. I wonder what happened. March 25th. I just woke up with Rias Gremory in my bed, and my uncles who pretend to be my parents treat me like a pervert as planned, and I find out that I am a servant demon of the princess of the Gremory clan. After that, in the afternoon I go to her club. She explains to me about my duties and other things that seem like complete stupidity to me. I hope that after graduation I will be free of that nonsense. March 28th. I just met a nun named Asia Argento. I've heard of her. I think I know a celebrity. After leading her to the church, I get a scolding from my teacher Rias. Gosh, I wish she weren't such a pain. I can take care of myself. Pete physical? Rias exclaimed in disbelief. Did he just say I'm annoying? She expressed, offended. March 29th. Turns out Asia is working for the Fallen, and I run into one of my old target's freed cells, and if only I could mobilize. I think I'm talking too much. Anyway, I wanted to save her, but I couldn't. Sigh, I've never felt that powerless. April 4th. Asia has escaped from the church, but the fall that pretended to be Yuma revealed that her name is Rainier. She pierced me with a spear and took Asia away. Damn, this is one of the times that I curse my mother's decision. I have decided to go save her, even if it means disobeying my mother. But unfortunately I only have a few weapons at hand, and I can't fully use the boosted gear, since with only my new powers I could awaken the twins critical phase. I fight against Rainier, but I feel like Kaneko and Kiba are watching me. Damn, I appreciate the help, but I'm not a novice on the battlefield. I defeated her and Rias eliminated Rainier, while in my mind I said, "May you find forgiveness for your sins in death, Requiescat in pace." Luckily Asia was revived by an evil piece by Rias. I hope that from now on she can live a relatively peaceful life, as she can fulfill her dream, because it is a beautiful dream. Even if our paths separate one day, I hope that you fulfill your wish of having friends. Asia Argento. April 10th. I just completed a mission with a somewhat eccentric but pleasant girl, except for the sword she wields like crazy. After that, she asked for some advice. I would have liked to help her, but I had to continue my role as a degenerate. I hope to help her with her relationship in the near future. Rias asked me a question, and I answered, remembering how I met the master. April 11th. Let's get the familiars for Asia and I. Not that I'm interested, but at the end of the trip Asia got a spirit dragon that attacks me. I would like to use the boosted gear to scare it away, but it would be equivalent to getting engaged, and that would be bad. I should pretend I don't know how to use my sacred gear. Rias comes to my room and wants me to make love to her. I would like to, but my girls, I will never be unfaithful to her. Later I find out why she's engaged to a piece of shit called Razor Phoenix. He's one of those guys I can't stand. If it weren't for my condition that day, I would have torn him to pieces. When they read that, everyone was petrified. Did he have more girls apart from that? See? To continue reading. April 12th. We are going to a 10-day training where we must learn many things. I have created a perverted technique so I don't have to use my special techniques. April 22nd. It's the day of the raiding game. I'm not afraid. I've been on the battlefield. My concern is how I'll handle myself with my new companions, and Asia turned out to be more of a burden than a support. Rias doesn't make her learn any defensive or offensive spells. She really isn't good as a leader. She's a capricious little princess, and she must start to mature, or she will cause irreparable misfortunes. When Irina said that, the redhead felt a stab in her heart, because she never thought he would have such thoughts about her, and the worst thing is that he was right about everything. April 25th. Unfortunately, we lost because of my own inability to act, and she gave up. My concept of her has changed in my eyes. She is still the same capricious and stubborn girl, but with a big heart. She just needs to stop being so dependent, proud, so stubborn, and become more humble. She has potential. That is why I will save her with the resources at my disposal. The redhead was surprised and began to see things as they were and accept her flaws and commit to improving them so that she wouldn't lose some of her servants again. April 26th. Rias has moved into my house and sleeps with me even though I have to put up with Asia's tantrums. She seems like a little girl. I don't fall in love with girls, but with women. Hearing that, the blonde Gremory lowered her sad gaze because in her eyes she was a girl and not a woman. In short, she is indifferent to him as someone of the opposite sex. May 8th. Rias introduces us to Sona Citri, the student council president, and she goes on to introduce Genshiro Saji, her new pawn. He's kind to Asia and quite conceited with me. If only he could act, I would have sliced him into tiny pieces, you jerk. May 9th. They're having a meeting at my house because they're cleaning the club building. I see Kiba looking at the photo I have with Irina, and his expression changes to a more somber one. I guess it's something from his past. What an idiot. Later, during a game of dodgeball, I get hit in my genitals. Miserable merda. But I have to look like an idiot so the president doesn't get suspicious. Poor naive girl. I discover that idiot Kiba only lives for revenge. He'll die soon. It reminds me of something my mother told me about a girl who sought revenge for her father's death and ended up dying. May 10th. We had an encounter with Xenovia Quarta and my old childhood friend, the tomboy turned beautiful lady Irina Shidu. That Xenovia is really out of line. She's reached the end of my tether, attacking a poor girl the church cast away for saving a demon. I dislike trash like them. If only I weren't so restrained, I'd beat the shit out of them. And the idiot went off in search of revenge. Rias tells us why she wanted revenge on Asia and me. It makes me feel sorry for her, but I'm sorry to say she'll die if she continues on that path. I feel like I should help my master. She reminds me of my older sister. I think that's it. I see her as an Wani-san. May 11th. At the request of the Academy's rude and narrow-minded pet, I started helping Kiba with his revenge. I asked that idiot Saji to help us. We ran into that crazy guy for Kiba to fight with, and that old man Valper Galilei appeared, even though he was the one who massacred Kiba's friends. Quarta told me that he, White, had awakened. That's nothing new. I even knew who he was and I was surprised, but I'm used to that kind of situation. However, I received a punishment from that idiot and for fixing the details that my mistress left unattended. That's what I get for helping people like him anyway. As my mother says, for an action there will always be a reaction, both good and bad. I get home tired and with my butt sore from my idiot mistress, and that idiot Asia greets me with an apron. This is the work of that pervert Kiri. Rias does the same. Seeing them like this reminds me of that time they did the same thing. It was a very nice detail. While I was sleeping with Asia and Rias, something came to my window and I noticed it was Irina. Hurt like that idiot Kokabile appears. We fought and with a little of my true strength I was able to come out with the victory. Plus the idiot obtained a sacred demonic sword and I found myself with the target. May 12th. I ran into the target, an idiot in my opinion. I had to use my ki to push that idiot back a bit. It worked, and Xenovia and Kiba arrived in time along with Kaneko and Rias. She took my hand. I could feel her worry, so I squeezed it gently to calm her down. After all, she is my master, and I must watch over her until our paths separate. May 14th. I go to the temple where Akino lives to receive Ascalon from Michael-san. After that, Akino opens her heart to me. It must have been difficult to watch your mother die before your eyes. I can't understand her since I have my mother alive. I made her see that she shouldn't refuse to use her power and accept herself. I believe what he said was true. I have a unique charm with women. May 15th. Rias freed the transvestite damper who has a bishop. She has a dangerous, sacred gear. But she is someone who needs help and I will give it to her. Since what happened to Kiba, I have asked myself why I have to fix all the stupid things she has done. She has a good heart, but her pride and arrogance blind her, or she does not want to see her faults as a leader. Rias started to clench her fist. It was true that she left everything in Issei's hands, and she was so ungrateful as to push him aside. I'm stupid, forgive me. I see, forgive me. I always left you with the difficult tasks, and I thought I had done it when you fixed all my past mistakes. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness, although it's too late now, Rias thought while shedding tears. May 19th. It's the day of the meeting. It started as I predicted first. who's so idiotic as to hold such an important meeting in such an easy-to-peer location? I deduce that this is all the work of Xerxes and Seraphol. Siwatsis cones. First, that stupid Azazel only started acting like an idiot as always until he exhausted the red-haired Mao's patience. If it were me, I would have slammed his face into the table a long time ago. Then they asked Vala and me what he thought. The white one said he only wanted to fight strong guys. If I could be honest, it would be to defend my loved ones and the women I love, even if it meant giving my life for it. I had to come up with something stupid so that in the end Gasper would be used, but how inept. Even when Kaneko defended him truly, both of them are pathetic. In the end, the descendant of Leviathan appeared, trying to do something that I consider stupid. If Seraphol Sama was chosen and she wasn't, the political world of the devils had its reasons. In the end, Azazel killed her using an artificial, sacred gear, and I ended up fighting against the white Vala Lucifer. Yes, as I had been informed, a descendant of the ancient Mao Lucifer, where I obtained something interesting, but that cost me more years than I no longer have. In the end, Vala Lucifer joined the Cow's Brigade. When my time with Rias is over, I will hunt him down myself. But despite that, the alliance was signed. June 10th. The holidays have begun. We're going to the underworld where we'll meet Rias's parents and family. I was hoping to be able to go there or go see my parents, but I have to do that because I'm that redhead's servant. After that, we arrived at her house where they welcomed the redhead like the little princess she is. We met her mother, Venelana Gremory. Seeing her, I knew why she was so beautiful. I met her nephew Milikas. After the introductions, I find out that I have to study while the others go for a walk. Sigh, what an annoying family, but I've never turned my back on learning and new knowledge. We had the meeting with the young devils where we listened to everyone's dreams like Rias's, which is so simple and pretentious, nothing new about her. But what surprised me was Sona's, but I saw how they made fun of her, so I had to swallow my pride and keep everything I had to say. In the end, a rating game was agreed upon between Rias and Sona. The next day I started training with Tannen. It was rewarding, at least there I could let loose a little, so surviving wasn't difficult for me. After training, I came back and found out that little tomato-headed princess didn't trust me. It really made me want to kick her in the face. August 12th. I went to the opening party. I'd been to these before, but suddenly I feel like Kaneko came out alone to meet her sister. I'm surprised they are sisters. She is beautiful and strong, while our Nikomata is a tight, rude, impertinent, disrespectful, and weak lowly. After a fight, I was able to at least use my evolved balance breaker. I think that training was worth it. Kaneko became depressed when she heard what the man she loved thought of her. August 20th. It's the day. We're all nervous because it's our first rating game, but personally I felt really frustrated because due to Asia's stubbornness and stupidity plus the restriction of my true abilities, I couldn't fight as I should, and in the end we won only because I used that stupidity of Bullied. In the end we won with my help, and Akino started to use her power. After that we said goodbye to Rias's family as I found out that Xerxes is Graphia's husband and she is Milikas's mother. August 25th. After he introduced himself to Asia, my sixth sense tells me that he's up to something. After he got heavy and arrogant with me, I decided to beat him up. I'm going to smash that jerk's face in. After that they began to see how everything he wrote was what he lived like. The matter with Diodora, Loki, Rias's engagement in him, the hero faction, the rating game against rating game, the hero faction's attack on Kyoto like the promotion test, his death, his intervention in the attack of Chow Chow and his men, the attack of Kilopath, the attack on the citadel of the vampires in Ukraine, the formation of DXD, the attack of the dragons to Sona's school, the death of Euclid and Rysandom like the sealing of Trihexa, and about the true enemy like the opinion of the members of DXD but from a colder point of view. Experienced as well as he had strategies that would leave Sona or seek Vera Agars and even Falbium Asmodeus overshadowed. Note: I didn't write more because I was lazy. Maybe I'll write more later, but it will be the most important part of the DXD canon events. March 24th. It seems like those girls changed me in a way it hurts. But I earned that by having feelings for them. I just shouldn't have gotten too attached to them. That's why I'm angry at myself. But now I realize I never loved them. I loved them but as sisters, family, or best friends. Upon reading that, all of the brunette's exes fell to their knees on the floor, shedding incredulous tears while they felt their hearts break into 1,000 pieces since they were sent directly to the friend zone. To ICJJJ he never loved us? Rias said incredulously, falling to her knees since it was news that hit her directly in the heart. He never loved me, he loved us. She screamed on the verge of hysteria. It can't be, Aquino said, refusing to believe what she read. It's not true, that can't be true, she cried, crying bitterly. It's not true, Asia said on the verge of tears. Tell me it's not true, she exclaimed at the top of her lungs. In the end he just saw us as a family and not as women, Xenovia said, devastated. Why? Kaneko said, falling to her knees. And what happened to all the love we gave him? Ravel asked. It seems like he doesn't care about me, Irina said as she felt like a dagger was stabbing her heart. Everyone present was in shock since now, after his death, they knew who Issei Hyoto really was. Ooni Isamake, keep reading, the redhead said haltingly from crying. June 1st. I've decided to break off my engagement with Rias. After all, I'll be returning home and leaving everything behind. They'll be happy with their boyfriends. And I'll see my loved ones again whom I left because of a stupid and absurd order from my mother. I'm going to live in the Gremory territories. June 4th. Today we're going to fight an enemy. Something tells me I'm going to die whenever I have a feeling it comes true. It's sad, but in my lifetime, I've realized what kind of shit life is, and I only have hope of finding solace in death. If I were to ask for anything, it would be that no one dare to revive me, because at that moment, I'd take my own life. I won't let anyone take away the privilege that life gives me, to die. Upon hearing this, the girls were shocked, since they were doing what the brunette did not want. He wanted to be left to rest on his deathbed, and without realizing it, they were doing something for which the brunette would hate them to no end. Wait, there's something else, said the redhead. Epilogue. I know that if I ever die, it might affect some people, so I want them to remember this. Even when I'm not here, the world turns. I want you to never dare revive me or do anything Rias doesn't want, because I swear I'll come back from the dead to break your face. Theodicus Gremory. I hope everyone can move forward. Life is beautiful because it's short, even for supernatural beings. They don't die from illness but from old age or physical attacks. But even so, live and don't regret what you lost as long as you appreciate what you still have. Parasiaticus. A father above all looks out for his daughter's happiness. I will never forgive you if you do something Rias doesn't want, and I will come back from the dead to give you the beating of your life. As a Russian, a mother loves her children above all else, no matter what. She will always be there for us even when we make mistakes. Remember that and support her, as she always loves your children. The Grey Fires. No matter how powerful you are or that you are the strongest queen of the underworld, never try to carry the world and do things by yourself, otherwise all you will do is fail. Your husband, Serzex, is a Mao, all thanks to having you, his wife, and so many who trusted him. Your dreams and hopes are the same as your husband and in-laws, right? So remember, it's not that becoming the pillar of the Gremory clan will solve everything. It's because everyone accepts you as the pillar that you can hold the weight of your family. Never forget your family and friends. For Milikas. Milikas Gremory, who are you? If you're no one, fine. From now on, you'll just be Milikas Gremory. By the way, you can't be me. For Kuroka, we are all afraid of freedom even when we don't say it, because when we have it we don't know what to do with it. For Lefay, knowledge is important but it is not everything. For Gasper, a man is not someone who looks manly or strong, but someone who is able to protect those he cares about. For Kiba, a sword is meant to protect loved ones and take the lives of enemies. For Rossweisse, the most beautiful flower is the one that blooms naturally regardless of the season or year. For Kaneko and Aquino, no matter the past or the circumstances, we are who we are, and we must accept and know ourselves to know how far we can go. To love someone, we must love ourselves. The only limit is ourselves. For Xenovia, we all have desires, but we must know what we should call priorities. For Irina, remember that what is important is not God but his work and his legacy. For Asia, a woman is not the one who has the best body or is seductive, she is the one who can be an Wani-san, an Oka-san, a lover, a wife, a mother and a warrior without hesitation. For Rias, if now that you are more powerful, you are beginning to forget your loved ones to become an arrogant being and grow your ego, one day you will become someone equal or worse than Revenzim Levon Lucifer. No matter how powerful you have become, never forget your friends, your servants and your family. Always be humble, modest and grateful as never be satisfied with what you have always looked towards heaven, set a goal and fight for it. Being afraid or not knowing what to do is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign that you are someone who can always be trusted because you know how far you are capable of. Never forget how to know your limits and overcome them, because even running away is as acceptable as fighting. For everyone, I've left your lives. If I'm your pillar, you're lost. The pillar of a society isn't a dead person. It's all those who want change and those who live each day hoping for tomorrow. Even if I die, time and the world will continue. As long as you carry me in your hearts, you can be a fragment of the pillar that holds everything together. At that moment, everyone present was shedding tears because the brown-haired man had left many things. They were words, but they meant a lot to them, so they felt much better about themselves. Thank you, Issei-kun, thank you for everything, my beloved Issei. Venelana thought, seeing how the girls had a radiant look as that brightness they had lost returned more resplendent than ever, knowing this revelation was something that freed them from their chains so they could move forward, but always loving the brown-haired boy and carrying him in their hearts. The Gremory matriarch saw how her daughter apologized to her, bishop, and knight, like the others, since they accepted her apologies. Ryo Zanpaku, the blonde, had arrived at the dojo with the damper to present her to his master and his comrades as his fellow disciples. That same day, Naijima, along with Kenichi and Yo, held a farewell party as a thank you for helping them during this time. Naijima tried to recruit him again, but he, Master Assassin, declined his offer for the second time. Well, on behalf of everyone, I thank you for the great help you gave us, Issei-san, Kenichi said, shaking the hand of his fellow student and teacher. I didn't do much, it was all done for you, said the aforementioned. I enjoyed the party while chatting with the disciples and teachers to pass the time, since I had to return to China because I still had to continue training my girls for the eternal sunset. Well, this isn't a goodbye but a see you later, Issei said with a smile while riding his Kawasaki Ninja H2R, with Valerie behind him. Issei Daijo Shigeru. Wait, Renka said. Do you really have to go? Rachel asked. But everyone noticed that the disciples, like the teacher, were sad because they knew what feelings they had for the blonde with heterochromatic eyes who had to leave, and they didn't know when they would see him again. Too bad, I had a time limit, and I've already consumed it all. It's time for me to come back in a year. We'll see each other again, I promise, said the Master Assassin, with a smile. Even though he said that, he noticed how the three girls wanted to cry, so he got off the motorcycle while he put his little paw on it so it was standing while the damper saw what was happening. Don't be sad, a year will pass in the blink of an eye, said the blonde as he took the kunoichi by the shoulders and gave her a soft kiss on the lips that lasted 10 seconds. He then repeated the same procedure with the blue-eyed blonde and the purple-haired girl. Take care of yourselves. Wait, Issei, the kunoichi said to give him a gift, seeing that they were hand guards and a chain mail, said the blonde, surprised. Yes, they are made with the secret of steel like the kodachi that I gave you and woven with the same procedure as the chain mails, said the weapons teacher. I hope it will be useful to you. So it will be, said the boy with a smile as he got on his motorcycle, putting Shigeru's gift in his backpack while everyone said goodbye to him as they both walked through the streets. When they arrived at a park, it was empty, so Issei could say, "Do it, Ryu." At that moment they are teleported by a magic circle so that they could return to China along with Valerie Teeps. Extra, London Psychiatric Centre, England. We see a platinum brown woman with brown eyes dressed in a uniform similar to that of a flight attendant leaving the hospital. This girl was Claudia Loetti, who had finished her treatment for her obsessive-compulsive ordering syndrome regarding Amelia of Wales, former princess of the United Kingdom. But she was clearly upset. Damn Victor Quemar, it's his fault Amelia Salma was expelled from the royal family, the girl muttered. I swear she'll pay more for it. I like that voice, someone said, so the girl could see a certain blue-eyed brunette who was leaning on a post. Do you want to finish, Quemar? I'll give you the chance to do it. Upon hearing that, the platinum brunette smiled scathingly. Chapter 7. The nude vent are seen above Ryutaimaru as they look at the night sky of Ko City so that the moon can be seen. Finally, Issei and his girls appear, coming out of a dark room to leave the TV on. Days later, 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye, so the training was already over. The knowledge they were supposed to learn with the Chinese assassins was acquired. They learned how to move in forested regions as well as Asian architecture, in addition to learning Chinese Kenpo and other techniques of the Chinese branch, in addition to advancing in learning the techniques of the Dorian combat style. Even Valerie had started her training as an assassin and nude vent. It was the last day at the Shao Temple, because they had to go with the Egyptian assassins. Well, you have passed the tests and have learned what you should know, so you will be given a gift as is tradition when you pass the test. Scene said so that 18 assassins came with 18 boxes with the symbol of the branch for them to open, revealing. This is Reina said, surprised and happy. That's right, they are the hidden standing blade, the simban and knife holder, for waist with capacity for 20 simban and 12 knives, the famous shunbao, or rope dart, made of a special material that is capable of supporting an elephant, and the weapon inherited by the ancient Hindu assassins, the chakram, and the basic weapon of the Chinese assassins, a Dao saber in addition to a shuka like a gama for climbing, said the mentor, to give them to the 6 girls. Congratulations, you have earned them, assassins. Issei and the others applaud them as they bow, since they felt so happy to win their weapons by their own effort. Well, it's time. I'm not saying goodbye, but see you soon. I hope you can overcome the upcoming tests, said the matriarch Xiao. Thank you, mentor, the rookie said, bowing, so that after that they would go to an important place for Maya and Reina, Ryan Red Fox's grave. Sifu, now I stand before his grave to say goodbye. Everything he taught me I carry in my heart, and I will always cherish the wonderful memories of my time here. I said. Everything I learned about being a man came from you and the other teachers, Issei said. Thank you for everything, Sensei Reina said. Father, I'm with Issei now. I wish you could see the day I marry him, Chown said, shedding tears. May you find eternal rest in death and forgiveness of your sins, requiescat in pace, Master, said the nude vent, to say goodbye to their Chinese brothers while they are teleported by the chestnut tree's familiar comedy squadron Ryu Taimaru. The nude vent were celebrating the entrance of Chown Shiryu. Cheers! The boys said while toasting with wine, except for some who drank wine with water while eating dishes prepared by Eri, Amain, and Tomo. Where are we going now? Asked the blue-eyed blonde. Let's go to the Egyptian assassins branch, Eri said. Correctly, Sana said. Ria, do you know the coordinates to Thebes? The brown-haired man said. Luxor Temple, Thebes, Luxor, Egypt. The nude vent arrived at the lobby of the place in front of the statue of the god Anubis while their things were gone, and they were dressed like tourists. Why are we dressed like that? Fianna asked. We look like visitors, Felicia said. You'll see in a moment, said the brown-haired man, so that he could see that there was no one in the room anymore, so he looked with his eagle vision for the symbol of the Egyptian assassins, so that he could press the panel and a trapdoor opened so that the new ones could worry while the senpai acted as if nothing had happened. Where is Issei? Julia exclaimed. Press the symbol and you will know, Ellis said with a smile, so that everyone could look for the indicated object to press, and trapdoors opened under the girls to disappear from the place. In that, everyone was going down a circuit of slides without stopping until they reached what seemed to be a large room with sarcophagi, so the brunette changed into his assassin suit, so the others followed his example because since they became Issei's servants, the brunette trained them to master their power, and that most of them knew how to use magic was easier, while he told the others to use their demonic power because this was one of the easiest to handle because it was molded by using the imagination. The brown-haired boy closed his eyes as he stopped using his sense of sight to use his sixth sense, which is perception. The user raises all his senses to the maximum, causing the brain to interpret the sensory stimuli it receives through the senses to form a conscious impression of the physical reality of its surroundings. This technique is one of the most advanced that only master assassins and higher ranks can use, but the nude vent was the exception to that rule due to the training they have. He begins the arrow attacks that he stops with his fingers as he did with Christina Auditora, but at a speed impossible to follow for normal eyes since the girls dodged the attacks, but despite that they had slight scratches on their clothes, but they had no wounds or blood in them. At that moment beetles appeared so that the chestnut tree breathed 3 times with force to begin to fight against the mummies that came out of the sarcophagi, so that Issei attacked them with powerful soft blows to the opponent's body to end with his fingers digging into his chest so that his body was run over by several blows that exploded inwards. Dorian's Way, Secret Technique, Waltz of the White Wolf, Dorian Style, Secret Technique, Waltz of the White Wolf, Dorian Style, Autumn Wind Halberd, Dorian Style, Autumn Wind Halberd. Celestia said to propel herself through the void like a spear, but she used her hands to make cuts that tore the mummy's bandages as they had several perforations. Dorian Style, Stallion Gallop, Dorian Style, Stallion Gallop, said Alizé to jump and land with her leg in a dive to hit several enemies. The girls used Dorian Style, techniques like Tomo and Amain used their family's martial arts but non-lethal methods. Little by little they defeated their enemies, noticing how the mummies were faker than a $1,000 coin. Well, I think it's enough or not, the brown-haired boy said, taking off his hood. Nephthys. Now, as always, so sharp, Victor. At that moment, several men appeared with their faces covered with a cloth that left their eyes visible so that the girls could get into a fighting position, and see how they touched their foreheads so that the cloth would become an Arab turban, showing men and women with tan skin, ebony hair and light eyes, but among them was a voluptuous young woman with bronze skin, orange-red hair and brown eyes. Long time no see, Gojushin-sama, the redhead said playfully. After so long you come to see, and I will dress as a maid while we have a game of SNM between master and maid where you will make me yours again and again, while a thread of saliva with shining eyes while she hugs herself. Kia, not so hard, Gojushin-sama. Everyone present had a huge drop of sweat behind their head, while the brown-haired Dorian just sighed heavily as he had a hand on his temple shaking his head. And who's the crazy pervert? Caliste asked. It's Nephthys Aziz. She's the assassin instructor of this branch. She may seem like a pervert, but she's very strict and dedicated to her job, but she doesn't let this kind of things bother us, Celestia replied. I heard rumors that you were in Japan, said the redhead, looking at the brown-haired girl. Yes, but I left there a year ago and started camp with my girls, the brown-haired boy replied. I see you have new members, said the Egyptian instructor, with clearly evident jealousy. Yes, girls, introduce yourselves, said the assassin master. Nice to meet you. I'm Lilith Fry, a blonde with blue eyes, introduced herself. My name is Caliste Gall, a brunette with emerald eyes, introduced herself. I'm Felicia Bellick Niao, a redhead with amethyst eyes, introduced herself. I'm Mai Fry, a sandy blonde with purple eyes, introduced herself. Long time no see, Nephthys. Oh, Julia Fry. I am Reina Izumi, a brunette with navy blue eyes, introduced herself. I am Amain Su, a redhead with blue eyes, introduced herself. Era, a girl from the 10 Japanese master assassin clans. I am Giulietta Auditora de Firenze, a ruby-eyed albino, introduced herself. I am Fianna Ibn Lahad, said a young woman with purple hair and eyes of the same color but with hints of orange and green. The famous last descendant of Altair? Exclaimed the orange redhead. How have you been? Nephthys, said a platinum-haired girl with her eyes closed. Long time no see, Chown, replied the aforementioned. And I'm Valerie Teeps, a blonde with blood-red eyes, introduced herself. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the Assassins branch in Egypt. Is the mentor here? The brown-haired man asked. No, mother went to check that everything was in order at Giza prison. Giza prison? Asked the redhead. It's the biggest prison that exists among the assassins, Alizi explained. As I explained before, there are several assassins prisons that are under the custody of each active branch, said the chestnut, but among the best-known prisons are the one in Giza, which is the largest as it is the same Sphinx of Giza as the one in Siberia, which is in the Valley of Lamentations, which is the crudest and cruelest of all. Why? Asked the brunette. The prison is made of ice with only support structures to make it resistant, even though the cold there is below zero. Many times the prisoners have layers of ice on their skin as it cracks, creating ice sores. The worst criminals of our order are there, Tomo explained. Nephthys Ojusama. Nephthys Ojusama, a voice said to Sian, Egyptian assassin, coming in a hurry. What's up? Adam asked the aforementioned. The Giza prison is under attack, the man said. What? Exclaimed the orange redhead. Prepare everything, but she didn't finish the sentence because a magic circle appeared and swept them all away. Interior of Ryutaimaru. The daughter of the mentor and her man were watching how they were in a room with an amazing view. The place looked like the reception of a 5-star hotel. There were even snacks. Where are we? Asked a subordinate of Nephthys. They're in my floating base. They're not the first assassins, who aren't, nude vent, to be here, a voice said, so they could see the master assassin. Without his hood, with this big boy will arrive in a moment. Sphinx of Giza, Cairo. The ship that was using its invisibility field to reach its destination, being that Ryutaimaru, teleported the assassins inside the base with the help of the powers of infinity and the dreams that Issei himself provided him. The place was made of marble slabs but still contained remains of the stone. Several open cells could be seen, so they knew the area was not safe. Don't let your guard down, said the instructor. The assassins used their eagle vision to see the enemies as they noticed how they surrounded them or remained hidden. Victor Quemar's team donned gas masks and everyone threw their smoke bombs to blind the enemy. The brunette and his team quickly moved in to finish off the enemies, noting that they were only armed with bows, blowguns, blades, and rudimentary hidden blades. Victor? Mary Jane said curiously as she saw her leader take a step forward. The aforementioned used his eagle sense to find out what happened. She was surprised to learn that it wasn't the assassin hunters, or the Templars, or another enemy who attacked the prison but Egyptian assassins. Nephthys, said the brown-haired girl looking at the aforementioned. What's wrong? The aforementioned said, somewhat nervous by the tone of voice of the French master assassin. Have there been any problems recently? Victor asked. Not that I, the redhead said, so that her mind made a click, remembering something that happened 3 months ago. My older adoptive sister, Akiki, deserted the branch along with her team. Do you think? Miyabi said, understanding what the Dorian's son was trying to say. It's a probability, but it's not the conclusion. Those who attacked the place are Egyptian assassins. If it were the assassins hunters, there would be Derek or Versailles, and there are no traces of them. The only thing I can think of is a rebellion, Tomo said. But why? Viana asked. It's a theory, but he wants to overthrow the mentor, or something similar, Ellis theorized. But why do you want to overthrow your mother? Nephthys asked. I don't know, but the priority is to help the mentor, said the mentioned Tomo. Felicia and Celestia come with me. The others help Nephthys and her men Alizine-san and Mirren-san guide them. Yes. The nude vent exclaimed, so that both groups separated, each going their own way to where the eldest daughters of the Dorian family were guiding them. Will they be okay? An Egyptian assassin asked. I guess you're new, Lisana said as they moved quickly. Why yes, I just started a few days ago. He may not look like it, but he is the Sentinel of Silence. What? The girl exclaimed. Are you referring to the legendary assassin, Victor Quemar? She exclaimed, letting out all her astonishment. While on the other side of Giza prison, Issei and 3 of his girls were running at full speed looking for those who started the attack on the prison. I see, said the redhead. What's going on? Asked the aforementioned. I've noticed the whole time we've been here that there are no firearms. Naya the Nikomata replied. Why? She asked curiously. That's because the inmates would escape more easily if they get firearms, since the main skills of the Egyptian assassins are craftsmanship, manufacturing and fabrication, said the Dorian's son, activating a channel between his girls. I think you've noticed that each branch of the assassins that is currently active has a specialty in itself. For example, the Caribbean assassins are excellent swimmers as sailors and navigators, and they can enter and exit tombs as they know how to move in ruins as in the jungle, along with the knowledge of exploration and looting, Tomo said. American assassins specialize in tracking and hunting targets, since their ancestry gives them those capabilities and the training environment gives them those capabilities along with their great free-running skills, Celestia said. The New Orleans killers specialize in herbal medicine as well as toxicology. They are the best in the creation and manufacture of poisons, paralyzers and hallucinogens, said the chestnut tree. The British assassins are specialists in the underworld through the rooks. They know how to move in the most dangerous suburbs and survive in abandoned areas, said the brunette. The Italian assassins are specialists in blending in with the people with the skills of courtesans as well as thieves, in addition to their exploration skills in catacombs and other archaeological sites such as the search and translation of ancient knowledge. The blonde said the Chinese assassins specialize in geokinesis, as in hand-to-hand combat, making their body blows the strongest of the entire order like traditional Chinese medicine. The Russian assassins are specialists in silent assassination such as long distance, and stealth such as resistance along with survival in cold climates, the brunette said. And the Egyptian assassins, as I said before, are specialists in the construction, manufacture and craftsmanship of weapons, said the brown-haired man. They can create a rifle like bombs with simple pieces, which is why they are dangerous if they have weapons. The only thing used in this prison are knuckles, pistols and electric shock batons to prevent them from escaping and to subdue them. So the bladed weapons, said the redhead. Yes, the convicts made them with rudimentary materials, the blonde added. But didn't you tell me what the French assassins specialize in? Felicia asked. Information gathering, interrogation, torture, espionage and infiltration, Celestia replied. We, French assassins, are more analytical and you could say elegant when it comes to our work, but we know how to get our hands dirty without any problems. At that moment the chestnut used his eagle sense to see the path the enemies took and continue their rounds, while with the others, the nude vent along with the Egyptian assassins, were containing their enemies since they had arrived where the mentor was, but she was cornered. She only had 3 men of her 20 bodyguards who had been brutally murdered until suddenly they threw smoke bombs, so that only 5 men remained of the dozens. So the guards smiled, while the attackers, when the smoke cleared, saw how they were surrounded, so they allowed themselves to be arrested. "Why did you do this?" said a hooded figure with a veil that covers the face but leaves the eyes uncovered, but has a grill with dark fabric with a black and gold crown and edges made of gold threads. "Akiki-sama promised us the rank of Master Assassins, and our freedom in exchange for helping her," said one of the prisoners. "That girl," said the hooded man with the crown, "only knows how to cause me problems. That's why I didn't choose her as my successor. She's too rigid and inflexible in what she believes and what she thinks. That's for an assassin," placing a hand behind his neck. "It's the same as death," Julia said. "Exactly. I think I was wrong to induct her into the world of the assassins," said the person with the crown. "And where is Victor?" he asked curiously. "Knowing him, he must be hunting that girl," I said. "Somewhere in the prison. We find the aforementioned along with Celestia, Felicia, and Tomo, who have found the objective being that they follow him to an area where they remove their hoods, revealing several men of intimidating appearance, but among them stood out a woman of short stature, petite and fibrous, built with light skin. She has dark gray eyes and black hair with a certain bluish tone and is short, except for 2 braided strands at the height of the back, which are wrapped in cloth and with a golden ring tied to the end of each of them." "She is the redhead," said. "Yes, she is the adopted daughter of Mentor Hecate Asa," said the brown-haired man. "So what do we do, I see?" the brunette asked as she saw the brown-haired man disappear, and 3 seconds later they saw the men fall dead, while the brunette looks with pity at the young woman in front of her. "Victor Quemar," said the Egyptian assassin. "Akiki Asa," said the aforementioned. "I only have 2 questions. 1. Why are you doing this? And 2. Where are the assassins' hunters?" Listing his questions. "I don't know what you're talking about. This is to take the position that rightfully belonged to me and that woman took from me," said the one identified as Akiki. "Do you know that what you just did by freeing these prisoners and the conspiracy are 2 serious crimes punishable by death?" the brown-haired man hissed. "We'll see about that," said the blue-haired brunette challengingly to attack the brown-haired boy with a scimitar that the boy stops with his hidden blade. "How?" she said incredulously, since with a short weapon she stopped his long sword. "I have much more experience than you imagine, brat," said the brown-haired boy, since despite looking older than her in his eyes she was a silly little girl. "Damn you!" Akiki exclaimed to use the trident blade, so that the brown-haired man could stop his blades with his standing hidden blade. "It's better if you give up, you'll never win again," said the brunette to use the iron wall stance to disappear, being that in any moment she receives a high kick, a knee at point-blank range, a kick to the neck, and finally a piston kick to the face that slams her against the ground. "Dorian way, Serenade Chris Dienges Noirs, Dorian style, Serenade of the Lament of the Black Angels." "What was that?" Felicia asked, since she barely saw the brunette's movements. "Serenade of the Crying of the Angels," the blonde said. "It is one of the 108 sequences of the Dorian style, which is part of the 48 non-mortal sequences, one especially effective for a quick combat and an effective attack." "Amazing," said the redhead. "The Dorian style is composed of 3 forms that consist of submission, takedown, defense, blocking, evasion, and attack, whether deadly or not," Celestial explained. "The sequences would be what the basic katas are. In total there are 108 sequences of the Dorian style, 48 non-mortal sequences, and 60 mortal sequences, ranging from serious injuries, broken bones, cartilage, and other body parts to incapacitation of the enemy or death. Whoever has mastered the 108 sequences can learn the 54 petsos pieces, which are the highlighted techniques, and finally the 50 symphonies, which are the secret techniques, but as you have noticed we do not call them as such since those names are rarely used, being that the Dorian style and the Dorian style secret technique are more commonly used," explained the chestnut tree. "I see," the redhead said, asking him to take the girl, but not before tying her up with straps he had with him, restricting her hands and feet from her forearms to her wrists, while her feet are restricted from her shins to her ankles. Once this is done, he carries her like an old sack. Meeting point. The chestnut arrives with his 2 subordinates where the mentor, the instructor, the Egyptian assassins, and the other, nude vent, were. I see you have improved over the years, said the hooded man with a cloth crown to make a gesture revealing a very attractive woman, with dark skin, very large breasts, and a slender body, golden eyes, giving her an even more exotic air, while her hair is dark purple, combed in a long ponytail. Dressed in a top that reveals her abdomen with pants and wears light white shoes while her hood becomes a turban. Nice to meet you new ones. I am the mentor of the Egyptian branch of assassins, and descendant of the assassin, Amunet, who killed Cleopatra. Hecate Aziz, she introduces herself with a smile for Nephthys to hug her. I'm glad you're okay, mother, if I lost you, the redhead said. Come on, my little flower of the Nile. You know that Mom is strong for you, and the promise I made to your father in his last moments, I will never die until I see you as a true assassin, said the purple-haired girl. Father? Amain asked. Master Horus died of cancer at the age of 49, replied the brown-haired man. He was a great husband, but as Desiree I am single, but I am not harassing my student T, he said, the one identified as Hecate anyway. I will take this girl home to talk to her about how to prosecute her for conspiracy and treason so that she would give the signal to two assassins to take her away. Well, let's go back, said the purple-haired girl, to use some magic and open a magic circle. Come on in. No problem. While with Akiki, the two guards moved away from the road to take the girl in front of two people. Are you sure this is a shortcut? One of the guards said. Yes, that's what the map says, said the other custodian. Upon arriving, they realized they were in an old citadel, as they realized they had a flat tire. Dude, we got lost. I know, the mentor is going to kill me. But why did we get here? I don't know. I followed the GPS route. The one carrying the map got out to change the flat tire for the spare while he watched how the prisoner was calm. To think that Akiki Ojusama would do something like that. It's sad, but we can't regret their mistakes. At that moment they feel something sticking into their necks and they fall to the ground and stay frozen on the ground. Good job, Michelle-chan, said a voice to reveal a lock of pink hair. The years of being an informant served me well, said the aforementioned. Hacking the GPS was child's play. Well, we have our target, said a hooded man. Meister, we have the package. Perfect. We'll be there in a moment, the aforementioned responded. Let's take her to the temporary base. A sandstorm is coming, Michelle said. At the Egyptian assassins' base, they all appeared where the brown-haired man and his girls had first arrived, while the purple-haired girl told the guests to follow her, accompanied by Nephthys. Now I must inform the families, give them my condolences and prepare the insurance, Hecate said. Well, this will be quick, starting to make a letter on the computer while I had the list of the deceased. I can't believe my sister was the one who did this, said the sad redhead. Sometimes our own inflexibility is our downfall and can harm innocent people like our loved ones, said the purple-haired girl. Soon, the brown-haired boy said, calling everyone's attention. This will be over soon, I promise. I know. After all, you are my most gifted student, said the mentor, as she continued writing. But what motives did he have for acting this way? Nephthys asked. She didn't approve of you being my heir, Hecate said. But I don't want that position, it's a lot of responsibility to be a mentor, said the younger Aziz. Heiress? Fianna asked. Being descendants of Cleopatra's assassin, the Aziz family for more than 40 generations, we are the leaders of the Egyptian assassins. As our family is governed by the matriarchy system, that is to say that only women rule, explained the mentor. That is because for every man born in our family there are 5 women. Given this situation, how to maintain the order that Amunet Sama consolidated when she took the position of mentor, unlike the other branches, the Egyptian mentors, can only be the daughter of the previous leader. In this case, I am the 520th head of the Aziz as current mentor of the Egyptian assassins. But what does that have to do with Akiki-san carrying out the plot? Mai asked. That's what I'm getting at. It's a tradition that the legitimate daughter of the Aziz family is the next head as leader of the assassins, Hecate said. But Akiki didn't accept, or am I wrong? Victor said. Prize, because of her beliefs she is quite stubborn and inflexible. She thinks that I don't consider her an Aziz for not making her my heir, and that both her sister and I are irresponsible for not being how she thinks an assassin should be. The purple-haired girl explained. Fine. When I finish this I will personally train them as the others have done. How do you know? Lilith asked. Little Fry, said the purple-haired girl. We, mentors, are always in contact. I see, said the aforementioned. But unlike them, I will train you from the beginning, said the purple-haired girl, surprising everyone since this had never happened before. You are at war with the Assassins Hunters. You are our hope and our strength. That is why everything you saw in the other branches will be reinforced here, as you will learn what you came for. While in Co, we see a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, white skin, short brown hair, and lilac eyes. She is dressed in a one-piece dress with a matching jacket and slippers. She was carrying a bouquet of flowers in her arms, but her gaze only reflected sadness and bitterness. At that moment, she saw a tall man with violet eyes. His hair is black except for the front, which is yellow, and a neat beard. He was dressed in black while cleaning the grave and refreshing it. You were always a real man. In the end you died for love. That's why you are the first in my thousands of years who has earned my respect, but I always felt that you were hiding, and in the end I never knew. Azazel, a voice said for the aforementioned to see. Venelana, said the fallen man, surprised to see the matriarch of the Gremory clan there. Rias has not come to see him again, while the brunette arranges the flowers and puts water on them. You must understand her. It has not been easy for her to know that Issei-kun did not love her, that he barely saw her as a sister, said the brunette. I suppose that time will help her see her mistakes and accept reality. But I see that you still haven't forgotten him, said the ex-leader of Gregory. After all, he gave you the love that Theodicus no longer gave you. Hearing that, the brunette tensed as she mechanically looked at the card. How do you know? The Gremory matriarch asked nervously. I found them in his room while he was flattering you, and both of them were naked, the dark-haired man replied. But I won't complain about anything, since on that occasion I saw him smile like before your daughter left him aside. If I have to tell you something, it's thank you. Why are you thanking me? Asked the brunette. You gave him all the love that Rias stopped giving him, and that she never had the courage to give him. If you were single, even I would have supported you to get married, said the fallen. At least Issei's last days were full of love and affection. For that I thank you. Venelana bailed to leave while the brunette said a prayer and stayed talking to the grave. Giza, Egypt. 3 days later, we found the nude vent climbing the pyramids farthest from the tourist area that only the Egyptian assassins knew their location. Let's go! Exclaimed a purple-haired girl with golden eyes. Is that the fastest you can go up? While using a communicator. No, mentor! The new ones exclaimed while they watched the veterans and the brunette perform the exercise that consisted of using a long, navy blue hooded cloak, but it contained runes that increased the weight of the body plus the work it took to move with the cloak. The exercise had a high level of difficulty, but they remembered their training in Mount Rushmore, Venice, London, and the 5 Peaks to speed up their steps. That's it, that's how you have to move. You'll have to be faster if you want to defeat the assassin hunters and fight alongside Victor, exclaimed the leader of the Egyptian assassins. Good, now you're going to run down the pyramid. WHA. What did you hear? Move! Heket Aziz exclaimed. Hours later, the new girls, the veterans, and the rookies were lying in what appeared to be an abandoned building while the purple-haired girl was stoking the fire. Mentor, Amain said. I told them to call me Aziz-sensei, the aforementioned annoyed commented. Excuse me, said the redhead with blue eyes. What were you going to tell me? Aziz said. I have a doubt about why Victor does the training harder than us, so said. I see you realized. Sooner or later they had to know, said purple-haired. After the purge of the Japanese assassins, and the death of the master of the current mentors, as previous great mentor, Kenichi Mochizuki, all his disciples, except one who left the assassins, after the defeat of Gedo, we promised him in front of his grave that we would forge the most powerful assassin that existed. Someone who would defeat the most terrible enemies of our order, and who would always proudly wear the symbol of the assassins, since it would be our secret weapon against our adversaries. That's Issei, said Celestia, who woke up like the others. Where is it, by the way? Caliste asked. I sent him around the citadel 20 times using parkour, Heket said. Issei, said the Valkyrie, but why did they mention Issei? Well, since you're all awake, and I suppose you heard my introduction, it will save me time, said the purple-haired girl. For 5 years each one of us, since our children started walking, we trained them in a way that the training we gave them would be a baby game. It was the most inhuman training we've ever had. Bastian, Joseph, Michel, Kenway, Venus de Grand Pi, Henry Fry, Ezio Auditore Jr., Xiao Chao, Nadia, Orlov, Nephthys, Aziz, and Issei Alexander Dorian were the candidates to be the weapons of the order. It's not possible! Chown exclaimed. I don't remember him receiving that kind of training. That's because since you weren't the chosen one, Dominique Dorian erased your memory with the Dorian-style technique Paradise Lost so that you wouldn't remember that terrible experience, or have bad memories that would make you despise your parents like the assassins, and give them the love that we didn't give them during that time, explained the Egyptian. Paradise Lost? Felicia asked. It is one of the symphonies, known as rhapsodies, which are the most deadly techniques of the Dorian style, but they are painless since they destroy the body from the inside but without leaving a trace and without the victim having time to feel pain, Tomo answered. The children of the mentors were eliminated one by one when they proved that they could not be worthy of being called the ultimate weapon of the order, Hecate said then. Issei appeared, Julia said. Yes, Dominique Dorian achieved what none of us could. He honored the great mentor and our teacher. He turned his son into who would be our ace, the ultimate assassin, Hecate said. But what moved us but also dismayed us was that Issei himself, a child of just 7 years old, gave up being a human to become what he is today, gave up living a normal life to give himself body and soul to the life of an assassin. All for his loved ones. That day I remember crying like I had never cried before. Issei, they all said very sadly and shedding tears. After that, we started giving him the forbidden training that strengthens the assassin body, but the risk was so high that there was no guarantee that he would see a new day, said the Aziz matriarch. But Issei did it, without fear, and survived against all odds. That day was when he stopped being Issei Alexander Dorian and became Victor Quemar, the Sentinel of Silence. The girls just stood there in silence, unable to believe what the woman in front of them was telling them. They had taken a child to turn him into the perfect soldier. It was painful to think about. But they had to admit that if it weren't for that training, they would never have known him the way they would have fallen in love with him. We taught him everything from being an archaeologist to treating a woman and pleasing her in bed. Actually, that job was ours, the mentors, said the purple-haired girl, blushing at the girls. As so? They all said nervously. No, either Desiree nor I took his virginity, Hecate said. That was Seals-chan, making the cyan-eyed blonde blush even more. We only gave him pure theory, but we did have to expose our bodies to him so he could learn thoroughly, she commented, blushing. Perverts! Exclaimed the nude vent, red as Rias Gremory's hair. Perverted? Yes, of course, but from the lessons she had with us, she knows how to please them in bed and pamper them, as well as treat them like queens, complained the purple-haired girl. And if it weren't for me, Desiree would have taken Issei's chastity. The girls thought that even though what they did was an exaggeration, they should thank Desiree de Grand Pie and Hecate Aziz for training the brunette in the arts of love. We're sorry, they all said. However, Issei's psyche was in danger, Hecate said seriously. Why do you say that, Aziz-sensei? Lisha asked. At 11 years old he was becoming more inhuman. He no longer felt compassion, and he killed without hearing the last words, just as he had no mercy on women and children. In short, he was a cold, implacable and merciless being, which is why we went to see the best hypnotist in the world, Hecate said, analyzing the situation. He decided to divide Issei's psyche into 3 parts that at first worked with commands. Did he know that? Reina asked. Dom told him after finishing the consultation, so Issei himself, with his intelligence and wit despite his age, used those identities and turned them into alter egos. That's where K was born, Felicia concluded. How? He was born Issei's true nature as an assassin. Cashance? The Nikomata and the Valkyrie asked. I think you know the Istanbul incident, Eri said. Yes, it is something that went around the supernatural world, and from there the name of the Sentinel of Silence became known, Naya, Felicia commented. But it was Issei who carried out that massacre, right? Caliste asked. Yes, it was Issei. At that time we were in that place because we were trying to restore the Turkish Assassins Guild. But for some reason a 3-way war broke out between angels, fallen and demons, where we had to evacuate the civilians. But everything got worse when the Templars attacked from behind, Mary Jane explained. Issei, seeing that he couldn't save the lives of the novices or the innocent, awakened his second and most dangerous alter ego, Cashance. In the blink of an eye I finished them off, but some reckless novices entered the battlefield, so they were killed by both the 3 factions and Cashance, Alazi said. That caused the novices, who survived, to become so traumatized that they resigned, and the assassins branch in Turkey was once again forgotten. That was the only mission that the nude vent did not complete, but in return we saved many lives, Lisana said. Issei said, the new ones? I'm back, said a voice revealing the son of the Dorians, who was greeted by his beloved with a kiss on the lips. What's wrong? said the brunette with purple hair. You took longer than usual, that's unusual for you. On my tour I found some assassins hunters who for some reason were or knew that we were here, the brunette answered, surprising the girls. From what I could get of information, it seems that miserable ghetto doesn't waste time. I recently received the report that the minor prison in Nile had a mass escape. There are no deaths, but the criminals who were about to be tried throughout the month escaped. 2 of them were the ones I found in the citadel. He gave his report. Is there anything else? Hecate asked. Yes, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Akiki-san joined the assassin hunters. She was the one who gave those wretches the entrance to free the prisoners. I see, Akiki, you are an idiot, the purple-haired girl said melancholically. Did you forget the family rules? Rules? Asked Julie, who had remained silent the whole time. In the Aziz family, betrayal is paid with death. That's why we teach them, said the brown-haired man. Don't you think it's a bit extreme? Aziz-sensei Eri said. It is possible, but these are rules that Amunet-sama herself established since she created the Aziz family, said the purple-haired girl. I see, said the nude vent. It's better if you rest tomorrow before dawn. We'll ride camels again, said the purple-haired girl. Yes, Aziz-sensei, the girls said, so they could get ready to rest because they would get up early. The mentor watched as the brown-haired boy looked at the campfire sadly. What are you thinking about? She asked curiously. If I had killed Derek at that time and hunted Tachibana, maybe, and just maybe, I would have avoided so much suffering, Issei said. I see, said the purple-haired girl, to hug him maternally. Sooner or later you would have had to deal with the dark history of the assassins, and as Arnaud Dorian did in his time, now it is your turn to close this chapter in your life as assassins of the Dorian house, as in your personal life, but for that you must be very strong, since the coming battle will be the most deadly. You must remain firm in the face of whatever happens from now on, she commented affectionately. Teacher, said the brown-haired boy, surprised. Thank you, to relax. Are you feeling better now? The purple-haired girl asked when she saw her disciple's face returning to normal. Yes, I think he needed a motherly hug, said the Dorian's son. It's true, even though you are our greatest weapon, you still need your mother's love. You are still young, Hecate said, so the boy could go to sleep. So the mentor called the boy's parents. Shizuka, your son has softened a lot. I think you shouldn't have sent him to Japan. I don't want to hear that from one of the people who almost turned my baby into a killing and massacre machine, said the aforementioned annoyed. Is Dom here? Asked the purple-haired girl. Forgive her, since she told us what happened to her and how she became a demon. Shizuka is sensitive about that subject, said Patriarch Dorian. Why did you contact us? I just wanted to mention that and tell you that I'll probably use Cashrance in the Eternal Dusk. We know it since I started using K in Italy. We were getting used to it, as I told the others, he said. Mentor, Francis. I see, said the Egyptian woman, to see how her disciple stood up. Where are you going? Something came up that I need to deal with. I'll be back before dawn, otherwise I'll see you at the base. Okay. But don't do anything stupid. Understood. At that moment, the chestnut tree disappeared in a magic circle to reach its familiar and sit in the captain's chair, addressing Hakodate, Hokkaido, Japan. The master assassin was wearing a black trench coat with a matching suit, a white shirt with a navy blue tie, and black shoes. The direction from which he would be seen with whoever contacted him, seeing at the entrance a beautiful purple-haired woman with red eyes, one of which is covered by her bangs, voluptuous body, breasts bigger than Philippi's. She is wearing a wine-colored one-piece dress with a neckline on one leg and matching sneakers. Said outfit fits her figure, as she seductively looks at Dorian, who used his blonde appearance with crimson highlights and ebony tips. Alex-kun, said the purple-haired girl. Hello, Muchan, said the aforementioned, to give her a kiss on the lips that she responded with joy. This woman was none other than the Carde Penemu. At that moment he felt several presences to take out his hidden blades and his pair of crookies that he obtained in London from the mentor of the branch of that country. Don't get upset, love, they are bodyguards, said the woman, calming her partner. Sorry, it's the custom. The boy apologized, allowing her to open the door to the bar. They were led to a well-prepared room where she could order a bottle of champagne Dorian de Cava, brute nature, in a bucket of ice with a couple of glasses. He opened the bottle, poured the sparkling liquid into the glasses, and they both made a toast to taste the liquid in the glasses. Now, what a delicious wine, said the cardinal. This, at least for me, is one of the best champagnes since it preserves its natural flavor, explained the French assassin. Why did you call me? For a date? Said the fallen one amusedly. Penemu, he gently scolded his girlfriend, who puffed out her cheeks. Okay, Shemzahai wants you to eliminate some renegades in Gunma, Tachijai, and Chiba they're followers of Kokabeel, but they're being a pain in the ass. Ko doesn't need help? The Gremory entourage, except for Yudo Kiba and Gasper Vladi, has entered a state of depression, so Sona Citri along with DXD officials take care of the city until they recover. So you've already read the newspaper? Yes, according to Gabriel-chan, after the madness they were going to do to revive you, Surzex gave them the diary, and they didn't take it very well. I guess so. To think that you kept such secrets as opinions. If you had the freedom to act, I guess things would have been different, commented the Karda. Like for example that you were not sacrificed in the raiding game against Sona Citri, or that you would not have died during the battle against the hero faction. And even if it were not for you now, that red-haired Mao like Sarah-chan along with others would be sealed with Trihexa. For 10,000 years, she commented bitterly, since she did not like to remember the day when her Issei died, or when everyone left him the burden of fighting the beasts of the apocalypse by himself. What's done is done. There's no point in regretting the past, said the blonde. I understand, said the purple-haired girl as she took the foamy liquid. How's the war going? There are more and more attacks by assassin hunters on prisons to recruit their troops. How many assassin hunters are estimated to be? Thousands at least. And how many of you are there? More than 20 approximately. Are you going to fight over 1,000 enemies with a team that doesn't even reach 100? Exclaimed the altered Fall. Mu-chan, we are already used to it, said the blonde to continue talking. After the talk, the master assassin escorted her to where she is staying, but not before kissing her goodbye while he goes to where the girl indicated, Chiba District. The last group of fallen that Issei was tasked with killing tried to defend themselves from their executioner, but he avoided their attacks with a powerful magic shield. What are you? Exclaimed a nervous Fallen. The attacker didn't say anything until he pulled a leaf out of his sleeve. Said a Fall, but didn't finish the sentence because everyone fell dead with several stab wounds. May they find forgiveness for their sins in death. Requiescat in pace, the blonde said, disappearing in a blur. Several days later, 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye, so the training was already over. The knowledge they were to learn with the Egyptian assassins were acquired. They learned how to run on slopes, survive in the desert, crafts to sell, tools and weapons such as resistance to cold climates, such as the Aziza's secret method to resist poison, such as Paralyzer's gift from Hecate for the final battle. They also made great progress since they were using a special room located in Ryutimer to speed up their process, where they were learning the 50 symphonies of the Dorian style. It was the last day at the Egyptian assassins' base, because they had to go with the Russian assassins, their last stop. Well, you have passed the tests and have learned what you should know, so you will be given a gift as is tradition when you pass the tests, Nefsha said, so that some assassins could pass with some boxes with the symbol of the branch so that they could open them, revealing. This is, said the chestnut Valkyrie, surprised and happy like the others. That's right, they are the trident blade, the chakram, the special glasses that have night vision, thermal, X-ray and telescopic vision, the special cape that we use for the assassins of this branch. These two are gifts from Eri-chan to our sisterhood, the FNP-90 submachine gun with silencer and the anti-gas mask. Nephthys said to give them to the girls. Congratulations, you have earned them, assassins. Issei and the others applaud them while the new ones bow, since they felt so happy to win their weapons by their own effort. Well, it's time. I'm not saying goodbye, but see you soon. I hope you can overcome the upcoming tests, said the purple-haired girl. Thank you, mentor, the rookie said, bowing. Victor, please save Aokiki, even if it means giving her peace according to our precepts, the instructor said. I understand, said the brown-haired boy, but he saw and could hear how the orange redhead didn't want him to arrive. Cabana de Ryutaimaru, the Newt Vent, were resting since they were on their way to the last point of their training. After this they would go to war. But the brown-haired boy was very thoughtful, something strange for him, since always when he was with his girls he put aside the assassins' matters to be with them as much time as he could. I see, Daijo Kuroka. Is something wrong? Fianna asked, clearly worried. You're thinking about that possibility, aren't you? Celestia asked seriously. If it happens, the war will be worse for our side, said the chestnut tree. Possibility? Mai asked. Worse? Amain asked. Where are we going now? Felicia asked. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to the Russian assassins branch, Miyabi said. Correct, Celestia said. Rio, do you know the coordinates to Siberia? The brown-haired man said seriously, so that he could program the autopilot to be followed by his girls to the Newt Vent meeting room inside the ship. Who we were talking about is the worst criminal in the historical records of the Brotherhood, said the brown-haired man to show a tall, beautiful, and slender woman with light blue hair and eyebrows and blue eyes. She is wearing a general's clothing with long sleeves over this, a snow-white tunic with a red background, a blue scarf around her neck, and high-heeled boots. Who is she? Vienna asked. It's Death Ilich Ulyanov. Julia said seriously. She is considered an SS-class criminal. Only master, leader, and mentor level assassins are qualified to fight against her. Wait a minute. Is Death-san, is she related to Vladimir Ilich Ulyanov, the leader of the Russian Revolution? Reina asked. Vladimir, or better known as Lenin, had an older brother who was an assassin, Alexander Ilich Ulyanov. His death is his descendant, and is currently an inmate in the Siberian assassin's prison due to her sadistic personality. She loves to kill, torture, and play in inhuman ways, and it is seen that she lacks empathy for people whom she considers weak, since she lives by Stalin's philosophy. The strong survive and the weak die. She likes to make her enemies suffer, both physically and emotionally. She has no qualms about killing innocent people to get what she wants, and rationalizes her behavior with the old creed of Joseph Stalin, but still cares for her subordinates, but that is overshadowed by her sadism and cruelty. Because of this, she was arrested by mentor Vladimir Nikolai Orlov because she indiscriminately killed both Templars and innocents, and even her comrades if they hindered her or she considered them weak. In that battle she went all out to kill Vladimir, but he defeated her with techniques he learned from the Dorian style. She ended up being sent to jail and chained, explained the brown-haired man. In reality, it is unfortunate that an assassin of her caliber is considered a criminal. So she's someone dangerous, Valerie said. I had heard rumors about her, but I didn't think they were true, Amain said. If he joins them, he'll be a headache, Tomos said, rubbing his temple with one hand. For now I just hope they don't know about her or where she is, said the brown-haired man. It's better if we rest later. They will have to put on thermal clothing, like a special set that will allow them to keep warm. Are you sure? Mai asked. I mean, we're dragons, we can use fire to keep warm. She commented on the subject. That would be ideal, but you still haven't learned to be dragons, so you don't know how to warm your bodies with heat, explained the brown-haired man. After the war is over, I'll take you to Usan so you can train to be dragons. Usan? They all said. I mean the ex-Dragon King, Meteor Blaze, Tannen, the brown-haired boy answered, surprising the girls so that 3, 2, 1. Ye? The girls exclaimed. So Lee-sana said, yes, I'll reveal to him that I'm alive. I can already imagine how Usan will feel, said the brown-haired man, sighing while his girls held back their laughter because it was the first time after a long time of being separated that they saw the white-haired man. Siberia, Russia. The nude vent arrived at what appeared to be a forest, so they could see how the chestnut tree was preparing, wearing his assassin suit except for the boots that were special for snow combat. He was teleported by a magic circle so that Eri could type on the central panel, creating a holographic screen that showed several assassins hunters. In the forest, we see how several black hooded men have surrounded a Russian assassin, who was pointing a rifle at them. Surrender peacefully. We don't want to hurt you, said one of the hooded men. Those who attacked me the moment they saw me say so, said the hooded man in white with a feminine voice. We had no choice, you attacked us. Of course I did. They are assassins hunters, after all. Look, girl, we don't want to hurt you, but rather to offer you to join us. Never! Exclaimed the hooded woman. Unlike Michelle Cormack, I am not a traitor. I don't know if you know that your great-grandfather, Nikolai the Assassins, killed him. His own comrades, said one of the black hooded men. He was called a traitor despite having served the order. Isn't that a reason for you to join us and avenge him? But I heard the hooded woman start to laugh. If that's your argument, let me tell you that it's been like that for a long time. But my grandfather Innokendi taught me not to hold a grudge against the assassins, since they are my legacy and I would never turn my back on them. I see that words are unnecessary, said one of the hooded men. Kendall bent to catch her. Yes, master, said the aforementioned to go for the girls, so that at that moment a figure took them by the wrists to begin to spin quickly, making a complete turn of the body with one foot pointed. The pirouette performed, turning outwards, throwing them against their companions. Dorian's way, pirouette or menage l'indemnisation d'inertie, Dorian style, carousel pirouette retribution de la inertia. That's the one, said one of the black hooded men. The sentinel of silence? The others exclaimed. TCH, it's time to retreat. If option A opposes, said the master assassin's hunter, With a malicious tone, there's always option B. He threw a bomb that mowed down the two assassins. Are you okay? The French master assassin asked. Yes, the assassin replied with a female voice. Let's go to the base, there will be safe and warm, he recommended seriously.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.